Okay. Prologue Chapter 1, Moving to Kalos. Lying on a bed, with a light pink quilt covering him, is 10-year-old Ash Ketchum from Vanderbilt Town, and right now he's struggling to fall asleep. He looked down to see his girlfriend, Serena Yvonne, asleep, with her head resting on his chest. This is his last night at home, before he sets off on his journey and gets a flight back to his region of birth, Kanto. It's a long story, about how he went from a sad alone child from Pallet Town to one of the most promising new trainers across all the regions. After giving a quick kiss to Serena's forehead, while she was resting, he looked up to the ceiling, closing his eyes, thinking back to when his life changed forever. It started when he still lived in Pallet Town, and he was quite the lonely child, mainly because of one person, Gary Oak, son of Blue Oak, the champion of Kanto, and grandson of Samuel Oak, Kanto's regional professor, an expert of all things about Pokémon. You see, from birth, Ash has had a unique gift to understand Pokémon. It was the one thing he got from his father who left when the raven-haired boy was only 6 months old. Anyway, Gary was jealous of Ash's ability, as Professor Oak would always invite Ash around to help with his research, as a Pokémon translator. Due to Gary's jealousy, he would always pick on Ash and belittle him every chance he got. This meant Ash would never be able to make friends, due to the bullying he was put through. Professor Oak did attempt to stop Gary on several occasions, but that only made things worse. After his mother passed away, Gary would never see his father, due to Blue's role in the Pokémon League, and would live with his sister, Daisy. She worked at the Oak Lab, as she wished to follow in her grandfather's footsteps. The fact that Professor Oak would spend so much time with Ash as he was the only person who could translate for the old professor, just made him a prime target for Gary to let out his rage. All he wanted was someone to spend time with. He lost his mother, his father was always busy with work, his sister was also busy at work and along with his grandfather, gave more attention to Ash rather than him. He was just lonely, and his bullying towards Ash was just his way of lashing out. In short, these two had more in common than anyone would have thought. Ash was also miserable with how Gary treated him, to the point where he requested on many occasions to move, but Delia, Ash's mother, claimed they couldn't just move without a good reason. This hurt Ash. He was depressed, to the point where he couldn't even see Pallet as a home. Delia knew Ash was dejected, but the thought moving to just some random place would just make matters worse. There was no guarantee that Ash would make friends wherever they move, and could run into someone just like or worse than Gary, and she couldn't keep moving until they got lucky. Maybe if Ash was to make a friend, who lived in another place, then she could consider moving, but what are the chances of that? Other than Delia and the Oaks that work in the lab, Ash was only able to make friends with Pokémon, since he was always able to easily befriend and play with wild Pokémon around Pallet, and he cared for each one like they were family, even to the point where he would perform reckless actions to keep them safe. On a side note, Delia also has a unique ability herself. When Ash would perform any reckless actions, she would just know, meaning she was always ready to chew him out. With Ash's love for Pokémon, Delia decided one summer, when Ash was 6, to send him to Professor Oak's Pokémon summer camp. It is here where his life would change forever. On the first day of the camp, Ash and the rest of the campers were given a meet and greet with all the Pokémon that the professor had prepared. As Ash was playing with the Pokémon, he noticed a honey blonde girl around his age, with sapphire blue eyes and a light pink sundress, and to Ash there was only one way to describe her, an angel. But, after years of bullying, he just didn't have the confidence to speak to her, so he made his way over to a Poliwag and they started playing together. But every few minutes, Ash's head would wander over to view that girl again. After a couple hours, he went to look at the girl again, and found she wasn't in the open ranch. She could have gone into the ranch's forest area, or into the actual lab, or maybe she found another friend and she wouldn't even notice the raven-haired boy. Ash sighed with that last thought. Why did Gary have to target him? With that sour thought, Ash returned to playing with Poliwag. He could always count on Pokémon being there for him. After a while, Ash and Poliwag moved their game of tag into the forest area of the ranch. Ash was chasing Poliwag and both were having a fun time. Seeing Poliwag jump into bush, Ash followed the tadpole Pokémon, although he could see it once he entered, of course he would call out and he could hear what sounded like mumbles and tears, then aloud and clear. "My Muami!" An unknown female voice screamed. Ash, being Ash, just has to help, even if it was Gary in trouble, he just couldn't leave them. Ash struggled through and found his way out of the bush. When he was out, he stood up and brushed down twigs and leaves that attached to him. He then looked around for the source of that cry for help. After a few seconds, he saw that girl from earlier. But this time, she was on the floor, a little dirty, with a nasty scrape on her knee and tears running down her face. For some reason it pained Ash to see her so sad. He has seen people cry before, even girls cry before, but seeing her cry, it just felt wrong. So, Ash made his way over to the girl, cause as is his nature, he just has to help. "Hey! What's the matter?" Ash asked, as he squatted down next to her. The girl stopped her sobs at the sound of Ash's voice, and opened her eyes to see who was talking to her. "This is Serena Yvonne, from Vanderbilt town in the Kalos region. Her mother is a famous Rhyhorn racer, and as the summer is the time for the new circuit, Grace, Serena's mother, sent her to the Pokemon camp after Kalos region professor told her, gave her a brochure for the place. Back home, Serena was a lonely child, since there was a nasty boy named Callum Xavier, who would bully her, and she didn't know why, but the bullying basically destroyed her confidence, so when she arrived at the camp, she was too shy to try and make friends, and other than her mother's Rhyhorn and Fletchling, she has been sheltered from Pokemon, so she couldn't even play with the Pokemon there. After a while, she got bored of standing around and just wanted to make her way home. Serena took off into the forest, in hopes of retracing her steps. Except there was one problem. After she got off the airplane, she was brought to the lab in a car, by that Oak guy. Sure, he seemed nice enough, but she just wants to go home and see her mum again. Then she realized she was lost in the forest and can't remember either her way back to the camp, or to the airport, and had no idea what to do. She then heard some rumbling and looked to the source to see a brush shaking. This scared the Kalos native, since she's lost and alone in a foreign land, and now a Pokemon is going to see her, probably a giant feral beast like an Arcanine, and it will get a 6-year-old sized snack and then. As this thought went through her head, out of instinct, she slowly backed away, but she couldn't take her eyes off the shaking brush. She didn't notice a rock on the floor behind her. So, she stumbled over the rock, and then scraped her knee quite badly, so she couldn't stand up and get away. All she could do is wait for the Pokemon to jump out and attack her. The Pokemon did jump out, and it wasn't an Arcanine, it was a Poliwag. With the headband, which shows it belongs to the summer camp. The tadpole Pokemon looked at the girl, tilted its head in confusion before waddling off when he heard his name being called out by the boy he's playing tag with. He can't lose now whilst he's leading. Ash made his way out of the bush. As he looked around for Poliwag, his eyesight fell upon the girl from earlier. He was about to enter another one of his trances, when he saw she was upset, with a nasty scrape on her knee. Ash, being Ash, couldn't just ignore her, so he made his way over to her. As the boy asked her what the problem was, Serena studied his face. She remembered him from earlier. He was playing around with the Pokemon. She thought it was amazing he could just make friends with the scary creatures, and he looked kind of cute chasing that Poliwag around. "I hurt my knee," Serena replied, shyly. The boy studied the knee for a few seconds. Serena felt terrible. She was injured and alone. Now this boy came along and he seemed friendly with the Pokemon, but he would probably just leave her. "No problem." Ash smiled as he pulled out a handkerchief, with his typical toothy grin. He wrapped it around her injury and stood up with a sense of pride. Serena was shocked. She was a stranger to him, but he just helped her, and used his handkerchief, which will probably get covered in blood. Then another shot of pain ran through her knee. "It still hurts," Serena cried as tears formed in her eyes. "No matter, watch this," Ash replied as he kneeled in front of Serena. Feel better, right away," Ash chanted as he waved his hands over her knee, like casting a magic spell. Serena giggled. He was being so nice, and that chant was kind of cute. Her cheeks turned a rosy pink, he was being so nice, nicer than anyone she ever knew. The only boy she had contact with back home was Callum, and he was always mean to her. Sure, her mother was nice, but she seemed to have Rhyhorn racing on the brain, always talking about how she'll train Serena into a champion like her, and it honestly scared Serena. As she just stared and admired the boy helping her, Serena's heart was beating faster and faster, almost pounding out of her chest. With the chant finished, Ash stood up again. "Can you stand?" he asked, looking down at her, with a toothy grin. Serena didn't want to seem weak after all this boy has done for her, and tried to push herself up, but her knee hurt too much and fell back down. "No, my knee hurts too much," Serena hesitantly replied. "Great, after everything, she can even stand. He probably thinks she's a weak, pathetic girl who should just be left there, just like what Callum told her in the past." To her surprise, the boy offered his hand out. "Hey, don't give up until it's over. Okay," he declared as he looked at her with determination. Serena stared at the open gesture and just let his words sink in. He was truly the nicest boy she had ever met. Her heart was again pounding out of her chest as she slowly moved her hand towards his. She suddenly became self-conscious as she realized she would have to hold his hand. Why was this having such an effect on her? She has held hands with people before, she's held her mother's hand countless times, she even had to hold Oak's hand when crossing the road at the airport, but why was the thought of holding this boy's hand, the one who's been so nice, kind, friendly, supportive, cute? Why was he having this effect on her? Ash noticed her apprehension and met her 3/4 of the way, grabbing her hand and pulling her up. But he pulled a little too hard, and she fell into him. Serena blushed as she leaned against him. This was excited, and calming, like she was on top of the world, but also like the effects from a Jigglypuff sing. She didn't know what this feeling was, but she liked it, especially when Ash held her like a hug. Ash experienced the same feeling, but was just as clueless. Since she didn't pull away, his arms seemed to have a mind of their own, and held her like a hug. A few seconds after the hug, Serena jerked back, also on instinct. Both decided to leave it there. "See, you're up," Ash exclaimed with a toothy grin. "So, what's your name?" Ash asked. Serena." Serena stuttered. Why does this boy make her nervous? "Nice to meet you, Serena, I'm Ash Ketchum," Ash replied, with a sense of determination. Serena smiled. Ash, he was someone who helped her, and maybe could become her friend. After introductions, Ash leads Serena back to the camp and to Daisy Oak, the camp nurse. Serena requested Ash stay with her while Daisy checked her knee, which he was happy to do. Lucky, there was nothing serious. Daisy praised Ash for using the handkerchief, which made Serena jealous. Since Ash seemed to blush at the praise, this Daisy girl couldn't be his friend. He was her friend. She was suddenly apprehensive about letting any females near him. But why? Daisy did have to clean the cut with disinfectant, which caused Serena to squirm from the pain, but Ash allowed her to squeeze his hand as relief from the sting, which caused Serena to blush, especially when he rubbed her back to comfort her, and gave words of encouragement. Daisy saw this and smiled. She knew Ash well since she works at the lab, and knows his actions are nothing new. He was always doing stuff like this, especially for Pokémon. But Serena's reactions were a surprise, a good one. From what her grandfather told her, Serena was from the Kalos region, and like Ash, is quite lonely and shy, but Daisy isn't dumb. She used praising Ash as a test to see if her theory was right, and judging by Serena's reaction, she is sure she knows exactly what Serena is thinking about Ash. Looks like the region of love was brought to Pallet, Daisy thought with a sly smile. She always liked Ash like a little brother. His gift was simply amazing, and she generally felt sorry for him being the target of her little brother, Gary. But she also knows the real reason for Gary's actions. While they don't justify them, they can explain them, and as a 6-year-old, she would probably act the same if she was in those circumstances. But she is happy Ash will have a friend, for the camp at least, but she has a good idea of what Ash will want to do by the end of the camp. Maybe a word to Delia wouldn't hurt. Her grandfather is lovely, but he wouldn't quite understand this. She fears he will want to stop her plan, as Ash won't be able to translate for him anymore. But Daisy knows some things are more important. Over the course of the summer camp, Ash and Serena became incredibly close. Since Ash lived in Pallet Town, she spent the nights in his house, since the lab can't hold every child. Ash introduced Serena to his mother, and Delia offered Serena stay with them at night, which both the professor and Grace agreed to. Grace was happy that Serena had made a friend, and since her permission was needed, Oak introduced the two mothers. After both watched their kids interact, they had their motherly instincts telling them that they were in-laws. After a couple days, Delia had been considering Ash's previous request, to move. Delia always turned it down, as she feared they would just end up in the same situation, but now that he had made a friend, maybe a move would be a suitable answer. One day at the camp, Daisy decided to pay Delia a visit. Delia always liked the oldest Oak child, she was kind of like her own daughter, and was always the best babysitter in the town, plus she was always nice to Ash. Daisy explained how they met. She also explained that Ash asked her about this weird feeling he got around Serena. Both knew what it was, although Delia never let him know she knew, and Daisy simple told him, he would have to figure it out on his own. Daisy also told her about Serena's actions around Ash, and both knew what she was experiencing. Then Daisy suggested that Delia finally agree to Ash's request. Delia had been on the fence for a while, but after Daisy talked, she knew what she had to do. She contacted Grace and explained the situation, and together, they worked on moving the Ketchums to Vanderbilt Town. To begin with, there was an empty house next door to the Yvonnes, so Delia set her sights on that house, and Grace contacted the landlord, who wasn't looking to rent it out, but sell it. Due to Pallet Town being the home of the Oak Lab, housing can sell for a lot more, so after getting the money from selling her pallet house, she had more than enough to buy it without taking out a mortgage. Plus, taxes and expenses in Kalos are for some reason a lot cheaper than in Kanto, so they were actually better off. Sure, Ash's dad might have come looking for them, but since he left when Ash was 6 months old, she couldn't care less. By the time the camp was over, everything was set, and the only thing left was telling the kids. Throughout the summer camp, Ash and Serena had become inseparable. Every activity, they did together. Ash learned Serena has a fear of thunderstorms. He learnt this one night in his house. Since the Ketchum house doesn't have a guest room, Serena shared Ash's with a blow-up mattress, which Grace and Serena was fine with. One night, there was a thunderstorm, and despite her best efforts, she couldn't resist the tears of fear. Serena doesn't know why she is scared of them, but she is. Ash was alerted to this when Serena let out a terrified yelp with a thunderstrike. Ash jumped into action and comforted his friend, with a hug, while she sobbed into his chest. Serena felt horrible. Ash had been so nice to her, and now she couldn't even stand up to a thunderstorm. Ash didn't mind. He might not know what the strange feeling was, but he did know he hated seeing Serena upset, and he liked having Serena close to him. Delia remembered Grace telling her about Serena's fear of thunderstorms, and when she heard the yelp, went to check on her guest, only to find Ash comforting her. Watching the scene, she just couldn't help but feel heart-warmed. They made such a cute couple, and she always wanted a daughter, but as Arceus would have it, she was given Ash, but she loved him all the same, and Serena was like a daughter to her. She decided to leave Ash to it. After a while, the comfort of Ash calmed her down. Not even her mother couldn't do that. She would have normally been up in fear all night, but the warmth from Ash made her drowsy, and despite being a thin 6-year-old, his chest was quite comfy. Unlike Ash, Serena figured out she has a crush on the raven-haired boy, and was beaming at the position they were in. She decided to milk it for as long as possible, and both kids seemed to fall into a slumber, while still in the cuddling position. As the camp came to an end, Ash and Serena were sitting under a tree. The same tree next to where they first met. Serena was in tears, sobbing into his chest, while Ash was comforting her, trying his best to fight back his own tears. Although it was a losing battle. Then he got a brainwave. "Hey Serena," Ash announced, breaking the silence. Causing Serena to look at him, not so much crying but with watery eyes and tear marks on her face. What if I moved to Kalos? Ash asked. He would have to ask his mum, again. But this time it was different. He had a place in mind, and in the past, it was turned down because he didn't have a good reason, but now he does. Serena. But Ash. Kanto's your home, Anne. Serena replied, but Ash cut her off. No, Serena. I have never been able to see this place as a home. I was always told, home is where your heart is. And because of Gary, I could never see here as such. But you are my first really friend, and I now know, if you go, then so does my home, because you were the only person to let my heart in. Ash replied. Serena teared up, but this time tears of happiness. What Ash just realized why the bed was so much softer than she remembers. It's because she is cuddling up to a sleeping Ash. As she realized how they slept, Serena shot up with a bright red face. She has long since accepted that she has a crush on the raven-haired boy, but that just makes it so much more embarrassing. Ash was only on her bed because of her phobia of thunderstorms, and then she cuddles up to him. How embarrassing. At least Ash is still asleep. Serena sighed to herself. After a moment of watching the raven-haired boy, she couldn't help but think about how cute he looks right now. Ultimately, Serena forced herself to get up, which is when she realized a blanket was covering them. I bet Mum brought us this blanket. Serena, while a little nervous about what her mum would say, she is almost certain that Grace knows about her crush. Of course, Delia already knows of her crush, and so does that Daisy girl, from the summer camp, so Serena can only assume they've told her mum. Reluctantly, Serena stood up and made sure to cover Ash with the blanket. Grabbing some clean clothes out of her drawers, Serena left for the bathroom and changed out of her pajamas before brushing her teeth. Returning to her room, she started to brush her hair. Ash blinked awake as he too came around. He realized he was at the bottom of Serena's bed with a blanket wrapped around him. He can remember getting onto her bed to comfort her through the storm, but he must have fallen asleep. Guessing she just slept in the bed properly instead of how he slept, he raised out of the bed with a yawn. Serena knew he was waking up, and just continued to brush her hair as to not draw attention to herself. Due to her using all her will to keep her composure, she ended up struggling with brushing her hair. As Ash took in his surrounds and spotted Serena brushing her hair, he knew she would be there all day if he didn't help her. Although not an expert, he has picked up a few tips in brushing hair since Serena seemed to struggle with it. With a radiant smile on his face, he approached her from behind. She could see him in her mirror and knew he had absolutely no clue about how they spent the night, because of the expression on his face. Good morning. Ash smiled happily. Do you want some help? Please. Serena whispered while trying not to blush. Ash smiled as he took the brush out of her hand and started to brush her hair. Although not doing it perfect, Serena had to admit that Ash had picked up some great skills with brushing her hair. Although by no means perfect, it is really sweet of him. Of course, he is kind of the cause of Serena not being able to focus, but that is beside the point. All done. Ash declared with his typical toothy grin. Serena smiled and jumped to her feet. She really can't complain as Ash has done a pretty good job all things considered. Of course, she could have done it better, but she was still trying to recover from how she woke up. Thank you. Serena replied with a bright smile and hug. Although he is sort of used to Serena's shows of affection, he is still a little shocked by it. Hesitantly he returned the hug, but it was soon interrupted by a stomach growl. He, I guess it is breakfast time. Ash had a sheepish grin on his face as he nervously chuckled while scratching behind his head. Serena walked over to the door and Ash started to follow her until she stopped in the doorway. This confused and slightly annoyed Ash, seeing as he is hungry. Shouldn't you get dressed first? Serena asked. Ash blushed as he realized he was still in his pajamas. He blushed at this realization and chuckled nervously. Yeah. Sorry, Serena. He walked back into the room and picked up some of his clothes that were left out for him. Serena smiled as she made her way down to the kitchen for breakfast. Once he changed into his normal clothes and out of his pajamas, he joined Serena and the two mothers in the kitchen. He sat at the table and dug into the bowl of cereal that was already made. Serena was also eating a bowl of cereal while the two mothers each had a cup of coffee. Kids. Last night, us two started unpacking, all that's left is Ash's room. Delia informed. You two can do that after breakfast, but us two have some papers to sign in Lumioso, so whilst we're there stay out of trouble. Both kids nodded and finished their breakfast, followed by rushing around to Ash's house. It was bigger than his pallet house, but the layout was quite similar. Except it felt different, it felt homely. The kids went straight to Ash's room, and saw it had some stuff already in. Some boxes containing his property, a suitcase with his clothes in, a medium-sized bed and a TV. The kids, being kids, did the most predictable thing 6-year-olds would do, jumped on the bed, to test it out and watch TV, at the same time. After getting bored of that, the kids got to work and before noon had his room set up. With half a day left, Serena took Ash on a trip around Vanderbilt town, and into a nearby forest. Ash couldn't explain it, but he felt a sudden urge to run there like his life depended on it. When he arrived, he found a tree which was split down the middle, caused by a lightning bolt, from the previous thunderstorm. Ash also saw a group of 2 spupa and a scatterbug on a branch, unable to get down due to the damage. The damage also meant the tree was slowly falling, so the bug's life was in danger. Ash, being Ash, couldn't stand by and do nothing, so he did another of his reckless stunts and began climbing the tree to save the poor bug Pokémon. He couldn't just leave them there. Hold on guys, I'm coming to get you. Ash shouted up to the bug types. Not even taking a chance to think this through, he climbed up the tree until he reached the bugs. He grabbed the closest spupa and quickly climbed back down the tree. He placed the spupa on the ground whilst panting. Remember, he is a small boy and has had exactly no amount of training for a situation like this. Still, he pushed himself back up the tree. Serena arrived as Ash reached the top of the tree, and froze in horror. Although she wasn't the only spectator, there was a Froakie hopping by when he heard the bugs call for help. Froakie is an interesting mon. He just abandoned another trainer and was heading back to Sycamore's lab. Sure, he was a training nut and wanted to become a super powerful Greninja, but he also had a strong sense of justice and cared more about doing the right thing, even if he was in danger. The trainer he left, that was his 9th one. The professor believed he abandoned his trainer if they couldn't train him right, but no, that wasn't the case. Sure, training was his life, but he wouldn't abandon a trainer because of their experience. He might disobey an order, but that's because they don't really know how to battle, or wanted him to do some silly little performance. No, he only abandoned a trainer if they turned their back when they could help someone, or even worse, put a person or mon in danger. The last trainer he was given to, knew a thing or two about training and raising Pokémon, but last night, when the thunderstorm hit, he ran into a cave, and kicked a couple dozen wild Pokémon into the storm. That was why he abandoned him. He heard the cries for help and saw these bug Pokémon in danger. He recognized them as some of the Pokémon his trainer kicked out. Even if they weren't, he couldn't just leave them. He was going to help the bugs when he saw this kid arrive. He didn't know why, but something was telling him to just watch this kid, so he did. Froakie and Serena watched as Ash grabbed the second spupa, both of which jumped onto his shoulders, and Ash climbed down. The second spupa jumped to the floor, greeting his mate who was the first spupa Ash saved while Ash was out of breath. Ash Ketchum, how could you? Serena started to scold, but it fell on deaf ears as the tired boy returned to the tree to climb back for the scatterbug. Ash got to the same point, but Scatterbug was simply too far along the branch. Hey buddy, come on over so we can get down. Ash tried to call out for the bug to come closer, but he was too scared. It also didn't help that Ash didn't know the name Pokémon's name since it was one he has never seen before. Seeing time running out, Ash climbed further and went onto the branch. He was able to grab the scared bug, and the tree started to fall. Ash was scared, but he positioned the scatterbug on his stomach and turned so he would land on his back, meaning the bug would be safe. Froakie was speechless. Even when faced with death, the 6-year-old was still putting others first. He hasn't seen anything so brave before. Honestly, this 6-year-old was the most heroic human he has ever seen. Sure, he was reckless, but that didn't matter. Froakie seemed to sense this kid was just like him, and was something special. If Froakie passed this up, he wouldn't find another person who is as heroic as he is. With his decision made, Froakie threw his frubbles to work as a type of glue and hold the trunk together. Even if this kid wasn't heroic, then he would still save him. The frubbles may not be superglue, but it drastically slowed the trunk. This gave Ash enough time to climb back down and put Scatterbug back on the ground. "Thank you for saving our boy." The female Spupa thanked Ash with tears. "It's no problem. Just find some safe place, alright?" Ash panted in response. The bugs nodded and disappeared into the forest, while Froakie hopped out of his hiding place. "And thank you for saving me." Froakie was shocked as Ash wasn't even looking when he spoke to him, like he knew he was there the whole time. "You're welcome," Froakie replied. "Nice to meet you." He extended his paw. "Nice to meet you too," Ash replied as he shook his paw. "I'm Ash Ketchum." After introduction and Froakie learned about that Ash can understand Pokémon, and returned with Ash and Serena. Serena dragged Ash back home before he tried to kill himself again, where she promptly scolded him. Once her scolding was finished, and Ash apologized at least 15 times. The three spent their time playing tag, along with the Yvonne's Rhyhorn. When the mothers returned. "You did what?" Delia learned about Ash's little stunt and started his second scolding. Grace, not wanting to create a scene, decided to contact Professor Sycamore concerning the Froakie since they shouldn't be in the wild like that, considering they are one of the starters. "Hello, Sycamore's lab." Professor Sycamore speaking. The male professor spoke as the screen lit up. "Hello Professor, my name is Grace Yvonne. From Vanaville Town." Grace introduced herself. "I am ringing concerning a wild Froakie who showed up earlier today. I know they are one of the starters, so I am sure a wild one shouldn't just be here." "Ah, so that's where Froakie is," the professor replied with a smile. "You see, that Froakie is quite a handful. He has been given to a total of 9 trainers but has left each of them. The trainer who last had him called not long ago, so I was expecting him to show up soon. Sorry for any trouble he is causing." "Are you sure this is that Froakie you're on about?" Grace asked. "Yes, the trainer said he was near Vanaville when Froakie left, so it only makes sense," Sycamore replied. "Why?" "Because he has been playing with my friend's son and my daughter," Grace replied. "He seems like the sweetest Pokémon, not this troublemaker who abandons trainers like you're suggesting." "Really?" Sycamore asked with great shock. Instead of answering him, Grace turned the screen, so he could see Froakie playing with the kids again. "If you wouldn't mind, I would like to speak with this boy." Grace smiled and went to fetch Ash inside. Froakie was sat on Ash's shoulder when they appeared in front of the professor, who was shocked to say the least. Ash explained Froakie's story from the little frog's point of view and Sycamore was amazed Ash could understand Pokémon. Sycamore also realized there was next to no chance Froakie would accept another trainer, so he decided to give Froakie to Ash. With that decision, Sycamore arranged to go and visit them tomorrow. In the morning, Ash woke up to find Froakie in the back garden training by himself. It was then Ash realized how little he knew about raising Pokémon, let alone battling. Soon Sycamore arrived, and both the family were a part of the meeting with him. "Well Ash, I see Froakie has made his decision about what he wants to do." Sycamore spoke first, getting straight to the point after familiarity. He then pulled out a red and white Pokeball, which Froakie recognized. "Which is why I want to ask you to take good care of him." Ash was speechless as the Pokeball was placed in his hand. "Professor, are you sure this is a good idea?" Grace asked. "I mean, I've never heard of a child being given a Pokémon. Let alone a strong one." Well, there is no laws against children under 10 getting a Pokémon. Only about them becoming traveling trainers or competing in regional competitions. Sycamore explained. Although, I will be keeping a close eye to make sure both Ash and Froakie are safe. And if things do go bad, I might need to take him back. Don't worry, Professor, nothing bad will happen between Froakie and I. Ash promised as he held his littlest finger out, making a pinky promise. He then remembered what he saw this morning and decided to ask. But, Professor. Would it be okay if I came to the lab? I know Froakie wants to get stronger, but I don't know how to help him with it. It would be great if you could teach me. Froakie was shocked Ash would do this for him. Sycamore thought it over. He had enough free time and knowledge to teach Ash, plus he could monitor Froakie's progress, not to mention having a Pokémon translator around would really help. Of course, I would be happy to teach you what I know. As long as your mother agrees. Sycamore replied. Now Ash and Froakie turned to Delia, with big, bright, hopeful expressions. She decided to leave them in suspense for a bit but also agreed. Sycamore explained his Garchomp would do the runs in the morning and afternoon to make sure he was safe. Although Serena looked sad, she would be in the town, on her own when Ash is learning. Ash saw her disappointment and realized she was still quite shy. Being his best friend, and not wanting to leave her out, Ash asked about her joining them. Sycamore happily accepted. After all, the more the merrier. With Grace's permission, both kids were enrolled at the Sycamore lab. With the arrangements made, Sycamore also returned to his lab in Lumiose, so he could prepare for the next day's lessons. Serena was touched. She was too shy to ask, plus she can't understand Pokémon like Ash can, so she can't offer that, but Ash asked on her behalf. He didn't just forget her. Serena felt a rush of affection and tackled Ash in a hug. Sycamore saw this just before he left, and could put 2 and 2 together. Delia also realized that when their journey starts, her little boy will be on his own, with his Pokémon and probably Serena. But he needs to know how to take care of himself. So, Delia offered to teach Ash and Serena how to cook and take care of themselves, which Grace agreed to, and Grace likewise offered to teach the kids about camping because unlike Delia, she went on a journey in her youth and knows how to set up a proper campsite in the wild. The next morning Ash, Serena and Froakie was collected by Garchomp, and flew to the lab. Ash sat up front with Froakie on his shoulder and Serena behind him. Serena took the opportunity and held on to Ash from behind. It wasn't long until they were at the lab and started learning. Of the time they spent there, Sycamore taught them numerous things, like battling, performing, training, raising, from both eggs and fully evolved Pokémon, type matchups, abilities and states and more. Ash and Froakie took more of an interest in battling, also focusing the other subjects like training to adapt to more battles and coming up with battle strategies, while Serena was more interested in contest battles and showcases, taking what she learnt from training to adapt to the more stage styles of showing off a Pokémon whether in a battle or not. Although she didn't have her own Pokémon to put these ideas, she got into practice, so she would just end up watching a contest or showcase on TV when Ash went to practice a new technique with Froakie. Ash put his lessons straight into practice and he and Froakie started training together. Ash even worked out alongside to show he was with the water type the whole way. It touched the little man's heart, and unlike other trainers he vowed he would obey every command. After all, he was 6, so he couldn't expect a champion, and Ash has been nothing but nice to him. After a few months Froakie evolved and became a Frogadier. It was only a short 2 months after their original meeting that Froakie evolved. Although things weren't easy for Frogadier once he evolved. For starters, he learned he could no longer ride on Ash's shoulder, which was his preferred method of traveling. It's not like he hates his Pokeball or is scared of it, but he hates the idea of being away from Ash's side. He is the only person he trusts, after all. Another issue came to his battling. As a Froakie, he only had 2 real battling partners, those being Grace's Rhyhorn and Garchomp. Garchomp was always more of a goal for him to defeat, as being a pseudo-legendary meant he easily overpowered the water type, but he was pretty evenly matched with Rhyhorn since he held a type advantage, but Rhyhorn had more brute force behind him. Now however, Frogadier can easily match Rhyhorn's power and still has the type advantage. It also doesn't help that Rhyhorn has never been a serious battler and is also getting pretty old, so now he isn't even able to give a slight challenge to Frogadier. This came to a head one afternoon. It was a Sunday, so they hadn't been to the lab and spent it in the garden training together. Ash took it upon himself to train himself, by working out along with his Pokémon, so they literally get stronger together. Frogadier, it's time to come in. Ash told his brother in everything but blood. He came out to get the water type, who was in the middle of the garden just watching the sky. At the sound of Ash's voice, the bubble frog Pokémon turned to him, with a grim expression. Frogadier, what's wrong? Oh. Hey Ash. Frogadier replied, in an unusually low tone. It was only yesterday that he evolved, and today was the first day that they got to put his new power to the test. Frogadier proved to get much stronger since evolving, and Ash thought he would be happy about this. Are you okay? Are you feeling sick? Ash asked as his mind tried to think of why Frogadier has this expression in sad tone. Yeah. I don't feel sick. Frogadier answered. So what's wrong? Ash asked once more. You can tell me, we're brothers. It's just. I don't like this evolution. Can we reverse it, or something? Frogadier asked, looking back up to the sky. Reverse it? I don't think evolution works that way. Ash answered honestly. Why don't you like it? Maybe we could change it that way. Well, I can't ride on your shoulder anymore. That was always my favorite way to travel. Frogadier answered, not wanting to reveal his main issue just yet. Is that all? Ash laughed. Well, Frogadier, if that is the only problem, I can just give you a piggyback ride wherever we go. I won't make you go in your Pokeball if you don't want to. It's not just that. Frogadier sighed, although with a smile. Trust Ash to come up with a solution like that, while a nice gesture and everything, he would hate to make his brother do something just so he doesn't have to walk. Thanks Ash, but it's more than that. Plus, I wouldn't want to make Serena jealous. Ash turned bright red at the mention of his honey blonde friend. It didn't take the water type long at all to figure out they liked each other, but Ash was still dense and failed to notice that he even has a crush, leading to him being in denial about it. Soon Ash calmed down from his flustered state. So what else is it? Ash asked, hoping to completely ignore what his brother just implied about his best friend. Well. It's my power. Frogadier answered. Your power? Ash questioned. But you're really strong, especially since evolving. What's wrong with your power? I am strong. I am stronger than Rhyhorn, meaning battling against him won't help anymore, but I am still not strong enough to beat Garchomp, so what am I supposed to do? We was measuring my progress against Rhyhorn, as all my battles against Garchomp go exactly the same way. Then why don't we find some other way to measure your level? Ash asked. Maybe the professor would lend us a Pokédex every once in a while to scan you. Or maybe we could measure it by the time it takes for you to evolve again. Evolve again? Frogadier muttered to himself. Would he even want to evolve again? Well, he does want to get stronger, and like Sycamore taught them, a Pokémon evolves once it reaches a certain level of strength, in most cases. He can also remember Delia and Grace joke about when their two sweet little angels turn into rebellious teenagers. Maybe Frogadier is his rebellious teenager phase, and evolving will sort out all his issues. What do you say, Frogadier, still want to get stronger together? Ash asked, with a pleading look on his face. He only has two real friends in this world, Frogadier and Serena. He would hate for his brother to abandon their dream because of this. We'll get stronger together. Frogadier answered, high-fiving his brother in everything but blood. Great! Ash exclaimed before his stomach growled. Guess it's dinner time. That was what Mum sent me out to tell you after all. It was about 4 months after he evolved into Frogadier that he finally evolved into a powerful Greninja. Unlike when he first evolved, Greninja didn't have the same issues as he was used to having to walk by himself and was now finally strong enough to give Garchomp a proper battle. Although he didn't like the looks he and Ash got whenever they went anywhere together. Apparently, it isn't normal to see a powerhouse Greninja with a small 6.5-year-old boy. Shortly after his evolution, Ash and Greninja seemed to transform in the middle of a battle. It represented the legendary Synchro evolution where their minds and bodies become one and the trainer gives their Pokémon a power boost. Except, Synchro evolution was only known in legend, the last recorded in the 7th century, before the Pokeball invention which seemed to put a strain on Bond. The fact that Ash and Greninja could perform this was amazing, and Sycamore took every chance he could to research it. Turns out it only requires a strong bond, unlike Mega Evolution. On a separate note, when Serena learned that, her affection for Ash grew, he was already amazing but now he can perform a special evolution due to his strong bond with his Pokémon. Amazing. Sycamore put his research through to the Pokémon League organization and had his Synchro evolution authorized for League use, since the boost Greninja gets is like that of Mega Evolution. Sycamore also showed his research to the Pokémon Professor Society and Oak was amazed at what Ash had achieved in well under a year of leaving. It also impressed the other professors. Although they did change the name from Synchro Evolution to the Bond Phenomena. Although not everyone was impressed, when Delia saw Ash felt any damage Greninja took while in the Ash Greninja form, as Ash dubbed it, she went nuclear. Although Sycamore reassured her that Ash isn't taking damage, he only thinks he is, which meant he wasn't grounded for life. Still, Greninja stayed for Ash during his whole punishment which was 2 weeks being grounded for making her worry he was taking damage. However, they couldn't keep up with the form for long which is what Rowan put down to the two not fully trusting each other. After another failed attempted, Ash went for a walk in the same woods where he met Froakie. A strong wind picked up when Ash heard cries for help. Running to the rescue, he found a familiar sight of Spupa on a branch in danger but instead of being crushed by the tree, this time they were at risk of falling over a cliff. Not wasting a single second, Ash got to work climbing the tree. He was able to grab the first 2 bug types from the safe side and quickly got them back onto safe ground. Going back up for the third one, it was right on the edge and too scared to move. Climbing onto the branch he tried to reach for the last bug. But the branch broke instead and the two started to fall of the cliff. Ash held the bug and attempted to cushion it from the impact with his body in hopes at least he would survive. Suddenly, Ash felt another presence enter his mind. Before he could work out who it was, a long tongue wrapped around his body, quickly pulling him back up the cliff side but the mind thing and quick change on momentum startled Ash, and he dropped the last Spupa. Once on the cliff, Ash found it was Greninja who saved him, but he was in the Ash Greninja form but without the water cocoon around him. Although now wasn't the time to celebrate. Greninja quickly jumped after the Spupa. Ash saw what Greninja could see in his head and made the same movements to avoid the incoming obstacles, like the two of them had become one. They were able to save the young bug and reunited him with the other two. The duo agreed to keep secret about the cliff and near-death experience, but revealed the perfect transformation to the others who were both impressed and skeptical about the lack of danger in the story they told them about how they achieved it. Ash and Greninja also agreed to never catch a Spupa after the two experiences. Although with Ash having Greninja, Serena was feeling a little left out when those two would train together or when they each had to go home. Lucky, the solution was just around the corner. A corner in the lab, as it were. Prologue Chapter 3, Sisterly Stars. Here is when Serena found her perfect partner and also confronted her mother about her true passion in life. Taking on not just one passion of performing in showcases but also learning to battle for contests. One day, after Sycamore gave them his class on some more training techniques, Ash and Greninja were in a rush and went off to put this new training technique into practice. Sycamore also had to give a new trainer her starter, which meant Serena was left alone. This normally happened as she didn't have her own Pokémon to train with, so she decided to do what she always does at this time. Taking out her notepad, she went over to the sofa and turned on the TV to see a contest from the Hoenn region. As she watched the contest go through the appeals round, she made notes on each contestant and how they used their respective Pokémon. While by no means a pro, she has been taught a lot by the professor, so she was able to predict which of the 4 contests would move on, based on what she saw. Of course, it is up to the judges. They used to do a thing where the judges would score each performance directly after seeing it, but that was taken out years ago as this was more suspenseful, and the previous method didn't account for if a judge had a change of heart. Great, another trainer and another Froakie. Fennekin thought to herself as she wandered the halls of the lab. She has been at this lab for 3 weeks now and has seen at least 24 potential trainers, but because of the boy with the Greninja, all the new trainers want a Froakie. Too bad there isn't a Delphox around this place, then they would all want a Fennekin. No, that isn't what she wants. Either the lab needs all 3 final evolved forms or none of them. Not that she doesn't think that boy or the Greninja are nice, she actually hasn't had the chance to speak with them or with that girl she has seen with them. Actually, what are those kids doing here? Aren't they too young to be trainers? And why does that boy have a powerhouse like Greninja anyway? In all honesty, she doubts she would want to speak with those boys anyway. They always seem to have battling and training on the brain. Or food, but from what she has seen, their manners leave a lot to be desired. Although she wouldn't mind speaking with that girl, from what she's seen that girl has a good taste for fashion. And that's it from the Slateport contest. Catch you next time. A woman on the TV announced before the screen turned off. It seems Fennekin was so deep in her own thought that she failed to notice she came all the way to the living room. It's not like it is a problem, Sycamore has given them free rein to go wherever they want in the lab, as long as they stay out of trouble. Although she was never one for exploring much. She turned around and was about to head back when she heard a voice. "Hello there, what are you doing, Fennekin?" A female voice asked, in a friendly tone. Turning around, the Firefox saw it was that honey blonde girl who Sycamore has been teaching. Deciding it couldn't hurt, she replied. "I was just wandering around, thinking to myself, a pleasure to meet you." Fennekin barked back. Unfortunately, Serena only heard, "Fun Fennekin." Fen fun. This is so much easier when I have Ash to translate. Serena thought to herself as she remembered how easy it was to have a conversation with Greninja or Garchomp, her mum's Rhyhorn or Fletchling, but she didn't let that drag her down. "Well, it is a pleasure to meet you, Fennekin, I'm Serena." "Fen fun, Fennekin." Fennekin replied, motioning towards the TV that had just been switched off. "Oh, I was just watching a Pokémon contest." Serena answered, guessing what Fennekin said. "You see, when I grow up I want to become a Pokémon coordinator and also a performer since I love fashion and want to show off a Pokémon's true beauty." Fennekin. Fennekin replied happily before rubbing her head against Serena's leg. The honey blonde girl smiled and kneeled down to scratch Fennekin behind the ear. "I was going to watch my friend try and beat Garchomp in another battle, but since you're here, how would you like to see if there is a showcase we can watch or something?" Serena asked, which was answered by a happy bark from the fire type. Sitting back on the sofa, now with Fennekin on her knee, Serena turned the TV back on and flicked through the channels until they found a showcase going on. Of course, they were already halfway through, so they were watching the freestyle performances. Meanwhile, in the reserve. "Man, where's Serena? She always watches us battle Garchomp and cheers us on." Ash thought sadly to himself. "Come on, Ash, focus." Greninja shouted as Garchomp powered up a Dragon Claw. Unfortunately, Garchomp won that battle. Normally, it is a close match until Ash and Greninja burst out the bond phenomena, but this time, Ash was so upset that Serena didn't show up that he couldn't focus to activate the bond phenomena. Meaning Garchomp won. As the two girls continued to watch the showcase, they had images of them performing on a stage together, with matching outfits and the crowd cheering for them as they made it to the role of a regional queen and top coordinator. Fennekin had to admit, she does like what she is seeing on the screen. She never really liked battling, getting hurt, and for what? Sure, she wanted to get stronger and evolve, but battling wasn't her thing. She enjoys looking beautiful, and showing of the finer ways of using moves, just like she saw in the performances. Plus, she has found to have a lot in common with Serena, having a passion for fashion and beauty. Although the showcase soon came to an end. "Hey Fennekin, I really enjoyed the company." "Thank you." Serena thanked the Fire Fox. She has never admitted this, but she can feel pretty lonely when the day's lesson would be over, and she would watch a contest or showcase by herself. "Fennekin." Fennekin barked back happily. "I've got an idea, why don't we try and come up with our own routine?" Serena suggested. Fennekin liked the sound of that and barked happily. The two girls opened Serena's notepad to a clean page and began jotting down ideas. While Serena couldn't understand Fennekin, if the fire type wanted to make a suggestion she would demonstrate it to the girl. It took them a couple hours but soon they came up with a routine, even if it was pretty simplistic. The two practiced it a couple times and once they felt confident they knew it, they went to find the others. The two girls performed their little dance for Ash, Greninja and Garchomp. The dance, which was just them doing a bunch of twirls while Fennekin made it rain down embers over them, didn't last much longer than a couple minutes, but Sycamore came around to say goodbye to his students when he caught the sight of Serena and Fennekin dancing. He chuckled to himself as it seems Ash isn't the only one to find his partner here. "Spectacular," Sycamore praised as he made his presence known. After a short talk with Serena and Fennekin, Sycamore decided it was fine to let Fennekin stay with the honey blonde girl. Like with Greninja, he was seeing them near on every day, so he could make sure they were along the right tracks, and it was clear Fennekin had already made her decision on the matter. However, one problem did show up a couple weeks after Serena received Fennekin. That problem was Grace. She was fine for Serena to have the fire type and even thought it would help her take on more responsibility, but the problem came when she saw how often Serena would watch a contest or showcase. She has seen Serena and Fennekin perform together, and while she can see they worked well together, Grace wasn't convinced of this being a subtle goal for her daughter. Namely because Serena has a habit of giving up on things. Grace took her to a karate group, she gave up after 2 classes. She tried a swimming team, Serena didn't even make it to a tournament. In short, Grace isn't sure she will take this seriously. Besides, she wants to compete in both contests and showcases. That is just asking for trouble. Trainers are meant to follow one dream, right, so how can she be sure Serena won't just give up when she can't even decide about that one dream? In short, she may be forcing Serena to follow in her footsteps as a Rhyhorn racer, but that is because she wants to keep her daughter on track and achieve something without giving up. "Mom." Serena spoke up as she entered the kitchen, where her mother was preparing dinner. "Yes, dear?" Grace asked. But Serena wasn't able to bring herself to say it. Fennekin was by her side and Ash encouraged her to come around to speak her mind to her mother about the Rhyhorn racing she has been put through, but now that she is here, it is harder than she originally thought. Fennekin encouraged her sister. In the weeks they have spent together, she has grown close to Serena, even seeing her as a sister. She has seen the depression the Rhyhorn racing has brought onto Serena and thus wants to help her in any way possible. "What is it, dear?" Grace asked once again, seeing as she didn't get an answer the first time. "Mom. I don't want to do Rhyhorn racing anymore," Serena told her mother, a little louder than she would have liked. "Sorry Serena, but you can't stop it." Grace apologized as she continued to cut the veg up. "Why not?" Serena asked. "Because you give up at everything you try, like karate or swimming, and I have no doubts the same will go with these contests or showcases." Grace answered in a stern tone. "You need something to fall back on when you give up on these shows. Rhyhorn racing is that thing for you to fall back on. I only gave up on those because I had no interest in them in the first place." Serena shouted back, causing Fennekin to sweat drop, "And they say it's fire types who can rage effectively. You decided each of those classes without even asking if I wanted to try them. I didn't get a say until after the fact." Grace had enough, she only wants what's best for her daughter. She was made to do Rhyhorn racing as a young girl, and it builds character, not to mention will give her something for the future. Putting the knife down on the counter, she turned around and was surprised by the determined look on her face. "Okay, Serena, you want to prove you serious about this?" Grace asked, in a serious tone. The honey-blonde girl stood her ground and nodded her head to answer her mother's question. "Then we can have a competition to prove to see who is right. We shall race Skiddo one lap around the field." "Fine with me," Serena replied with determination. Before long the mother and daughter were ready for the race. Ash and Delia came out to see what was going on, and needless to say they weren't exactly sure how to respond to it. Ash was given Fennekin to look after while Delia took the place as the referee. As the race begun, the two racers took off around the field. Grace was slightly in the lead, but Serena wasn't about to give up with her dream and future on the line. On the sidelines, Ash and Fennekin shouted support for her. Making the first corner, Grace was slowly gaining a bigger lead over her daughter. With an inward smirk, she realized she was right all along. Skiddo are able to sense their riders' motivations and desires. Clearly Serena isn't as passionate as she made out. As the two came up to the second corner, Grace continued to make a bigger and bigger lead. Serena soon went around the second corner after her mother as Skiddo tripped on a small rock, falling over and sending Serena skidding across the floor. She looked up towards her mother, who continued to ride along. Has she already lost this race because of that one mistake? "You can do it, Serena." Ash's voice broke her thoughts. Fennekin." Fennekin added. "No, she can't give up. This isn't just her dream anymore, it is also Fennekin's dream, and she also can't let Ash down. He has been so supportive. Don't give up until it's over." Gritting her teeth with determination, she pushed herself back up and helped Skiddo stand up before jumping onto its back. Soon they were chasing back after Grace, who was going around the third corner. As she turned down the side, Grace caught the sight of her daughter on Skiddo's back running faster than ever. It seemed she might have misjudged how much her daughter actually believes in this dream. With almost a slight chuckle to herself, her own Skiddo began to slow down as she approached the fourth corner. Along the final stretch, Serena was able to make it even with her mother. The two continued running on an almost even playing field. Despite slowing down, Grace wasn't just going to hand the victory over. Serena proved she wouldn't give up at the first hurdle. Can the same be said for the final stretch? The two came up to the finish line and it seemed like it would be a photo finish, but at the last second, Grace allowed her daughter to take a slight lead, thus handing her the victory. The race was never about who was right or wrong to Grace, it was about her daughter's future, and she honestly believed she was doing the right, thinking that her daughter would just give up at contests or showcases because of her past actions, but maybe her reasoning of it being because she never got a choice in the first place. She never meant to make her daughter sad or feel like she had to compete for a dream, but it was what she previously thought best for her. Watching Ash congratulate her daughter with a hug, causing the honey-blonde girl to blush heavily. They honestly do make a cute couple, and she can already picture their wedding day. Of course, it won't be for many years, but just seeing them together is enough to put a smile on her face. "Delia, Ash, Greninja. Would you mind if I had a talk with my daughter in private?" Grace requested kindly. The Ketchums knew something important between these two was about to go down and politely made their way back to their home. With Ash wishing Serena a word of good luck before leaving. Serena held Fennekin in her arms as Grace stood in front of her. "Serena." Grace spoke softly. "I am sure you will make a greater coordinator and performer." "Mom, aren't you mad that I won?" Serena asked. "No dear, I am proud of you." Grace replied with a serene smile. "Tell me, do you know why I had us race with Skiddo?" "Because we only have one Rhyhorn." Serena guessed. "No dear, I had us race with Skiddo because they have the ability to sense the feeling of their riders and perform accordingly." Grace answered. "Seeing how determined you Skiddo was even after that trip, I knew you was serious about this goal. I want you to know that I never meant to make you sad by forcing Rhyhorn racing or any of those other activities. I never imagined you gave up simply because you didn't the choice. I'm sorry. It's okay, I know you only wanted what you thought was best for me. Serena replied, embracing her mum with a hug, using one arm for the gesture while the other kept a hold of Fennekin. Grace also engulfed her daughter in an affectionate hug. By the way, you know I think you make a cute couple with Ash, and how he was cheering you on. Grace whispered in a teasing tone. Mom! Serena cried out in embarrassment. Now that Grace was fully supportive of Serena's dream, the honey blonde girl and Fire Fox were able to practice night and day on both their performances and contests' battle moves. Soon becoming so close, they were like sisters in everything but blood. About 2 months after the race, Vanilleville Town held a special festival. Ash and Greninja were excited to battle other trainers, but due to the town being small, not many trainers would show up, which meant it was likely they couldn't have a battle as they lacked the opponent. However, Serena and Fennekin weren't hindered and planned out a brand new routine to perform for the town. In all honesty, there are a few children that live in Vanilleville as it is more of a place to raise a family due to the outdoors feel of the town, but due to how Serena used to be bullied, she didn't have any friends except for Ash and Fennekin. Luckily, that boy who bullied her moved to another town while she was at the summer camp, which Grace hoped would help her open up to more people. In one way it did, as that is how she met Fennekin, but she still couldn't make friends with the other children. This came to a head as they were waiting to go on for their performance to the town. Sycamore was acting as the MC and was the festival's special guest, which he didn't mind because of how much fun he's been having since taking on his 2 students. Fennekin barked Serena out of her stage fright and soon the two were on the stage. They began their routine as they practiced. It was like their first routine where they danced in sync while embers rained down over them, but to add to it, Serena made more dramatic dance moves while Fennekin created pillars of fire spin on either side. As the big finish was about to take place, Fennekin used fire spin around both herself and Serena, pushing the rest of the fire away. Making sure the gap in the middle of pillar was big enough so Serena didn't get burnt. As this happened, Fennekin grew white and began to change shape. Just as Serena got over her fear of being judged by others, it seems Fennekin responded by also maturing a bit, which resulted in the evolution. The force of the evolution pushed the final fire spin away, thus clearing a way of the remaining fire, leaving Serena and Braixen on stage. The former stood in front of her partner, while both struck a final pose. The crowd was silent as they just took in what they saw. While the performance was good, it was pretty basic by all accounts and wouldn't make it in an official showcase or even as a contest's appeals round, but considering the girl is so young, it was impressive nonetheless, and that is without even bringing the evolution into the argument. One by one, the crowd began cheering for the duo. Going backstage, Ash was the first to congratulate her, even giving her a hug, which caused both of them to blush. Grace was quick to follow while Greninja analyzed the newly evolved Braixen. He never thought much of Fennekin or the performances she would perform for him, but he has to admit, she did look good on that stage. And with her new evolution. With Fennekin now evolved into a Braixen, the two girls began to work on even more performances and even new moves to use in them. Needless to say, Sycamore was impressed with how well these two kids were progressing. Part of him wondered if they would be getting any more Pokémon before their official journey, as that would be the next logical step for their progression. As the two girls kept progressing, Ash and Greninja came to a realization about themselves. Ash's was that he was finally admit, if only to himself, that he liked his female honey blonde friend. Although he never actually told anyone, his heart would beat harder, faster, whenever she was nearby, while she clouded his thoughts when they were parted. When she would cheer him on during one of his battles or training, he always wanted to make it 1,000 times better simply because she was there, but likewise, if she missed something like that, then it was if that battle or whatever it was didn't matter. In short, she was always at the front of his mind. It was late at night and Ash saw Greninja looking up at the sky, out of their bedroom window. Since evolving, Greninja has been taking on the abilities of a ninja, which is fine as that is what his species is known for, hence him sleeping standing up and being most comfortable in the dark or shadows. "What you still doing up, Greninja?" Ash asked, joining his brother to look at the sky. "Huh, Ash?" Greninja questioned. "Nothing bud, just thinking." "Thinking about what?" Ash asked, but after a few moments it became clear Greninja had no intention of giving an answer. Greninja always promised he wouldn't lie to his brother, so this was his only option. "You know, I've been thinking a lot lately too." "About what?" Greninja asked. Ash blushed bright red although the darkness hid it from his brother, who wasn't focusing on him. It took a couple of minutes but eventually Ash decided he could trust his brother with his revaluation. Besides, it's not like he can tell Serena since she can't understand a Pokémon's native tongue. "I've been thinking about Serena." "Planning your wedding already?" Greninja asked, in a teasing. "No." Ash replied, defensively. "But, I have been thinking about what I think about her." "And what have you concluded?" Greninja asked. "Well, she changed my whole world. Before I met her, I was either a freak in Pallet Town, the lair, or just the kid with no friends." Ash answered. "All because I am able to speak with Pokémon. Either I was being made to translate to help others. Being called a lair since no one can understand Pokémon or being picked on by Gary, for whatever reason he could think of. In short, before I met her, I was miserable." Greninja nodded in understanding as he can remember Ash telling him about his life in Kanto before. He personally wanted to meet this arrogant little brat called Gary and show him what it's like to be picked on, but that isn't exactly possible right now. Then Serena came along and my whole world changed. She wanted to be my friend, not because I can understand Pokémon or whatever and not just pretending so she could belittle me later. She was like me, in a way, which is probably why we got on so well. Ash continued. "She was also the reason I got to meet you. Since moving to Kalos, it's been one great thing after another and it is all because I met her." "But," Greninja urged his brother to continue. "But as we have been here together for the last several months. Learning from the professor and training both you and Braixen." Ash answered in a quieter tone as his cheeks blushed a deeper shade of red. "I have come to realize something." "Which is?" Greninja asked, guessing he already knew where this was going. "I think." Ash hesitated once more. "I think I might like Serena. Like her more than a friend." "Halli frickin' Luja!" Greninja cried out. "So, when are you gonna tell her?" "What?" Ash cried out. "I can't do that. It might ruin our friendship. Actually, I was thinking of challenging her and Braixen to a battle. You know, like as a sort of clue since Sycamore always said there is no better way for two trainers to understand each other than with a battle." I don't think that is quite what he meant." Greninja's sweat dropped. "He has both an evolution and a major type advantage over Braixen. Not to mention he focuses on training most of his time while Braixen is mixed up with fashion, performances, and the only sort of battles she partakes in are contest battles, so wouldn't he have a kind of advantage over her? Not to mention, he is still trying to piece his feelings for the Fire Fox together. Maybe a battle against her could help him out in that regard. Of course, he wouldn't let Ash know about that particular motive. But if that's what you want, I'm in." The next day at the lab, after the morning session, Ash put his battle proposal forward to Serena and Braixen. While they were unsure, even a little skeptical about what this was about, a little encouragement from Sycamore made both girls agree. After all, the professor reasoned it would be good for both of them to see where the other was in terms of progress. Of course, because of Greninja's advantage over Braixen, Serena argued that it should be a contest battle to give them more of an edge. Although not exactly happy as he has no contest experience, Greninja eventually agreed and the battle got underway. The battle was on a 5-minute time limit and points went back and forth. Greninja didn't have much skill in terms of showing off his moves other than using pure power, so Serena and Delphox easily took the leads with the points. Eventually, the timer got down to a minute and Greninja's power play was getting to Braixen, while doing nothing for the points, it was doing a number on her health. With one final push, she was able to evolve into a Delphox, but activating the bond phenomena in response, Greninja ended the newly evolved Delphox with a water shuriken, which knocked her out just as the timer went off. Although a KO would normally signify a win in any battle, contests included, however Sycamore declared it a draw considering Serena and Delphox held such a big lead with the points and didn't fall until the last second. With the battle over and Delphox now fully evolved, neither girl realized just how much that battle affected the two boys, as it seemed to confirm for both of them what their true feelings were. Although not one to admit it, Serena figured out Delphox might have a slight crush on Greninja, and Serena herself was basically an open book when it came to her feelings for Ash. Over the time with Delphox now evolved, Serena and her sister worked on even more performances, each more dazzling and impressive than the last. Sycamore even thought she could enter a showcase with some of them. Although that didn't mean they ignored the battle practice, and after the tie with Ash and Greninja, both girls doubled down to ensure they were getting stronger and stronger every day. Although now the lab still has the same issue with chespins that it previously had when only Greninja was around the place. Since both a Greninja and a Delphox are around the lab, it meant hardly anyone would choose a Chespin as a starter. For a time, Sycamore did consider raising a Chespin himself up to a Chestnut, but knowing that in a few short years his two students will leave on their own journey, taking both Greninja and Delphox with them on that journey, that would only be making a problem for later down the road. Luckily, it became more common for groups of 3 trainers to be selected to pick a starter at a time, not just in Kalos but in every region, with a regional professor who give out starters and Pokédexes. This meant each starter was now picked at an even rate despite having both Greninja and Delphox around. The place. Author's note. Prologue Chapter 4, Legend of Aura. Next, Ash was sent a Pokémon by Arceus himself, although not quite as boisterous as Ash or Greninja, being more of a wise master, he was still as reckless as the two brothers when the time would call for it. But his appearance did finally uncovering the secret of why Ash can understand Pokémon. Riley Jen, an Aura Guardian from the Sinnoh region. He is currently in his cabin on Iron Island, located in his home region. He isn't alone in this cabin, no, he has his trusted partner Lucario and also a very special guest. But first, I am betting you are wondering, what is an Aura Guardian? Well, Aura Guardians are unique humans who can connect and manipulate aura. What is aura, I hear you ask? Aura is the essence of life, and all living things have their own aura. All Aura Guardians are chosen from birth by Arceus to wield the power and be a protector of his creation, although very few ever meet him. You will also see each Aura Guardian is partnered with a Lucario, just like Riley is. This is because Lucario are the only Pokémon known to be able to manipulate aura are Lucarios, and their evolutionary line. That is actually what the special guest is. You see, as part of the legacy of the Aura Guardians, Lucarios are the perfect partners for every Aura Guardian, and Arceus makes the training easier for them, as he sets a single Riolu egg with prior knowledge of aura usage, and with the set goal to find and help trainer their human partner in aura usage. This also means only those pure of heart are trained as Aura Guardians, as first they must evolve their Riolu into a Lucario, something only possible through love and friendship. The eggs are set to hatch when it is time for said Aura Guardian to start their training. An easy way to spot these Riolu are the ones who can use the move Aura Sphere before evolution. As you might have guessed it, Riley's special guest is a Riolu, and not just any sort of Riolu but a newly hatched one. And one capable of using Aura Sphere. The Aura Guardian and his partner watched the young one throwing Aura Spheres around like it was some sort of game. You know, this can only mean one thing. Lucario spoke up, after the shock of seeing the Riolu egg they have been looking after for some time finally hatch. There is another Guardian out there. Or soon to be Guardian. Riley corrected himself. Guess we have our next mission, unite Riolu with his chosen. Now the only question is, where on earth is this second Guardian? Lucario asked. You were already a trainer when you got me, so it made sense you just received me out of Arceus meddling, but why couldn't he do the same with this Riolu? Well, I was the first Guardian of this generation, maybe he gave me the egg this time to ensure both Guardians meet one another. Riley shrugged. That is a good possibility. Lucario conceded. But it doesn't help us with finding the Guardian. Lucario replied before he got an idea. Holding his paw out, Lucario's eyes grew blue before they encased the newly hatched Pokémon in a psychic hold. It wasn't strong enough to cause any sort of damage, but it did immobilize Riolu and allowed the Aura Pokémon to look into the newly hatched's memories. After a few seconds, Lucario ended the psychic hold. Kalos! Lucario exclaimed. I couldn't see who the Guardian looks like, but they are located in the Kalos region, and I also saw some sort of lab. A lab? Riley mused. But I would think any of the researchers in one would be too old. Don't Guardians normally start training around 16 or so? I know we did. That is typically the case but not always possible. Lucario explained. Maybe we should go to Lumioso anyway. That is where the regional professor of the region is based. It makes the logical assumption to start there. Not having anything to argue that point, Lucario explained to the Riolu what the plan of action was while Riley packed and made preparations to leave for the region of love. He has been there a couple times but Lumioso will be a new stop for him. Riley and Lucario has spent the last 2 years looking after this Riolu egg. Normally a Pokemon egg takes between 10 months and a year before hatching, so they knew there was something special, like the Pokemon was waiting. Once it hatched into a healthy Riolu, who could use Aura Sphere, Riley knew there was another Aura Guardian soon to be in business, so it was only natural they would unite the two and also meet their brother or sister Guardian. It took about 4 days for the Aura Guardian and the two fighting types to make it to the capital city of the Kalos region, and using a little aura, they quickly found their way to the Sycamore Pokemon Lab. They knew they could walk in and just ask if anyone there was an Aura Guardian to be, but that wouldn't work out so well. Aura is seen mostly in fairy tales and most don't see it as being an actual thing because of all the myths and legends surrounding it. Not to mention, the next Guardian wouldn't actually know themselves until their aura is awakened, so the direct approach would be pointless. Going with Plan B, the Aura Guardian and his partner decided to scout out the location. If they could find a possible subject for the Guardian, then they could confirm it with a small aura wave in the area. It wouldn't affect those not meant to use aura, but it would ignite the flame, so to speak, in the Guardian. Ah, Alan Adams. Pleasure to meet you. The professor greeted the teenager at the front of the lab. I believe you're here about an internship. Yes, Professor. I am interested in being a research and am studying at Lumioso University, but I would like the chance to experience lab work firsthand. Alan, a teenager around the age of 17, explained. Very well, you already know I have 2 students here, so I could use your help with them. Sycamore explained. I'll tell you what, we'll give you a trail run on a temporary basis and we can go from there. Riley and Lucario followed the professor and his new assistant to the 2 students Sycamore mentioned. Those students were a boy and a girl, around the age of 6 or 7, based on their appearances. While the professor himself was a little too old to start his Aura Guardian training and those 2 kids were too young, the new intern, Alan, he seemed like the best for Riolu's partner Guardian. Riley took the initiative and sent out a small aura burst, which would fully awake the Guardian's aura. It was at that point he made a terrible mistake. And also made himself known. The boy, who was in the middle of training with a strong-looking Greninja, started to glow blue as aura took over his body. Hey! Greninja! I feel funny. Ash warned his partner before falling on his back, unconscious. Ash! Serena exclaimed, rushing to his side, along with Sycamore and Alan. Greninja, while also wanting his brother to be fine, knew medical knowledge was far from his forte. His speciality, as it were, was hitting stuff. Trusting the professor and Serena to take care of his brother, Greninja turned his attention to the new presence he just felt a split second before Ash grew blue. Revealing Riley's location to everyone else, Greninja soon had the Guardian up against the wall with a night slash against his throat in a threatening manner. Lucario had a bone rush activated and was blocking the angry-looking water type from cutting his partner's head off. From the looks of it, both Pokémon looked evenly matched. Sycamore and Serena looked at the commotion while Delphox took a defensive stance in front of Serena. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Sycamore asked as Alan carried Ash to the medical bay. Neither Riley or Lucario made a sound. "I would answer quickly, Greninja isn't known for being patient," Serena added, looking ticked off about what happened to Ash. "I think we got off on the wrong foot," Riley replied with a nervous sweat. "Any chance we can start over?" "I swear this is just a big misunderstanding." "But the boy, I believe you called him Ash, he has a right to know what is going to happen first." Sycamore seemed to be analyzing the man in front of him, more so the clothes he was wearing. They seem like a carbon copy from the outfits of Aura Guardians from the legends and fairy tales. The Lucario also seemed to point to some sort of an aura connection. While many believe aura to be that of myth, Sycamore has always had a strange belief in it. He does specialize in mega evolution after all, and while everyone knows the story of the Mad King who created the ultimate weapon which led to the creation of Mega Stones, what many don't know if it was rumored to be an Aura Guardian who brought an end to that battle. "Fine. Greninja, stand down," Sycamore answered after what seemed like an eternity. Greninja mumbled something under his breath but complied and ended his night slash, with Lucario doing the same. Sycamore turned back to Riley as the man dusted himself off. "But don't think you can just go anywhere, you need to wait for Ash to wake up, and one wrong move, and I doubt I could stop Greninja again even if I wanted to." "Of course," Riley replied, trying to remain professional despite being threatened. He can understand their uneasiness with him. From their perspective, a total stranger just broke into the lab and knocked out a young boy, of course they would be mad. In the medical bay, Alan, who has been trained in first aid, made Ash comfy on the bed before leaving him so he could rest in peace. After a quick examination, it appears nothing in the young boy is damaged or injured, they just need to wait for the boy to wake up. After the teenage boy left the room, a little Riolu broke through one of the air vents and dropped into the room. He pretended to take a nap so that Aura Guardian would leave him be, but at the first chance once in the lab, he wandered off on his own. Now he has the chance to meet his Aura partner, who he has been sent to train into a full Guardian. Climbing up to the bed in the room, he found the young boy sleeping. Smiling as he sensed the pure heart come off this boy, Riolu waddled over to the pillow. The sneaking around really tired him, so he too shall take a nap, along with his Aura partner. The little fighting type curled up on Ash's pillow and soon fell into a deep sleep, although was still ready in case anything or one tried to attack them, he will still be ready to defend his partner while he sleeps. Although what sort of guard would a newly hatched Pokémon make? Hopefully they won't need to find out. After a few hours, Ash woke up. His eyes blinked as he looked around the room he found himself in. It didn't take him long to realize this is the medical bay of the lab, where he has been a few times after injuring himself during some of his reckless actions. Sitting up in the bed, he was expecting to feel sore or dizzy or something, but he didn't feel any of that. In fact, he felt better than ever, like he was connected to everything around him. Suddenly, a voice appeared behind him. "Hello, partner." The voice, which sounded quite young, spoke softly from behind him. Ash turned around in surprise to find a small, blue, canine Pokémon. It has black legs and torso, a blue tail, and a yellow collar. It has rounded bumps on the backs of its forepaws. It has a black mask and red eyes. It stands on its toes instead of its entire foot, and finally it has developed two black appendages that hang down from its head. Understandably, Ash was shocked to see a new Pokémon he has never seen before and promptly fell backwards off the bed in surprise. The fighting type crawled over the bed and looked down at the raven-haired boy with concern. "Are you okay, partner? I didn't mean to scare you." Riolu spoke once again. Ash stared at the Pokémon, and looking into his eyes, he could tell he was still quite young and doesn't seem to pose any threat. If he wanted to hurt Ash, he could have done while he was asleep, and he keeps calling him partner, that isn't threatening in the slightest. It's just confusing. Yeah. I'm good," Ash replied sheepishly as he stood up. "I'm Ash, by the way, nice to meet you. I already know who you are, Ash Ketchum. I'm Riolu, by the way. Riolu replied as he stood up, being on the bed. He was about the same height as Ash. I was sent here by Arceus to train you, so we can protect the world. Protect the world? Ash questioned. What are you talking about? Riolu is talking about your future, Ash. A strange voice answered as the door opened. The first two in the room were Serena and Greninja. Serena engulfed him with a hug while Greninja remained standing as to not show any sort of emotion, but he was still visibly relieved. Next into the room was Sycamore, Alan, Delia and some weird man dressed in blue, who looked like he was getting a scolding by Delia. I take it this girl is your mate, partner. Riolu spoke innocently. What? Ash exclaimed, turning bright red. Unfortunately, that wasn't exactly the right thing to say in front of Greninja, who picked the fighting type up by the tail and gave him a glare. If looks could kill. Let's get one thing straight, I am Ash's partner. Not you. Greninja pointed out in a threatening tone. Greninja, was it? I hate to burst your bubble, but technically Riolu was correct. He was sent here for the intended purpose of being Ash's partner. Riley pointed out, but upon the water type turning his glare at himself, Riley scooted behind Sycamore, remembering when the ninja almost took his head off. Alright then, Riley, you said you would explain everything once Ash was awake. Sycamore stepped in, wanting to finally get some answers. Right, of course. Riley replied before straightening himself out. First, although I have already introduced myself to most of you, for those who I haven't yet. My name is Riley General. I originate from the Sinnoh region. Lucario is my partner and together, we are Aura Guardians. Aura Guardian? Alan questioned. You mean like those heroes from fairy tales? Yes, but we are very much real. In fact, many of those fairy tale characters actually existed at some point or another. Riley answered. Now as to why I am here, it is because we received confirmation that a new guardian was about to be awakened and we had to unite Riolu with this person. We were lead to this place on our task and Riolu would act as the guardian's teacher in the ways of Aura. So, I am this Aura Guardian? Ash asked, recovering from what Riolu said. Yes Ash, although I am surprised you was chosen to have your powers awakened at such a young age. Riley replied. How come? Sycamore asked. Normally, guardians have their powers awakened at around 16 years old, so their bodies are mature enough to handle its power and they are also mentally mature enough to help evolve their Riolu partner into a Lucario. Riley explained. As such, I assumed Alan here was to be the guardian once we saw everyone in the lab. So why did you knock my son out? Delia asked in a threatening tone. Riley's sweat dropped. If this is what Ash goes through whenever he does something reckless, like Greninja joked while the Guardian received a scolding from both Delia and Serena. Aura Guardians are meant to run into danger to protect the innocent, so if this is what Ash will go through each time, then the Sinnoh native truly pities him. That was an accident, I swear. Riley put his hands up in defense. He may be an Aura Guardian, but even he is scared of a mother's wrath. Like I said, I believed Alan was the guardian, so I sent out a small aura pulse to awaken his aura. In a fully matured body, it wouldn't have done much, just ignite the start of the abilities, but because he's so much younger, his aura overwhelmed him, knocking him out while his body adjusted to the power. So why didn't it affect anyone else? Alan asked. Only guardians or those chosen to bear the role are in tune with aura enough for it to affect them. Every living creature has their own aura, but few can manipulate it. Riley explained. Although Pokémon are more in tune with nature, which would explain how Greninja discovered us after the aura pulse. So, I'm going to become an Aura Guardian? Ash asked. That's right, Ash. But like all guardians, first you must prove you are worthy and pure of heart by evolving Riolu into a Lucario. Riley explained. Is that because Riolu can only evolve through a strong bond with their trainer? Sycamore asked. Correct. It is the perfect way to ensure only those with good intentions graduate to fully fledged guardians. Riley replied. Although that does leave me with one dilemma. Because of Ash's young age, he wouldn't be able to control his aura if it decided to break out. Why would it do that? Serena asked. Aura is naturally tuned to do the right thing and will intervene if it sees a situation where it could help. Say if a Pokémon or someone is stuck in a river which is running away. Riley explained. I have control over my aura, but Ash wouldn't. When Riolu evolves, he would be able to keep Ash's aura under control until Ash can do it himself, but he can't while still a Riolu. So, what do you suggest we do? Sycamore asked. I would like to stick around. I could start Ash's training over controlling his aura while he bonds with Riolu. Riley requested. It would only be until Riolu evolves, but it would also be the safest way to ensure his aura didn't go out of control or anything. While not happy with the man who knocked Ash out being around, no one could think of another way around this dilemma. Sycamore offered Riley a room in the lab and plans were made for Ash to start his training as an aura guardian. Over the next few weeks, Ash and Riolu grew closer. Although Greninja wasn't happy about how Riolu would always call Ash partner, he was happy to have a new training partner. Due to having Riley's Lucario, Greninja and Garchomp as training partners, Riolu grew at a very fast rate, in terms of battling ability. Riolu took his training as seriously as Greninja does but also had more of a playful side to himself. This came useful for growing a bond with Ash as after each day at the lab, they would get home and play all sorts of games, like tag, hide and seek, catch, and even some more intellectual games when it was raining, like beacons and ladders, chess, checkers and Monopoly. They even convinced Greninja to take a break from training from time to time to play with them. Meanwhile, Riley started training Ash in ways of controlling his aura. The proper training of how to manipulate it and use the different abilities like Aura Sight or using it in combat is what Riolu shall teach him once he evolves into a Lucario. As Riley and Ash worked on controlling Ash's power from within, the two grew close, as such Ash began to see the experienced Aura Guardian as a sort of older brother. While Greninja took more interest in Riley's Lucario. The Water Ninja could see a strong Pokémon when he sees one and even when trying to decapitate Riley at their first meeting, he could tell Lucario was holding back a bit of strength as he didn't want to hurt Greninja, just defend Riley. As such, like whenever he has met a strong opponent, Greninja challenged him to a battle. Neither side held much of a type advantage because they are both dual types, water being effective against steel but fighting being strong against dark. Although Lucario soon ended up taking an advantage. Since this was a battle just between the Pokémon since Riley and Ash were working on controlling Aura, Greninja couldn't access his bond. Phenomena. Over the weeks, Greninja and Lucario traded blows in battle multiple times. While each match was close, and Greninja got closer to victory each time, slowly piecing together Lucario's style although he was never able to actually beat the Aura Pokémon. Which makes sense, he was only able to beat Garchomp by accessing his bond phenomena and Lucario taking training much more seriously than the dragon. Nearly a month after Riley first showed up, Riolu evolved into a Lucario during a training session with Grace's Rhyhorn. Like how Froakie would battle the ground rock type before evolving, he was Riolu's first proper opponent in a serious battle, although this was far from their first. This was actually the first time that Riolu, Air Lucario was able to beat the racing champion. After evolution, Lucario became more of a wise mentor for Ash, rather than the playful buddy that he was as a Riolu. Lucario also one of his greatest partners, even supporting Ash in his reckless antics, and took each punishment with Ash consequently when Delia and Serena chewed him out. Although, with Riolu's evolution came a sad time as it meant Riley no longer had a reason to stay around. Ash was of course saddened by this as he has grown close of the Aura Guardian, who has become a sort of older brother figure for him. However, Ash wasn't the only sad one by this as Greninja was also saddened by this news. He has been working hard to try and best Riley's Lucario in battle, so just before they left, Riley agreed to one more battle but this time with Ash and himself as a part of it. The battle went pretty much as they did before, with them seeming almost evenly matched until Ash and Greninja brought out the bond phenomena. Although both Riley and Lucario kept a neutral expression, they recognized the form Greninja took on. It was like the form of the trusted partner Greninja of the hero who stopped the Mad King all those years ago. Legend has it, the form shares the same energy signature as that from Mega Evolution simply because this energy was passed over during that crisis. Seeing as Ash is able to perform that miracle evolution, it makes sense why he was sent a Riolu at such a young age. Despite having the odds being against them now, neither Riley or Lucario gave up on the fight. It came to a final clash between Water Shuriken and Aura Sphere respectively, which caused a massive explosion. Both Pokémon were encased in the blast, knocking both of them out. Even taking the wind out of Ash, but his new aura prevented him from passing out this time. It ended in a draw. Once both Pokémon were on their feet, Riley said his final goodbye while promising he would see Ash again, at some point. Meanwhile Lucario told Greninja he shouldn't rely too heavily on that power as it is only a fair fight if the opponent could match it. While Greninja took it with a grain of salt since even with it he couldn't best Lucario, he remembered how he was only able to beat Garchomp with it as well. Not to mention, they always tend to use it as a panic button in many of the battles they have had, they wouldn't have needed it to win, likely. Which can't be good for Ash's health. Although they had a rough meeting, it turned out to be fun time in the end. Ash was finally able to discover why he was able to talk with Pokémon, as it is a byproduct of his aura, and they also became good friends with Riley and Lucario. Although Ash wasn't happy when he was told that many of the abilities Lucario could teach him was limited by his age because of what his body would be able to take. Although, what could they do to change it? Speaking of Lucario, he quickly caught up to Greninja's level of battling experience and the two also became sparring partners for most of the time. While they did share much of the same fighting style, Greninja was much quicker on his feet while Lucario packed more of a punch. Greninja also focused more on bettering himself without going into the special form with Ash, wanting to prove he was strong without needling that boost. While Sycamore was sad about getting less time to study the bond phenomena, but he respected Greninja's reasoning. As time went on, Lucario and Ash grew closer as they got down to Ash's aura training. This also turned out to be good for Ash's health as it turned into a good workout. Combined with the cooking skills he was picking up from his mother, Ash was slowly growing some muscles. Although Ash did get freaked out when he discovered Serena would watch him train from time to time. Not like he could complain since he enjoyed watching her performances. Delia wasn't that happy when she learned her little boy would be getting a role as dangerous as Aura Guardian, but she couldn't argue against Riley teaching him to control the power as if he didn't then the power could hurt her baby. Of course, she also wasn't happy to learn that Lucario encouraged Ash's reckless actions, just like Greninja, although one positive was, he is shown to have more manners, even eating his dinner in a nice style, so hopefully that quality will rub off on Ash. Alan was confused. He was just an ordinary student who wanted some experience in a lab to learn firsthand how to run one. Now he has a front row seat to the craziest class ever. Ash and Serena are learning a lot from Sycamore, so much so that in a year or two and they could match his own brain. They have already shown to be better at raising Pokémon than he is, considering he hasn't raised a single one yet and they have raised 3 between them, all in less than a year to become fully evolved. Needless to say, he wouldn't change this internship for anything. Finally, Sycamore was thinking, it is more than likely in the 3.5 years he has with his 2 students that they will be befriending more Pokémon before they leave on their journey, and thus it will make sense that he will need help. Of course, Alan is already proving himself useful in helping teach his 2 students and also helping them take care of their Pokémon, but he is only a student and has his studies to focus on, so maybe he should think about bringing some new assistants to the lab. Not just interns like Alan but proper assistants who can help with his projects, and Ash and Serena, the only question is, who? Prologue Chapter 5, A Wonderful Water Ballet. Next came the Queen of Water, who started out shy and alone, but after a little special training and getting to face her worst nightmare, she became a prideful and powerful battler with a craving for being on stage. It was a normal afternoon in the Sycamore lab. The morning was filled with lessons and learning for the professor's 2 students and their 3 Pokémon. Now Ash and Greninja were locked in a battle with Garchomp, attempting to best the pseudo-legendary without using their bond phenomena. Meanwhile, Serena and Delphox were testing out their newly learned contest battle skills against Lucario. You're probably wondering why Lucario. Well, it's because they have limited options, and while not focusing on the contest style, the wise mentor took up a couple lessons so he could help his partner's mate better herself. Although Serena and Delphox were clearly more experienced with the more dazzling style than Lucario, the fighting steel type proved to be very adept and gave them a decent challenge, even if he could beat them in this certain area of battle. Once the battle was over, the 3 of them decided to rest for a little bit while watching the rest of Ash's battle. They were sat near the pond in the reserve, as they ninja and dragon can get a little excited in battle and they didn't want to get hit. As they watched the battle come to an end, with it being a tie between the 2 of them, Serena's eye wandered to the water where she saw a big bubble floating out of the water. Looking at the top of the bubble, she saw a Pokémon on top of it. It was a Poplio. The little mon was clearly upset. The bubble was also slowly floating towards the edge. "Hello there, why are you sad?" Serena asked, once the water type was close enough to speak to. Poplio. The Pokémon explained. Serena's sweat dropped as she realized she couldn't understand what this Pokémon was saying, but she has an easy way around that. Once gaining Poplio's permission, she picked her up and carried her over to Ash, where she asked him to translate. Of course, he was more than happy to help. Poplio said. Ash stated after hearing the story. She comes from a region called Alola and her trainer was very strong. After he was defeated by a Primarina, which is her evolved form, he caught her so he could have a powerful Pokémon like that, but she doesn't enjoy battling. So he got angry and would have his stronger Pokémon attack her. Eventually he sent her back here, where he started his journey and told her to think about her bad behavior for when he calls upon her again. Now she is scared of what will happen. She has always been more interested in beauty than battles, but he. Needless to say, everyone who heard the story was boiling with anger, but none more so than Serena. Ash excused himself to go and tell Sycamore, since this trainer is one of Sycamore's pupils, he should be able to do something. Note, a pupil is what a professor calls the trainers which start their journeys at their lab. And now she is scared about what will happen if or when he calls her back. Ash finished his explain to the professor. He was slightly out of breath as he didn't really take a break from running to find Sycamore or during the long explanation. Well, that is a concerning story to say the least. Sycamore mused as he rubbed his chin. But it's not a story, it's true. Ash shouted back. Oh no, Ash, you misunderstood. I believe what you just told and that it came from Poplio. Sycamore reassured. It's just that, when Poplio arrived she had no physical injuries which would signify any sort of abuse towards her. But what about what she told me? Ash asked. While that would be the basis of any sort of case brought against her trainer, it isn't enough by itself. Sycamore explained. We would have doubt about how you came to acquire this information unless we reveal the truth about your aura, but even if we did reveal that information, it wouldn't be a strong case anyway. Why not? Ash asked. Because you are a child, Ash, you're not old enough to be held criminally responsible, so seeing you as a key witness as the translator would put doubt over many of the jury, all by itself. Sycamore explained. Then comes the issue with you having both a Greninja and a Lucario as your Pokémon. What do you mean? Ash asked. If it is revealed that you have your own Pokémon, then it could be twisted around to say that you are trying to have Poplio taken off her trainer simply so she could join your team instead. Sycamore explained. In which case, you would be at risk of losing your trainer's license before even receiving it. Note, Ash and Serena both have a probation license, which allows them to carry Pokémon but not to travel or identify as official trainers. So do we just give up and wait until he physically hurts Poplio or worse? Ash asked, with an angry tone in his voice. Of course not. Sycamore replied. I will put a ban on him calling Poplio for the time being, so she will stay at the lab. Meanwhile, I will continue to search for any sort of abuse signs, which aren't translated. Physical evidence is stronger than hearsay. But until you find this evidence, he will be allowed to continue as a trainer? Ash asked, with a clenched fist. While it is true Poplio showed signs of depression when first arriving, that could have been for multiple reasons. Sycamore explained. And from what Poplio told you, it sounds like it is only her that was treated badly due to her distaste for regular battles. Well, at least she will be safe at the lab for the time being. Ash sighed, accepting defeat. Now don't sound like that. Sycamore attempted to motivate. Now that we know what has been going on, we know what to look out for. Why don't you go and tell Serena and Poplio the plan, and I will go over the checkup records again, from when she arrived. Although Sycamore believed what Ash told him and what Poplio said happened, his hands were tied as he has no evidence which couldn't easily be thrown out in any sort of case he brought against the trainer. Although he promised he would do his best to get some sort of evidence against this trainer for both his students and Poplio. Back with Serena, Delphox and Poplio, the three girls were sat together just chatting. Serena understood Delphox to the point she didn't need Ash to translate for them, and her Fire Fox was basically translating Poplio's thoughts to Serena. It turns out, Poplio had a lot of interest in being beautiful and showing off, but her trainer has long since destroyed her confidence. This gave Serena an idea, and she went and got changed into a swimming costume. Returning to her two Pokémon. To Poplio's surprise, Serena dived into the reserve. Delphox's sweat dropped. As this is a sort of stunt she would see Ash pulling. She isn't about to jump in with Serena, but she will be ready to grab her with Psychic, just in case. Poplio questioned. Come on Poplio, we've been talking about what it would be like to have performances together and even brainstormed a couple of them. Serena encouraged. Why don't we try one of them out? Obviously, they wouldn't try one of the big spectacular ones that they imagined, at least not yet. Right now they would be working on something simple like synchronized swimming. Well, it may not be that simple, but from every water-based showcase she has seen, synchronized swimming seems to be the basis to most of them, so it seems like a good starting point. Serena kicked off the edge and began to swim further into the reserve. Poplio took the hint and followed her. Serena decided to only use her feet to do light kicks to move her, as splashing around when properly swimming isn't very graceful. Due to her slow swimming speed and Poplio being a natural-born swimmer, the water type quickly caught up to her. Serena smiled. While not perfectly in sync, it was a good start. Let's return to Delphox, you go left and I go right. Serena told the water type. Using her head to guide the rest of her body, Serena turned in the water, still only using light kicks to propel herself. Poplio, realizing she is naturally faster in the water than Serena is, slowed herself down, trying to match Serena's speed as she turned in the opposite direction. Soon both of them reached the side where Delphox was waiting. So Delphox, how did that look? Serena asked. Delphox explained in her own language what she thought. It was mostly positive, but just being able to swim in a circle together wouldn't be all that impressive. Serena appreciated her starter's honest and began to talk with Poplio some more about how they could improve it. Hey Serena, the professor said. Ash began to speak as he walked into the reserve. He stopped in his tracks when he saw Serena in the reserve's pool with a Pokémon he identified as a Poplio. He was shocked to say the least. They have never been swimming in the water, as it was usually meant for water types. Ash! Serena exclaimed, embarrassed at being caught like this. The professor told me to come and tell you that he would try his hardest to build a case against Poplio's trainer, but he isn't able to make any promises. Ash stuttered slightly as his cheeks turned red. I need to go and find Greninja and Lucario. Quick as a bullet, he charged out of the reserve. He has no idea about why he was so embarrassed right then. He has been taken swimming with Serena a bunch of times, to the swimming center in Vanilleville Town, that is, so why was this time so different? He leaned against a wall as he became all dizzy and confused. What is happening to him? Over the next couple of months, Serena and Poplio continued to grow close and practice their water ballets. While the group weren't happy about Poplio's trainer still being allowed to travel as an active trainer despite verbally abusing Poplio, they had moved past that. The children and their Pokémon are currently in the reserve. Ash is working out, next to Greninja, who is also working out in almost the same way. While Lucario agreed to help Delphox develop her contest battle style more. While Lucario isn't a contest expert in the slightest, he just needs to use attacks which Delphox counters in a contest style. Meanwhile, Serena was back in the reserve with Poplio. They were practicing their synchronized swimming routine, but it has very much improved from just doing the loop in the water. They swim out to the reserve, but instead of looping around, they do a flip, so they end up swimming straight down. Parting at the bottom, they swim to the opposite edges of the reserve before facing each other. They were about to kick off to swim towards each other when Serena suddenly began to cough. Being under the water didn't help, as she began an involuntary swallow some of the water. Sycamore made sure the reserve was regularly clean, so that wasn't an issue, but the fact Serena couldn't breathe underwater was. She began to struggle as she took in more water. On the surface, no one knew what was happening due to the loud noise drowning out her struggles. Realizing she is the only one able to do anything at this particular moment in time, Poplio put on a brave face and began to swim towards the honey blonde girl. Serena has done so much for her over these last 2 months. Not only has she helped her out with her confidence issues, but she has been a really great friend, and she can't let her best friend go like this. With all her might, Poplio reached Serena and began to push her towards the surface, but she realized pushing Serena through the water would be a much tougher job than she originally imagined. While Poplio is a strong swimmer, she doesn't have the strongest body. Suddenly Serena stopped struggling as her eyes grew heavy. Knowing she doesn't have a lot of time left, the sea lion Pokémon dug deep and began to glow white as she pushed harder than ever before. The Pokémon and young girl burst out of the water and made their way to the edge of the reserve. The water type made sure Serena's top half was resting on the ground before rubbing her flippers against her back to help her bring up the water she swallowed. "Serena!" Ash exclaimed, being one of the first to see what was happening. His outburst instantly made the others stop what they were doing, as Ash shot off to help his best friend in any way that he could. Delphox also shot off towards her, but was slightly behind Ash because he was closer to begin with and started about a second sooner as well. By the time they reached her, she was leaning on the edge of the ground. Delphox used a light psychic move on her to lift her out of the water and put her in the recovery position. She began to cough and brought up some more of the water she swallowed under the reserve. She slowly began to come around and sat up, but before she could take in what happened, she found herself being hugged by Ash. "Serena, you had me so worried. I didn't know what was happening," Ash told her as he held onto her like his life depended on it. He didn't care that she was still wet from the swimming session, he was just glad she was okay. Serena, for her part, was completely silent. She has since realized what happened. She was swimming but lost her breath, and Poplio, no, Brian, saved her. Then she came up to find Ash hugging her, which caused her face to turn bright red. She was always looking for ways to make Ash show her the slightest bit of affection, but this wasn't how she planned to make him show it. Soon he calmed down but didn't end the embrace. Ash. Greninja approached the kids. "If you're going to cuddle, could you at least let Serena get dried and dressed first?" That statement from his brother in everything but blood caused the raven-haired boy to jump in surprise, ending the embrace with Serena. The honey blonde girl, while upset that the moment was ruined, was overall happy at the affection he showed her. She got up and went to get changed. After the event in which Brian evolved, a few things changed. Ash made sure that he would watch every time Serena went to practice with Brian, as he didn't want a repeat of what almost happened. Both of them also asked the professor to teach them first aid, which he was happy to. Over the months, they both became qualified first aiders and FHSO, Fire Health and Safety Officer, for the lab. Although Brian wanted to join Serena's team, there was one slight problem. Brian's official trainer, Unless Sycamore had sufficient evidence of abuse, more than just Bryan's words, or the trainer willingly released her, then nothing could be done. Until, one day, they had said trainer visit the lab. The kids were in the reserve. Delphox and Lucario were sparring once more, but the main difference was Ash, Serena, Greninja and Bryan were training together. At the minute, Greninja was attempting to teach Bryan how to use hydro pump. And once the pressure has built up enough, you fire it, just make sure you have a solid footing before letting it go or it will send you flying in the opposite direction. The water dart type finished his explanation. Bryan nodded in understanding before putting Greninja's lesson into practice. She tensed up while she built up the pressure in the water sacs in her body, just like how she would for the moves water gun or bubble beam. Then once she felt what was her limit for those moves, she ignored the instinct to let it fire and tensed up even more. By this point her body was shaking, subconsciously she had it create a bubble beam but without firing it. Then next thing she did was open her mouth and in one large go, a sphere of water shot out. It was like a combination of hydro pump's power but in the shape of a bubble beam, if all the bubbles formed into one. That was totally awesome. Ash shouted in excitement. But it wasn't exactly hydro pump. Serena voice, concerned. But you know how long it took Greninja to master that move, this was one of her first attempts at using it. Ash reassured. Plus, I bet that move would work well in a contest or showcase anyway. Thanks Ash. Serena replied, thankful for the support. Whoa. A voice appeared behind the group, turning to the side they saw. That was powerful. The person to show up was an 11-year-old boy with medium length, styled hair and flashy clothes. He had an air of arrogance around him as he looked at the two water types along with these kids. Is that Greninja either of yours? The kid asked. Well, Greninja is my partner, if that what you mean. Ash replied, not liking how he referred to Greninja like some sort of property. How come? 'Cause I just learnt that my Poplio evolved whilst it was here and is now pretty powerful. The boy replied. Even if I can't catch that Greninja as well, I still want to test out Bryan in a battle. You mean you're Bryan's trainer? Serena asked, trying to mask the anger in her voice. After hearing about how he belittled her friend, she has been wanting to give the trainer a piece of her mind. Sure am. The boy replied confidently before turning his attention back to Ash. Anyway, aren't you a little young to be a trainer, kid? I met Greninja when he was a Froakie and he had trouble trusting people before then, even leaving trainers who chose him as their starter. Ash explained. Because of this, the professor knew he wouldn't find another suitable trainer for him, thus allowed me to add him to my team and we've been training ever since. How dare you treat Bryan like you did? Serena erupted after letting her friend finish his story. This caused the arrogant trainer to turn to her in surprise. Do you have any idea how you ruined her confidence? Or how it felt to be told she had to do something she hated to benefit you? What's your deal, girl? The boy asked. My deal? Serena replied. I've spent the last few months helping to build up Bryan's confidence because of what you had done to her. She had no confidence and felt pathetic because she doesn't enjoy playing battles like what you wanted her to perform in. Huh, so you finally got her into a position of battling for me. The kid smirked. Guess I should thank you for that. Do you really think she would listen to you after how you treated her? Serena asked. What did I do? The kid asked. If it was as serious as you are making out, then she would have been taking off me already. Especially since you study with a regional professor, and if you had any actual proof of what I apparently did he wouldn't allow it. It may just be your word against hers, which is why the professor couldn't do anything. Serena replied. But we both know what you put her through. Shut it, kid. The boy ordered. You have no right to tell me how to raise my Pokémon. You're not even a trainer now. Why you? Serena growled in annoyance before an idea sparked into her head. Then how about a battle? The winner gets to keep Bryan. Bryan's already mine, why would I accept that challenge? The kid asked. Guess if you're too scared. Serena turned her back with a smirk, knowing this would send him over the edge. Fine, if you want to beat down that badly then I accept. The boy growled in anger, clearly mad at this child's attitude. He deserves respect. He took out a pokeball and threw it up into the air to reveal a bipedal, reptilian Pokémon with many scaly plates. Most of its scaly body is light gray with dark gray arms and legs. Additionally, it has many yellow and red markings. It has angular, red eyes, a rounded, beak-like snout with a small spike on either side of the upper jaw similar to teeth, and two small scales standing up on either side of its head. Down the center of its chest is a line of 3 slightly raised scales, and there is a matching line of 4 scales down its back. Several slightly raised gray scales overlap its shoulders, and there is a small, white crest made of feathers. It has 3 yellow claws on each appendage, and a long, tapering tail. This Pokémon has many scale plates on its body as well. There is a yellow one on its forehead, which is oval with a light yellow, heart-shaped stripe across the middle. 2 circular scales cover the front of its neck, both are light yellow with darker edges. The tops of its arms are covered by 3 overlapping scales. The first 2 arm scales are gray with yellow trim, but the last scale is red with yellow trim and much larger. At the tip of its tail is a small, circular scale. This last scale has a light yellow portion before ending in a darker yellow. Hakamo. The Pokémon shouted as it stamped its foot into the ground, to show it is ready for a battle. A Hakamo. Serena mused. She can remember looking it up when studying the Alola region, but she hasn't met one in person before now. She can also remember reading that it is a dragon fighting type. While not much of a type matchup for the dragon half, Delphox's psychic have counters the fighting have perfectly. Just as she was about to call out her trusted starter, Bryan stepped up in front of Serena in a battle stance. You want to battle Bryan? Bree. She nodded with a serious expression on her face. This might be worth my time after all. I not get to crush this kid and her cocky attitude, but I get to remind that useless water type about why I am her trainer. The boy smirked. Work up into sky uppercut. The dragon fighting type slammed his fists together and a red outline appeared around him to show his attack power increased. Sticking one of his claws into the ground, he charged at the water type who is his opponent. Serena smirked as she knew Bryan would know what to do. With a leap into the air, Bryan spun past the incoming scaly Pokémon and ended up right behind him while completely avoiding the sky uppercut. What? The boy called out in anger. This is a battle, you know. Not one of those stupid performances or a contest or whatever. Maybe it isn't a contest, but no official battle forbids the use of contest moves. And that is both of mine and Bryan's battle style. Serena replied. Now Moonblast. A pink ball of fairy-type energy appeared at Bryan's mouth and in a matter of seconds it was fired, not giving the dragon fighting type a chance to dodge. As it connected with the scaly Pokémon, it exploded. Whilst being super effective, it wasn't enough to take Hakamo down. Use the smoke from the explosion as cover and get that Bryan. The boy commanded. Oh no. Serena gasped. Quick Bryan, get into the air with Aqua Jet. Bryan quickly covered herself water and shot into the air like a rocket. As like she was flying, she kept making significant turns in the air to make her a hard thing to target for her opponent. Slowly, the smoke from the previous explosion began to fade, but before Hakamo was revealed a powerful dragon pulse was shot out of the cloud and hit the rocketing water type head-on, taking both Serena and Bryan by surprise. Unable to keep the Aqua Jet up, Bryan became helpless as she plummeted towards the ground. Seeing his prey so helpless, Hakamo charged for a second sky uppercut and stuck Bryan before she hit the ground, trapping her against the wall. Now it's time to show that pest what it gets for disrespecting me. The boy told his dragon with a hint of glee. Outrage. A dark blue outline surrounded the scaly Pokémon as he began to let out a massive beating onto the water type beneath him. Serena gasped as she knew that would do a lot of damage. Looking around frantically, she tried to think of a way to get Bryan away. Bryan, I need you to counter-attack with Icy Wind. Slow him down enough so that you can escape. Serena cried out. Please Bryan, don't give up until it's over. Something seemed to snap in Bryan's mind. If she loses she will have to leave her two friends in Serena and Delphox and go back with this boy who made her life a living hell. He will be damned if he thinks she will just go and do what he wants after how he treated not only her but also how he spoke to Serena. Suddenly, Bryan grew white and began to grow in size. Slowly Hakamo'o realized his outrage was doing nothing as the newly evolved Primarina was revealed in Bryan's place. Both the boy and Hakamo'o became nervous as they realized Primarina has the power boost from evolving and a new fairy type, making all their dragon type moves useless. Before either trainer could react, Primarina took a massive breath before unleashing the icy wind towards her opponent. Hakamo'o couldn't stand up to the super effective attack and was knocked away from the water fairy type. Wanting to end the battle with her new move which Serena helped teach her, along with Greninja. Primarina built up the pressure in her stomach like before, as if creating a bubble beam, but once she was sure it was created, she opened her mouth and a hydro pump in the shape of a ball shot out and struck the nearly frozen dragon fighting type, who was blown onto his back with swirls in his eyes. Awesome Primarina, not only did you evolve but you beat your old trainer. Serena cheered as the boy returned his Hakamo'o. What do you mean, old trainer? The boy asked with a confident smirk. We had a deal, the winner got dash, Serena tried to point out but the boy cut her off. Got to keep Bryan, that was the deal. The boy replied. But because it is no longer a Bryan, that deal isn't possible. But dash, Serena tried to argue but the boy took out another Pokeball. Now return, Primarina. The boy attempted to recall the newly evolved water fairy type. As the red light from the Pokeball closed in on the soloist Pokemon, Primarina dodged out of the way and before the boy could try to make her return again, she used her tail and knocked the Pokeball out of the boy's hand before destroying it with a moonblast. What? The boy exclaimed in surprise. It appears to me that now that Primarina doesn't have a Pokeball, she is a wild Pokemon. The professor commented as he entered the reserve. Now Michael, I am very disappointed in you. I thought you would know how to raise Pokemon properly. What are you talking about? Like the kid said before, you can't prove anything. The boy, revealed as Michael, smirked. Oh no, you see each section of the lab has security camera and they were watching you all this time. Sycamore replied. From how you've spoken, it can be. Added to the evidence Primarina previously gave us so we can prove beyond reasonable doubt that you did verbally abuse her. But Michael tried to fight back but was cut off. But nothing, I have already submitted the report to the PLA along with all the evidence and they have put the 5 points against your trainer's license. Sycamore explained as his two students lit up on that knowledge. Any more violations from you or you receive any more points and you shall lose your trainer's license, at the very least. And after knowing how you treated poor Primarina back when she was a Poplio and even just as a Bryan, I am banning you from my lab. Now get out of here. Unable to contemplate what just happened, the boy stuttered before sulking and walking out of the lab. The professor, Serena, Primarina and the others waited until Michael was gone before speaking again. The first to respond was Primarina who nuzzled her head next to Serena to show affection. Well, it seems like you two make a great pair. Sycamore smiled as he took out an empty Pokeball. What's that for, Professor? Ash asked. I could be wrong, but I think Primarina has chosen her new trainer all by herself. Sycamore chuckled as he handed it over to Serena. Is that right, Primarina? Do you want to join me in Delphox? Prim. She cheered with a happy smile. Poking the center of the button, Primarina was SCKED inside. The ball didn't even wiggle before dinging to signal a successful capture, which just meant Primarina didn't put up any resistance to being caught. With the battle over and Primarina staying with Serena, the two grew even closer. Primarina lost her affectionate side for the most part and took on more of a prideful personality. The two also worked on water ballets together, with some even grabbing Ash's attention, which made Serena very happy. While Primarina did have a small crush on Greninja at first, seeing Delphox and Greninja develop mutual feelings for each other made her give up that little quest and support her friend instead. Even if neither Delphox or Greninja would admit it. Prologue Chapter 6, Sibling Rival. Next came the two psychic-type twins who decided to join the two students whilst also introducing them to a very special person who would become a mentor for both of the students, helping them grow and mature, whilst they take care of the young additions to their family. It was another bright sunny day in the Kalos region, and a long black limousine was driving through the city of Luminous and was carrying some very important guests to a special location. The owner of this vehicle is none other than the Kalos region champion and movie star, Diantha Carney. In the back with her are 3 Pokémon, the first being her partner Gardevoir, who goes everywhere with her. The next 2 are Gardevoir's newly hatched twins. 2 small Ralts, 1 male and 1 female. Around 9 months ago, Diantha and Gardevoir were filming a film along with a brave knight and his Gallade. It turns out that Gardevoir and Gallade became close during that shoot, which resulted in these Ralts. While the trainer and Gallade are still around, they too have big commitments for other films, so whilst Diantha and Gardevoir prepare for a new role, Diantha is going to leave them in the capable hands of an old friend of hers, the regional professor. While Gardevoir has only had a few encounters with Professor Sycamore over the years, but if her partner trusts him to care for her 2 kids, then she will too. Diantha called ahead of time, like the professional she is, and it turns out the professor now has a couple of students in the lab, so he asked if they could interact with the Ralts so they could learn to properly look after young Pokémon. Which both Diantha and Gardevoir agreed to. Walking up to the door after the limo came to a stop, Diantha knocked it while Gardevoir held her 2 young ones' hands. After a few moments they didn't have an answer. She was about to knock again when she heard something which concerned her greatly. "Oh no, we need to keep the flames away from the carpet," the professor's voice shouted in a clear panic. Knowing that something might be going wrong and thus knowing the professor might need some help as a result, so Diantha pushed the door open with a hand on a pokeball ready to deal with whatever is happening. She was in for a shock when she saw a Greninja firing water shurikens at a fire tornado, and once it was out, it revealed a young girl with honey blonde hair and a Delphox. The girl is on the ground looking disappointed while Delphox stood behind her. Sitting nearby was a young boy, around the same age as the girl, with a Lucario and a Primarina. The professor is also stood up, looking petrified. "You know, Serena, I am starting to think Ash's recklessness is rubbing off on you," the professor said. "Sorry Professor, we figured that we had to widen the fire spin to allow me room to move around," the girl explained. "But we didn't consider the carpet with that decision." "That's okay, Serena, just be more careful next time you practice," the professor replied. It was at this moment that Diantha decided to let her presence be known. Putting the Pokeball away, she cleared her throat, which caused the 3 humans and the group of Pokémon to look in her direction. "Ah, Diantha," the professor greeted before he saw her expression and his face fell. How much of that did you see?" "Enough," Diantha replied, simply. He, I guess I have some explaining to do," the professor replied, a little sheepishly. "Please do," Diantha replied. Ash, Serena, Greninja, Lucario, Delphox and Primarina took their leave and went to the reserve to play, while Sycamore created some tea for both himself and the champion before they sat down in the lobby, and he explained to her the story of how he met his 2 students. "So that Froakie which caused you so much trouble is now a Greninja, the one I saw with the boy, Ash?" Diantha clarified. "Right, while I was hesitant about giving a 6-year-old a Pokémon, I knew he was special after seeing him befriend Froakie," Sycamore explained. "And while I couldn't say I had anything to base it off, I could also see the same special thing in Serena." Well, Professor, that is quite a tale. Diantha smiled, putting her teacup down. As you know, my visit today was to just drop off the Ralts, but now I wish to meet these child that are so special. That's just how I felt when I met these kids, trust me. They could be front runners for the next generation of trainers. The professor assured. I am sure they would be pleasured to meet you. The professor left the champion alone for a few moments while he went to fetch his 2 students and their 2 Pokémon. Soon Ash, Serena, Greninja, Delphox, Lucario and Primarina were stood in front of the champion, who looked the 4 Pokémon up and down. While not the highest level Pokémon, they are all clearly well raised, especially considering their trainers are nothing more than children. She would expect a trainer who brought a Pokémon up like this to have at least 4 gym badges, considering most of their evolutionary stages, possibly even 6 badges. All of your Pokémon are in a spectacular condition. Diantha praised. Thank you, Diantha. The 2 kids thanked in unison. Ms. Diantha. Ash spoke next, a little hesitantly. Yes. Diantha replied with a friendly smile, seeing her nervousness. Can I ask why you're here? Ash asked. Certainly. Diantha replied. I was leaving 2 newly hatched Ralts with the professor for a bit. Might I ask why? Oh, Greninja, and I want to challenge you to a battle. Ash replied. Pretty please. Okay, before I answer, tell me this. Diantha replied. Why do you want to challenge me? That's easy, you're a champion so you're super stronger. By battling you, we can see what we still need to work on and improve ourselves. Ash replied, clearly enthusiastic. Diantha smiled proudly down on the boy. Whenever she is asked for a random battle she always asks that question. She only wants to accept battles from those who deserves them, either by battling their way through the Kalos League and Elite Four or by the answer they give. This boy isn't arrogant enough to think he could beat a champion, he just wants to see where he can improve, which is something Diantha admires. Very well then, I would be honored to battle you. Diantha replied. Soon the group went into the reserve for the battle to take place. Diantha and Gardevoir were stood on one side of the makeshift battlefield while Ash and Greninja were on the other side. The professor stood in as the referee while Serena, Delphox, Primarina and Lucario all stood off to the side. This is a one-on-one battle between Diantha and Gardevoir, against Ash and Greninja. The professor announced. There is no time limit and no substitutions. The battle will be over when either side is deemed unable to continue. Alright, let's go in with a night/attack. Ash hollered to start the battle. Greninja slashed his 2 arms down as a black sword with a purple outline appeared in each hand. With impressive speed, he shot off towards the psychic fairy type, who didn't look the least bit fazed. Neither did Diantha, although she was impressed by Greninja's speed, just as she suspected, he has been trained well. Not moving much at all, with her arms crossed Diantha stretched and moved her fingers on her left hand. Knowing this is how she communicates with her trainer, Gardevoir knew exactly which move to use. She quickly formed a shadow ball and launched it at Greninja with incredible speed. The water dark type didn't falter in the slightest and instead used one of his night/swords to cut the shadow ball in half before continuing towards his target. Diantha inwardly smiled as it seems Greninja is just as experienced as she expected. With a blink and a quick dart of her eyes upwards, the psychic fairy type teleported. This brought Greninja to a complete hold still. Due to her signals being so small, it was hard for either Ash or Greninja to figure them out. After 3 seconds, the Embrace Pokémon reappeared high in the air with a Moonblast ready to launch. Look out! Ash shouted. Gardevoir shot the Moonblast straight down and Greninja didn't know where it was going. The ninja Pokémon didn't know where the attack was coming from but knew Ash did, so he decided to jump backwards once he was sure it wasn't behind him. Barely able to dodge the Moonblast. Diantha smirked as she knew she would have to step up her game. So far she has only been testing her opponents and needless to say, they don't disappoint. She never expected much of a challenge, but considering his age, she is fully impressed. With a small nod, Gardevoir, that meant she could do as she thought fit until next time. Water Shuriken. Ash shouted as the Embrace Pokémon was floating back down. Greninja acted fast and began shooting a barrage of water-filled shurikens at the Psychic Fairy type, but Gardevoir teleported once more. 3 seconds later, she reappeared and Ash pointed her out for Greninja to try again, but yet again she teleported away. After 3 more seconds, she reappeared. Ash's eyes widened as he realized what would happen. It took Gardevoir exactly 3 seconds to teleport and reappear. She also seemed to look in the direction of where she will appear next. With this information, he looked closes as she teleported once more. Aerial Ace, behind you. Ash shouted. Gardevoir was in the air at that point but was looking at the space between Ash and Greninja, probably going to go for a back attack. The ninja Pokémon did exactly what Ash said and spread his arms before running at his trainer. Unable to change her path at this point, Gardevoir appeared and was instantly hit with the Aerial Ace. She was knocked to the side, skidding in the dirt but still able to battle while the champion smiled at the young boy. It takes most months, even years to learn the teleport secret, but this boy did it after seeing it a handful of times. Well done, not many know how to counter our teleport trick. Diantha praised. Now Gardevoir, take it up a level. As if to confuse the duo, Gardevoir quickly began teleporting at a much quicker rate. Not long after launching a powerful moon blast which struck Greninja head-on, bringing him down to one knee. Ash gasped, seeing his partner almost taken down by one move. Come on Greninja, you can handle it. Ash shouted it, as a flame of determination appeared behind both the trainer and Pokémon's eyes. Let's get stronger, together. The ninja Pokémon shot up as a veil of water surrounded him. Gardevoir was shocked by this, as was her trainer, and she appeared right in front of Diantha. With his opponent stopped, Greninja started running at the Pokémon with a knight/sword forming in his hand. Much faster than before. Acting quickly, Gardevoir launched a Shadow Ball in an attempt to bring Greninja to a stop. The Water Dark type sliced through the attack, without missing a beat, before continuing on and jabbing the knight. Sword into Gardevoir, knocking her down. Well. You certainly are filled with surprises, Diantha muttered, as she ran her fingers over her necklace. Respond to my heart, Gardevoir, Mega Evolve. Several lights were emitted from the jewel in the champion's necklace, which connected with Gardevoir, who seemed glow almost like she was about to evolve. After a few seconds, the glowing stopped and Gardevoir looked pretty much the same except with a bigger dress as the key difference. Psychic! Diantha shouted. This brought confused expressions to both Ash and Greninja. This momentary pause allowed Gardevoir to use her psychic abilities to break a piece of earth out of the field which was directly below the ninja, sending him flying up to the ceiling. Moments after the impact, Ash fell on the ground, curled up in a ball crying out in pain, which drew the attention of everyone but Gardevoir. As the earth crumbled into rocks and began falling back down, with Greninja visible in the rubble, Gardevoir took aim and shot a moon blast at him. The ninja was in no position to dodge and was engulfed by the blast. Ash's cries of pain faded as he fainted on the grass, as an unconscious Greninja fell back to the floor, with the water veil no longer covering him. Being the first to react, Lucario ran up to Ash's side to check on his master. His aura has been drained, Lucario informed. He needs rest. Picking the boy up, he began to carry him towards the medical bay. While Greninja needs help as well, Lucario's priority is Ash, and with him out like this, he will not leave his side until he is back on his feet. While he would like to say he'll get revenge for him, he doesn't even know what caused this, so he couldn't. Plus, he is more of a wise mentor figure, so he wouldn't want to do that anyway. Serena was quick to follow by Lucario's side, while the two Rolfs just watch on with unreadable expressions. URG, Ash groaned as he opened his eyes to look around the room. His vision was blurred at first, but a couple blinks was enough to fix that. As he looked around, he noticed Serena sat in the seat next to the bed, fast asleep as she held his hand, causing a blush to pop on his face. In the corner of the room, was Lucario, who was meditating in the corner of the room. Sensing the movement in the room, Lucario opened one eye to see his master up once more, so he stood up and approached the bed. "Welcome back, master," Lucario greeted. "How are you feeling?" "I'm good," Ash replied. "But I've told you to stop calling me that." "I am pleased," Lucario smiled, ignoring his trainer's pleas to stop with the whole master thing. "Your aura had been drained, so you fainted as it replaced the energy." "But how?" Ash asked. "I'm not certain, but that special form Greninja took might have had something to do with it," Lucario suggested. "But we will need to do more research into it." "How is Greninja?" Ash asked. "Last I checked, he was fine, a separate medical bay being healed up," Lucario replied. "But I haven't personally seen him. The professor came by to check on you after setting him up." Ash nodded in understanding before his attention was drawn back to the sleeping girl next to him. Serena stirred in her seat before blinking herself awake. She saw her crush up once more and wasted no time in jumping to his side to give him a big hug, which he happily returned. "Excuse me, master, but I believe you have a couple visitors," Lucario informed, causing the two kids to turn towards the only door in the room. There were two small Ralts, roughly the same size, although it was clear one was more forward than the other. "Hello," Ash and Serena greeted in unison. Hi." The Ralts who seemed to lead the other greeted back, in a female voice. "We wanted to see how you're doing. After our mum did, whatever it was she did to you." "I'm okay," Ash smiled. "And I don't think she did anything, to be honest. I'm Ash, this is Serena and this is Lucario." If you don't mind my saying, your battle was really awesome," the female praised. "But you're still young, how did you get so strong?" "Mum doesn't want us to battle yet since she says we're too young." "Well, we got strong together, but we still have a lot to learn," Ash replied. "That's right," Serena added, even if she can't understand a Pokemon's native tongue like Ash can, she got an idea of what the conversation was about. "If you'd like, Lucario could see if there is any sort of training you could do right now," Ash replied. "I know I'm probably going to get told off if I go straight back to training after ending up in the medical bay." The female Ralts liked the sound of that and walked up to Lucario. While he isn't one for kids usually, if his master requests it, then it shall be done. He took the time to start asking her questions so he could get an idea of what she could do. Meanwhile the other Ralts just sat by the door nervously. Serena saw this and left Ash's side to go and see what's the matter. "Is there anything wrong?" she asked, as she kneeled next to the psychic fairy type. "Ralts," it muttered. Ash, can you translate please?" Serena asked. "Ralt said he didn't like battling that much," Ash replied. "Well, what do you like?" Serena asked. "I really like dancing and performing and stuff like that," Ralts replied in a male voice, which Ash translated. "You like performing, huh?" Serena asked, with almost a giggle. "Well, so do I and my Pokémon. If you'd like, we could come up with a routine for yourself." Ralt's eyes widened in surprise at the invitation. His sister would tease him because of his preference to dance over battle, so meeting someone who would be happy to teach him the art form wasn't what he was expecting. Over the next few hours, Serena introduced the young male Pokémon to her team. While he was a little nervous at first, being the only male in this group, he quickly fitted in and they came up with a dance routine with Serena and Delphox, focusing more on Delphox's psychic abilities. While Ash went with Lucario, who fired of some very weak aura spheres with the intention of having the female Ralts teleport out of the way, as a way to work on her dodging ability. It may not be as intense as Greninja or Lucario's training, but it's a good start. As she and Gardevoir prepared to leave the lab, they took one last look at the two young Pokémon in some sort of training with the two kids. The two shared a knowing look, and were soon on their way. Maybe leaving them at the lab while they shoot this movie would be a blessing in disguise. About 3 weeks later Diantha and Gardevoir pulled up to the lab once more, just to check in on the Ralts. She knocked on the door and it quickly opened by a Lucario of all things. Needless to say, this was a surprise. "Greetings champion, I was informed of your due arrival today. Please follow me, the Pokémon you left here are doing quite well." Not to be rude but how can I understand you? Simple. Aura Guardians understand Pokémon with said aura, it is the most basic skill and completely passive. As an aura user, I figured it was only common courtesy to learn the reverse. Lucario led the way to the reserve, a gradual noise getting louder and louder as they did so. Stopping just in front of the doors, Lucario turned towards the two guests. "I must request, if my master wishes a rematch with you. Please decline. It has been 3 days since his last visit to the medical bay and we want to break our previous record of 10 days. Of course, Lucario. I wouldn't want to put anyone in danger like that, and had I known it would have happened, I wouldn't have accepted his challenge last time." Happy with that response, Lucario pushed the doors open and walked in, with the champion and her partner shortly behind. They looked at the reserve to see the two kids from last locked in some sort of battle, but the Pokémon they were using was a surprise. It was two Kirlia. "Sorry to interrupt but our guests have arrived." Everyone turned in Lucario's direction and Diantha soon felt all eyes on herself. This was not uncommon given that she is a famous actress and champion, but still. Soon, however, the two Kirlia ran up to Diantha's Gardevoir, engulfing them in a hug. "Mom!" both cried in unison. "Hello dears," Gardevoir greeted, "My, how you've both grown. Actually, you just missed it. We were having this cool battle and everything and then we both evolved as we tried to push each other back with our confusion. Well, I certainly didn't expect this so soon, son. But I've got to ask, I always got the impression you didn't like battling." "At first I didn't, but Serena taught me about showcases and we started working on routines for those. Then we looked at contests, the appeals rounds to start with and slowly onto the battle stages. Realizing I could make battles like dances, I started working on them as well." "And what about you dear? I seem to remember telling you something about being too young for combat." "Well, we started on just dodging with teleport, but once that was down we realized we could move on to more battle stuff since if there was any danger, I could teleport away, and when we learned you was visiting, we decided to battle so we could show you who's best. But neither of us won. You're both wonderful, dears, and have achieved so much in little time." Gardevoir turned to her partner. "You know, I think you're right about this." Diantha smiled at her partner. She may not understand a Pokémon's native tongue, unless it's Lucario apparently, but she can pretty much understand what her partners mean. They have discussed something over the time away from the lab, and after seeing this, it is clear both are on board with that decision. "Very well, I guess it's time to ask." "Pardon my interruption, but what do you wish to ask?" Lucario asked. "It is something to do with your master, as you called him, and his friend," Diantha replied, "would ask them to hear us out." "Of course, but he hates when I call him that." "He does. So why do you call it him?" "Because seeing him get annoyed is funny." "Don't worry, it will stop being funny eventually, and when it does I'll stop." Lucario walked over to the two kids, while Diantha just looked on with bemusement. He may seem like a stick in the mood who is point-focused on a single thing, but even this aura Pokémon proved her wrong. At least the playful nature is a good sign for the Kirlia, if the kids agree. "You wanted to see us?" Serena asked, as both approached with their teams in tow. "Yes, Gardevoir and I have a proposition for you both." "What is it?" "As I believe you are aware, I am the champion of Kalos. The PLC, or Pokémon League comedy have been on at the different regional champions about taking on apprentices who they consider aspiring young trainers. It's all a PR stunt really." Sorry, but what does this have to do with us?" Serena asked. "Well, you see, up until now I haven't had an apprentice, but seeing what you've done with the two Ralts we left here has proven that you're both more than fitting for that role, so I wanted to ask if you'd allow me to become your mentor." "Yes. That would be so awesome!" Ash exclaimed. Calm down, Ash, we should ask our mums first. What if they don't want yous to leave until we actually start our journey? Oh no, you misunderstand. I would not be taking you anywhere. As I understand it, you are learning from the professor, and I believe those lessons are still important. I would visit, probably twice a month or so, depending on our schedule. See how you're progressing. Help with training and stuff like that. As time goes on, we could expand it more, but we'd cross that path when we get to it. Both kids exchanged glances and then turned back and nodded in agreement. Excellent. I will still need to run it past both the professor and your mothers, but I wouldn't have done so if you weren't willing. Before I go and discuss it with them, however, I would like to offer one more thing. What's that? Would you each take Curlia as a member of your team? You have done a wonderful job raising them so far, and it appears they have decided their trainers without any input from us. Even if your mothers decline my offer, both Gardevoir and I know it would be wrong to separate you all now. Plus, if they do agree, then I believe it would be good for a mentor and apprentice to share a member of their respective teams. Needless to say, both kids and both Curlia agreed to this. Handing them each a Pokeball, she watched as they respectively caught their Curlias. While it might seem weird that she would let kids who aren't technically trainers catch Pokémon, Curlia aren't any more dangerous than Greninja, Delphox, or their already powerful teams. Now, Lucario, would you mind showing me to the professor? I believe it's best to let the new trainers get to know their official team members, and like I said, we have some things to discuss. Certainly, I left him in his lab with a little brain teaser. It's best to keep him distracted when the grown-ups have important matters like this to discuss. Over the next few months, Ash and Serena got to work with their new team members and got straight down to training. With Diantha and Gardevoir visiting every second Friday or so. While both were progressing fast, Ash's Curlia soon evolved into a powerful Gardevoir, but Serena's didn't. While a little confused since them seemed to be progressing at the same rate, Serena had a theory and ran it past the professor one day, who agreed to look into it. Soon it was the day of another visit from their mentor. As usual, when Diantha visits, she takes it in turns with her students to test how they are progressing with their respective goals and give pointers for them to work on for the next visit. Firstly, she was working with Ash, while Serena and Curlia watched. Curlia feeling a little down about something. "What's up, Curlia?" Serena asked. "Kir Curlia," Curlia replied, as he watched his sister receiving a special lesson from their mother. "Is it because they are both here?" Serena guessed. "Does it have anything to do with your evolution? I know you've been putting it off since around the time your sister evolved." Curlia just looked at the ground, guilt plastered all over his face. He doesn't want to sound like there is anything wrong with being a Gardevoir, but he doesn't want to be like his mother or sister. He just doesn't want them to be disappointed in him or feel offended. "It's okay, Curlia, they will both understand if you prefer to become a Galade," Serena reassured. "In fact, why don't we go and see the professor?" Looking up at the girl with intrigue, he knew he could count on her support. She has always been supportive, and while not entirely sure he agrees that his mother or sister will be pleased, he does trust her. So with the decision made, they left to go and find the professor. "What's up, you two?" the professor asked, seeing Serena and Curlia walking towards him. "Remember what I talked to you about last week, Professor?" Serena asked. "Of course," Professor Sycamore replied, with a knowing smile. "Was you able to find one?" Serena asked. The professor smiled before reaching into his pocket, pulling out a shiny light turquoise-colored stone before handing it to Serena. She thanked the professor, who took his leave, as the honey-blonde girl turned towards the psychic fairy type. "Curlia, I figured you'd want to become a Galade, so I asked the professor to get this dawn stone," Serena explained. "Hold the stone out. It is completely your choice, but if you want it, then you can take it. I won't force you." Curlia just stared at the stone and the honesty in Serena's eyes. He has been going back and forth over this since his sister evolved, and he is only sick of it. The only way to bring his mind some peace is to bite the bullet. Without any second thoughts, he reached forwards and grabbed the dawn stone. Upon touching the object, Kirlia grew white and easily doubled in height. His legs became more defined, as did his arms. Soon the glowing stopped and now he towered over the girl next to him. Despite the height difference, he still holds tremendous respect for her. Goade? The newly evolved Pokémon asked. You look awesome, Goade, Serena reassured, excitement clear in her face. Let's go and show everyone. The psychic fighting type nodded in agreement before straightening himself up. Due to his dedication to the dance floor, he stood up tall and held himself correctly. Serena placed the now dim stone on the desk before taking Galad's hand and leading him towards the reserve where the others are waiting. Well son, you've certainly grown from 5 minutes ago. He, sorry mum, but I didn't want to be a Gardevoir like you and sis. I have been feeling the urge to evolve since sis evolved, but I've been stopping it because I knew it just wasn't for me. That's fine, dear, it is up to each Pokémon. Some never want to evolve, and when it comes to branch evolutions, some are just indifferent while others, like yourself, have a preference. I am happy you went with what you wanted and feel like you had to follow after myself or your sister. Thanks mum. Now, I believe we have a lesson. I may not be a Galade, but I can still teach you a thing or two. As the time went on, Diantha's visits become more frequent, and despite starting out as mentor and student, they all quickly became friends above anything else. While she was happy with the kids' progression, she knew they still had a long way to go, but their teams are certainly shaping up nicely. Gardevoir became a very powerful member of Ash's team, proving herself on the same level as both Lucario and Greninja at times. She took on a more overprotective older sister role for the young boy and helped both Delia and Serena in chewing him out when he crossed a line, but at the same time, would be by his side every step of the way. While Galade became more of like a cheeky little brother. Pulling pranks on everyone but also taking his dancing very seriously. Despite originally feeling out of place in the girls' team, he quickly made his mark as a most seasoned performer. Kanto Chapter 1, The Adventure Begins. Stepping off the plane at Saffron International Airport, it was early in the morning because of the time difference between the two regions, and the first thing Ash noticed was how many people were looking at Greninja. It seems like the water dark type doesn't like all of the attention. Then again, Ash knew that about his brother in everything but blood already. Seeing as Ash's didn't pack a suitcase, and his only luggage is the bag on his back. The two boys stepped outside. Okay Greninja, we need to go to Pallet Town. Ash explained. Despite having all you guys already, I still need to get an official starter. Ash put quotation marks around the word starter. Fine with me. Greninja replied. Just get a tough one. I want a formidable opponent. Chances are he will be the normal level of a starter, Greninja. Ash replied. But with a bit of training, I'm sure he will match the rest of you in no time. Ash, my boy. An elderly voice spoke, causing both Ash and Greninja to look at the source. It has been a while, hasn't it? Professor, it's so good to see you again. Ash exclaimed as he ran in front of the Pokémon professor. Greninja followed behind, and just eyed the new guy up. The professor noticed the fully evolved water type. I take it that this is the famous Greninja Sycamore told me about. Professor Oak replied, with stars in his eyes. Sure is, Professor. Me and Greninja are practically brothers. Ash replied. He soon sweat dropped when Professor Oak brought out a tape measure and started taking all sorts of notes and measurement of Greninja. He truly is a remarkable specimen. The professor gushed. Greninja was quickly becoming annoyed and Ash could see that he was ready to pop. Who's the old guy, Ash? Greninja asked irritated. Ash decided he would stop the professor before it becomes bad for his health, then he can do the introductions. Professor. Ash spoke up, grabbing Professor Oak's attention. Yes, my boy. The professor replied. Greninja isn't too happy about what you're doing. Ash replied. He likes his own space. Oh right. He, guess I got carried away again. The professor sheepishly replied. He turned to the water-dark type. Sorry about that, Greninja. It's fine. Greninja muttered. He truly did like his own space. It took him nearly a year to warm up to Delia, and even then Gardevoir and Volcarona are the ones who really get on with her. Greninja, this is Professor Oak. Think of him like Kanto's Professor Sycamore. Ash introduced. Professor, this is my best buddy Greninja. Well, I can certainly see that he has been raised well. The professor praised. Tell me, is he your only Pokémon? No, Professor Sycamore removed my carry limit so I have all my Pokémon with me. Ash replied happily. Probably best we get to the lab before I show them though, they tend to take up a lot of space. Very well my boy, shall we get going? The professor suggested. Sorry but I just dropped my car off at the garage so it will be a taxi. No problem Professor, I have us covered. Ash replied grabbing 2 Pokeballs. Aerodactyl. Volcarona. I choose you. The 2 Pokémon and Aerodactyl greeted Ash in his typical style with an affectionate lick. Which caused the professor, Greninja and Volcarona to sweat drop in response. Ha ha ha, that's enough Aerodactyl. Ash laughed. The dinosaur let Ash get up and stopped his affectionate lick. Now you two, could you please fly us to the professor's lab? The 2 Pokémon nodded and lowered themselves to let the others on. The professor heard Ash help Lance out with that Aerodactyl but didn't know he was on Ash's team, and while Volcarona was amazing he had one thought. I get to fly with a real-life Aerodactyl. This is going to be a great experience. The professor exclaimed. Ash's sweat dropped before breaking it to the professor. Sorry Professor but Aerodactyl only lets me and Greninja fly with him. Ash informed. I chose Volcarona for you because she is the gentlest of my flying Pokémon. Oh, okay. The professor replied. The annoyed look from Volcarona made the professor realize how rude that must have sounded. It didn't mean any offense by that, I am so sorry. Volcarona grumbled something before letting the professor on her back. She may be annoyed but she is mature and not one to sulk or throw a tantrum. Okay you two, off we go. Ash told his 2 Pokémon he had climbed onto his Aerodactyl's back with Greninja. The 2 Pokémon took off and started to fly towards Pallet Town. While Aerodactyl wanted a race, Volcarona kept him under control with her motherly side. Although neither have been to the lab before, following directions from Ash's holocaster made the directions simple. Thanks, you two. Ash told his 2 Pokémon. The professor started to lead them into the lab. They landed in the ranch and it is currently 7:30 in the morning. My boy, we have about an hour before the others should arrive. I told them that they can get their starters at 8:30. Professor Oak explained. In that case, Professor. Would you mind if I stay out here? Ash asked. I need to give my team breakfast, and I doubt there is enough room in the lab. Not at all, my boy. To tell the truth, I am intrigued to see what other Pokémon you have with you. Professor Oak replied. I, myself need breakfast, I would be happy to make you some as well. Thank you, Professor. I would like that. Ash thanked. He has the stuff to make his own breakfast, but he appreciates the hospitality. The professor smiled and left to make the 2 of them breakfast as Ash collected his Pokeballs. Come on out, everyone. In a flash of light, Greninja, Lucario, Gardevoir, Aerodactyl, Salamence, Volcarona, Hydreigon and Leafeon all appeared together. Of course, the 3 Pokémon who were already out joined the group. Salamence and Hydreigon gave the typical battle cry which scared off a nearby flock of Pidgeys. Leafeon didn't stand by the others for long and walked to Ash's side, nuzzling her head against his leg. Ash bent down and rubbed her head. Okay guys, we are in Kanto. Ash told them as the rest of the Pokémon gathered around. We have about an hour before we can leave, so now is a good time for breakfast. Ash took off his backpack and pulled out the bowls which had each of his Pokémon's names written on them. He took out the different cans of Pokémon food and poured the respective types to match the Pokémon's bowl. Salamence, Volcarona and Hydreigon have the spicy flavor. Lucario and Aerodactyl have it dry. Gardevoir and Leafeon have sweet flavor. Greninja also has his sweet, but he doesn't like the others to know, so Ash puts his in a different lablet can. Ash smiled as he watched his Pokémon dig into their meal. Greninja and Lucario ate with haste. Gardevoir, Volcarona and Leafeon were the only ones to eat with some manners. Aerodactyl, Salamence and Hydreigon just stuffed their faces. The professor walked out with 2 plates of pancakes, one for himself and the other for Ash. Needless to say, he was both surprised and impressed by the Pokémon he saw. He already knew of Greninja, Aerodactyl and Volcarona, but Lucario and Gardevoir are far from the most common Pokémon. Seeing Ash have a dinosaur was one thing, but 2 pseudo-legendaries are another thing entirely. Not to mention, Leafeon is one of the rarest evolutions, mainly because the ones who evolve through stone are easier to evolve and the ones who evolve through friendship are arguably the more popular ones. The humans also sat down and ate their breakfast with the Pokémon while Ash told the professor how he met each of his friends. The professor was both impressed and concerned when told the different stories, especially when learning Ash jumped off a cliff. Only Lucario was the one who noticed they weren't alone, as his aura sensed another Pokémon was listening in. This Pokémon meant no harm, he was just intrigued by the stories with this human, so Lucario let him be. Besides, if he tried anything everyone there is more than a match based on what Lucario's aura was telling him. Whoa, look at these ones. A familiar arrogant voice appeared. Which one of you lot wants to join the great Gary Oak as his starter? The spiky-haired boy appeared was in front of Ash's team, but Ash was hidden behind them as he is collecting their bowls. He sighed when he heard the familiar voice. Guess Gary hasn't changed. Ash thought to himself. The Pokémon stared at the little boy with a mixture of confusion and annoyance. Who does this kid think he is? They wouldn't listen to him if he was the last trainer on the planet. These aren't the starter Pokémon, Gary. Ash walked in front of his team and revealed himself to his rival. Whatha? Ashy boy? Gary questioned. Right, Gary. Ash sighed. The starter Pokémon for new trainers in Kanto are Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. I would have thought you would know that much. Of course, I do, Ash's boy. Gary replied in an arrogant tone. I just thought these Pokémon would want to join the greatest trainer there ever was or ever would be. We already have, thanks. Leafeon hissed with sass. While the others were thinking along the same lines, Leafeon is the only one who would say something like that. She isn't afraid to speak her mind. However, Gary only heard her speak her name and didn't guess right. Looks like we have a taker. Too bad you look weak, otherwise I might give you that privilege. Gary arrogantly declined the grass type. Leafeon responded by firing a razor leaf at the arrogant boy, who barely ducked out of the way. Ash would have told Leafeon off, but he couldn't help but think that Gary deserved it. You can't have any of these Pokémon, Gary. The professor informed as he walked in on the conversation. They are already under ownership of Ash. Ash silently cursed the professor as he would have liked to keep that part secret. What? Gary exclaimed. Why does Ashy boy get these Pokémon? I am the apprentice to Kanto's champion and your grandson. Ash rolled his eyes. He shouldn't be surprised that Blue took Gary on as his apprentice considering he is Gary's dad. He can remember Blue had a 6-on-6 battle against Diantha a couple years back, and despite it being a close match, Diantha won when it came down to her Gardevoir against Blue's Blastoise. She didn't even activate Mega Evolution to win. Ash is Diantha's apprentice, plus he has already caught them. The professor informed. Ha, that excuse for a champion. Gary laughed. My dad's new secret weapon would crush her whole team in the blink of an eye. Like he did a couple of years ago. Ash muttered. Gary growled in response, but it didn't bother Ash. Okay guys, return for now. Ash recalled, Lucario, Gardevoir, Aerodactyl, Salamence, Volcarona, Hydreigon and Leaf Eon since Greninja stays out with Ash. That was a lucky break, she wouldn't stand a chance now. Gary snarled, but Ash didn't respond and looked at the professor expectantly. Gary didn't like it that Ash didn't even get angry with him. Now if you two would follow me. Professor Oak told them. The other two trainers have arrived and are waiting inside. Ash, Greninja and Gary followed the professor into the lab and to the room where the trainers were waiting. Entering the room were two 10-year-olds. The first was a boy named Richie Hiroshi. He moved to Pallet the year after Ash left and was known as Ash's twin since they look somewhat similar and even love Pokémon the same. This did annoy Richie since he never got to meet this Ash that he was apparently the twin of. The second was a girl, Leaf Green. She gasped as she saw Ash stand near her with Greninja behind him. The truth is she has had a crush on him long before the summer camp but was too shy to even speak with him. She thought she lost her chance when Ash moved to Kalos, but he is back. She looked at him while trying not to blush. Unlike Richie and Gary, Ash is very muscular from training along with his Pokémon. Hey! Ash! Leaf spoke quietly. Ash looked at the girl with a brief moment of confusion before he had a brain wave. Hey, Leaf, right? Ash replied as he held his hand out. He can vaguely remember her as a girl around his age before he moved, but he never spoke to her. Yeah. Leaf whispered as she shook his hand. She couldn't help but shake in excitement. He has actual return. I'm Richie. Richie butted in and held his hand out. Ash quickly ended the handshake with Leaf and returned Richie's gesture. In truth, Richie has a small-ish crush on Leaf and he isn't happy with the way she is reacting to Ash. Nice to meet you, Richie. I'm Ash Ketchum, for Vanillville Town. Ash smiled. Richie was shocked to find his so-called twin, but before he could ask any questions, the professor started to speak. Trainers, you have gathered here today to start your journey in the world of Pokémon. The professor announced as he handed out the Pokédexes. Ash was given a national dex because of his experience already, but he didn't voice the difference as there is no need to. You may each choose one of these Pokémon to accompany you on your journey. He gestured to the 3 Pokeballs on the table, which has a stick to represent the Pokémon inside. The difference between the Pokédex and National Dex is that the National Dex has many extra features. It allows the trainer to see their current funds and pay using the device. When they catch a new Pokémon, it allows the trainer to pick which Pokémon gets sent back and a few other features. But Professor, there are 4 of us, and only 3 Pokeballs. Richie pointed out. That is correct, I have a 4th Pokémon who isn't one of the typical starters. Professor Oak explained. He was given me to heal after being taken off an abusive trainer, and I think a fresh start with one of you is what he needs. The trio who live in Pallet looked at each other with worried expressions on their face. They have each had their hopes on one of the starters in particular, and now they might not get them if they are stuck with this curveball. Ash could sense the tension and he didn't really care who he got, any Pokémon would make an awesome partner. Professor, I'll take that Pokémon. Ash stepped forward. Richie and Leaf physically relaxed as the professor nodded in response. Gary smirked and stepped forward. Then this one will be mine. Gary declared as he swiped the Pokeball with a water drop sticker. He wasted no time in taking that sticker off and clipping it to his belt. I'm off, Gramps. Tell Dad and Daisy I said bye. Hold on, Gary. You can only carry up to 6 Pokémon on you, anymore, and they will be sent here to the lab. The professor explained as Gary continued to walk away. Yeah, sure, thanks, bye. Gary replied before he left. The professor sighed before turning to the 2 other 10-year-olds. Richie, being gentlemanlike, gestured for Leaf to choose next. These 2 are close friends and both know which the other wants. Leaf smiled and stepped forward. I will take this one. Leaf smiled as she took the Pokeball with the leaf sticker. She too took that sticker off and she pressed the center button to release her starter, which turned out to be a Bulbasaur. Ash scanned it with his national dex. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokemon. Bulbasaur can be seen napping in bright sunlight. There is a seed on its back. By soaking up the sun's rays, the seed grows progressively larger. Type, grass poison. Ash realized it doesn't give him the full information because it isn't his Pokemon. If it was, then it would reveal its gender, ability, moves, and whether or not having it has a hold item and what that item is. Hey there, Bulbasaur. My name is Leaf, would you like to join me? Leaf greeted the seed Pokemon. I wanted to complete the Pokédex. Bulbasaur smiled happily before jumping into her arms. Ash smiled as he watched the two. It might be his Aura Guardian side, but it warms his heart to see people and Pokemon getting on. I bet Bulbasaur will be a great partner for you, Leaf. Richie approached them. Leaf stood up with her new starter in her arms. She gave him a grateful smile. Thanks, Richie. Leaf smiled grateful. Now why don't you get your starter? Richie blushed in embarrassment and nodded before turning to the last Pokeball on the table. Leaf moved back to Ash's side. Richie picked up the last Pokeball and removed the sticker before releasing his Pokemon, which Ash and Leaf also scanned. Charmander, the lizard Pokemon. The flame that burns at the tip of its tail is an indication of its emotions. The flame wavers when Charmander is enjoying itself. If the Pokemon becomes enraged, the flame burns fiercely. Type, fire. Hey there Charmander, my name's Richie. Richie introduced himself. Would you join me on my journey to enter the Indigo League? Charmander nodded before flexing his arms. Richie smiled and stood up. Just like Gary, you two can only carry 6 Pokemon at a time. The professor explained. Your Pokemon will also come over to me when you have reached your carry limit. Now, I am sure your parents would like to see you before you go. The two 10-year-olds nodded and walked out with their Pokemon. They said bye to Ash, and Leaf wanted to ask if he would travel with her but was too shy to do so. Little did she know, Richie wanted to ask her the same thing. Ash was grateful that he could meet his starter alone since he doesn't want to explain that he can understand Pokemon right now. The professor took a Pokeball out of his pocket and handed it to Ash. He made sure to take a step back as Ash looked at the device. There is no sticker to indicate what type this Pokemon is, but that doesn't matter. Pressing the button, Ash released the Pokemon, which turned out to be Pikachu. A Pikachu. That is a great Pokemon. Ash said. He hasn't had the chance to raise an electric type yet, so this will be interesting. The mouse Pokemon looked at the boy with curiosity. He would have been disobedient, but he was the Pokemon who was listening when this boy told the old man how he met his other Pokemon. Ash sat in front of him and scratched behind the ear. Hey there Pikachu, my name is Ash and this is Greninja. What do you say to joining our team? Ash asked. Fine. But I am not going in that stupid Pokeball. Pikachu replied. That's okay Pikachu, Greninja doesn't stay in his Pokeball either. Ash smiled. Are you okay with this, Greninja? Sure, but I'm not carrying him. Greninja replied. No problem, you can ride on my shoulder if you don't want to walk Pikachu. Ash told the electric type. Thanks. Pikachu replied before something hit him. Wait. How can you understand me? I'm an Aura Guardian in training, Pikachu. I can understand Pokemon speech as a passive ability. Ash explained with a light chuckle. Pikachu was shocked that his trainer was a human who could use Aura. He can remember when Mamachu would tell him stories about such people, but he always thought they were just legends. He decided that this guy is a good guy. Pikachu climbed onto Ash's shoulder as he stood up. Well Professor, we're going to hit the road. Ash told Professor Oak. Good idea, my boy. All that's left is for me to wish you good luck. Professor Oak replied. Thanks, Professor. Ash smiled. With everything taken care of, Ash, Greninja and Pikachu set off for the north exit of Palette which leads to Route. Oh, hey Pikachu. I forgot to scan you earlier, can you hope down a little a sec? Ash asked his new friend. They have been walking down Route 1 for a couple of hours at this point. They have seen a couple of Pokémon like Pidgey and Rattata. Ash decided they could stop for a bit so his Pokémon could train for a couple hours, then he could make them lunch before continuing. Route 1 isn't that big, so even with the break they would make it to Viridian before nightfall. Scan? Pikachu questioned. With my national dex. It gives me information about you so I can decide where to start your training. Ash explained. Pikachu nodded in understanding and jumped onto the floor. Ash pulled his national dex out and scanned his starter. Pikachu, the mouse Pokémon. The evolved form of Piku. This Pokémon has electricity storing pouches on its cheeks. These appear to become electrically charged during the night while Pikachu sleeps. It occasionally discharges electricity when it is dozy after waking up. Type, electric. Gender, male. Ability, static. Moves, Tail Whip, Thunder Shock, Growl, Play Nice, Quick Attack, Thunder Wave. Held item, none. Egg moves, Volt Tackle, Charge, Disarming Voice, Nasty Plot, all are locked. Wow Pikachu, that is quite a move set for a starter. But it could use some work. Ash told the electric type, who looked offended, so Ash decided to explain. All your damaging moves are either electric or normal type. We should fix that, and the pewter gym specializes in the rock type, so I think Iron Tail would be a good starting point. Pikachu nodded in agreement. I can't wait for a real challenge. Greninja commented, excited at the prospect of battling some tough opponents. Sorry Greninja, but the gyms base their teams on how many badges the challenger has. I think the earlier gyms will work better for any new Pokémon that join the team. Still, I bet you could help get them up to the others' level in no time. Ash explained before releasing his other Pokémon. Pikachu recognized the Pokémon Ash released as Greninja joined the group of Lucario, Gardevoir, Aerodactyl, Salamence, Volcarona, Hydreigon and Leafeon. All of them looked at Pikachu before turning their attention to Ash. Hey guys, this is Pikachu. He is the new member of the team, so be sure to make him feel welcome. Ash told his Pokémon. Volcarona, being the mother figure, approached Pikachu first and introduced herself. Lucario followed shortly afterwards. Gardevoir was the next to introduce herself along with Leafeon. Aerodactyl was the next one, who was followed by the two dragons, who was more interested in sizing him up for a battle. Okay, now it is time to getting to training. Ash told his team. The two dragons locked eyes as they want a good battle. Hold on Salamence, I want you to work with Pikachu and teach him Iron Tail. Okay. Salamence sighed. He really wanted a good battle, but the others helped him when he first joined, so he is happy to help the little guy. Come on Yellow, we're wasting sunlight. Pikachu's sweat dropped at the nickname but went with Salamence towards some rocks. He would never voice anything that might cause the big scary dragon to eat him. Same goes with the dinosaur and every other Pokémon here. Hydreigon and Volcarona, I want you two to work on your special attacks whilst in aerial combat. Ash explained. Keep the power low as to keep the damage at a minimum. The two Pokémon nodded before shooting into the air. While not a proper battle, it is something at least. Greninja and Leafeon, continue with what you were doing before. Ash told the two Pokémon. The duo nodded before going to their own area. Greninja was matching Leafeon's Leaf Blade with Night Slash to help her with close combat skill. Gardevoir, I want you to fire Shadow Ball and Moon Blasts. Aerodactyl, you defend with Ancient Power. The two Pokémon nodded before finding an area for their training session. I take it, that means we shall partake in combat training. Master. Lucario turned to Ash. Yes. Ash replied. And stop calling me that. Lucario chuckled at his trainer's reaction as Ash went behind a tree and changed into his jogging bottoms before returning. He only started calling Ash that because that is custom of an Aura Guardian's, Aura partner. Ash made it clear that they are equals and friends, so he shouldn't call him master. Now Lucario only does it to tease him, and it always works. Ash doesn't wear a shirt when training with his Pokémon because a lot of the time they would only get ripped. The human and trainer got into a fist-to-fist combat in a sort of kickboxing match. The training continued for quite a bit of time, nearly 2 hours before Ash had to take a break. He could have kept going, but he wanted to set up his new cooking utensils to make them all lunch. He prepared them all a stew. Although not common, there is no reason why Pokémon can't have the same food as humans. The lunch went by pretty fast, and once done the group got ready to clean everything up, when "Help!" a voice shouted in fear. As if on cue, all of Ash's Pokémon stopped what they were doing and turned to the sound. Pikachu ran to Ash's side as he jumped to his feet. Ash turned to his Pokémon and knew whatever was happening, he had to help. "Greninja, Gardevoir, Salamence and Hydreigon, with me," Ash told them. "The rest of you stay here, Volcarona's in charge." The Pokémon nodded in understanding, but Pikachu climbed onto Ash's shoulder. Ash didn't mind since he could always use some extra help. Ash started running towards the source of the sound with Salamence and Hydreigon flying above him. Pikachu is trying his hardest to stay on his shoulder while Greninja is scouting ahead. Gardevoir is staying with Ash as his first line of defense. Ash chose these Pokémon for specific reasons. Greninja is his brother in everything but blood as well as his strongest Pokémon. Both Hydreigon and Salamence have been desperate for a battle, and that could easily be what is ahead. Finally, he knows Volcarona and Gardevoir wouldn't let him run into danger with someone they deem read, someone who doesn't approve of his reckless actions. Plus, Gardevoir is one of his friendlier Pokémon, and it is likely someone will need calming down, which is where Gardevoir excels. Of course, she can also be one of his scarier Pokémon when made angry, just like any overprotective older sister. The trainer and his 5 Pokémon arrived near a lake to see an orange-haired girl on the floor with a destroyed fishing rod near her and an angry Gyarados looming over her. Ash scanned it with his national dex. Gyarados, the atrocious Pokémon. The final evolved form of Magikarp. A tale is told of a town that angered Gyarados. Before the sun rose the next day, flames utterly consumed the town, leaving not a trace behind. Type, water flying. Okay guys, we need to help her. Hopefully we won't need to battle. Ash told his Pokémon. Unfortunately, Ash seemed to jinx himself as the atrocious Pokémon roared and fired a hyper beam at the girl. Ash, being Ash, picked up the speed and activated his aura. In a risky move, he dived for the girl and used his body as a shield. His aura created a barrier to block the powerful attack, and although it worked, it did push Ash after the hard training session with Lucario, so he cried out. With Pikachu hiding between Ash and the girl. This angered the 4 Pokémon. Gardevoir used her psychic attack and used the attack to force Gyarados to cancel his attack. Greninja was the next in. He fired a barrage of water shurikens as he ran at the water-flying type. Loading up a Night Slash, he jumped and stuck Gyarados across his face. He was about to faint when he saw 2 very angry dragons coming towards him. He was knocked into the water. Hydreigon fired off a dragon pulse out of one of his hands, a dark pulse out of the other hand and a charge beam out of his mouth. Once they died down, Salamence struck Gyarados with a painful thunderfang. The atrocious Pokémon cried out in pain. Once he became quiet, Salamence let go. Gyarados fell down with swirls in his eyes half out of the water. Gyarados ended up falling on a bike. "Hey, are you okay, ma'am?" Ash asked as he stood up. He offered his hand and pulled her up. Yeah. Thanks." The orange-haired girl replied a little shook up. "My name's Misty." "Nice to meet you, Misty." Ash greeted. "Sorry about your fishing rod, I doubt it can be repaired now." Oh, it's okay. You did save me after all. Misty replied. He, it was my Pokémon that did that. Good job, guys. Ash gestured to his 4 Pokémon who lined up, not looking the least bit winded. Now all we need to do is see why Gyarados is so angry. Gardevoir, heal pulse please. Gardevoir started to restore Gyarados' health and made a mental note to chew Ash out over his actions later on. Are you crazy? It's angry because it's a Gyarados. Misty shouted. Healing it will put us in danger again. Not quite, Misty. Yes, Gyarados may have anger issues but for an attack like that would have a motive. Ash explained. I'm sure Gyarados would have calmed down by now, and if not, my team can handle it. The water-flying type slowly stood up, and revealed the crumbled bike she landed on. My bike! Misty exclaimed but was cut off when Gyarados growled threateningly. Calm down, Gyarados. Please. Ash requested as he sent out a pulse of his own aura to reach out. Misty hid behind the boy who just saved her. Seeing as the aura calmed Gyarados down, Ash decided to continue. Look Gyarados, I want to know. Why are you attacking this girl? She has been here for hours. At first I ignored her but she ended up catching my son with her line. Gyarados explained in a feminine voice. She called him just another Magikarp and threw him back without a second thought. She disrespected my child, so I want to make her pay. I am truly sorry for that, Gyarados, and I am sure she meant no disrespect. Ash explained. She won't do it again, so please return to your home. I don't want to hurt you, but if you attack again I won't have a choice. Please, I am sure your son wants you back. Gyarados thought it over and nodded before turning around and swimming into the water. Meanwhile Misty was shocked. If she didn't know any better then she would have guessed Ash was speaking with that Gyarados. You shouldn't stay here, Misty. Gyarados has left but under the promise that they are left alone. Ash explained. But, my bike. Misty whined. If your Pokémon were more careful then it wouldn't have been destroyed. This is all your fault. I'm guessing that's a thank you for saving me from the angry Gyarados? Ash asked. He, yeah. Thanks for that. Misty sheepishly replied. She doesn't want to sound rude because she is grateful for what he's done, but his Pokémon are also responsible for the damage to her bike. But you still need to get me a bike. We can sort that out later, for now my camp is just down here. Ash replied. We should get going before Gyarados gets the wrong idea. Misty nodded in agreement with his logic and they started walking back to the camp. Hydreigon and Salamence were flying racing, while Pikachu was on Ash's shoulder talking to Greninja and Gardevoir who were walking next to Ash. Misty was a little bit away, and was shocked to see all these different Pokémon. The kid looks no more than 10 and other than Pikachu she hasn't seen any of these Pokémon. Hey, Ash. Where did you get these Pokémon? Misty asked. No offense but you look like a new trainer, and I haven't seen any of these Pokémon before. Well, you're right about me being a new trainer as today is my first day on our journey. Ash explained. But I'm from Vanillave Town in the Kalos region. I've been studying under Professor Sycamore over the last few years and in that time, I met and bonded with these guys. Well, what sort of Pokémon are they? Misty asked. Other than Pikachu, I haven't seen them before. Salamence and Hydreigon are the 2 dragons racing, and are pseudo-legendaries from Hoenn and Unova respectively. They can seem threatening but really they're big softies. Ash explained. The 2 dragons were out of earshot or they would have denied being in any way soft. Gardevoir is a psychic fairy type, and I met her when she was a couple weeks old. She is a little overprotective but she is also one of my best friends. Like Salamence, is also native to Hoenn and Sinnoh. Gardevoir heard that comment about her being overprotective and gave the raven-haired boy a hard stare. Ash's sweat dropped as he knows all too well the trouble he is already in because of jumping into that hyper beam. No doubt Gardevoir will tell Volcarona, not to mention both his mum and Serena seem to know when he does reckless stuff anyway. Pikachu, he joined the team today as my official starter. Ash continued as Gardevoir loosened her stare. Pikachu waved a hello to her. And this is Greninja, he has been with me before any other Pokémon and we're practically brothers. The final statement ended with Ash and Greninja fist bumping. They sure look strong. I bet you can't control them in battle. Misty commented as she saw the two dragons racing around. Of course, I can't. Ash replied much to Misty's shock. They're my friends, not slaves. I don't want to control anybody to do anything. We work together in battle and everything else, but I wouldn't ever make them do something they're uncomfortable with. Misty was shocked at the words that came out of Ash's mouth. A lot of people consider Pokémon nothing more than tools at their disposal, but Ash is treating them like family. While she is mad about her bike and won't let him get away with it, she can't help but respect him as well. Hey guys, we're back. Ash shouted as he drew Misty out of her thoughts. After a pretty large rumble, all of Ash's Pokémon appeared in front of him and Misty was speechless to say the least. Well Misty, this is the rest of my team. Meet, Lucario, Aerodactyl, Volcarona and Leafeon. Guys, this is Misty, say hi. Misty was stood in shock as Lucario and Leafeon approached her first. Leafeon sent her a small smile and nodded her head before moving to Ash's side. Although she is fully evolved and an avid battler, he will always be her daddy. Lucario stared at the orange-haired girl with an unreadable expression. After what seemed like forever he nodded his head and held his paw out. Nervously, Misty shook the paw, as she didn't want to offend the serious-looking Pokémon. In truth, he used his aura to sense if she was trustworthy or not, and despite finding out she is prone to anger she seems fine otherwise. Aerodactyl approached next and gave her a few sniffs before a stupidly wide grin crossed his face. He turned to Ash and jumped towards him. Pikachu and Leafeon dived out of the way moments before Aerodactyl tackled Ash to the ground and started his usual affectionate lick. Misty's sweat dropped. Seeing an Aerodactyl is one thing, but seeing an Aerodactyl who is liking its trainer in affection is a completely different thing. Volcarona flew up to Misty, who was looking at Ash with his fossil Pokémon, meaning she didn't see the fire bug type, and buzzed a greeting to the orange-haired girl who turned around and seemed to freeze in place. This confused Volcarona when. Get away! Get away! Get away! Misty frantically cried as she swung her arms in front of her. What's up Misty? Ash asked as Aerodactyl let his trainer get up. He stood in front of the frightened-looking girl with Volcarona behind him, who is looking confused and sad. She is a mother figure and would hate to think she has scared someone, unless they deserve it, that is. What's wrong? Misty exclaimed. You've got a giant disgusting bug, that's what's wrong. Hang on, Volcarona isn't disgusting. No Pokémon is, for that matter, bug type or otherwise. Ash retorted as he could feel Volcarona feelings through his aura. If you got to know her, you'd know Volcarona is a really sweet and strong Pokémon. Sure, she's a little overprotective, but that just shows she has a big heart. Just keep it away from me. Misty sighed in relief as she saw Volcarona sadly fly a little away. While Volcarona is happy with how Ash speaks of her, the words out of Misty's mouth hurt. Of course, certain trainers have preferences of different types, but being called it and being yelled at for nothing more than being a bug type is really hurtful. With a sad expression, she slowly flew off to a forest area. That angered Ash greatly. If you have a problem with one of my friends, then that's your problem. I would never stop any of them doing anything they want to, and that includes if they want to go somewhere. Ash retorted. If you can't get over whatever is your problem, then maybe you should leave. I'm gonna make sure she doesn't take what you said to heart. Ash didn't wait for a response and walked away in the direction Volcarona left. Misty fell onto the grass as Ash's words sank in. It isn't her fault she has a phobia of bug types and may have a little anger issue. She looked at the other Pokémon in hopes one of them is on her side, they did save her after all. Greninja and Lucario were in some sort of meditation. Next, she saw the two dragons who seemed to glare at her before turning to each other and seemed to start a conversation, about battling of course. Quickly moving on, she saw Pikachu with the Aerodactyl, Leafeon and Gardevoir, in some sort of friendly chat, not paying her any mind. It looks like she is on her own with this battle. Still, she isn't going to leave. He owes her a bike since his Pokémon made that Gyarados land on top of it. Not to mention, her Pokémon are all knocked out so she can't defend herself. Plus, other than that outburst, Ash seemed like a nice guy. He clearly knows how to raise Pokémon and he is easy on the eye. Whoa, what was that about Misty? You've only just met him and he is 2 years younger than you. Ash walked into the forest area. He saw Volcarona leave for, and it didn't take him long to find her. She was lying on a grassy patch on her stomach. Ash didn't need his aura to tell that she was depressed and he couldn't blame her. It reminded him of how he would get back when he lived in Pallet and Gary would continuously bully him. He sighed before he walked up to her and sat down. Upon seeing her trainer, Volcarona got up and was slightly off the ground. Hey Volcarona. Ash greeted with a small smile in hopes of cheering her up. How are you feeling? Volcarona didn't answer with words and just slumped back down onto her stomach. This time however her head was lying on Ash's legs and he rubbed her head just like how he knows she likes. This normally puts a bright smile on her face, but this time she only sighed. That well, huh? Ash asked rhetorically. Look Volcarona, don't listen to what Misty said. You're a great Pokémon and it doesn't matter if you're a bug type. I like you, everyone else on the team likes you, Serena and her team like you. You're even my mom's favorite on the team. It's not like I have much competition, with how most of them encourage your stupidity. Volcarona retorted. Gardevoir would likely be the only other option, but I guess we do share that motherly instinct. See. Ash smiled as he saw the bug fire type lighten the mood. What Misty says doesn't matter, all that matters is that you're happy. Besides, if worst comes to the worst, I'm sure Aerodactyl, Salamence or Hydreigon could help out. You'd let them lose on her? Volcarona asked in her disapproving tone. I was more so thinking, they could fly us to a nearby city or town to get away, but that works as well. Ash laughed. Although that stopped when he saw Volcarona's lecture face. I was joking. It seems like Misty is going to be traveling with us because she thinks we owe her a bike. But if she tries anything with you again, or any of the others for that matter, she won't stay away too much longer. Volcarona at her trainer's words. While she is a sort of mother figure while Delia's not around, and she has come to see him as her adopted son, she has to admit he is wise for his age and knows exactly what to say. She lifted herself off the ground and gave Ash a bone-crushing hug. Thank you, Ash. That really means a lot. Volcarona cried. Not a problem, Volcarona. I'm here for you anytime you need me. Ash smiled as he returned the hug. But it is getting a little late, maybe we should head back as we still have a couple of hours before we reach Viridian City. Okay Ash. Would you mind if I rest in my Pokeball? Volcarona asked. Not at all. Ash smiled as he pulled out her Pokeball. Just let me know if you want to come out, and don't let Misty make you feel like you should stay in your Pokeball. Volcarona nodded as the red light sucked her into the Pokeball. Ash clipped the Pokeball to his belt as he made his way towards the camp. He doesn't know what Misty's problem is with Volcarona or any bug Pokemon for that matter, but he will not accept someone putting his friends down like that. Hey guys! Ash called out. As soon as his voice hit their ears, the group of Pokemon stopped what they were doing and lined up in front of him. Pikachu was also in the line but on Gardevoir's shoulder. Misty was watching from afar and was impressed how efficient all the Pokemon were. Almost like soldiers. How's Volcarona? Gardevoir asked. She's good, and will be fine. She just wanted to rest in her Pokeball. Ash explained. Speaking of, we should get going if we want to make it to Viridian. I'll let you out when we arrive, just don't make the battle cry. That goes triple for you three. Aerodactyl, Salamence and Hydreigon all wore sheepish grins. Any particular reason? Lucario asked. Well, when we arrived at the airport, I noticed a lot of people were looking at Greninja. Ash explained. Other than Pikachu, you are all rare in this region, and we could do without the attention. The Pokémon nodded in understanding and Ash started to return his Pokémon until only Greninja, Gardevoir, and Pikachu were left. Here you go, Ash. Gardevoir smiled as she used Psychic to pass him his backpack which had been packed while he went to Volcarona. Ash grabbed it out of thin air and slipped it onto his back before grabbing the last Pokeball. Thank you, Gardevoir. I can always count on you. Ash smiled. Now return. Gardevoir smiled in response and happily let herself get returned. Pikachu ended up falling on the floor since he was on Gardevoir's shoulder and he quickly ran up Ash and sat on his shoulder. Ash smiled at the excited electric type and scratched under his chin. Making the mouse Pokémon coo under the affection. So, buddy, how did you like everyone? Ash asked. Everyone was really nice. I didn't really get to meet Volcarona but Gardevoir was awesome and she spoke highly of her. Pikachu explained. Plus, they are all really strong. The two dragons may seem scary but they too were nice. If traveling with you means great food and getting stronger then this will be awesome. I'm glad you like everyone. I'm sure they all like you too. Ash smiled. And don't worry about getting stronger, before long you'll be on the same level as them. Really? Pikachu asked with clear excitement. Sure buddy, but for now we need to make it to Viridian. Ash told the electric type before turning to his brother in everything but blood. What about you, Greninja? Ready to get going? Greninja walked to Ash's side and answered the question with a nod of the head. Ash smiled as this is typical of his best friend. Greninja has never been one for words and is quite serious in nature. Plus, he still has to open up to Pikachu. While the little guy seems nice, Greninja just needs to get to know him. Okay then, let's go. Ash declared and the boy with two Pokémon started to walk down the path. You're not going anywhere without me. Misty butted in as she stood in his path. You still owe me a bike. I would say saving you from a raging Gyarados is more than enough payment for a bike. But to each their own. Ash muttered before making one thing clear to Misty. If you want to travel with us to Viridian, fine. But when we arrive, you owe Volcarona an apology. I won't let anyone bully someone else, especially not one of my friends. Ash didn't wait for a response and continued to walk with Pikachu on his shoulder and Greninja by his side. Misty just stared in shock at what Ash called her, a bully. She has been bullied by her sisters her whole life, she would never want to put someone else through something like that. It isn't her fault that she has a fear of bugs. Still, Volcarona never actually did anything to her and she did use some pretty hurtful words even if it was out of fear. Maybe she does owe the fire bug type an apology. As she came to the realization that she might be in the wrong, she noticed Ash and his two Pokémon were almost out of sight. She quickly hurried to catch up with them but decided to remain quiet as she seems to be on his bad side at the moment. It was nearing sunset as the group arrived at Viridian's Pokémon Center. When they entered the city, Officer Jenny warned them about Pokémon thieves operating in the area and both Ash and Misty promised to stay alert. The first thing Ash did upon entering the Pokémon Center was walk up to Nurse Joy. Excuse me, Nurse Joy. Would you check over my Pokémon? Ash asked. They shouldn't be injured but you can't be too careful. Also, I would like a room to stay in tonight. I'd be happy to help. Nurse Joy smiled. Ash picked up two of the trays since they are designed to hold 6 Pokeballs and loaded them up with his team which are in their Pokeballs. Nurse Joy was surprised to see Ash give her 7 Pokeballs not to mention the 2 Pokémon that are stood beside him. You two go as well. Ash told Pikachu and Greninja. A couple of Chansey appeared and picked up the trays. Pikachu jumped onto the tray which only had one Pokeball on. The Chansey walked away with the Pokeballs and Pikachu, with Greninja following shortly behind. "Here is your room key." Nurse Joy smiled as she handed the key to the raven-haired boy. "Is there anything else I can help with?" "Yes please, I'd like to register for the Indigo League." Ash replied. "Certainly, I just need your Pokédex or trainer ID." Nurse Joy replied. Ash happily handed his Pokédex over to her. Every trainer has a trainer card, but if the professor entrusts you with a Pokédex then that works as the trainer card as well. Nurse Joy slotted the device into the computer before typing away on the keyboard. Soon Ash's information came up on screen and the nurse's eyes widened as she saw the information: Junior Professor for the Pokémon League, apprentice to Champion Diantha from the Kalos region, a foot soldier for the Pokémon G-Men working under Lance of Kanto's Elite Four. No wonder he doesn't have the carry limit on his Pokémon. There you go. Nurse Joy happily returned the device to the raven-haired boy. You need to collect the 8 badges from the Kanto gyms in order to qualify, and even though there is a gym in Viridian, the leader refuses challenges from any trainer who doesn't have 7 badges. Thank you, Nurse Joy. I was already aware of that. Ash replied politely. We shall call you over once you Pokémon are healed. Nurse Joy informed with a smile. Thank you. Ash replied before he walked outside pulling his holocaster out. Misty was the next to approach Nurse Joy, and she was curious about how Ash is able to have a total of 9 Pokémon on him right now. She comes from a gym family and she is only allowed to carry 6 like every other trainer. Once outside, Ash pressed a few buttons on his holocaster. And it started to ring. Soon the screen split into 2 sides, one held his mother's face while the other side had Serena and Professor Sycamore. Because of the time difference it is the middle of the day for them. The scary thing was both Serena and Delia looked angrier than the Gyarados that attacked Misty. Good to hear from you, Ash. Professor Sycamore greeted with a nervous smile. It is clear he is scared for the young boy's safety. Not because of what might have happened on the journey but because he currently has 2 females who aren't happy, and even worse, one of them is his girlfriend while the other is his mother. The professor couldn't help but think. May Arceus have mercy on his soul. Hello Professor, I received a Pikachu as my starter. Ash smiled. He isn't the most trusting of humans but he seems fine with everyone so far. I know Ash, your Pokédex sent me an update and will do every time you catch a new Pokémon. The professor replied. Oh right. I kind of forgot about that. Ash nervously chuckled. Well, now that that's done. Serena butted in. How could you do something so reckless and stupid already? We don't know what, but we do know you've done something reckless, so don't deny it. Delia added. Well, you see. On the route to Viridian City we ran into a girl who was being attacked by a Gyarados. Ash nervously explained. I used my aura to block a hyper beam before Greninja, Gardevoir, Salamence and Hydreigon took the Gyarados down. A girl. Serena repeated with a stare which sent shivers down Ash's spine. Serena, sweetie. It is nothing like that. Ash nervously explained. We heard her scream for help and that's all. She even upset Volcarona because she has a fear of bug types, but it seems like she is going to be following us for a while because she thinks I owe her a bike. I love you. One day in Kanto and you've already destroyed a bike. Sycamore uttered as he remembered how Ash and his Pokémon have destroyed many over the years. It is almost like his Pokémon have a hatred for them. This has to be some sort of record. Why would she think you owe her a bike? Delia asked. Well, after the guys beat Gyarados, it sort of landed on her bike and crushed it. Ash explained. Despite the fact that we saved her, she wants me to replace it. Well, you could always use Salamence or Hydreigon to scare her away. Sycamore suggested. Guess Aerodactyl would work as well, but he loses a lot of his intimidation fact when he shows his affection. Do you really think Gardevoir would let those 2 do such a thing? she can be scarier than the three of them put together? Ash asked. Sycamore nodded in agreement. I've made it clear to her that she shouldn't make Volcarona or any other Pokémon feel bad again. And if she does, then I will just fly off with the guys to lose her. Good idea, Ash. Sycamore replied. I'm guessing you're only letting her travel with you to help her in some way. From what I can gather, she is scared of bug-type Pokémon. Ash explained. As a member of the Pokémon G-Men, it is my responsibility to help people and Pokémon live together in peace. That also means helping her over her fear so she can live alongside bug types. I can tell by her aura that she isn't an evil person. While not happy about having this other girl travel with Ash, especially before she can travel with him, Serena has to admit Ash's resolve to help anyone he comes across, whether person or Pokémon, is one of the many things she loves about him. The Pokémon Center chime went off. Ash Ketchum, your Pokémon are healed and ready to be collected. Sorry guys, I've got to go. Ash apologized. It's okay, we understand, Ash. Sycamore replied. Take care. Say hi to the guys, Ash. Love you. Serena smiled sadly, before blowing him a kiss. Love you too, Serena. I'll tell them you said hi. Ash returned the sad smile before blowing her a kiss back in return. Now Ash, I want you to keep out of trouble, and remember to change your underoos. Delia told her son, making him blush bright red. Mom! Ash exclaimed in embarrassment. Hearing his girlfriend giggle cutely only made his face redder. He, okay Ash. Just take care of yourself and keep in touch. Delia chuckled at her son's embarrassment. Will do, Mom. Ash smiled as his blush faded. Love you. Delia added. Love you too. Ash replied before the holocaster was turned off. With a sigh in relief, he put the device away as he regained his composure. With that taken care of, he walked back into the Pokémon Center. All your Pokémon are in excellent health. Nurse Joy smiled as Ash approached the desk. Pikachu, along with the 7 Pokeballs, were on the desk while Greninja was stood next to them. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Ash smiled as he clipped the Pokeballs to his belt while Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder. Nurse Joy gave a happy smile and he turned to Greninja, who nodded to show he was ready to leave. With everything done, Ash turned towards Misty. She still owes Volcarona an apology. He started to walk towards her when a thick black smoke filled the center. Prepare for trouble. A female voice sang. And make it double. A male voice continued. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples, within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse. James. Team Rocket blasts off, at the speed of light. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. Meowth, that's right. A talking Meowth appeared in front of them. While almost everyone in the center were amazed at a Pokémon speaking English, Ash didn't notice anything since that is how he hears Pokémon speak normally. Team Rocket? Ash questioned as he stood up in front of them with Pikachu on his shoulder and Greninja by his side. He remembered what Aerodactyl told him about his creators, not to mention their uniforms matched those of the grunts that raided the lab back then, except white instead of black. No doubt they are a part of the same group. I'm guessing you're the thieves officer Jenny warned us about when we entered the city. Well done, little boy. Now get out of our way. Jesse laughed. We're here for the rare and valuable Pokémon. But this is a place for sick and injured Pokémon. Nurse Joy cried. We'll be the judge of that. James smirked as he turned his attention to Greninja. Like this blue thing, it would make a nice profit on the black market. Right, so hand it over, kid. Meowth commanded. No way. Ash replied as he stared the criminals down hard. As a member of the Pokémon G-Men, I am placing you under arrest. You do not need to say anything, but anything you do say will be taken as evidence. "Ha, nice try kid, but we're not falling for it." Jesse laughed, cutting Ash off. "Go Ekans. We're just going to need to take it by force." James added. "Go Coughing." In a flash of light, the two poison types appeared in front of the criminals, entering a battle stance to attack Ash and the others. Ash could tell that these Pokémon were weak and he hates to hurt them, but he is a member of the Pokémon G-Men and has a responsibility to the public. With a nod of the head, Greninja jumped in front of him. "Bite! Ekans!" Jesse shouted. "Tackle it, Coughing!" James shouted. The two poison types started to charge towards Greninja. Ekans had its mouth open to bite the water dark type. Neither Ash or Greninja looked the least bit worried, while the Team Rocket trio looked confident in their chances of victory. "Extrasensory," Ash instructed. Greninja's eyes became clouded with a pink coloring as psychic-type energy surrounded the two poison types. Moving his hands, Greninja made the two poison types collided together and wrapped Ekans around Coughing in a nice little bow. "Return to sender," Ash instructed. Sending out another blast of psychic-type energy, the two poison types were sent flying back to their trainers with swirls in their eyes. Jesse and James blinked in surprise that their two Pokémon were defeated so easily. Soon Jesse's confusion was replaced with anger and she grabbed Meowth. "You're a Pokémon, so get in there, Meowth," Jessie commanded as she threw the normal type at Greninja. "Have a taste of my fury swipes." Meowth let out his battle cry. Meowth's claws grew and extended as he went for Greninja. "Night Slash," Ash countered. Greninja formed a sword out of dark-type energy, the center was black with a purple outline. In the blink of an eye, Greninja swiftly charged at Meowth, effectively avoiding the fury swipes and slashing him with the Night Slash. Meowth was sent flying back into the criminals with his claws cut down. "Contain them with Ice Beam," Ash instructed before any of them could respond. Greninja fired a blast of ice out of his mouth and it struck the criminals before any of them could respond. They were concealed in a block of ice. With the trio taken care of, Greninja stood by the prisoners in case they tried anything while Ash started taking witness statements. Instead of having to write them down, Ash recorded them with his holocaster, and after each one Ash ejected a chip with the statement on and placed it in a case with the witness details. By the time Ash had done around half, Officer Jenny appeared. "What's going on?" she asked no one in particular. Ash turned towards her and pulled out his warrant card as he approached her. She just saw the symbol to identify the boy's rank and she instantly stood to attention. In all honesty, he outranks her in every way, which means he is in charge here and she will follow his orders. 2 criminals, 3 Pokémon. They seem to have allegiances with Team Rocket and go by Jesse and James. Ash explained. "I attempted to caution them but they became hostile and I had to subdue them." At this point, Ash pulled out a see-through bag with the witness statements tapes. He also took out his holocaster and ejected another memory chip. He handed them over to the female officer. "These are the witness statements. Nurse Joy should be getting the center security footage," Ash explained. "This chip is my own recording of what happened from the moment they entered the building. I shall get you my report and statement tomorrow. For now I am handing control over to you." "Yes, sir." Officer Jenny saluted her superior. Although it seems weird since he is a child, she knows if he is a member of the Pokémon G-Men, then she is going to show him the same level of respect that his rank deserves. With the case handed over, Ash and Greninja made their way over to his room. Misty, along with the other witness to the case, just watched the boy leave with a combination of shock and awe. He is not only a Pokémon G-Men but he is also Officer Jenny's superior. That was not something they were expecting. "Thank you for defending the center," Nurse Joy thanked as she passed Ash. "I was only doing my job, you don't need to thank me." Ash gave her a reassuring smile. Not waiting for a response, he continued to his room with his 2 Pokémon by his side. He hates all the attention he was getting. Of course, He took control of the crime scene, but that is more of a job for the local police now that they are on the scene. Entering the room, both Ash and Greninja relaxed as they no longer had to worry about the attention. Although Pikachu wasn't as quite relaxed, he was still trying to process what just happened. Finally, he spoke. "You're a member of the Pokémon G-Men." Pikachu exclaimed. "Yeah buddy, sorry I forgot to tell you." Ash lightly chuckled at his reaction. "So first a junior professor, with 2 dragons and a dinosaur. Then an Aura Guardian and now this." Pikachu replied. "Any other secrets you want to share?" "He's also the apprentice to the champion of Kalos," Greninja pointed out. "All of that, and you're only 10? Pikachu asked, exaggerated. "Pretty much." Ash nodded. He then proceeded to lock the door and open the window. He jumps out of the window and was behind the Pokémon Center, using his aura to land safely. Greninja quickly followed him with Pikachu in tow. "So, what are we doing down here?" Greninja asked. "It's time I let the others out and have some tea. Plus, the sun will feel nice whilst I write up the report," Ash explained. It was clear that he wasn't a fan of all the paperwork his role of a Pokémon G-Man requires, but he still does it because of the good he can do in this role. "And what will you do for food?" Greninja asked. "I'm guessing you won't get a nice quiet meal in the center's cafeteria now. I've still got some left of stew, I am sure Volcarona won't mind heating it up," Ash explained. "Speaking of, what are you going to do with that girl?" Greninja asked. "I am going to try to help her, with her fear. No doubt she will be following us if only for that bike," Ash explained. "Once we are in Viridian Forest, I'll get Volcarona that apology. With all the attention we got back there, the sooner we leave, the better." Greninja nodded in agreement with the plan. Ash proceeded to release the rest of his team one by one. Although Aerodactyl, Salamence and Hydreigon managed to stop themselves from letting out a battle cry, but Aerodactyl still greeted Ash with his usual affectionate lick. Once Aerodactyl let Ash up, he prepared all their meals with his pre-made Pokémon food tailored to each of them. Once they all started to eat, Ash got to work writing his report for Officer Jenny. While he loves his job, and helping those in need, he has to admit that he hates the paperwork which comes with it. Kanto Chapter 2, Viridian Forest. "Well, where are we going now?" Misty asked as she stood behind Ash. Like always, Ash woke up early and he sent his team for a checkup while he dropped his report off at the police station. Lucky, there was more than enough evidence for them to prosecute the Team Rocket trio without Ash needing to testify. Although he wasn't happy to learn that someone paid their bail. Once he returned to the center, Ash took his team back from Nurse Joy and returned the room key. She yet again thanked him for the previous day, and despite his assurance that she didn't need to, she refused to give Ash the bill, for the room, as thanks. Now the group are sat outside on a table in the middle of Viridian Park. Ash was enjoying breakfast with his team, but they left the Pokémon Center because they didn't like all the attention they were getting. Even a few females, one as old as 16, slip him their number. Due to him dating Serena and having no interest in anyone else, romantically at least, he threw the small pieces of paper away. It didn't take long for Misty to join the group. Pewter City is the next main destination, so we have to travel through Viridian Forest. Ash explained simply. VVV Viridian F Forest. Misty stuttered with a freaked-out expression. Yep. Ash replied as he looked towards his team. They'd finished their meals and Gardevoir took it upon herself to use Psychic and clean the bowls before placing them in Ash's bag. "Thank you, Gardevoir." After thanking his Psychic Fairy type, Ash took the empty cans and any of his rubbish over to the bin. Although he is a bottomless pit when it comes to food, thanks to the multiple dates he has had with Serena, he has near-perfect table manners. To Ash, it was much harder than all the training he did with his Pokémon, which is saying a lot since that evolved raising 2 pseudo-dragons, and a dinosaur. "Okay guys, return for now. Once we find a spot to camp in Viridian Forest, we will get to training. Ash told them. One by one, Ash returned all his Pokémon save for Greninja and Pikachu. You ready to get going? Yep. Pikachu cheered. Sure am. Greninja replied. Oh, you're speaking. Ash noticed. Guess that means you've lightened up to Pikachu. More or less, still might be a while before I lighten up to our other companion. Greninja replied with a glance to Misty, who seemed to be lost in her own thoughts. You and me both, Greninja. Ash nodded in agreement. You and me both. The trainers started to walk towards the northern exit of the city while Misty watched them walk away with uncertainty. What to do? What to do? What to do? Misty repeated in her head. With Ash, Greninja and Pikachu slowly disappearing out of sight, Misty knew her time was running out and she bolted off towards them. Hey, wait for me. This seems like a good point to stop. Ash announced as he slipped his bag off his back. It is around midday and are somewhere within Viridian Forest. If it means she will shut up, then I am game. Greninja muttered in annoyance. Misty has really been getting on his nerves. Not only is her constant screaming scaring the wild Pokémon, but when not insulting bug types she is all gaga about him being a water type. Come on, it won't always be like this. Ash told his surrogate brother. Why don't you start setting up camp? I've got one thing to sort out. Greninja was about to ask what needs sorting out, but he noticed Volcarona's Pokeball in his hand and made the connection. Nodding in agreement with Ash, he took the Pokeballs containing his other teammates off Ash. The raven-hair boy turned around and walked towards Misty, who was standing behind a tree. Releasing the rest of the team, they started to set up camp. Hey! Ash greeted Misty. Hey! Misty replied sheepishly. Why are your Pokémon stopping? If we hurry we can make it through the forest in one day if we hurry. Well, I've only got Pikachu from Kanto and using one of my other Pokémon in the gyms, at least the early gyms, might feel like cheating. Ash explained. I want to take the time to make sure Pikachu's properly trained for the gym and get a couple other Pokémon as well. But... Misty tried to retort, but Ash cut her off. If you want to go, then fine. But if you do, I won't make this offer again. Ash answered. I know you have a fear of bug Pokémon, I don't know why, but that sort of thing isn't good for you or any Pokémon. I am offering you the chance to travel with me, and my Pokémon, and I'll help you get over your fear best I can. Why are you offering this? Misty asked in a quiet voice. Because you need help, and it's the right thing to do. Ash answered. Also, as a member of the G-Men, it is my job to make sure both people and Pokémon can live together in peace. If I just left you to cope with this on your own, I wouldn't be doing my job. I think I would like to take you up on that offer. Misty replied a little shyly. Then the first thing you need to do is apologies. Ash replied as he held Volcarona's Pokeball out. Misty was about to scream and shout, but looking into his eyes showed that it wouldn't have any sort of effect on him. With an inward sigh, Misty nodded. Come on out, Volcarona. In the flash of light, the fire bug type appeared next to Ash and Misty. The orange-haired girl tensed up, but Volcarona didn't pay her any mind. Ash has always been a good trainer for her and she will follow his advice. As such, she was looking at him expectantly. Volcarona, I believe Misty has something to say to you. Ash told his bug fire type. Volcarona turned towards the water-type trainer and looked at her with intrigue and confusion. She was clearly trying and failing to keep her cool. She was shaking and was sweating like Lucario after one of his sparring sessions with Ash. Volcier, Rona. I would liku tuo, si soori. Misty stuttered. Although hard to make out, both Volcarona and Ash understood what she said and realized this was the best they would get, at least until Misty is over her fear. It wasn't sarcastic or really forced, so it was acceptable. The Pokémon and trainer looked at each other before turning back to Misty. Apology accepted. Ash spoke for both of them. He then turned to the Pokémon and saw the cooking gear set up with Gardevoir scolding Salamence. Volcarona, could you go and light the fire please? Last time Salamence tried, he burnt down a field. The fire bug type nodded and floated towards the group of Pokémon. Ash turned back to Misty and let out a small smile. At what he saw, a little caterpie was sat on her head and Misty was so transfixed on Volcarona that she hadn't noticed. Hello. The little bug type whispered quietly. That did it. Although unable to understand the Pokémon speech, Misty finally felt the bug move on her head and even heard the quiet voice. That wasn't a good sign for the little bug. Get away! Get away! Get away! Misty shouted as she flailed her arms about and darted off. The little caterpie was sent flying into the air, but thanks to Ash's fast reflexes and his aura, he was able to catch the little bug out of the air. Hey, are you okay, caterpie? Ash checked on the little bug type. Sorry about Misty, she has a fear of bugs and I am going to help with it. It's okay. Caterpie whispered. I am used to people ignoring me, so this is nothing new. Oh, I'm sorry, Caterpie. Nobody should have to live like that. Ash apologized. He hates the idea of someone living miserably like that, especially after his life prior to moving to Kalos. What about the other caterpie? Surely they're nice to you. They moved away. There is this Pidgeotto which lives around here and scared them all away. Caterpie explained. I would have gone too, but I wasn't ready in time, so they left without me. Sorry, Caterpie, how would you like to meet my Pokémon? Ash offered. We will be your friend and we won't abandon you. Are you a trainer? Caterpie asked. Yeah, but I won't catch you if you don't want me to. Ash replied. Actually, I wouldn't mind that. I haven't got anything here and I've always dreamed of evolving into a Butterfree. Caterpie admitted. Although after all this time alone, I've kind of realized that isn't going to happen by myself. If you want to join the family then welcome, but I thought most wild Pokémon like to be caught with a battle. Ash admitted as he pulled out a Pokeball. Honestly, I saw you send out your Pokémon. I wouldn't stand much chance against the two dragons or the dinosaur. Or any of the others if you trained them, if you can tame the dinosaur and dragons. Although could you promise that they won't eat me, that would be nice. Don't worry, nobody is going to eat you. If for no other reason than they take their training seriously and you'd likely mess up their diet. Ash joked, although his sweat dropped when he saw the bug type's expression. I'm joking, they may seem scary but they are all nice. I'll introduce you when you're ready. Okay. Caterpie replied before locking eyes on the Pokeball being held in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Caterpie crawled across Ash's hand and tapped his head against the device. A red light engulfed him and he was sucked into the ball. The ball dinged instantly, showing no resistance was put up. Come on out, Caterpie. Ash smiled and released his latest capture. In a flash of light, the worm Pokémon appeared on the ground in front of Ash. While still clearly nervous, the bug type also seemed to have a look of confusion. Is everything alright, Caterpie? Yeah, but... How have you been understanding me? Caterpie asked. Oh, he. I am an aura user. Ash explained with a light chuckle. The look of awe on the bug type made Ash smile. My aura allows me to speak with all Pokémon no matter what. That's so cool. Caterpie shouted in excitement. Are we going to go on all sorts of adventures and beat up bad guys, and save pretty girls? Bring peace to people and Pokémon everywhere? Ash's sweat dropped at the excited little bug. I am not a fully fledged guardian, most of my abilities are locked behind my age since my body isn't able to fully handle them. I will certainly do my best to stop bad guys if we run into them, but I am not so sure about saving pretty girls. You'll meet her eventually, but I already have a girlfriend and when she is old enough, she will be joining us on this journey. Well, I can't wait to meet her. Caterpie replied. And you may not be a full guardian, but I bet when you're old enough, you will be. But if you already have a girlfriend, then why are you traveling with that other girl? You know, traveling with someone of the opposite gender doesn't automatically mean something is going on. Ash deadpanned. But she is following us mainly because a Gyarados crushed her bike and blamed my Pokémon on it. And I am letting her because I am a part of the G-Men and I feel like it is my duty to help her with her fear of bugs. For both her and the bug types she might encounter in the future. Typist. Nobody likes them. Caterpie muttered. It's even worse when trainers stick to only Pokémon of certain types. So, it wouldn't be nice to hear that she wants to specialize in water-type Pokémon? Ash asked rhetorically whilst pulling out his Pokédex. Do you mind if I scan you? Scan. What does that mean? Caterpie asked, deciding to ignore the rhetorical question. Oh, it gives me information about you. Ash informed. You know, moves, abilities and so on. I'm about to make lunch for everyone, so doing this now will allow me to think of a training program for you whilst we eat. Caterpie nodded and Ash scanned his latest family member. Caterpie, the worm Pokémon. When attacked by bird Pokémon, it resists by releasing a terrifically strong odor from its antennae, but it often becomes their prey. It's easy to catch, and it grows quickly, making it one of the top recommendations for novice Pokémon trainers. Type, bug. Gender, male. Ability, shield dust. Hidden ability, run away, unlocked. Moves, tackle, string shot, bug bite. Held item, none. Egg moves, Electroweb, locked. That's awesome Caterpie, it is rare for wild Pokémon to have their hidden ability unlocked. Ash praised. Not to mention Electroweb, that is going to help loads in battle. But I've never even heard of Electroweb. Caterpie confessed. I know, which is why it says it is locked. Ash replied. We should probably work towards unlocking it first, as many moves like that disappear once you evolve. Caterpie nodded in agreement. If he was on his own, then he wouldn't even know where to begin, but now he has a trainer and he will be a Butterfree before he knows it. Although two stomachs growled at the same time, belonging to Ash and Caterpie. But first, we should get some lunch. Ash suggested. I am guessing the others are hungry too. Caterpie climbed up his new trainer and sat comfortably on Ash's shoulder, not surprising, he is about 1,000,000 times lighter than the electric mouse Pokémon. The two of them walked, well, Ash walked, Caterpie rode, up to the other Pokémon where he saw his cooking equipment out, his tent set up and a group of hungry-looking Pokémon. The first to talk to was a certain electric mouse. Ash, there seems to be a Caterpie on my shoulder. Pikachu pointed out. Whose shoulder? Ash asked as the electric type looked Mareepish and scratched the back of his head with a massive sweat drop. Greninja was chuckling at the little yellow guy. It reminds him of himself back when he would ride on Ash's shoulder before he evolved. He too took Ash's shoulder as his own. Well, hello, little one. Gardevoir greeted Caterpie and picked him up off Ash's shoulder. Hi. Caterpie whispered. Despite not being a dragon or dinosaur, this female in a dress is still very intimidating. Or it could be that Caterpie's crippling shyness, being alone for so long with nothing but a giant bird of death, will do that to a bug. Guys, this is Caterpie and he is joining the family. Ash told his Pokémon. Make him feel welcome while I fix us some lunch. Caterpie, what sort of flavor do you like? I have some homemade food for bug types, but I still need to add the berries to make the flavor. Oh, anything is fine, thank you. Caterpie whispered shyly. He has lived off dry leaves for pretty much his whole life. You sure, Caterpie? Ash asked. It isn't any trouble. Caterpie looked into his trainer's eyes and then at all of his new teammates. He can't help but smile to himself. With his new family he will be able to make it as a Butterfree for sure. Turning back to the raven-hair boy, Caterpie gave his answer. Ash's Pokémon are currently chowing down on the Pokémon food. While they can eat human food, Ash has created their food to fix their personal diets so they don't eat the same as Ash too often. He too keeps himself on a strict diet since he works alongside his Pokémon. Like normal, the Pokémon have split into different groups. Aerodactyl, Salamence and Hydreigon are together, being the three big scary mons, at least when looking at them for the first time. Greninja and Lucario are sat together, but the surprising thing is Pikachu is also with them. Ash has flavored Pikachu's food with ketchup but made his own, which is healthier than store-bought products. Finally, Gardevoir, Volcarona, Leafeon and Caterpie are eating together. Ash can guess it is because Volcarona is part bug type, but he also knows that his females, not including the princess, are the most inviting of his group. Of course, all the group introduce themselves, but it makes sense that Caterpie would warm up to some before others. Especially considering in the wild he would be considered prey to a lot of these Pokémon. Once Ash finished making his lunch, he obviously made enough for Misty as well. He has taken it upon himself to help her, and that includes keeping her in good physical health, not just mental. He saw her down by the lake with two Pokémon out. A Staryu and a Goldeen. Ash made a mental note to add them to his Pokédex when he gets the chance, and carried the 2 bowls of food down to the water-type trainer. Along with a couple cans of water-type Pokémon food. Hey! Ash greeted as he sat next to her. Here, you need to eat. Misty accepted the bowl and tried to make out what it was. It was some sort of soup. Or maybe a stew. Well, it looked alright regardless of whether she can tell what it is. Taking a bite, Misty's eyes widened. It may seem like an over-exaggeration, but this is the best thing she had eaten since forever. Wow! Misty gasped before quickly taking another spoonful. Glad you like it. Ash smiled as he ate his own food. Now, about your problem with bug Pokémon. I don't have a problem. Misty stated defensively. That's good to know, so you will be fine when I tell you, I've caught a Caterpie. Ash stated calmly. Misty's expression changed when Ash mentioned that little detail, and although she tried to look as calm as possible, she was clearly freaking out at the prospect. Ash knew Misty does have a major problem but is simply in denial. Look Misty, I don't want to make you uncomfortable, but you need help to get over your fear of bugs. Ash spoke seriously. The first step to that, is admitting you have a problem and finding the source of your fear. Misty looked at the raven-hair boy as he finished off his own food. While Serena and Delia were able to drill manners into his head, Ash is still a fast eater. Misty couldn't help but think about what is being offered. 2 thoughts ran through her head. Firstly, she would like help, and if his previous actions are anything to go by, Ash is the best help she is going to find. Secondly, if he is doing all this for her, it can only mean one thing: he likes her, and strangely enough, Misty is pretty happy with that second thought. Okay. I know I have an issue with bug Pokémon. Misty admitted. Good. Now you need to know why you have your fear. Ash replied. I don't need to know, but if you don't know, I can use my aura to search yours and find out for you. Aura? Misty questioned. Aura is the essence of every living being. Few beings are allowed to manipulate it, it is how I am able to understand Pokémon. Ash explained as he created an aura sphere in his hand. I am still young, so most of my abilities are locked. But with Lucario's help, we should be able to find this out for you. Misty was now in utter shock. Aura. That was something she believed only existed in fairy tales, but here it is in front of her. If she didn't know any better. And she doesn't, she would guess that Ash is her own Prince Charming. First, he saves her from a Gyarados, then from those thieves in the Pokémon Center. He may not be a full Aura Guardian, but that's because of his age, like he said, and he is still a member of the Pokémon G-Men. Plus, he is an amazing cook and is offering to help her. He must have a thing for her. He probably would have flew away on one of his dragons or dinosaur if he didn't. Well. Ash asked, seeing as she has been thinking for a while at this point. I know why. I am scared of them. Misty admitted with a slight blush. Ash noticed it but just assumed it has something to do with the cause of her fear. It is probably something that embarrasses her, after all. Right. Ash replied. Then the next thing is deciding the best way to overcome your fear. I am going to suggest exposure therapy. We will start off with Volcarona and Cater Pie since they will always be with us and we can adjust when necessary. What's exposure therapy? Misty asked. It is where we work to cure you of your phobia by exposing you to the source. Ash explained. In your case, you'll be exposed to Volcarona and Cater Pie to show that bugs aren't how you see them. That is also why you need to remember the root cause, as this should allow you to apply this knowledge to that experience. With the explanation over, Ash started to walk back towards his Pokémon. After letting Ash's speech set in, Misty followed him. Although not thrilled at the prospect of spend any sort of time with bug Pokémon, if she was going to get over her fear, this seems like the best course of action. Following the raven-hair boy, she was impressed by how efficiently Ash set his team onto their training tasks. Leaf Eon was still partnered with Greninja to master her sword skills, but now instead of sword-to-sword combat, she was practicing agility across the trees whilst using Leaf Blade. Aerodactyl and Salamence entered a physical attack-only aerial combat spar. Pikachu was by himself. Now that Salamence had taught him to use Iron Tail, he was lifting rocks with his tail to strengthen it. Volcarona and Hydreigon were also sparing in the air but with special attacks. Ash made sure to not let the dragon spar as he doesn't want the forest to be destroyed, and Volcarona is good enough to keep Hydreigon in check, seeing as he is the more violent of the two dragons. Finally, he is having Gardevoir work with Cater Pie to use electricity. Some might think it would be better to get Pikachu to do that, but Gardevoir knows how to do it for non-electric types. This is also why he had Salamence teach Pikachu Iron Tail instead of Lucario. Speaking of, Ash changed into his pair of workout bottoms and began to spar with Lucario. He was working on maintaining an aura staff while in combat, against Lucario's Bone Rush. Following Ash's instructions, Misty sat on a tree stump near-ish to Cater Pie and Volcarona. Obviously, she wouldn't get over her fear straight away, but considering on the walk through the forest she would be double the distance away and still scream, she was doing incredibly well. In actuality, she wasn't so much focusing on the bugs as she was on Ash. For a 10-year-old, he had a physique which most teenagers would be jealous of. A small blush formed on Misty's face as she continued to watch the trainer spar with his Pokémon. He must have a thing for her. He has been so nice, and whenever guys were nice to her sisters it was because they had a thing for them. It is the only explanation. While she doesn't mind if he may be a little too shy, straight up ask her out right now, she plans to continue traveling with him, and she is willing to wait. After all, it is traditional for the boy to ask the girl out. Not much happened the rest of the day. Ash made tea for everyone, yet again impressing the water-type trainer, and he even helped Misty come up with a training program for her Staryu and Goldeen. Of course, he called everyone back Kalos and to say Serena and Delia weren't happy that Ash took on criminals, but knew he had to as he is a member of the Pokemon G-Men, so they didn't scold him too much. It is currently 5 in the morning and like every day, Ash was up. Although back in Kalos, he often would wait for Serena to wake up, so he would just be lying in bed for a little while, but he doesn't need to do that here. As he started to set up the cooking utensils again, he released his team. Ash Ketchum. Why are you getting up so early? An angry and tired Misty shouted from within her tent. Sorry, Misty. Ash replied with a light-hearted chuckle. But I always get up this early, it makes the most of the day. Well, don't expect me to get up with you. Misty sighed, calming down. Don't worry about it. Ash replied. I'll let you know when breakfast is ready. Not getting a response from the orange-hair girl, Ash just bent down by his cooking equipment while he let his Pokémon do whatever they wanted. Of course, he wouldn't let the dragons destroy the forest with a battle, so they just talked about different battle techniques. Aerodactyl and Greninja were by Ash's side. Lucario and Gardevoir went to collect water from the lake a little bit away, and Volcarona was getting to know Pikachu a little bit better. Help! 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 Caterpie frantically called out. In a hurry, Ash jumped to his feet and ran towards the distressed bug Pokémon. He found the worm Pokémon running around as a Pidgeotto was trying to eat him off the ground. As soon as he spotted Ash, he darted behind his leg to hid. Pidgeotto landed in front of Ash looking rather annoyed. "What's the big idea?" she asked in an annoyed tone as she saw Aerodactyl and Greninja by Ash's side. "He's our teammate, if you want him you go through us," Aerodactyl threatened. "Thank you, Aerodactyl," Ash thanked as he picked Caterpie up. "I couldn't have said it better myself. 3-on-1 isn't very fair," Pidgeotto retorted. "All I wanted was to challenge him to a battle. Then as Caterpie's trainer, I accept," Ash declared. "These two will watch in case you try to turn it from a battle into breakfast." Pidgeotto smirked at the boy in front of her. "Guess she won't be able to get one over on him that easily." Ash, I don't know about this," Caterpie stuttered in fear. "Don't worry, Caterpie. I have a plan," Ash told his latest family member. "I wouldn't send you out into a battle if I didn't think you could win. Man up, Caterpie. As long as you do as Ash tells you, then you'll be fine," Aerodactyl encouraged. Taking a deep breath, Caterpie nodded and crawled in front of Ash, taking up a battle stance. Caterpie vs Pidgeotto. "Careful Caterpie, keep an eye on Pidgeotto at all times," Ash warned. The female bird had shot into the sky and was circling around like a predator watching her prey. Pidgeotto began to increase her speed and shot down towards the worm Pokémon with incredible speed. Although Ash was able to easily track since it was nothing compared to some of his Pokémon's top speed. String shot on a tree branch to dodge, Ash instructed. Shooting a thick string out of his mouth, it struck a tree branch. Due to Caterpie's light weight, when he attempted to pull the branch down he was sent flying towards it instead. Pidgeotto shot past where Caterpie once was, not happy about her attack being avoided. Turning towards Bug hanging from the branch, Pidgeotto started to flap her wings creating a strong wind. She was using Gust. "Hold on Caterpie, don't let the string break," Ash shouted. The wind started to blow Caterpie like a flag in the wind, but the worm Pokémon reinforced his string shot. The problem with Gust is, wind doesn't cause any damage, the damage caused is by the impact created by the gust. As long as Caterpie doesn't hit anything, he isn't taking damage. Eventually, Pidgeotto couldn't keep it up and had to stop with some heavy panting. Despite being an evolved Pokémon, she hasn't had much training recently, so she isn't in the greatest of shapes. Ash saw Caterpie swinging on the string and smirked as he saw their chance. "Caterpie, time to fly," Ash shouted. Caterpie's eyes widened. Sure, he mentioned he wanted to evolve and go flying around, but this wasn't what he had in mind. "Hang on," Aerodactyl told him to just do as Ash tells him. If everything Ash has shown him so far is to go by, then it is that he should trust him. Taking a leap of faith, Caterpie let go of the string and went flying in the air. Pidgeotto smirked as she saw the bug helpless in the air. Still panting from the last attack, she shot off with a tackle to intercept her breakfast. No way can that bug avoid this attack. Due to her back facing Ash, she failed to see him smirking since her guard is down. "Electro-Ebb," Ash shouted. As he spun in the air, a flame of determination entered Caterpie's eyes. He turned towards Pidgeotto who was coming in. No longer was he going to be the timid bug who is under everyone. With a deep breath, he unleashed 5 separate string shots. They wrapped around the female bird, but she continued towards him, although she was moving a lot slower. Thinking back to how Gardevoir taught him, Caterpie focused and unleashed weak electric shots across all 5 sting lines. While not the strongest of attacks, the combination of 5 electrical currents hitting her body caused Pidgeotto to cry out in pain and cancel her tackle. Falling out of the sky, she crashed into the ground, and being led by the string meant Caterpie landed safely on top of her. "Now finish it with Bug Bite," Ash shouted. Out of Caterpie's 2 attacks, Tackle and Bug Bite. Bug Bite is the better option because of stab damage as well as the unlikely chance of a small Caterpie effectively tackling a Pidgeotto regardless of both of their current health. Caterpie opened his mouth and 2 sharp fangs glue. Biting down hard on the exposed head of Pidgeotto caused the female bird Pokémon to cry out in pain. That didn't stop Caterpie's attack, and after about half a minute, she fainted. As the worm Pokémon cancelled his Bug Bite, he began to celebrate the victory over his predator. His body was glow-white as the massive experience from defeating Pidgeotto along with his hard training yesterday triggered his evolution. Ash scanned the newly evolved bug type with his Pokédex. Metapod, the cocoon Pokémon. The evolved form of Caterpie. Its shell is filled with its soft innards. It doesn't move much because of the risk it might carelessly spill its innards out. Type, bug. Gender, male. Ability, shed skin. Hidden ability, dash. Moves, tackle, string shot, bug bite, electro-ebb harden. Held item, none. Locked moves, iron defense. Congratulations Metapod. You'll be a Butterfree before you know it. Ash congratulated his cocoon Pokémon. Metapod was silent as he was trying to get used to his new body, but managed to give the equivalent of a smile. Not feeling like talk. Congrats Metapod. Aerodactyl cheerfully congratulated. For being the dinosaur of the group, Aerodactyl is very much like the excitable little brother. He has quickly warmed up to the 2 Kanto Pokémon and is genuinely happy for his teammate. Don't worry about that weird feeling, Metapod. It goes away once you're used to your new body. Greninja informed. Like most Pokémon, he had a little trouble adjusting after evolution, but his main problem was the fact that he couldn't ride on Ash's shoulder anymore. I'm not sure of that. Metapod tend to evolve soon into Butterfree even when not battling or training. It takes about a week at most, but that can be sped up with training and battling. Ash explained. Anyway, can you 3 return to the others? I want to have a chat with Pidgeotto and she needs healing. The 3 Pokémon in question were happy to do so. Due to Metapod losing a lot of mobility upon evolving, Aerodactyl was carrying him. Ash made his way over to the fallen bird and picked her up, cradling her like a baby. Taking out a cloth, Ash cleaned off the string before applying some super potion and paralysis heal. Even if she wasn't paralyzed from the electro-ebb, it would make her feel better. Around 10 minutes after the battle, Pidgeotto came around. How you feeling? Ash asked. Pidgeotto didn't respond and just looked at the boy holding her in confusion. She never would allow herself to be cradled like a baby, but this is a special case. Not only did she not have enough strength to fight him off, but he just beat her, with a Caterpie. Something she eats for breakfast, literally. Sure, the bug might have something to do with it, but this was the boy making the calls and the one with those other 2 Pokémon. One she has never seen before. She left her flock because she considered herself too strong for them, like she could take on the whole world by herself, but if this battle showed her one thing, it's that she is nowhere near as strong as she once thought. That good, huh? Ash responded to the bird's silence with a light smile. He can tell through her aura that she is feeling pretty pathetic right about now, but then again, most birds would if they just lost to a Caterpie. It's nothing to be ashamed of, you know. Everyone wins some battles and loses others. Pidgeotto now turned her full attention to the boy holding her. His actions also are quite confusing. He is clearly a trainer, but what kind? He looks quite young and the Caterpie supports that fact, but what were those other Pokémon? Just looking at them showed years of battling experience, but they also showed this boy the utmost respect. Not to mention, most trainers would catch a Pokémon after defeating it in battle, but he just healed her up and isn't even angry that she tried to eat his Caterpie. That's just nature, Pidgeotto. You didn't attack Caterpie because of some sort of grudge, you were just hungry. Ash reassured. It may not be nice to think about, but it is how the world works. I don't blame you, just ask next time and I'll be happy to give you some food. Okay. How did you? Pidgeotto went to ask in amazement. How did he know what she was thinking? Did he read her mind? Was it that aura thing? I am an aura user. While I can't read minds, it allows me to see how you are feeling, and I made a guess about why you are feeling like what your aura says. Ash explained. And no, I'm not going to catch you. Not unless you want me to. But. Pidgeotto went to speak but couldn't think of any coherent words. Look, Pidgeotto, I don't think this is the best place for you. Ash took the lead. Sure, you have shelter and a decent supply of food. Whether that's berries or anything else. But this place isn't good for your strength. In the battle, your move set seemed limited. With moves a Pidgey would have, and I don't think you was holding back to let Caterpie win. Pidgeotto just looked to the ground in shame. It is true. Back in her flock she would battle the other Pidgeys every day to prove her strength, then she evolved. The Pidgeys couldn't keep up, and in the end, she just left thinking she would be better on her own. Sure, she found a safe place to live, but by isolating her she also lost her motivation she had in her flock to become stronger, to become the best bird Pokémon. She had been so convinced of her strength that she hadn't even noticed. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Pidgeotto. There are always stronger opponents, which is why you need to keep working. Ash reassured. I can see a lot of potential in you, Pidgeotto. If you survived on your own and evolved without a trainer, then that proves you're a hard worker. I would be honored to help you reach your maximum potential. But I will only catch you if you want to join. This was something Ash and Serena agreed upon. In some cases, they might not have a choice but to catch a Pokémon, but even in cases like that, they would only keep them on the team if the Pokémon wishes to stay. It wouldn't be fair to the Pokémon if they aren't treated as equals. Pidgeotto just stared at the boy holding her. If he had been any other trainer, then she probably wouldn't even get the choice. Still though, she never even considered being a caught Pokémon. Then again, she also never considered that she would lose to a Caterpie of all things. Still, does she want to join this boy? She got this strong on her own. But that isn't saying much considering the last battle. The boy has shown a caring side, and if those two other Pokémon are anything to go by, then he is certainly a good trainer. But can she really make a commitment like this for the rest of her life? Don't worry, Pidgeotto. If you, or if any of my Pokémon wanted to leave for any reason, then I wouldn't stop you. I know as time changes so do situations, and I couldn't stop anyone from following your dreams. Ash reassured. But if you do join, then you will be in for a massive workload. We train incredibly hard and you might be put into dangerous situations. 'Cause of your aura? Pidgeotto asked. That's one reason, but not the full reason. Other than aura, I am also a member of the Pokémon G-Men. They are a group of people who work to protect Pokémon from bad people. Ash explained. Plus, Mum and Serena say that danger just follows me around, so there's that. Serena? Pidgeotto questioned. My girlfriend. You see, I live in Kalos, but I had to compete in Kanto as my first regional Pokémon League. Ash explained. I met her when we were 6 at a summer camp, and we ended up moving to Kalos afterwards. Since I'm a couple of months older than her, I had to start before her, but once she is 10, she will be joining us in Kanto. If you decide to join the team, then I am sure you will meet her. You traveled to Kalos for a girl? Pidgeotto asked. Honestly, I wasn't happy in Kanto and I didn't have any friends. Ash admitted. Yes, I didn't want to be apart from Serena, but I asked if we could move before I even met her. But I would gladly follow her to any other place she wants to go. I'll join. Pidgeotto accepted the offer. You're clearly a good trainer, and if those Pokémon from before are anything to go by, then I am going to need a good trainer if I want to get stronger. I wasn't sure if a guy would treat me right, but if you followed this Serena then you must be a good guy. Or a creep, but seeing as she is your girlfriend I don't think that's the case. He, thanks Pidgeotto. I think. Ash thanked with a sweat drop. He pulled out an empty Pokeball and just held it in front of Pidgeotto. The female bird looked at the device before hitting the center button with her beak. She was engulfed in the light and sucked into the ball. It dinged instantly to show no resistance was put up by Pidgeotto. Ash smiled as the ball. Welcome to the family. Taking out his Pokédex, Ash scanned his latest catch. Pidgeotto, the bird Pokémon. The evolved form of Pidgey. Pidgeotto claims a large area as its own territory. This Pokémon flies around, patrolling its living space. If its territory is violated, it shows no mercy in thoroughly punishing the foe with its sharp claws. Type, normal flying. Gender, female. Ability, keen eye. Hidden ability, big pecs, locked. Moves, tackle, sand attack, gust, quick attack, whirlwind. Held item, none. Egg moves, steel wing, brave bird, air slash, air cutter, pursuit, foresight, all locked. Explain to me why I had to waste my money for your bail. A dark mysterious voice asked. Although the tone was calm, the underline was clearly one that holds power and is threatening the other people in some way. The being was surrounded by shadows and was stroking some sort of cat-like Pokémon. The people in question were 3 beings. 1 female, 1 male and a Meowth. They are stood in front of the shadowy man and had a spotlight on them. The trio were clearly nervous, but were trying not to show it. We plan to rob the Pokémon Center as instructed by Executive Proton but, James started. You see, we ran into a bit of trouble. A G-Man was in the center, and had this ridiculously strong Pokémon. Meowth took over. I think it was called Greninja. If we were to have access to more supplies, then I am sure we could take it and it would make a valuable addition to Team Rocket. Jesse suggested. You shall not intervene with the G-Men, understand? The man ordered. They are a massive threat to Team Rocket's organization and unlike other trainers, their Pokémon don't simply roll over when taken. Any sort of attack on them would put Team Rocket out in the open, which we don't want. We don't? James questioned. No. While Team Rocket's endeavors over Kanto and Johto are profitable, we are yet to make ourselves a prominent player in the regional game. The man explained. Any sort of attention would likely set us back months, years even. Understand? Yes, sir. The trio saluted in unison. Good. The man smirked evilly. Now you 3 will report to Executive Ariana for your next mission. Knowing it isn't worth waiting around, the trio hastily made their way out of the office. They really don't want the boss to be even angrier with them. The man spun his chair around as he looked out of the window. A few years ago, he lost a very valuable asset in the Kalos region. It involved the G-Men. The reason this comes to mind is because the Pokémon that was mentioned, Greninja. That is a Pokémon only native to the Kalos region. Could it only be coincidence that both the Kalos native Pokémon and the G-Men show up at the same time? Whatever, that little weapon which was lost pales in comparison to the current one in Team Rocket's development. Soon it will be time to show themselves but not until all the pieces are in place. It's been 4 days since Pidgeotto joined Ash's family. Keeping the same camping spot in Viridian Forest, Ash has been training his entire team for the Pewter Gym. Of course, none of his Kanto team has a real advantage over rock types but he has been working with ways to overcome that weakness. Pidgeotto has sort of fitted in. Being as much of a training nut as any of the Kalos Pokémon but she is very much a loner. Guess her time living alone in the forest has made her not very sociable. She apologized to Metapod who was happy to forgive and forget but most of the time she keeps herself to herself. Misty has also been training her Staryu and Goldeen with Ash's advice. Both are showing improvements and becoming battle-ready Pokémon. Not that they were weak before, but when compared to Ash's team, there was a lot to be desired. Misty was also making a little progress with her fear of bugs. Through the exposure therapy which Ash mentioned, she no longer freaks out with Metapod and Volcarona. She even held Metapod one night before bed, but that hasn't helped her with wild bug Pokémon. Still, it is a massive improvement. Unfortunately, she hasn't made any progress with getting Ash to ask her out. She has been continually impressed with him in almost every aspect: his knowledge, his love for all Pokémon, his cooking, and is convinced he must like her. He wouldn't be helping her if he didn't. She would love to reassure him that he will get a positive response if he did ask her out, but she still wants him to ask her on his own accord. It may be a little traditional, but it's just how Misty wants it to play out. Now the group is walking through the forest. According to Ash's holocaster, they should make it to Pewter by nightfall and can even have a break. After spending so long in one place, it seems right to move on. Ash and Serena agreed they wanted to see everything a region has to offer, which is why they won't fly from city to city, not to mention doing that would mean they couldn't meet any other Pokémon. They were making good time until they found a boy in some sort of medieval armor in the path. "Excuse me, but are either of you a trainer from Pallet?" the boy asked. "No, I'm Ash Ketchum from Vanillave Town and Misty is from Cerulean City," Ash replied. "I did technically start my journey in Pallet and was born there, but..." "Aha, at last I have found you," the boy declared. Drawing a sword from his belt, he jumped towards the raven-hair boy. Unfortunately for him, Greninja was quicker and powered up a Night Slash. In one swift movement, the Night Slash cut the sword in two and Greninja had the boy pinned against a tree with the Night Slash mere inches from the boy's neck. "That wasn't a smart move. You have about 30 seconds to explain why you tried to attack us before Greninja gets bored and finishes the job," Ash stated calmly, despite almost being on the wrong end of a sword. Some might think Ash should arrest the kid since he is a member of the G-Men, but someone his age would only get a slap on the wrist. What Greninja is doing will teach him not to do this again. I wasn't trying to attack you," the boy panted in fear. "I only wanted to challenge you to a battle." "Then why did you need a sword?" Misty asked with anger in her voice. "I use that for cutting down vegetation that blocks my path. And to make a good entrance," the boy continued as his nether regions began to leak. "Looks like Greninja scared the boy so much that he wet himself." "Very well, let him go, Greninja," Ash spoke after a drawn-out silence. Greninja had the Night Slash disappear from his hands and let the nervous wreck of a boy fall onto the ground. He moved back to Ash's side, acting like he hadn't just threatened a boy's life. To be fair, all he was doing was protecting his family and Misty. Despite Misty getting on well with several of Ash's Pokémon, Greninja still hasn't opened up, but that isn't too surprise. This actually upset Misty because not only is Greninja possibly the best water Pokémon she has ever seen, but he is Ash's #1 partner. Maybe she needs to earn Greninja's respect before Ash makes his move on her. "You know, you don't need a sword to ask for a battle. You're lucky, Greninja. Listen, because some Pokémon would have done a lot worse if they felt their trainer was in danger," Ash lectured. Not to mention, not every trainer would stop their Pokémon after being threatened by a sword. I understand," the boy panted as he desperately tried to regain his composure. "Good," Ash replied. "In that case, I'd be happy to have a battle with you." Once the boy, who revealed his name to be Samurai, was ready, they found an open field and agreed on a best-of-3 battle. Ash planned to use only his Kanto Pokémon to test if they were ready for a gym battle. Not so much because he believed this kid was on a gym leader level, but more so to see if they truly had mastered their new moves in a battle setting. Ash vs. Samurai. "I'll go first, Samurai," Ash called out. "Metapod, I choose you." In a flash of light, Ash's bug type appeared on the grassy field and narrowed his eyes. Despite being a friendly Pokémon, according to the Salamence, the appearance in battle is everything, so he is trying to show he is a tough Pokémon. A novice mistake. Samurai smirked with confidence. Pinsir, go. In another flash of light, a brown beetle appeared opposite Metapod. With two massive pincers on his head, he snapped them together to intimidate Metapod, but the cocoon Pokémon wasn't backing down. Ash scanned Samurai's Pokémon with his Pokédex. Pinsir, the stag beetle Pokémon. One solid blow from its horns is enough to split apart a large tree. It grips its prey in its pincers and splits them apart. Although it is a powerful Pokémon, it can't deal with the cold. Type, Bug. Begin. Misty shouted. Metapod only knows Harden, Pinsir, this one should be easy. Samurai informed confidently. While it is true that wild Metapod only know that move, it's because wild ones aren't properly trained and thus forget the moves they once knew at a Caterpie. String shot and hold Pinsir in place. Ash instructed. Metapod fired a thick string out of his equivalent of a mouth, taking both Samurai and Pinsir by surprise. The string hit Pinsir dead on and quickly stuck Pinsir in place. The stag beetle Pokémon attempted to break out of the surprise attack. Tackle now that he is stuck. Ash continued. With surprising speed and power for a Metapod, the cocoon Pokémon shot from his position and hit Pinsir directly in the chest. Flying past, he landed out of Pinsir's reach, before turning around and nailing a second tackle. Samurai saw his chance as Metapod went for the third tackle. Catch it! Samurai shouted. Quickly bending down, Pinsir caught Metapod in between his pincers before lifting it high in the air. Despite being stuck in Metapod's string shot, he now has got his opponent stuck and won't fall for any more of his tricks. Vice grip. Samurai instructed. Despite being caught off guard by Metapod's move set, Samurai is still confident that his Pinsir is able to win. Pinsir started to tighten his grip around the cocoon but failed to notice Metapod wasn't even trying to break free, and Ash had a smirk on his face. Iron defense. Ash shouted. Metapod started to shine like steel as his defense was raised. Pinsir was unable to do anything as his pincers smashed against the hardened cocoon in between. With a lot of pain coming from his pincers, which had a few spikes crushed, Pinsir had to let go and Metapod went flying since the stag beetle lashed out in pain. Electroweb. Ash shouted. Metapod struggled to face Pinsir as he was flying in the air, but the moment he did, he shot out 5 string shots which formed a web midair. The web covered Pinsir, who was unable to dodge thanks to the previous string shot, and a load of electricity traveled down them, shocking the stag beetle. Ash knew the battle was over. Ended with tackle. Ash hollered. Using the Electroweb to bring his flight to a stop, Metapod used it as a reverse bungee cord and propelled himself towards Pinsir. Striking the bug-type head-on, Metapod bounced off and landed in front of Ash as Pinsir slumped down while the string still held him in place, with swirls in his eyes. Pinsir is unable to battle, meaning this round goes to Ash Ketchum. Misty declared. Return Pinsir. Samurai muttered as he recalled his fallen stag beetle Pokémon. Although she was able to refrain from freaking out when Pinsir was released, she was visibly relaxed now that it was in its Pokeball. Good job Metapod. Ash called out as he held the bug-type's Pokeball in his hand. Before he could recall the cocoon Pokémon, he began to shine white. Before long the shape had changed, and above where Metapod once was a Butterfree. Ash smiled as his first-caught Pokémon, technically, had achieved his goal, and he scanned the evolved bug-type with his Pokédex. Butterfree, the butterfly Pokémon. The final evolved form of Caterpie. When attacked by other Pokémon, it defends itself by scattering its poisonous scales and fluttering its wings. Type, Bug Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Compound Eyes. Hidden ability, Tinted Lens, unlocked. Moves, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Electroweb, Harden, Iron Defense, Gust, Confusion, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Aerial Ace. Held item, none. Awesome Butterfree, you finally evolved. Ash praised. Why don't you take a nice long rest? After that battle and evolution I bet you're tired. While clearly excited, the butterfly Pokémon happily let himself get recalled. Ash smiled. He wasn't too sure which of his 3 Pokémon to use since according to his research the pewter gym battle will be 2-on-2, but now he is almost certain on his team. Well, now it is mine to turn reveal my Pokémon first. Samurai declared with much less confidence. He believed that boy with the Squirtle when he said the 4th and final trainer from Palette was a pushover, but Ash is proving to be anything but. Ash is actually proving to be the strongest of the 4 trainers, and now he is certain of how this battle will go. Still, it would be dishonorable to quit before the final outcome. Go Venomoth. In a flash of light, a second bug type appeared and Ash scanned it with his Pokédex. Venomoth, the poison moth Pokémon. The final evolved form of Venonate. Venomoth is nocturnal. It is a Pokémon that only becomes active at night. Its favorite prey are small insects that gather around streetlights, attracted by the light in the darkness. Type, Bug Poison. Venomoth was my first Pokémon, and I raised him from a Venonate. Samurai informed. Ash smiled. Despite the little sword incident, Samurai is proving to be a good kid. His Pokémon are clearly well looked after and of decent strength for a new trainer. Then I'll choose, Pidgeotto. Ash shouted as he released his latest capture. Pidgeotto appeared on the grass in front of Venomoth and took off almost immediately, where she started to circle around Venomoth like a predator watching her prey. Pikachu didn't look happy. This was a best of 3 battle, which meant Pidgeotto would need to lose if he was going to get his battle. After training alongside the bird Pokémon for the last few days, he knows that isn't likely to happen. Sorry buddy, but I want to use Pidgeotto in the gym. And since he just evolved, I will probably be using Butterfree as well. Ash apologized. But don't worry, the next gym is a water gym, so you'll be sure to get a battle. Fine. Pikachu sighed. He isn't angry. Because Ash has to be fair to all his Pokémon and make logical choices for his gym battles. Obviously, he could just use one of his Kalos Pokémon for an easy win, but that would take out any challenge. All of Ash's Kalos Pokémon know they could beat that gym, but the gyms will be a good way to measure the Kanto Pokémon strength, at least until the later gyms, since the leader changes Pokémon based on the trainer's number of badges. Still, one battle would be nice. Begin. Misty declared. Use Psybeam. Samurai started off. Venomoth was watching the female bird and fired a multicolored beam of psychic-type energy towards her. Pidgeotto saw the incoming attack and knew what she wanted to do, but she refrained from making a move before told to. She has a trainer now and will battle with him. Quick attack to dodge. Ash shouted. In the blink of an eye, Pidgeotto disappeared from the sky and avoided the incoming Psybeam. After the few days hard training, her speed has clear improvements since the battle where Caterpie evolved. She still couldn't match some of Ash's Pokémon like Greninja, but it is a good start. Now go in for a wing attack. Ash instructed. Pidgeotto appeared in front of Venomoth, slowing down as she spread her wings. Despite slowing down, a lot of the kinetic energy from the quick attack was sent through her wings and she struck the poison moth Pokémon hard. Venomoth crashed into the ground as Pidgeotto returned to circling around the sky. Get up, Venomoth. Samurai pleaded. Despite taking a lot of damage from the last attack, he could still battle. Venomoth pushed to the ground and returned to the air, ready to show this bird a thing or two. Great, now use Poison Wind. Ash knew trainers would combine moves or create their own and use names, but he didn't expect Samurai to have done that. Of course, he has done that with his Kalos team but hasn't had the chance with the Kanto Pokémon. Watching carefully, he saw Venomoth release a poison powder and flapped his wings to blow it towards Pidgeotto. It may be basic, but that could be a good starting combination for Butterfree. Use Steel Wing and spin to get close Pidgeotto. Ash instructed. Pidgeotto spread her wings again as they were coated in metal. Doing an aileron roll, a small wind resistance was created as she dived towards the incoming powder. The small wind was enough to pierce through the gust carrying the poison powder while the steel wing blocked any bits of poison which might have gotten close. Disable! Samurai shouted in a panic. Venomoth's eyes grew blue as a light blue outline surrounded Pidgeotto. Ash saw her wings start to lose the steel coating and knew Pidgeotto would be in risk of being poisoned. Lucky, Venomoth isn't meant to take a bunch of attacks and that previous wing attack did a lot of damage. Get out of there with quick attack! Ash shouted. Pidgeotto stopped spinning and shot off towards the bug poison type. Thanks to her impressive speed she was able to escape the poison wind and struck Venomoth dead on sending him flying through the air. Now finish it with air cutter! Ash hollered. Pidgeotto swung her wing around and sent several discs of wind through the air. They struck Venomoth dead on and each one caused some major damage. After the fourth one, Venomoth crashed into the ground with swirls in his eyes. Awesome Pidgeotto, now take a good rest. Ash praised and recalled his normal flying type. He looked at Samurai, who was cradling his fallen Venomoth. The kid was wrong to attack people with a sword, but once he got to know him, he is actually a good kid who clearly cares for his Pokémon. Ash walked over to the boy and the fainted bug. Kneeling down next to him, Ash slid his bag off his back. Here Samurai, let me help your Pinsir and Venomoth. The boy looked at Ash in shock as he took the poison moth Pokémon. Spraying him with some super potion, Ash waited until Venomoth came around before he was returned, then he checked on Pinsir as well. After bidding goodbye to Samurai since both his Pokémon were healed, Ash, Greninja, Pikachu and Misty set off through the forest. They made small talk, but the main conversation was between Ash, Greninja and Pikachu about what he is planning for the pewter gym. Before long they were at the edge of the forest. It was still an hour walk before they would reach the city and the sun was setting, but they would make it in no time, but before that. Help 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 help! A male voice shouted in a panic. Turning back towards the forest they found Samurai running towards them with a swarm of Beedrill following behind him. The Beedrill were clearly angry, but their mass buzzing made it hard to make out what they were saying. Stepping forward, Misty hid behind Ash and Samurai soon joined her. Quite! Ash shouted with authority, sending a wave of aura which calmed the swam down. The Beedrill hovered in front of Ash. Greninja was ready to attack in case they tried something, but he also wasn't going to start a battle. Now. Why don't you tell me what the problem is? The boy, BZZ. He got too close to our nest. One Beedrill spoke up. And our eggs are going to hatch soon, BZZ. A second Beedrill added. Ah, I understand. Ash reassured. Don't worry, return to your nests and he won't bother you again. The Beedrills didn't know why, but they seemed to trust this boy. They also don't know why they calmed down like that. It was just weird, but they turned around and started to fly back into the forest. What was that? Samurai asked. You got too close to the Beedrill's nest and their eggs are close to hatching. Ash explained. If you stick to the main, then you shouldn't have that problem. Okay. Thanks. Samurai stuttered. Come on Misty, I want to get the guys some tea and checked up tonight. No need to keep hiding. Ash told the orange-haired girl. He started to walk towards the city with Pikachu on his shoulder and Greninja by his side. Misty blushed in embarrassment before running to catch up with them. Samurai just stared in shock as the kid disappeared. Man, he has a long way to go before he is at that level. Kanto Chapter 3, Rocky Terrain. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Ash thanked as he watched Chansey push the stretcher away which held the Pokeballs of Lucario, Gardevoir, Aerodactyl, Salamence, Volcarona, Hydreigon, Leafeon, Butterfree and Pidgeotto. Pikachu was also sat on the stretcher and Greninja was walking by the stretcher's side. As soon as they arrived in Pewter, they located the Pokémon Center and Ash sent his team for a checkup. He also booked 2 rooms out for himself and 1 for Misty. Much to his embarrassment, the nurse Joy was told about his actions at the Viridian Center and offered the room for free. While grateful, he did it because it is his job and because it was the right thing to do. He doesn't need all the thanks for doing it. Taking the keys over to where Misty was sat, he tossed one to her and she caught it without any difficulty. Ash had also handed over Misty's stereo and Goldine for her. In return, Misty passed him a fresh water she got from the vending machine. "So, do you want to get something to eat from the cafeteria while they check over our Pokémon?" Misty asked, subtly nudging him towards a possible date. Some might think they are always on a date since they travel together, but it isn't the same with all the Pokémon present. "Thanks, but no thanks, Misty," Ash replied. "I've got to call my family for the day and then I was going to eat with the guys. Even run through the plan for tomorrow's gym battle." Misty looked annoyed as Ash walked out of the center, taking his holocaster out. While she is still adamant about getting him to ask her out, she is quickly losing patience. She couldn't have made it any more obvious, since she straight up asked him out. Is he dense? He may be amazingly mature in pretty much every other aspect, but he is still a 10-year-old boy. Maybe that is his kryptonite. Still, he has called his family every day that Misty has known him. That isn't a typical trait of a traveling trainer, but it is actually kind of a nice thing. At least he just doesn't forget people as he moves on and keeps in touch. He must care for his parents a lot. Around 10 minutes later, Ash walked back into the center just as Chansey brought his Pokémon back out. He collected them all, the Pokémon, handing Misty her stereo and Goldine. He collected some takeout food from the cafeteria because it was a little late for him to cook for himself and set out. Misty would have gone with him, but she was too busy thinking of ways to get Ash to ask her out, and it was a little cold for her anyway. Ash arrived on the outskirts of the city, and due to it being late in the year, it was already dark out. He threw his Pokeballs into the air and released Lucario, Gardevoir, Aerodactyl, Salamence, Volcarona, Hydreigon, Leafeon, Butterfree and Pidgeotto. Greninja and Pikachu joined them. Those who didn't already know, congratulated Butterfree on his evolution while Ash poured out their Pokémon food. Once they were all eating, he started on his own meal. While he only has takeout when on dates with Serena, he plans to leave Pewter as soon as he has his gym badge, since there is something in Cerulean that he wants to get. Before long everyone was finished, and Ash was collecting the bowls up. Ash, do you know of any giant bird phoenix-like Pokémon?" Pikachu asked as he looked at something in the sky. "Well, there is Ho-Oh, a legendary Pokémon from Johto," Ash replied after a moment of thought. "But it hasn't been seen in hundreds of years, some people even doubt it exists." "Why?" "Because one is flying straight for us," Pikachu informed in a freaked-out tone. Upon that revaluation, the group turned towards the sky and saw a big, bright bird flying towards them. Hydreigon, Salamence and Aerodactyl were ready to take off to attack. Volcarona and Gardevoir also took defensive stances in front of Ash. Leafeon was looking at the bird with intrigue, while Greninja didn't make any movements, although was mentally ready for battle. Pikachu continued to gawk at the legend as it landed near the group. While Butterfree and Pidgeotto were frozen in place, unsure about how to react. Ash stood up and stepped closer to the legend as it stared into his soul. He wasn't sure quite what to do. A legendary thought to have vanished from the world just landed near him. Was it looking for them? It wouldn't land her by accident, and it's clearly in good health. "Greetings, Chosen One." A feminine voice appeared out of Ho-Oh's mouth. "I know you are blessed with aura, and as such can understand every word which I speak to you. Can you tell your friends to loosen up? I'm happy to battle, but would rather not do it somewhere so populated." "Chosen One?" Ash questioned. "Yes, you are my father's chosen hero. Now please come closer so we can talk." Ho-Oh replied. "Just because they can't understand my words doesn't mean the people of this place are deaf to my voice." Sure," Ash replied as he walked towards the legend. He noticed several of his Pokémon were still ready to attack. "Calm down, guys. Ash doubted his team could beat a legendary Pokémon, even Aerodactyl who has a 4 times type advantage would likely lose. Thank you, Chosen One. Ho-Oh thanked. I was meant to reveal myself once you met the little yellow one down there. Ash looked at where Ho-Oh was gesturing towards and saw Pikachu. But it seems a lot of our information was wrong. What do you mean? Ash asked. Well, we were never told about these other of your Pokémon. It seems the time changed from your childhood and that has affected the rest of your life. Ho-Oh explained. But this does mean you are better prepared for what is ahead for you. Which is where my offer comes in. Sorry. But you've lost me. Ash admitted. I am not surprised. The human mind is a delicate and fragile object. Ho-Oh chuckled. Quite simply, you are connected to many world-ending events and are the one my father sees as the one to save this world. As such, I am here to offer my assistance in any way I can. You want to join our family? Ash questioned. Yes, that is the simplest way to put it. Ho-Oh replied. Suddenly, a Cherish Ball appeared out of thin air. As you know, legendary Pokémon have important roles in the world. Meaning I cannot always travel with you, but this ball is mine to give to my chosen trainer. If you need my assistance, then call me through this ball like you would any of your other Pokémon. If I am currently unavailable then it will be locked down, as if you went over the carry limit. Assuming you had one. Gotcha. Ash replied as the Cherish Ball landed in his hand. What about my friends? I mean, who can I tell about you? Only those you fully trust. I understand you have a mate, she should be the first unless you wish to be in the Lillipup house. Ho-Oh informed. I am not against being used for battle, just make sure it is a worthy opponent. I shall not be the only of my status who wishes to join. You or your mate. You mean other legendaries will want to join my family? Ash asked. Ho-Oh nodded in response. Which ones? Now what would be the fun if I told you? Ho-Oh chuckled. Although I wish for you to return me. I shall be transported to where I need to be and like I said, unless unavailable, you can call me through the same means. Okay. I just have one more question. Ash replied. Which is? Ho-Oh asked. You sound female, but all reports have claimed all but a few legendaries are genderless. Ash replied. Why is that? Quite simply, we legends don't have genders. At least not how you humans view them. We have important jobs to perform and major problems can be caused if we think with things other than our heads. Ho-Oh explained, which received an immature chuckle from Hydreigon. But we do identify as different genders, which is why our voices sound like said gender. I myself, see myself as female. Oh, okay. Thank you for that, Ho-Oh. Ash replied. Now return. The legendary Pokémon was engulfed by red light and SCKED into the Pokeball. Said Pokeball shrunk down but could still be used if needed. Well. Ash looked at his team with a shocked expression. I guess we have a new family member. Bring out his Pokédex. Ash scanned the Cherish Ball. Ho-Oh, the Rainbow Pokémon. A legendary Pokémon. Ho-Oh's feathers glow in 7 colors depending on the angle at which they are struck by light. These feathers are said to bring happiness to the bearers. This Pokémon is said to live at the foot of a rainbow. Type, fire flying. Gender, dash. Ability, pressure. Hidden ability, regenerator, unlocked. Moves, whirlwind, weather ball, gust, brave bird, extrasensory, sunny day, fire blast, sacred fire, safeguard, future sight, sky attack, recover. Locked moves, earth power, giga drain, heat wave, signal beam, shock wave, tailwind, zen headbutt, ancient power, calm mind, punishment, shadow ball. As Ash started to return the Pokémon, the 3 Kanto Pokémon all had one thought as they watched their trainer. they couldn't have had a better person train them. Of course, the Kalos team also thought that, but they knew it long before Ho showed her face. It was the next morning, after a swift breakfast. Ash, Misty and the rest of the gang made their way to the gym. Ash didn't mention his latest team member to Misty because he has known her for barely a week. Professor Sycamore and the others back in Kalos probably know thanks to the Pokédex update, but he would have told them anyway. It will likely come up when he calls them tonight. Right now, they are stood outside of the pewter gym. Pikachu is on Ash's shoulder and Greninja behind him. While neither of them are battling today, they are both excited to see their first gym battle. Misty is also by Ash's side. The gym itself is a rather large building with a house behind it and looks like one giant boulder. "I challenge you!" Ash shouted. The doors opened, and 3 males were stood in the entrance. They all looked alike, showing they are related, with spiky brown hair, tanned skin and squinty eyes. The middle one is the oldest, around 40, and next to him is a teenager, 16 maybe. While a pre-teen was sweeping the floor. "Challenge accepted." The oldest replied. "My name is Flint, and I am the gym leader here. If I may ask, how many badges do you have?" "This will be my first gym battle." Ash admitted. "My name is Ash, from Vaniville Town." "Very well." Flint replied. "If I could request, would you allow my son, Brock, to be your opponent? I plan on retiring and he will be my replacement. He has passed the gym leader test, but hasn't had a proper challenger. His no-badge team is his own Pokémon. I'm fine with that." Ash replied before turning towards Brock. "Nice to meet you." "Same here." Brock accepted a handshake from his soon-to-be challenger. "Well, what are we waiting for?" Flint asked rhetorically. "Let's get this battle started." Brock sighed as he made his way towards one of the trainer boxes on the field. Ash could tell through the boy's aura that he wasn't exactly happy but not sure of the cause. One downside of being so young. The field itself was covered in rocks. The boy who was sweeping the floor, moved off the battlefield and introduced himself as Forrest, the second oldest of Flint's children, and he went to the back of the gym. His aura showed he was jealous. This was enough for Ash to come up with a theory about what was going on, as he stood in the empty trainer's box. Misty made her way up some stairs to the viewing area. This is a pewter gym battle between the challenger Ash, from Vaniville Town, and gym leader in training Brock Stone. Flint acted as ref. Both sides can use up to 2 Pokémon, while only the challenger is allowed substitutions. In addition, Brock shall reveal his Pokémon first. Brock gripped a Pokeball as he showed classic signs of nervousness. Ash didn't even need his aura to spot it. His breathing was uneven, and his whole body was tense. He looked like he was made of rock himself. Kind of fitting for the gym's type. Focus Brock, a gym leader is meant to be an obstacle for the challenger to overcome. Flint shouted at his son. Showing signs of being nervous is a weakness you need to rid yourself of. The teenager took a deep breath to calm himself before releasing. "Go Geodude." Brock shouted as he released his rock ground type. A rock with a face and 2 arms appeared on the battlefield. While he has never met one in person, Ash has seen images from textbooks and can tell by the looks of it that this one has clearly been raised well. Taking his Pokédex out, Ash scanned it. Geodude, the rock Pokémon. There are plenty of them to be found along any road. A scholar with too much free time once counted 100 of them along a single route. Its round body makes it easy to pick up, but it is hard and heavy. It's dangerous to play with them as if they were snowballs. Type, rock ground. In that case. Ash replied as he swapped his Pokédex with a Pokeball. "I choose you, Butterfree." The bug flying type appeared and started to fly around the building, filled with energy. Soon the excited butterfly Pokémon hovered in front of Ash in a battle stance. "I must say, Ash, your Butterfree seems to be in excellent health." Brock praised. "Well done." "Thank you, Brock, he is also strong." Ash replied, which earned a squeal of excitement from said bug type. Ash ignored the confidence coming from Flint's aura. He probably believes this battle will be decided based on the type advantage, but Ash has been learning for the last 4 years. He would never send a Pokémon into a battle that he doesn't honestly believes they can win. This battle is no different. Let the battle begin. Flint declared. Rock throw. Brock shouted. Geodude slammed his fists into the ground, which caused a bunch of rocks, of all different shapes and sizes, to fly off the ground towards the bug flying type. Flint smirked confidently as he believed his son's first taste of a gym battle would end in victory. Dodge, but use iron defense as you do so. Ash instructed. Butterfree began to show off some impressive speed as he weaved in and out of the rocks. His body seemed to glow silver as his defenses were raised considerably. Ash smirked as Flint's aura changed when he saw the steel move used. He clearly wasn't expecting that. Now use Poison Wind. Ash shouted. Sure, it may be borrowed from Samurai, but it is still impressive to see a trainer using move combinations. Of course, Ash Kallow's Pokémon all have their own combinations, but his Kanto team haven't had long enough to efficiently create their own. It is amazing Butterfree could learn this one in such short time. Butterfree unleashed a poisonous purple powder and began to flap his wings harder. A small-ish gust was created, which blew the poison powder towards the rock Pokémon. Brock's eyes widened at the unique combination. He hasn't even taught his Pokémon any yet. Counter with Euro Ball. Brock shouted in a panic. Geodude started to spin with a gray outline. The poison powder hit the show of steel-type energy which protected Geodude as he started to spin towards Butterfree. Due to the bug's type high speed from all the training, Ash knew the Euro Ball would cause some major damage. Stop him with confusion. Ash instructed. Butterfree's antenna stood on end as his eyes glowed a bright blue color. An outline of psychic-type energy surrounded Geodude as he came to a stop, mid-air. Due to the gust stopping, the poison powder was on the floor and couldn't affect Geodude, but right now he is helpless. Before either side could react, Geodude started to glow white as his shape changed. Soon, a Graveler was in Geodude's place and Butterfree let the rock Pokémon out of the psychic hold. Ash scanned the newly evolved rock ground type with his Pokédex. Graveler, the rock Pokémon. The evolved form of Geodude. This slow-footed Pokémon moves by curling up and rolling instead of walking. With enough momentum, its speed can exceed 60 miles per hour. Type, Rock Ground. Congratulations Graveler. Brock happily shouted to his newly evolved Pokémon. I knew you was close to evolving but I didn't expect it to be today. Careful Butterfree, Graveler is a lot stronger than Geodude. Ash warned. Butterfree nodded and entered a battle stance. Aerial Ace. Ash knows a flying move isn't very effective against Graveler, but that is where his hidden ability comes into play. Butterfree spread his wings, although that didn't really change much due to their shape, and did a loop in the air before shooting towards Graveler. Flint was now full confident in his son's victory, especially since a flying move should do nothing to a Graveler. Rock Slide. Brock countered. Graveler let out a battle cry as several holes appeared above the battlefield. A landslide of rocks began to fall on top of Butterfree. Thanks to some flying techniques from Pidgeotto, Aerodactyl and Salamence, Butterfree was effective in dodging the rocks. The aerial ace struck Graveler head-on, and knocked Graveler back, much to both Brock's and Flint's surprise. How could a flying move do that to a rock Pokémon? Flint exclaimed with a hint of anger in his voice. Butterfree has the hidden ability, Tinted Lenses. Ash informed. It gives a power boost to moves which aren't very effective. Flint mumbled something which Ash couldn't hear properly, but he clearly wasn't happy. Guess he wanted his son's first gym battle to be a victory. Graveler, you're a lot heavier now, so Euro Ball won't get you into the air so easy. Brock informed. So, use Rollout, and use the rocks left from the Rock Slide to go after Butterfree. Graveler nodded in understanding as he curled up into a ball. It may seem like Graveler knows only rock moves after using rock throw, rock slide and now rollout, but he also knows a fair few ground attacks. They are just pointless against a flying Pokémon like Butterfree. Graveler started rolling across the floor, and used some of the newly left rocks to send himself flying. Butterfree was near the ceiling and due to Graveler's large body, couldn't fly around him. Stun Spore! Ash shouted. Butterfree was scared of the incoming rock Pokémon but focused, with a flame of determination behind his eye, he unleashed a yellow powder which Graveler couldn't dodge. Although Graveler was inflicted with paralysis, his rollout still struck Butterfree. Thanks to the previous iron defense, Butterfree survived the hit, although barely. Graveler was overcome with paralysis and landed on the battlefield hard. Ash knew he had to act fast. Use confusion on the anything you can and hit Graveler. Ash shouted. Despite being on his last legs, Butterfree unleashed another wave of psychic energy. Picking up the rocks left by the rock slide, he just slammed them into Graveler. This was a technique he learnt from Hydreigon, hit the opponent until it faints. While not the most complex, Butterfree has to admit that it is being surprisingly effective. Ash noticed the bug type's tiredness and made a mental note to ask Leafeon to teach him Giga Drain for future battles. Hurry Brock, remember the last resort technique. Flint shouted at his son. Brock grimaced at his father's tone, like he didn't want to use said tactic but knew he had no choice in the matter. This only added proof to the theory brewing in Ash's head. Graveler. Use, self-destruct. Brock reluctantly instructed. The rock Pokémon closed his eyes as he was continually pelted with rocks. Despite not doing much, the chip damage was adding up over time. His whole body grew white again but instead of being for an evolution, this one was for an explosion. Quick Butterfree, fly away! Ash shouted. Butterfree attempted to fly out of the blast radius but due to the previous damage done by the rollout, was too slow. A massive explosion covered the battlefield, with Graveler at the heart. The wind blew against the three males near the field. Brock had to shield his face while neither Ash or Flint even flinched. When the smoke cleared, both Pokémon could be seen lying on the battlefield covered in soot and scratches with swirls for eyes. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Flint declared. Return Butterfree, good job out there. Ash recalled his bug flying type. Now take a nice long rest. While upset with the outcome of the battle, more so the fact that Butterfree just took an explosion to the face, he is also incredibly proud of the young bug type as he almost beat a Pokémon with a clear advantage. Misty looked down at the battlefield with an unreadable expression. After the help Ash has given her with her fear, she has actually grown to like Butterfree. Of course, she is nowhere near cured of her phobia, but she is making progress. Not to mention, she has grown to like Ash as well, and he only lost that battle because of self-destruct. If that move wasn't used, then Butterfree probably would have won. Still, the way Ash controlled the battle despite the disadvantage, is amazing. You return as well Graveler. Sorry, you had to do that buddy. Brock recalled his fallen rock Pokémon. A quick glance at his father made Brock quickly switch Pokeballs. Now it's your turn, go Onix. Ash used his Pokédex to scan the new opponent. Onix, the rock snake Pokémon. Onix has a magnet in its brain. It acts as a compass so that this Pokémon does not lose direction while it is tunneling. As it grows older, its body becomes increasingly rounder and smoother. Type, Rock Ground. Despite the less than ideal outcome of the last battle, Ash still gripped the same Pokeball he planned on using from the start. He believes in his Pokémon and has full belief in the Pokémon. With his decision made, he threw the Pokeball. I choose you, Pidgeotto. The normal flying type landed on the field as she looked at the rock snake Pokémon which she would call her opponent. While normally she wouldn't think twice about challenging such an opponent, she trusts Ash. If he could get a Caterpie to beat her in battle, then he can help her overcome this opponent. Let the battle begin. Flint declared without the confidence in his aura anymore. While Brock has the type advantage that was true in the last battle, but he still almost lost and had to use the last resort tactic to end it in a draw. This kid isn't one to be played around with, for a newbie he is anything but weak. Sandstorm. Brock shouted to start off with. Onyx straightened his body and let out a powerful roar as a powerful vortex of wind began to spin around him. Sand soon filled the wind, covering Onyx, who blended in with the sandstorm. Pidgeotto kicked off into the air as the sandstorm began to fill up the entire battlefield. Twister. Ash shouted. Flapping her wings, Pidgeotto began to counter the sandstorm with her own powerful wind attack. Using what Salamence and Hydreigon taught her about using dragon-type energy, she used it to power up her attack. The two winds collided and imploded upon contact. The two winds cancelled each other out with the sand falling over the field. Ash smiled as he thought of a way to use that sand to his advantage. Slam! Brock shouted. Onyx roared as he threw his tail into the air. Pidgeotto didn't need Ash's instructions to avoid the large tail of rocks and pain. She dived out of the air and swooped across the ground. Due to the shape of Onyx's body, his head was in Pidgeotto's path, and that caused Ash to smirk. Sand attack! Ash hollered. Pidgeotto opened her wings to act as a sort of parachute and brought her to a complete stop in front of Onyx. Before the rock snake Pokémon was able to react, the normal flying type flung a large amount of sand into Onyx's face, effectively blinding him. The rock type stood up in a panic as he couldn't see anything. Pidgeotto took off into the air and began flying around in a circle. Brock began to tremble with nerves as he realizes he is fighting a losing battle. He never wanted to take over the gym, but his father is watching, and he has to impress him. Calm down, Onyx. Try and listen for Pidgeotto's wings to track her. Brock instructed. Onyx calmed down as he listened for the normal flying type who was flying around him. Ash smirked. That is a good way to help with the lack of sight. Unfortunately, he has a way around that, and it also helps that this is going to help with his final move. Agility. Ash shouted. Pidgeotto glue a light blue outline as she sped up to unnoticeable speeds. Onyx looked perplexed as her heard the wing flaps from several directions at once. Even with his sight he wouldn't be able to track her, so how can he track her whilst blind? Now use Steel Wing, and use your speed to add to the power. Ash instructed. And aim for the horn on top of Onyx's head, that's an Onyx's weakest spot. Ash has been learning about all Pokémon for the last 4 years, of course he knows what Onyx's weakest point is. Pidgeotto let out a battle squawk as his wings were covered in metal. Pidgeotto turned in the air and made a beeline for the rock snake Pokémon. She slammed her wing into Onyx's horn, powering the move up with her enhanced speed. Onyx cried out in pain. Just like how she has seen the Kalos team do when training, she acted on her own instinct and kept her steel wing activated as she turned around. She delivered another steel wing to the same point. This continued as Brock desperately looked for a way to counter. After the fourth steel wing, Onyx flopped onto the battlefield with swirls replacing his eyes. Pidgeotto looked proud at her victory and landed on Ash's arm. Awesome job, Pidgeotto. Ash praised. Yep, going with this boy was definitely the right decision. Back in the forest she wouldn't have dreamed about challenging an Onyx, let alone actually being victorious. This is just the start. After seeing the Kalos team, she has no doubt that Ash will make her the best bird Pokémon. Onyx. Flint sighed. Is unable to battle, meaning the victor is the challenger. Ash. How? How could a no-badge trainer beat his son in a gym match when using a bug and a bird? Even after Geodude evolved, he was still going to lose the battle. Return Onyx, and take a good rest. Brock sadly recalled his first Pokémon. Flint walked over to his eldest son and looked down upon him. He held his hand out with a small gray object. You still have one more duty to perform. Then we can discuss today's battle. Flint told his son. Brock accepted the object out of his father's hand but clearly wasn't looking forward to the talk. He doesn't even want to take over the gym. With the item in hand, Brock made his way over to Ash. Congratulations Ash, for winning the battle in the pewter gym. You can have the boulder badge as proof. Brock told the raven hair boy as he handed Ash the badge. Ash took the badge with a grateful smile and placed it in the badge case Serena gave him. Thank you, Brock. It was a great battle. Ash thanked. He noticed Brock's uneasiness through the older boy's aura and knew he had to speak with him alone. If you don't mind, could I use the restroom? Of course. Brock smiled, slightly relieved that the chat with his father will be delayed. Let me show you the way. While they have no reason to distrust Ash, it is customary to gild all visitors around the gym, as it isn't only good manners, but it also prevents thieves from taking advantage of them. Brock led the raven hair boy through the building and to the restroom. Greninja and Pikachu stayed behind with Misty and Flint since Ash wanted to have the chat with Brock one-to-one. Once he was sure they were out of earshot of the others, Ash decided to start the conversation. Sorry Brock, I don't mean to intrude, but I couldn't help but notice that you wasn't happy in our battle. Ash started slowly. Brock sighed in response. I understand if you don't want to talk about it, but I got the impression that you don't want to be gym leader. Sigh, you're right Ash. My dad has wanted me to take over since I received my starter, but Brock quietly replied. But I want to be a breeder. While I have had some fun battles, I want to care for them first off. You know Brock, a lot of gym leaders use breeding techniques to keep their Pokémon in top form. Ash pointed out. I know, but my dad wouldn't let me use them. He believes a gym leader is only about being tough, like rocks. Brock explained. Is that right? Ash asked with a smirk. Don't worry Brock, I've got a friend who will show him not to be such an old fossil. Not waiting for a response, Ash started walking back to the battlefield. Brock realized Ash literally only came to speak with him, and while he isn't sure Ash is capable of beating his dad, he also isn't sure what that blue frog Pokémon that accompanied Ash was, so he hurried to keep up. I trust everything is sort. Flint asked Ash as he saw the boys return. Not quite. Ash replied as he stared Flint down. Greninja and Pikachu sensed the boys' tension and joined him. I have a rock type on my team, and he is eager for a good battle. Flint, I challenge you and your ace to a one-on-one battle. You're serious? Flint asked as a smirk crept onto his face. Seeing Ash not even blink, he continued. And why would I accept? You've already won the badge. If you win, then I shall return the badge. Your son will have a second chance at his first gym match. Ash explained. Flint nodded in understanding. But if I win, then you need to let Brock follow his own dream and stop forcing yours onto him. What are you talking about? Flint asked. Brock doesn't want to be gym leader, he wants to be a breeder. Ash replied. I could tell in our battle that he wasn't enjoying it. Then again, you did practically force him to lose his Graveler in our battle. Brock, is this true? Flint turned to his son and asked in a harsh tone. Brock was showing obvious signs of nervousness and uneasiness. It is clear that Flint intimidates him greatly, but taking a big gulp, Brock nodded his head in agreement with Ash. Flint looked his son down with a hard stare, but Brock didn't back down. If Ash is willing to put his badge on the line for him, then he needs to show that he is just as brave. Flint lightly chuckled to himself before turning back to the raven hair boy. Fine kid, a one-on-one rock-type match. Flint replied as he took the position where Brock was in the battle. He grabbed his Pokeball and threw it into the air. Go Golem. The rock ground type appeared on and let out a battle cry. Ash smirked as he brought out his Pokédex. Golem, the Megaton Pokémon. The final evolved form of Geodude. When Golem grow old, they stop shedding their shells. Those that have lived a long time have shells green with moss. You should know kid, I've been training with Golem since he was a Geodude for many years. Flint warned. He hasn't lost a match for 5 years and we don't plan on ending that streak. Ash smiled as he took his position on the battlefield. Brock took the place of the referee. Not even flinching at the clearly strong golem, Ash grabbed his pokeball with a smirk on his face. With a flick of the wrist, he threw the pokeball into the air. "My friend, I need your help." Ash replied softly. Aerodactyl is technically his youngest Pokémon. Of course, Pikachu and Butterfree are very young as well, but Aerodactyl was fossilized 6 months after his birth, which is one reason he lost control after his torture at the hands of those scientists, because his family never got the chance to teach him to control his power, but Ash has, and just because he is young doesn't mean he is weak. Upon entering the field, the dinosaur let out an ear-bursting battle cry which shook the whole building. Both Golem and Flint lost the confident look when they realized this was their opponent. Misty hid behind Greninja. She has seen Aerodactyl plenty of times since joining the group but never in battle. He was always a nice and sweet affectionate Pokémon, but this is a complete contrast. Brock, for lack of a better term, was wetting himself and thanked Arceus he didn't have to battle this beast. He hastily prepared the battle. This is a one-on-one battle between Aerodactyl and Golem. No time limit or substitution are allowed. Brock declared with sweat covering his forehead, terrified of the dinosaur in front of him. Can Ash really control that thing? Let the battle begin. Iron Head. Ash spoke calmly as soon as the battle began. Aerodactyl quickly covered his head in metal and charged at an unnoticeable speed toward the Megaton Pokémon. Neither Flint or Golem had a chance to react as the dinosaur slammed his head into the rock-ground type. Golem was pushed back by the powerful blow as Aerodactyl used his own knockback to become airborne. It may be a dinosaur, but it is also a flying type. Flint growled as Golem recovered from the powerful blow. Use Stone Edge. Golem crossed his arms across his body as rings of small sharp rocks began orbiting around him. Aerodactyl was circling in the air as he saw the stones flying towards him. He knows from using the move himself that to stop the little missiles he needs to break Golems. Concentration. Protect yourself with ancient power and get close. Ash instructed. Aerodactyl roared as several large rocks formed around him. The stone edge crashed into the rocks and imploded upon impact. Golem focused and forced them to circle around Aerodactyl. The dinosaur was no idiot and began to charge at Golem while using the ancient power to block the stone edge, going for a behind attack. The rock-flying type appeared right in Golem's face as the ancient power continued to block the stone edge. Already knowing what Ash would want him to do, he let out a massive roar as his teeth burst into flames. He bit down hard on Aerodactyl's shoulder. Despite Fire Fang not being very effective, it caused enough damage to make Golem cry out in pain. Due to him losing his concentration, the remainder of the stone edge fell out of the sky. Sky drop. Ash smirked confidently. Not giving Golem or Flint the chance to get off another attack after that stone edge, Aerodactyl picked the Megaton Pokémon up. Flint looked confident that the dinosaur wouldn't be able to lift his rock-ground type up, but to his surprise, both Pokémon were both airborne. Once near the ceiling, Aerodactyl let Golem fall. Finish it with Iron Head. Ash smirked. Aerodactyl shot down after the Megaton Pokémon as his head became coated in metal. Golem slammed into the ground, which caused a cloud of dust to cover the entire field. Both trainers didn't back down at the blast while both Brock and Misty had to cover their eyes. The two Pokémon couldn't be seen because of the dust. After a while the dust settled and Golem was on his back with swirls in his eyes. Aerodactyl was stood above the fallen Megaton Pokémon looking fresh like it was just sent out onto the field. Flint's mouth hung open. He hasn't seen his oldest partner faint in over 5 years, and this kid just made it look like a newly hatched who hasn't battled before. Once the shock had passed, Brock made the call. Golem is unable to battle, meaning the victors of this battle are Ash and Aerodactyl. Brock declared. Aerodactyl let out a victory cry which again shook the whole building. He turned towards his trainer and his expression changed. If the Stone family was shocked, then what happened next left them speechless. Aerodactyl jumped at the raven-hair boy, knocking him over and unleashed a massive affectionate lick onto his trainer. While this is nothing new, as Aerodactyl is by far the most affectionate Pokémon Ash has, it is a massive contrast to the fierce battler who just took out Flint's golem. Ha ha ha, I'm proud of you too. You did great out there for your first official battle. Ash laughed as he got away from Aerodactyl's affection. While it is true they have spent countless hours training in Battle Diantha a fair few times, this was Aerodactyl's first official battle with Ash as a trainer. Flint had returned his golem and stood in front of the Kalos trainer and his dinosaur. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, Aerodactyl turned back into battle mode. Well, you won fair and square, kid. Flint grumbled, but Ash was able to notice something in the man's aura which caused him to smirk. Guess Brock will be able to become a breeder after all. Thank you, Flint. And thank you for the good battle. Ash replied. Now, why don't you tell Brock the truth? What do you mean, Ash? Brock asked in confusion. Instead of answering the spiky-haired teenager, Ash just smirked in Flint's direction, but the tough man was showing no signs of budging. With a sigh, Ash decided to explain what he learned from Flint's aura. The truth is, Brock. Flint also had a dream away from this gym. He wanted to become a Rock-type Elite Four member. Ash explained. Unfortunately, he was unable to achieve that dream and was given the gym by the league. He only forced you to train as gym leader because he wants to make sure you have a contingency plan for your future. He cares about you, Brock. He may not show it in the best way, but he wants to make sure your future is secure. Brock looked shocked and turned to his father. Flint's expression may seem to be the same serious one, but Brock was able to see that what Ash said was true. While on the outside, he seems as hard as stone. On the inside, he is a big softy who only wants what's best for his son. Dad. Brock whispered with wet eyes. Just go out there, son. And do what your old man couldn't. Flint instructed with a slight voice crack. Follow your dream. You know, Flint. Your other son, Forrest. Ash spoke up again. You might want to put off your retirement and train him as the next pewter gym leader. Wah. Flint went to ask but decided to leave it. This kid has surprised him enough for one lifetime, he doesn't need to know why he just made that suggestion. Never mind. You ready to go? Greninja asked as he and Misty joined the group. Sure, we still have a few hours of sunlight, so we can make a move towards Empty Moon. Ash told his brother in everything but blood. Did you just understand what that frog thingy said? Flint asked. Yeah, I can understand Pokemon speech. Ash replied, leaving the Aura Guardian section out of the explanation. Ash's aura picked up certain signs from the soon-to-be breeder in training. And yes, Brock, you can travel with us. How did you? Brock went to ask. I'll explain later. Ash replied. I need to get the guys healed, so why don't you pack, and we meet up at the center in a couple of hours. Brock nodded in agreement, and with that the group set out for the Pokemon Center. After getting Butterfree and Pidgeotto healed, while Aerodactyl only needed a quick checkup. Brock met Ash, Greninja, Pikachu and Misty on the border of the city before they set off east towards Empty Moon. Along the way, Ash got to know about his latest traveling companion. He has to admit, it is nice to have another male human to interact with since he was used to having Professor Sycamore around. Although he still misses Serena. Soon the sun set, and camp was set up, with Ash cooking the meal with Brock's help. Okay, Brock, guess it is time for you to meet the rest of the team. Ash told the Pokemon breeder as he threw all his Pokeballs into the air, except for the Cherish Ball which is on a necklace under his shirt. In a flash of light, all of Ash's Pokemon appeared with both Greninja and Pikachu joining their teammates. Brock, of course you know Greninja and Pikachu, but here is the rest of my family. Meet, Lucario, Gardevoir, Aerodactyl, Salamence, Volcarona, Hydreigon, Leafeon, Butterfree and Pidgeotto. Dragons, big dragons. Brock breathed out on the verge of a panic attack. Really, I hadn't noticed. Hydreigon replied sarcastically. Despite being a big brute in battle, he also has a very dry sense of humor. Shut up. Gardevoir scolded before going up and greeting the Pokémon breeder, shaking Brock's hand, who was still focused on the two pseudo-legendaries. A pleasure to meet you. Guys, this is Brock. He is in training to become a Pokémon breeder and will be traveling with us. Ash explained. The rest of the Pokémon greeted the spiky hair boy in their usual manner, but Brock was completely focused on Salamence and Hydreigon because of fear. You don't need to worry, Brock. None of my family will hurt you or your Pokémon. While it did relax Brock some, he was still a little scared of them because... well, who wouldn't be scared of two clearly powerful dragons? He has already seen how well-trained Butterfree, Pidgeotto and Aerodactyl are, so what sort of strength does the rest of the team have? Brock also had one question. Ash, how come you have 11 Pokémon on hand? Brock asked. Actually, where did you get some of these Pokémon from? Only Pikachu, Butterfree, Pidgeotto and Aerodactyl are native to Kanto. And one of them is a dinosaur. The rock-flying type flashed Brock a giant cheesy smile in response. Well, I've spent the last few years studying under Professor Sycamore in the Kalos region, where I am from. Ash explained. It was during that time that I met Greninja, Lucario, Gardevoir, Aerodactyl, Salamence, Volcarona, Hydreigon and Leafeon. As long as they are happy with it, I will tell you their stories. The split was pretty even as it was with Misty. Greninja, Aerodactyl, Volcarona and Hydreigon wanted to keep their stories secret until they get to know the two trainers better, while Lucario, Gardevoir, Salamence and Leafeon were happy for the two traveling companions to hear their stories. While they all settled down for food, Ash told the 4 Pokémon stories. Soon it was bedtime, and with the Pokémon in their Pokeballs, Misty and Brock in their respective tents, Ash took his holocaster and walked a little away before dialing the number. Hello Ash. A familiar female voice greeted him. Hey Serena. Ash smiled upon hearing his girlfriend's voice. Is the professor not there? No, he went out on a research trip, so it's just me and the family here. Serena explained. By the time he should get back, it would the middle of the night for you. Okay, well, did the lab get the update about my latest catch last night? Ash asked. No, I haven't seen one and the professor didn't mention it this morning. Serena replied. Why? Do not fret, chosen one. I have stopped your little device from informing others of my capture. Ho-Oh's voice echoed within Ash's head. Ash, which Pokémon did you capture? Serena asked. Oh, I want to keep it a surprise for now. I'll show you when you arrive in Kanto. Ash teased his girlfriend. Besides, it is one you'll need to see to believe. The chat went on for nearly another hour. Normally, the professor would keep it brief so Ash would also call his mom, but by the time he got off the phone with his girlfriend it was already very late. Making a mental not to call his mom tomorrow, he headed into his tent where Greninja and Pikachu were. Help me! A voice shouted as the group approached Empty Moon. The group have already eaten breakfast and packed up their camp. They are on their way towards Empty Moon when they heard the call for help. In the same moment, Ash, Greninja and Pikachu shot off towards the call for help. They found a man in a lab coat being attacked by a swarm of blue bat Pokémon. Water Shuriken. Ash instructed. Greninja leaped into the air and began to shoot stars of condensed water at the bats. Each one made a direct hit onto the wild Pokémon, each proving to be one-hit knockouts. Misty and Brock arrived as Ash approached the man, with the latter catching one of the knocked-out Zobats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The man frantically thanked on his knees. It was nothing. Ash asked the scientist. But are you okay, sir? Yes, I am fine thanks to you. Sorry, that was rude of me. My name is Seymour. Seymour the scientist. The man replied quickly. Nice to meet you, Seymour. My name is Ash Ketchum from Vanillave Town and these are my partners Greninja and Pikachu. Ash introduced himself and his two Pokémon who are currently out of their Pokeballs. Why were those Zubats attacking you? I arrived here to perform research on the moon stones in this cave but when I arrived I found someone had put lights up in the cave. Seymour explained. It's not just the Zubats. The Paras and Sandshrew are drying out under the light and all the Pokémon are scared. Understood. Ash replied as his face darkened. As a member of the G-Men, it is his responsibility to make sure everyone is safe, whether they be people or Pokémon, so he isn't happy to hear Pokémon are having their homes invaded and lives turned upside down. Come on out, my friend. Gardevoir appeared. What are you going to do, Ash? Misty asked with concern evident in her voice. I am going to find who did this, and stop them. It could get dangerous, so I want you all to wait here. Ash explained. Gardevoir, can you heal the Zubats and stay with these guys until the problem is solved? Once it is resolved, I will inform you, and can you then teleport them over to us? The fairy psychic type nodded in agreement. While not happy about being parted from Ash, she knows her fellow teammates will keep him safe and he also has to keep others safe at the same time. With the confirmation from his family member, Ash set off for the cave with only Greninja and Pikachu by his side. The three humans watched as the raven-hair boy disappeared into the cave. Seymour and Brock looked with admiration while Misty wore a massive blush. When will he just ask her out? Not long after entering the cave, Ash released Lucario and had Pikachu use an electric shock to burst all the lights. Lucario used Aura Sphere to provide light and also used his own heal pulse to assist any injured wild Pokémon they met. Normally, Ash would have scanned them all, but he is on a mission at this moment in time. After a while of wandering through the cave, the group arrived at a large room with 3 people in it. 2 males and a female all wearing some sort of uniform which had a red R on them. Ash clenched his fist in anger. There was also a Weezing, Primeape and Raticate out. You two, stay out of sight. I have a plan to end this quickly but in case that fails, I need you as a surprise attack. Ash told Greninja and Lucario. The 2 Pokémon nodded in understanding before disappearing into the shadows. Taking a deep breath, Ash made himself known to the 3 criminals. What's going on here? Ash asked. Prepare for trouble. And make it double. To infect the world with devastation. To enlight all peoples within our nation. To denounce the goodness in truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Cassidy. And Butch. We're Team Rocket, circling Earth each day and night. Surrender to us now, or you'll surely lose the fight. Raticate. The normal type hopped in front of them. Cassidy and Bubble. Guess those other losers were too scared to face me again. Ash joked. And who is purple hair over there? My name is Butch. Bob raged in response. My name is Petrol, the executive put in charge of this little mission. The man snickered. I would tell you what we are doing here but that information is no use to a dead man. The 3 Pokémon all entered offensive stances ready to attack, which caused Ash to smirk as he grabbed a Pokeball. 3 against 1. Hardly seems fair, for you. Ash snickered as he pressed the button on his Pokeball. My friend, I need your help. In a flash of light, Hydreigon appeared and the 2 identified as Cassidy and Butch looked very nervous. Hydreigon smirked and entered a battle stance. What is that thing? Cassidy asked. An overgrown lizard. Petrol spat. Euro Ball, Weezing. The poison type started spinning towards Hydreigon with a grey outline around him. The other 2 knew they had to also attack if they didn't want to face a punishment. Focus Punch, Primeape. Butcher shouted. Primeape jumped with a glowing fist towards Hydreigon. Super Fawn. Cassidy added. Raticate jumped towards Hydreigon with its mouth open ready for some sort of bite battle. Dragon Pulse. Ash instructed calmly with a wave of the hand. Hydreigon fired off 3 Dragon Pulses. The main one out of his middle head and smaller ones out of his 2 head hands. Although the term small is used very loosely in this situation, as none of them are small. The beams hit the 3 Pokémon head-on and blasted each Pokémon back into their opponents with great force. The 3 rock agents were thrown into the wall and were knocked out along with their respective Pokémon. Guys, we need to restrain them and get to the Cerulean exit as soon as. Ash instructed as he took out his holocaster. You take care of them, I am going to make contact with Cerulean police to meet us. Lucario and Greninja made themselves known and followed Ash's instructions as he contacted the police. It was sundown on the opposite side of Empty Moon. The 3 criminals were in the back of a police van. Gardevoir had teleported Brock and Misty over while Ash spoke with Officer Jenny. I cautioned the 3 of them once they regained consciousness. Ash explained as he handed over a memory chip and written report. This is my paperwork for the situation and a recording of everything they said once being cautioned. Sir. Officer Jenny saluted as a constable accepted the evidence. Get them into a secure unit as soon as, the purple hair one, Petrol, claimed to be an executive. If that is true, then the boss will be likely to try and free him. Ash explained. Officer Jenny nodded in understanding. Dismissed. With the case and evidence handed over, Officer Jenny drove off with the police van and 3 area cars. This is the biggest break they have had in taking down Team Rocket and they don't plan on losing it now. Ash sighed in relief as he turned towards his friends. Brock was in tears as he saw his one true love disappear, while Greninja looked annoyed. Misty also shared Greninja's feelings, which is a first for this duo, but the water-type specialist put her feelings aside. So, what now? Mr. Hero? Misty asked in a teasing tone. We should be able to make it to Cerulean, so we keep moving. Ash replied as Brock recovered. The group started walking towards Misty's hometown. So, let me get this straight. Not only did you study under a world-famous professor, with ridiculously strong Pokémon on your side, but you are also a member of the Pokémon G-Men? Brock questioned. Any other bombshells you want to drop? He is also an aura user. Misty added. Aura, like the fairy tales? Brock questioned. Ash created an aura sphere in his hand for proof. Yes, but aura is real. Ash replied. He took out his Pokédex and scanned a Pokeball on Brock's belt. Zubat, the bat Pokémon. It sleeps in caves during the day. It has no eyes, so to check its surroundings while flying, it emits ultrasonic waves. When exposed to sunlight, they suffer burns. The frequency of their ultrasonic waves can differ slightly from colony to colony. Type, poison flying. I am just in training for becoming a fully fledged guardian since a lot of my abilities are locked because my body isn't mature enough to take the strain. Ash explained. The group continued talking while Greninja smirked as he realized Ash hasn't told the 2 humans about Serena. The reason for that is simple, Ash is clearly missing her dearly and if the other things are anything to go by, then he will be bombarded with questions about his girlfriend. Although he will need to tell them eventually, as Serena is set to join the group in Vermilion City. Ash was also thinking over 2 things he found in Empty Moon. When cleaning up the mess Team Rocket made, he came across 2 special rocks which turned out to be 2 fossils. One being a dome fossil and the other being a helix fossil. The machine that restored Aerodactyl is still active on Cinnabar, but is now supported by Professor Oak. He has some time before then, but he is thinking of giving his 2 current traveling companions one of these fossils each, but only time will tell. As the police van was driving towards the secure location, where they could question the 3 criminals associated with Team Rocket, a smartly dressed man in a white suit with a black dog Pokémon by his side stood in the road. Houndoom. Use Dark Pulse. The man instructed. The Fire Dark type fired 2 beams of black energy out of its mouth. They hit the police cars, blowing them up. The explosions knocked the van off balance and it fell on its side, stopping barely in front of the man. Officer Jenny was injured as she crawled out of the wreckage. The man and Houndoom loomed over her as dozens of rocket grunts appeared with handguns pointed at her. "I believe you have something that belongs to me." The man chuckled evilly as his Houndoom went to the back of the van. It used flamethrower and melted a hole in the back. Petrol, Cassidy and Bubble climbed out, looking roughed up. "You three, the boss wants a mission report when you get back to HQ. You better be able to answer how you messed up a simple research mission as badly as this." Without a response, the three climbed into the back of a helicopter which landed nearby. The man returned his Houndoom and climbed into the front passenger seat as the grunts disappeared into the shadows. Officer Jenny fainted from the injuries she sustained. Kanto Chapter 4, Waterflowers of Cerulean City. Cerulean City. Ash smiled as he looked over the city ahead of him. "This is where you grew up, isn't it, Misty?" "Yeah, it is my home," Misty replied maripishly. While she revealed her home to the raven-hair boy, she forgot to mention that it is her family who runs the city's gym. "Oh no, how is she going to get around this mess?" "Well, it is getting kind of late," Brock pointed out as the moon already filled the sky. "I recommend that we find the center for the night, then you can challenge the gym tomorrow, Ash." "Right, Brock, I still need to decide on who else I am gonna use," Ash replied. "Pikachu is certain since he missed out on your gym battle, and has a clear advantage over water types, but from what I've read it should be a 2-on-2 match and I don't know whether to use Butterfree or Pidgeotto. You could always use one of the dragons. I think they would win regardless of their opponent," Brock suggested whilst on edge. "You know, Brock, neither Salamence or Hydreigon would hurt you," Ash pointed out. "I realize it is a lot to take in, but both Salamence and Hydreigon are both big softies and you get used to it." "Sure, Ash, it's just not every day that you meet a trainer with a pseudo-legendary. Let alone two of them," Brock replied. "I know, Brock, I don't think my mom has still gotten used to all of them," Ash replied. He noticed Misty had been unusually quiet, and a quick scan of her aura showed she was feeling a combination of nervousness and irritation. "What's up, Misty?" "What?" "Nothing," Misty replied before she got a suspicious eye. "Did you just scan me with your aura?" Sorry," Ash replied. "Just don't do it from now on, at least not without permission," Misty ordered. "Yes, ma'am," Ash replied in fear. He has seen her angry, and after living with his mum and next to Serena and her mum for so long, he knows better than to make any female unhappy. It only leads to his downfall. "Good," Misty replied. "Now if you excuse me, I have a few things to sort out whilst in town." Not waiting for a response, Misty hurried away with slight anger. First, the boy is making her mad by not confessing his everlasting love, and now he brought her back home before she achieved her goal. Still, it will be good to see he demolish her sisters with one of those dragons or maybe Greninja. In fact, she is going to go to her sisters to brag about their soon-to-be humiliation. "Are we just gonna let her go off on her own?" Brock asked. "Well, this is her hometown, I bet she wants to see her family or a friend maybe," Ash replied. "Besides, Professor Sycamore gave one last bit of advice before I left." "Which is?" Brock asked. "Don't confront an angry female, it will only lead to my downfall," Ash replied. "He sounds like a smart man." Brock nodded in agreement. With that, the group of boys started to walk towards the Pokémon Center. Ash and Brock sent their teams for a checkup, and luckily everyone was in good health. Due to not many people being in the center, they ate food on the outside battlefield with the full teams. Ash realized Brock was still nervous around the two dragons, but unlike Misty's fear of Volcarona, Brock hasn't really been a fence, and after he saw Aerodactyl in battle it is no surprise he fears the bigger beasts. Ash is happy to help the breeder, but because of their differences, Ash believes Brock will be able to overcome this fear himself. Once dinner was over and everything was cleared away, the Pokémon, except for Greninja and Pikachu, were returned for the night. Brock made his way up to the room they rented off Nurse Joy, who Brock tried to confess his undying love for, but Greninja stopped him, whilst Ash went off to call Kalos. As usual, he spoke with Serena, Professor Sycamore and his mum, but the professor mentioned that Professor Oak had a request. As a result, Ash also called the Kanto regional professor. "Hello Professor Oak." Ash greeted the Pokémon professor. "Hello Ash, I am glad you called. I've been trying to get a hold of you." The professor replied. He, sorry Professor. We were going through empty moon today, so we didn't really get any signal in the cave. Ash mereepishly explained, conveniently forgetting the part about taking down Team Rocket in the process. "Anyway Professor, Sycamore mentioned you had a request." "That, I do. My boy. Tell me, you are in Cerulean City, right?" The professor responded with a question. "Yes Professor. I plan on challenging the gym here tomorrow." Ash explained. "Well, I was hoping you could put your gym battle off for a day. I have a colleague who lives north of Cerulean, and has recently concluded his project on Dratini's breeding habits. I could really use his notes as soon as, so I thought maybe you could deliver them." Professor Oak replied. "I know you're a junior professor, so you can also have access to the note. And I am sure with either your Aerodactyl or Salamence you could do the round trip in a day, if not shorter." "I'll be happy to help, Professor. Both Aerodactyl and Salamence are asleep right now, so I will ask them first thing in the morning." Ash explained. "I don't think they will have an issue with it. Salamence has been complaining about needing to stretch his wings. But I don't want to take them for granted. As no good trainer would." "I understand Ash, and thank you," Professor Oak replied. With the conversation over, the two bid each other good night before ending the call. Ash made his way to the room he was renting with Brock. Greninja was the only one who was still awake, but that didn't surprise Ash, and soon the two of them were also asleep. The next morning, the boys and their Pokémon had eaten breakfast, with them now on the outside battlefield of the Pokémon Center. Ash has already asked Salamence, who was happy to get the chance to fly, and he also asked Brock if he could watch the rest of his team. The breeder was happy to comply since Ash has been sharing some breeding tips with him. Now all that was left was giving his team their training for the day. "Guys, Professor Oak called last night and has asked me to run an errand for him," Ash explained. "Me and Salamence are going to be gone for most of the day, but Brock has offered to watch over you. I want you all training since our gym challenge has been put back by a day." The Pokémon seemed to accept this, although the Kanto team were shocked. Does Ash really trust them enough to the point that he would allow them to manage their own training whilst he is off on an errand? Aerodactyl wasn't the happiest either. "You know, Ash, I am faster than Salamence. Maybe I could." Aerodactyl hinted with the best puppy dog eyes he could muster. "I let you win one race, and this is what happens." Salamence muttered with a roll of the eyes. "Sorry Aerodactyl, but I want you to be Pidgeotto's training partner. Use Stone Edge and help her improve her aerobatics," Ash explained. "Besides Aerodactyl, I have a feeling that if I leave both Hydreigon and Salamence here, then there won't be a Cerulean City to come back to." The two dragons looked at each other and blushed. Sure, their battles may tend to get a little explosive, but that just shows how strong they are. Still, when Ash explains it like that, Aerodactyl is unable to deny that logic. "Leaf Eon, I want you to teach Butterfree how to use the move Giga Drain," Ash explained. The Grass-type Evolution nodded in understanding and moved next to the Bug-type. She may be a little princess, but since her daddy asked her to, she will partner up with the little guy. Butterfree seemed excited at the idea of learning another move. "Greninja, you'll be up with Pikachu. I need him in top shape for handling water Pokémon," Ash explained. It may seem weird that he is leaving his best bud here, but he knows Greninja well enough to know he would pick training over research any day. Volcarona and Hydreigon, continue what you were doing before. And finally, Lucario, I think it's time you learn Psychic. If you would help him with that Gardevoir. Said Pokémon nodded in agreement. To be honest, Lucario probably has the worst move set out of all of Ash's Kalos team. The main reason for this is because Lucario has overseen helping Ash train with his aura abilities, which took away time from his own training. It's not that Lucario minded anyway, as his own aura is much stronger than other Lucarios. Okay guys, we will be back later. Ash explained as he climbed onto Salamance's back. If there is an issue, then Brock has my number. With each of the Pokémon nodding in understanding, they started their training. Ash smiled at the sight before signaling Salamence to take off. Hello. Misty called out as she entered the Cerulean gym. It is still early in the morning, and if his approach towards the pewter gym was anything to go by, then Ash is likely going through his strategy for this gym battle with his team. The first thing she noticed was a stand filled with DVDs titled, The Sensational Sister Water Show. Wow, how much more egotistical can they get? The orange-hair girl made her way through the place she calls home towards the pool battlefield. It is rather silent, but as she ventured through the building, familiar voices could be heard. Misty clenched her fist as she remembers why she left in the first place, but this will be worth it just to watch Ash humiliate them. As Misty walked into the main battle room, she found her three sisters, Daisy, Lily and Violet, stood at the corner of the pool battlefield. They were all looking conflicted at the sole Pokémon in the water. It was a Magikarp. Misty knew this Magikarp well, as it was one of her few friends she would play with before she left on her journey, but because he is registered as a gym Pokémon, she had to leave him here. Like, hey, look girls. Misty's back. Lily pointed out absent-mindedly before a smirk grew on her face. Like, what are you doing back here? Didn't you say you wouldn't return before you become the greatest water-type master, or did you already give up on that? Yes, I did say that, and no, I haven't given up yet. Misty replied defensively. So then, why are you, here? Daisy asked. Well, I met some friends who I am traveling with, and one of them is on the gym challenge. Misty replied. He should show up later today to challenge you for a Cascade badge. And I am honestly looking forward to see him beat you all. That's, if this boyfriend of yours can beat us. Violet retorted in response to Misty's taunting. He is not my boyfriend. Misty shouted defensively. While she has an obvious crush, they aren't dating in any sort of sense, and if Misty knows her sisters, then they would ruin any chance that they might get together if they learn of her crush. Of course he's not. Lily replied. What guy would, want to date you? Another runt. Violet answered her sister's question with a laugh. Misty clenched her fist in anger, which Daisy noticed. The oldest of the four sisters decided it is time to change the subject before one of them gets hurt. Actually, Misty, I am, glad you're here. Maybe you could help us. Daisy spoke up. What with? Misty asked with uncertainty, still on the verge of anger. We, are going to get rid of this Magikarp but can't do it. Lily butted in. We, just got our nails done and it is refusing to return to its Pokeball. You can't just get rid of Magikarp, what did it do? Misty asked in another burst of anger. It can't battle. Violet arrogantly explained. And, now it has stopped refusing to do show with us. I am surprised any of the Pokémon still do those stupid shows with ya. Misty muttered under her breath, but none of the sisters heard it. So, you can just pick it up and take it to the pond or something. Lily added. You can't just get rid of Magikarp because he isn't the strongest and won't preform with you. Misty argued. I will take him if you don't want him. This coming from, the girl who is afraid of Gyarados. Violet asked in a teasing tone. Well, I am not anymore. Misty replied defensively. It may not be entirely true that she is over her fear of Gyarados, but this is a Magikarp, not Gyarados. Plus, she has been working on her fear of bugs and that is much worse than her fear of Gyarados. If she can give Butterfree a hug then she can handle Gyarados, right? Like, in that case, catch. Daisy spoke up, tossing a Pokeball at the youngest sister. Misty caught it in both hands. Congratulations, you're, like, Magikarp's new trainer. Now come on, girls. We have that meeting with our agent. The three sisters left, as Misty sighed in relief. What was she thinking coming back here? She wasn't, she was just looking forward to watch Ash demolish her three sisters and her hothead made her go ahead. Plus, now she has a Magikarp. While she is glad to see her old friend, what is she going to do now? Her big mouth has talked her into all sorts of trouble. She has no clue if she can handle a Gyarados. The last one she met tried to eat her and Ash came to her rescue. Ash. What would he do? Well, he wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. Looking at the water type in the pool, Misty noticed the very sad look on Magikarp's face. It doesn't take a genius to figure out why, he has just been called useless and weak by Misty's sisters. Well, if he evolves into a Gyarados or not, Misty can't just watch the pained water type. She knows that pain all too well. Don't be sad, Magikarp. Tell you what, we can start some special training and then we will show those three the big mistake they just made. Misty told the pure water type in the pool. While she has been traveling with Ash, she has learned about proper training. Releasing her Staryu and Goldeen, Misty started to explain how they are going to help Magikarp in this training session. Thank you, Salamence. Ash thanked as he landed outside of a lighthouse that overlooked a cliffside. The big dragon growled a "You're welcome" in response as Ash slid of his back. Leaving Salamence out of his Pokeball, Ash went up and knocked on door. After about half a minute, the door opened to reveal a giant Kabuto in the doorway. Ash and Salamence looked at each other then back to the massive extinct Pokémon, both with sweat drops on the back of their heads. Well. No one can say a day trip with you is boring. Salamence joked. Please, don't run. I need a little help. The Kabuto spoke but Ash didn't react, he is used to Pokémon speaking so this is nothing new. Alright, Kabuto. I am happy to help, if I can. Ash replied. What do you need help with? No, I am not a Kabuto. The Kabuto replied. My name is Bill, and this is just a costume, which I seem to be a little stuck in. Okay. Ash replied as he stepped aside. Salamence, use/please. No wait. Bill tried to speak up but it was too late. Salamence lifted his claw up and shot towards the man in a fossil costume. Slashing across the middle of the being, the costume was cut in half before it fell on the group, to reveal a very frightened-looking man. I didn't think Salamence could learn slash. It's not that hard of a move to fake. Ash answered as he helped the man stand up. Anyway, my name is Ash Ketchum and you've already met Salamence. Professor Oak asked me to come by and pick up some research for him. I believe it is on Dratini breeding habits. Right, you see a friendly Dragonite had his children lay at the bottom of this cliff and he was happy enough to observe their growth. Bill explained. It appears that many eggs are laid at once rather than most species where it is one at a time. Plus, the male seems to watch over them from that point until they hatch where they spread out into the ocean. Huh, what do you know? Ash replied with intrigue before turning towards his dragon-flying type. Salamence, if you and Dragonite ever get around to that it seems like you'll be on babysitting duty. The big dragon mumbled something which Ash couldn't quite make out and probably doesn't want to. Anyway, I am sorry, but I am running late for another meeting. Bill spoke up as he handed over a thick folder. Thank you. Ash thanked. Bidding the young professor a goodbye, Ash put the folder into his backpack before climbing back onto his dragon. Signaling Salamence once again, the trainer and Pokémon were soon airborne and quickly moving towards Pallet Town. Back in the cerulean gym, Misty had changed into her swim suit and was currently in a swimming race with her Goldeen and new Magikarp. Due to a Magikarp's limited move pool, Misty couldn't help him in that area, but she has learned a lot from watching Ash train. Her stereo is on its own practicing a new move Ash was helping it learn while she was helping build up Magikarp's speed and strength. While she wouldn't go as far as hand-to-hand combat with her Pokémon, Ash has shown her that by getting involved with the training can really help with their bond. Currently, Misty is on the opposite end of the pool with the two fish Pokémon waiting for her. While Misty is a very strong swimmer, they have been doing this for nearly 4 hours straight, and by swimming in a competitive set, Misty is much more tired. As she set off back towards the two Pokémon, Misty was panting slightly, and that proved to be a mistake as she ended up taking in a shot of water. With her airway blocked off, she immediately stopped swimming and began to tread water as she began to choke. The three Pokémon noticed what was happening with their trainer and immediately started to swim towards the orange-hair girl. Stereo was the furthest away and thus behind the other two. While Magikarp was swimming his hardest, he remembered all the times he played with Misty before she left on her journey, all the encouragement she has given him today, the promise that they will get stronger and show her sisters the mistake they made by calling him weak. With all his pumped-up emotions, Magikarp began to glow white. Goldeen saw what was happening and quickly moved out of the evolving Pokémon's way. The small fish began to change shape. As the glowing stopped, a Gyarados was in the place where Magikarp once was. Acting quickly, Gyarados swung his tail under his trainer and lifted Misty out of the pool. He lay her gently on the side as the water escaped her mouth. As Misty's came to her senses, she noticed three Pokémon surrounding her. Stereo was by her side with Goldeen in the pool, but the most surprising was a Gyarados who was looming over her, with a look of concern. Can't be, can it? Magikarp. Is that you? Misty asked weakly as she sat up. Gwa. Gyarados mumbled softly. Misty's first instinct was to run and hide, but she is in no position for any sort of fast move after what just happened. She looked deep into the water flying type's eyes, as he looked back. Despite the different body, Misty could tell it was still her old friend who she spent most of today with. She knew that it was him who just saved her. After a moment pause, she let out a small smile as she realized there is no reason to be afraid. Gyarados let out his own smile of his own. On recovered, Misty stood up. Thanks for saving me, Gyarados. Misty thanked. With the atrocious Pokémon's head close enough to her, she rubbed Crest on his head. I think that was a sign for us to stop swimming. Besides, now that you've evolved, I am sure you have some other moves we could work on. What do you say? Gyarados smiled and nodded in agreement. Salamence landed in the professor's ranch. Ash climbed of the dragon's back and cheeked the time. He smiled to himself and pulled out the only named bowl he brought with him, Salamence. He poured a can of the Salamence lab-led food into the bowl, but knowing the big guy, he left 3 others out as well. What's all the, oh, hello Ash. The professor walked out of his lab. Ash stood up as Salamence started to scoff the food down. Ash turned towards the elderly professor. Hello professor. Sorry about the noise. Ash apologized. Nonsense, how could you possibly keep a pseudo-dragon quiet? Professor Oak asked in a laughing manner. True. Ash replied as the professor gestured him to follow into the lab. Before doing so, he turned to the dragon type as he started on his second can of food. No training, Salamence. Remember we have the return trip to make. Sure thing. Salamence replied in between mouthfuls. Unfortunately, the manners that Delia, Serena, Gardevoir and Volcarona drilled into Ash's head, didn't spread out to some of the others. Ash sighed happily as he started to head towards the lab, also taking the folder out. He has missed this since starting his journey, so getting to do a little research with Professor Oak will be great. Of course, he has been doing some of his own studies on how a Pokémon's personality changes when they evolve, using his own Butterfree as a key subject, but this is his first project he is doing without any sort of guidance from Sycamore. That was great, Gyarados. Misty praised. She realized that despite Gyarados being physically intimidating, he is still her friendly Magikarp from before. He hasn't tried to hurt her and even saved her, so her previous fear was unfounded. Of course, it was because of the previous incident when she met Ash, but Ash said that one was just a mother protecting her child. She knows both her parents wouldn't done the same. If they were still alive. Gyarados has been in a pretty intense training session since evolving and he is proving to be much stronger than either Staryu or Goldeen. That isn't very surprising considering she has only had them a few months at most and Gyarados are naturally some of the strongest water types in the world. Like, where did that thing come from? Daisy asked as the three sisters walked into room. Did, like, our Magikarp evolve? Violet asked. Like, this is awesome. Lily squealed in excitement. No, your Magikarp didn't. Misty spoke up. You handed him to me, remember? Gyarados is a part of my team. Like, that's not fair. Lily whined. Right. Like, what makes you think you can handle that thing? Violet asked arrogantly. Because, we have been training all day. We both understand each other. Misty pointed out as Gyarados growled in agreement before narrowing his eyes. Misty smirked as she continued. If anyone wouldn't be able to handle him, it's you three. He hasn't forgotten what you said before you left. Gyarados got dangerously close to Lily and Violet who were slightly in front of Daisy. The two girls got scared by the atrocious Pokémon, and hid behind Daisy. The water-flying type smirked and returned to Misty's side. Daisy had to regain her composure before glaring at her younger sister. Well then, Water Master. We will see just how skilled you two are tomorrow. Daisy replied. It is too late now, and that boyfriend of yours hasn't shown up. You can take on his challenge. That is if he even exists. Not waiting for a response, the three sisters left the room while laughing arrogantly. Misty looked down. Why didn't Ash show up today and teach those three the lesson they deserve? Where is he? Plus, now she is going to battle him. How can she beat him? He has dragons. 2 of them. And a dinosaur. Not even her Gyarados would stand a chance against them. Tomorrow she is in for the battle of her life. Ash and Salamence left the lab as the sun began to set and reached Cerulean not long after. He checked out his team's training and sent them all for a checkup after dinner, to be sure they were ready for tomorrow's gym battle. The morning after was an early rise like always, along with a hearty breakfast and talk through his gym strategy with his team. It is currently 10 a.m., when all gyms open to challengers, and the group is stood outside. I challenge you. Ash shouted through the doors. Almost immediately, the doors swung open to reveal 3 girls who share a slight resemblance despite the different colors of hair. They all seemed to have an aura which showed they were feeling arrogant. We've, like, been expecting you. The blue hair girl spoke first. I am Violet. But we were, like, told you would arrive yesterday. The pink hair girl added. I'm Lily. Sorry, but I had an errand to run. Ash apologized although he was curious about how they could have heard about his due arrival. Anyway, if all of you are the gym leader, how will our battle be handled? Actually, our little sister will be your opponent. I'm Daisy. Daisy informed. So, if you would follow me. We can, like, get it started. The 3 sensational sisters lead the way into the gym and Ash shortly followed behind with Pikachu on his shoulder. The electric type was pumped to prove himself in a gym battle, especially after the intense training session with Greninja yesterday. Shortly behind them was Greninja and Brock. The water dark type was dragging the breeder along who seemed love-struck. Greninja noticed a stand in the corner of the room and picked up a DVD off the stand. Soon the group walked into a room which had a battlefield pool in the center, with diving boards taking the place as the trainer boxes. There was a lot of seating circled around the battlefield, like you would see at a sporting event. Scattered across the pool were several floating pads for non-water types to stand. On. So, who am I facing? Ash asked. That would be me. A familiar voice spoke up from the top of the stands. The figure walked down and revealed herself to be Misty. She was pumped for this battle. After the shock calmed down, she realized Ash would likely stick to his Kanto team, and she has seen how all his Pokémon battle while she has her secret weapon who Ash hasn't even met. With all of these things, she has a good chance of winning and proving her sisters wrong. I'm the fourth, sensational sister. There are only 3 sensational sisters, and 1 runt. Lily butted in. Ash could tell that Misty's sisters didn't exactly treat her with respect, and that could actually explain Misty's anger. Just like with Brock, Ash isn't able to just stand back and let this continue, but first will come the gym battle. Are you just gonna keep talking, or can we start our battle? Ash asked the bickering sisters. Of course. Daisy stepped up. I will be the referee in this battle. Fine by me. Ash replied. Ash and Misty each took place on one of the dive boards which were acting as the trainer boxes. Greninja knew he wouldn't be battling, and while he would have preferred to stand by his brother, Brock still needed restraining, so he dragged him up the seating area to get away from the sensational sisters. Daisy took her place as the ref. This will be a 2-on-2 Pokémon battle between Misty Waterflower and Ash Ketchum. Daisy announced. Only the challenger is allowed substitutions, while there is no time limit. In addition, Misty shall reveal his Pokémon first. Misty calls. Staryu. Misty shouted as she grabbed her Pokeball and threw it up in the air. In a flash of light, the pure water type landed on one of the floating platforms. Ash raised an eyebrow as he scanned his opponent. Staryu, the star-shaped Pokémon. Staryu apparently communicates with the stars in the night sky by flashing the red core at the center of its body. If parts of its body are torn, this Pokémon simply regenerates the missing pieces and limbs. Type: Water. Ash knew Staryu was much stronger and skilled in battle compared to her Goldeen. He also knows she is smart enough to not start with her ace, so that can only lead to one thought: she has a new Pokémon. Even if not stronger than Staryu, just the element of surprise could make it her ace for this battle. While she knows which 2 Pokémon Ash was planning on using, Ash isn't afraid to also add in his own surprise. I choose you, Pidgeotto. Ash shouted as he threw his own Pokeball. In a flash of light, Pidgeotto appeared in the air and she started to circle around Staryu like a predator watching her prey. Of course, she wasn't expecting a battle, but she isn't going to complain. Yes, Butterfree has a more diverse move pool with the status moves and the psychic attacks, but Pidgeotto is both older and more experienced as well as a more skilled fighter. Obviously, he could go with one of his pre-journey team, but that just would be cruel to Misty. Speaking of, the orange-hair girl was surprised by Ash's choice. She was sure he would pick Pikachu or Butterfree. Guess her advantage of surprise has been taken away. Staryu vs Pidgeotto. Begin. Daisy declared. Water gun. Misty shouted as soon as the battle started. Staryu began to shoot water out of the top appendage from its body. While the water line was relatively small, it was moving very fast and seemed like it was on a direct line to strike Pidgeotto. Ash smiled as he remembered Staryu struggling with its aim back in their first training session. Agility. Ash instructed. Pidgeotto gained a light blue outline as she increased her speed, easily avoiding the incoming water gun. Just because Ash helped Misty train her Staryu and is friends with the 2 of them, doesn't mean he will go easy on them. Switch to Swift, they can't avoid that. Misty instructed. Staryu cut off its water gun and its center jewel started to glow. Several stars started to fire out of the jewel, and were homing in on Pidgeotto. Ash had a glint in his eye as he would prove Misty wrong when she said that Pidgeotto wouldn't be able to avoid the attack. Quick attack, and keep ahead of them. Ash instructed. Remember the training with Aerodactyl and his swift attack. Pidgeotto let out a battle cry which translated that she knew what Ash wanted her to do. She practically disappeared, but the Swift continued to move around the air, giving off the normal flying type's location. Misty noticed the Swift was now aimed straight for Stereo, so she knew what Pidgeotto was doing. "Dodge it!" Misty shouted in a panic. Ash smirked as he saw the water type jump into the air. Just like he trained Pidgeotto to do, as soon as she was behind the star-shaped Pokémon, she turned around, opening her wings to bring herself to a stop and used her talons to catch Stereo. Using the water type as a shield, Stereo took the Swift head-on. "Rapid spin!" Misty shouted. Not giving Ash or Pidgeotto the chance to move, Stereo started off by spinning, which also forced Pidgeotto to spin with her. While not the usual effect of this move, the uncontrollable spinning was causing Pidgeotto to become confused as she lost her grip on Stereo. Lucky Ash knew an easy way to cure it. "Wow, Misty is actually really good," Lily whispered to Violet. "I know, who would have thought it?" Violet whispered back. "Use Gust!" Ash shouted. Pidgeotto started to flap her wings, creating a powerful wind, but due to the confusion completely missed Stereo. The powerful wind struck the pool, which caused a large amount of water into the air. It created a sort of rain effect which shocked Pidgeotto out of her confusion. "We won't fall for that one again," Ash told Pidgeotto, failing to notice the annoyed viewers who were also being wet by the water. Quick attack into wing attack. In the blink of an eye, Pidgeotto had disappeared. She reappeared a second later right next to Stereo. Before Misty could utter a word, she used the previous momentum from the quick attack and slammed her wing into Stereo, sending it flying. "Now finish it with Air Cutter!" Ash hollered. Pidgeotto crossed her wings over her chest before spreading them out in one quick motion. 3 disc-shaped objects which looked like they were made with condensed wind shot out. They hit Stereo head-on. The water type landed on one of the floating platforms as its center jewel beeped. Stereo is unable to battle. The winner of the first round goes to the challenger, Ash Ketchum, Daisy informed sadly. While she has been hard on her little sister, in that battle she saw how much better Misty is at battling than the 3 others put together. It was a shame she lost. Return Stereo, and thank you. Misty recalled her fallen starter Pokémon. Good job, Pidgeotto. Ash praised as his female bird landed on his arm. Now take a nice long rest. He too recalled his Pokémon. Well Ash, I have a surprise in store for you. Misty shouted to her opponent. I look forward to it, Misty. Ash replied back with a friendly smile. That was a much tougher battle than I was expecting, so thank you. That comment made Misty blush in response, but she grabbed her next Pokémon. Misty calls. Gyarados. The orange-haired girl shouted as she released her second Pokémon. When Ash heard the Pokémon, he raised his eyebrow with intrigue. As the water-flying type appeared, Ash quickly began to study it with his eye as he used his Pokédex. Gyarados, the atrocious Pokémon. The final evolved form of Magikarp. Once Gyarados goes on a rampage, its ferociously violent blood doesn't calm until it has burned everything down. There are records of this Pokémon's rampages lasting a whole month. Type, water flying. With the Pokédex entry over, Ash made his decision. He can tell by the look of it, this Gyarados hasn't long evolved, and while strong simply because it is a Gyarados, he wouldn't choose a Pokémon who he believes can win, and he believes he will win this match. I choose you, Pikachu. Ash called as the electric type jumped onto one of the floating platforms. Gyarados vs Pikachu. Begin. Daisy declared. Bite. Misty shouted. Ash smirked as he waited. Pikachu became nervous as the massive water-flying type dived at him, with his mouth open. With this being a massive threat, he isn't going to take any risk. Gyarados was inches away from having a Pika snack. Agility to dodge, then use Thunder Wave. Ash instructed. Neither Misty or Gyarados had the chance to avoid the electric type. Pikachu jumped high into the air with great speed, avoiding the sea serpent Pokémon. Gyarados crashed into the platform as Pikachu unleashed a weak electric shock. Gyarados was paralyzed and slithered back into the water as Pikachu landed on the platform. Not only did it restrict the water-flying type's movements, but it also caused him to become very agitated. It began to thrash about in anger, but the sparks around his body was keeping him almost in the same place. We need to be careful now, Pikachu. The paralysis helps but isn't 100% guaranteed to stop him, and he is clearly angry. Ash instructed. Use agility again, and keep moving. We can't afford to leave you open. A lot of people think the size advantage always decides the victor of the battle, but Pikachu is so small and agile that he can easily move around the water-flying type with ease. Misty also began to panic. Gyarados has listened to her flawlessly since evolving, but this is their first proper battle together. Use Water Pulse. Misty shouted. Luckily, it seems like even when angry Gyarados will listen to Misty as he opened his mouth with a sphere of water forming at it. Ash smirked. This is the mistake he has been waiting for Misty to make. Due to Pikachu moving so fast, Gyarados couldn't just launch the attack, leaving him open. Thunderbolt and aim for the Water Pulse. Ash shouted. Still running around, electricity sparked out of Pikachu's cheeks. With his target set, he launched the powerful electric at the sphere of water. Bursting through the water, the electricity entered Gyarados' body, with help from the Water Pulse. Ash was watching the atrocious Pokémon in pain, carefully. Fall back, Pikachu. Ash instructed after around 15 seconds. Pikachu ended his Thunderbolt and came to a stop on the platform in front of Ash. He was still in a battle stance in case Gyarados could keep going. The atrocious Pokémon fell in the water, clearly on its last legs but not completely out of the battle. Come on, Gyarados. Get up. Misty pleaded. Please. Misty, it is a trainer's responsibility to care for their Pokémon. There is no shame in forfeiting a losing battle if it saves your Pokémon some pain. Ash informed. You need to consider all factors. Even if you beat Pikachu, which I highly doubt, would Gyarados be in any position to battle Pidgeotto? Misty frowned as she heard those words, but looked at Gyarados. He was struggling to stand up, with electric sparks all over his body. One more hit from Pikachu would finish it off. Hell, if Ash didn't stop him, that last Thunderbolt would end him. With a sad sigh, she made her decision. Gyarados can't continue, not like this. Misty informed her sister. I am taking him out of the battle. Gyarados is classed unable to continue by his trainer. Meaning the victor of this match is the challenger, Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Daisy declared. With the battle over, Pikachu ran over to Ash to celebrate as Greninja joined them. Misty sadly returned her Gyarados, before walking off the stand to meet her three sisters. Not only is she sad Gyarados is in this state, but she also knows they are going to belittle her even more. Like, that was awesome, Misty. Violet cheered. Yeah, like, who knew you could battle so well? Lily added. Aren't you going to make fun since I lost? Misty asked, in surprise. No, like, you battled better than any of us could. Daisy replied. I think we might have, like, been too hard on you. Misty was at a loss of words. Even though she lost, her sisters are treating her better. This couldn't have turned out better. She failed to notice Ash walking over with his two Pokémon by his side. You really did a great job, Misty. Ash praised. Not everyone can handle a Gyarados, especially so soon after it evolved. You are really going to make a great water-type trainer. You should be proud. If it wasn't for Ash, then they would likely never have been in this situation. Her sisters would likely still bully her, and she would be Gyarados' food. She still has one duty left as gym leader, but once that is done, she is going to take the leap of faith. After everything he has done, she can't wait for him to ask her any longer. Thank you, Ash. Misty spoke quite shyly as she made her mind up. Holding her hand out, revealed a water drop-shaped badge. Now, as proof of your victory here at the Cerulean Gym, I present to you the Cascade Badge. Awesome, thanks Misty. Ash smiled as he took the badge out of her hand, placing it in his badge case. Now it is time, the moment Misty has been waiting for since meeting the raven-haired boy who saved her. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to find the nerve to ask the one simple question, but before she found her voice, Greninja seemed to hand something to Ash. A look of realization crossed his face. Daisy, was it? Ash spoke to the oldest of the sisters. Greninja got this from the stand in the lobby. Would it be okay if I brought it off you since it seemed the gift shop was closed? Looking at the item in his hand was a DVD of the Sensational Sisters' last big water show. He also had a $20, $poke note. Daisy looked at the two items confused. Why would he want their show? Still she took the note from his hand with her answer. Sure. Daisy replied, a little bewildered. What do you want that for, Ash? Brock asked. Oh, just a little welcome gift for Serena when she arrives in Kanto. Ash answered. She has been a massive fan of the Sensational Sisters and has created multiple water performances based on your work. Serena, Lily, Violet and Daisy all questioned at the same time. My girlfriend. Ash answered. Speaking off, it's getting late. I want to get Pikachu and Pidgeotto checked over and call her, so see you later. Ash smiled as he started to walk away with Pikachu and Greninja by his side. Little did he know, he was leaving one orange-haired water trainer devastated. She was just about to confess her real feelings, ones she has been trying to keep hidden, and then they would live happily ever after. But now, he admits he has a girlfriend. With anger in her blood, Misty storms away. How could he have played with her emotions like that? Having experience with helping his little siblings and having his heart broken, Brock decided to follow the water-type specialist. That must have been a hard hit for her to take, and if Brock knows anything about rejection, it is that she needs a shoulder to cry on. The three sisters were sad for the youngest of them but don't really know how to help her. They have never been turned down like that, they have always turned people down, so how could they help? Once outside of the gym, Misty ran off towards a special spot. A small lake to the north edge of the city. She used to spend most days here, training with her stereo, and is even the place she met Goldine. Once she reached her old fishing spot, with the old oak tree to offer shade, she broke down as tears ran down her cheeks. With no one else around, she finally broke. Slumping down against the tree she spent so many hours, and she sobbed. All the heartbreak and wasted emotions let out all at once. All her emotions seemed to blend into one: love, hatred, sadness, anger, heartbreak. All of them all at once were finally breaking out. How could she have been so stupid? How could she think someone like Ash, an aura user, a champion's apprentice, a member of the G-Men and a junior professor for the Pokémon League, would have any interest in her? Why didn't she guess that someone had already taken him as their own? Unbeknown to the heartbroken orange-haired girl, someone had followed her. It was someone with a lot of experience in heartbreak, but this was a first for him. He never got past the stage of love at first sight. Misty, on the other hand, has traveled with Ash, gotten to know him and truly believed he shared her feelings. Brock was always over the top with his proposals in an attempt to impress the women. He never once thought they shared his love at first sight. Misty. Brock spoke up as he stood next to her. The water-type specialist didn't react to the voice. It was obviously Brock and not Ash. He is probably at the center calling his girlfriend, not knowing or caring about the pain he has caused her. Although despite this, Misty still can't help but have these feelings for him. Brock knew he wouldn't get a response out of her after the first attempt to speak. He would have loved to sit down and tell her it would be all okay, but he couldn't. With Misty how she is, only one person could help her. A certain aura user from Kalos who is going to get a talking to. Brock sighed as he turned around to walk to the one person who could help his surrogate little sister. Hopefully everything will work out. Hey Serena. Ash smiled through the poke gear. He just left all his team for a checkup with Nurse Joy. It is getting late, so they will be spending another night before setting off, but that just gives Misty more time to smooth things over with her sisters. I just won my second badge. How's things back home? It's great, Ash, check out what the professor gave me. Serena excitedly replied before moving the camera to show a Pokémon egg with some sort of toy design, in a container. Since you got Pikachu from Professor Oak, Sycamore said I could take this little one as my starter. It should hatch around the time I'm due to meet you. That's great, Serena, I know you'll be a great trainer regardless of what Pokémon it turned out to be. Ash praised. I also have kind of a funnier story to tell ya. Really? Serena asked with intrigue, but before Ash could dive into the story, Grace called the honey blonde girl down from her room. Sorry, Ash, gotta go now. Tell me the story tomorrow. Love you. She blew a kiss over the phone which Ash pretended to catch. Love you too. Ash replied as he blew a kiss back. The screen faded to black as Ash had a sad smile on his face. He has been in Kanto for about 3 weeks and has been keeping in contact with them back in Kalos, but he still misses Serena. This is the first apart since meeting, of course he misses her. Ash was about to dial in his mother's number when he heard a slight cough, like someone clearing their throat. Turning to the source, he found Brock stood next to him. Ash smiled at the breeder. Hey Brock. How's it going? Ash asked before he noticed something in the breeder's aura. What's wrong? What do you think? Brock asked in a surprising strict tone. Misty. Misty? Ash questioned with obvious confusions. Isn't she spending time with her sisters? I was going to help fix things between them after the battle, but it seems the three of them grew respect for Misty after seeing her battle. Has something happened between them? Wait, you mean you don't know? Brock asked with genuine shock. Since Ash seems to know how everyone has been feeling thanks to his aura abilities, Brock assumed he knew how Misty felt about him, and guessed Ash just tried to avoid the subject outright. Know what? Ash asked. How Misty feels about you. Brock admitted. Which made Ash's eyes widen. I thought you would have guessed from your aura. I am far from an expert with it, Brock. And Misty's emotion would change so constantly that I could never get a strong reading on them. Ash admitted. By the way she feels about me, do you mean she? Yeah, Ash, she has a crush on you. Brock informed. She is currently by a lake to the north of the city. And she isn't in a good way. I'll go and speak with her. Ash decided after a moment pause. Can you keep the guys entertained until I come back? Sure, buddy. Brock replied. With a small thank you, Ash set off towards the lake at the north of the city. He hates to think that he has hurt someone, even unknowingly. He has never been big on speaking about feelings, even getting easily embarrassed when Serena would be openly affectionate, but he knows he can't leave Misty like she is. Walking down the gravel trail just at the border of the city, Ash soon knew where to go thanks to the combination of a sad and angry aura, along with the sounds of crying. With each step, Ash was tempted to run. Despite all his maturity, he is still only 10 years old and isn't the best with emotional stuff. Although he hates the idea of someone being upset or hurt because of his actions, he never wanted to hurt anyone. With his mind made up, Ash continued towards the orange-haired girl. Soon he stood on top of a grassy hill, where he could see an old oak tree with a stream at the bottom. Misty was hiding slightly behind the tree, hugging what appeared to be her stereo with her Gyarados lying in the steam. Both seemed to be somewhat healed after the battle. It seemed she wasn't crying anymore, but a quick scan with his aura showed Ash that she was still hurting and angry. He started to make his way down the hill, although Misty didn't seem to notice him as she didn't move. Although Gyarados saw him, and stood up tall, letting out a threatening roar, he clearly isn't happy about what this boy has done to his trainer. Misty turned around towards Ash to see what set Gyarados off. Once she quickly saw it was Ash, she moved behind the tree in an attempt to hide. Go away, Ash. Misty shouted as anger took over as her main emotion. No, Misty. Ash replied. Please look at me. Despite the plead Ash made, Misty made no response. She was clearly still upset. Despite the threatening Gyarados looming over him, Ash built up the courage and walked around the tree. Misty was looking down at her feet. When she spotted Ash's feet she reluctantly looked up with more of a pleading look for him to leave. With an inward sigh, Ash kneeled down, so he was at her eye level. Misty. Ash started but wasn't quite sure what to say. What could he say? Well, guess he just needs to give her his own opinion on the mess they are in and put forward how he would like to move forward. I'm sorry. Misty was shocked at the apology. She didn't quite know what she expected him to say, but that clearly wasn't it. Of course, it makes sense he is apologizing since he has hurt her, but guess the pain she has experienced was changing her perception on Ash. With this now in her head, she decided to hear him out at the very least. I never wanted to hurt you. Ash explained. And for that, I am truly sorry. If I realized for 1 second, you felt this way, I would have talked it out rather than what actually happened. I never meant to lead you on or give you that impression, and if I realized I was, then I would have put an end to it. But you offered to help me with my fear. Misty tried speaking with a weak, shattered voice. It was the first time Misty sounded in any way vulnerable, as she had to keep taking breaks due to the uneven breathing patterns. And I did that because you needed help. And still do. Ash replied. It is part of my job as a member of the G-Men to ensure all people and Pokémon can live together in harmony, and you clearly wasn't. Even if I wasn't a member of the G-Men, I couldn't leave someone who needs helps. It's just who I am. So. It wasn't to get close? Misty asked in almost a whisper. No. I would never mess my duties as a member of the G-Men, or an aura user or even a junior professor to get something like a date. Those are very important roles and deserve to be treated as such. Ash explained. Of course, that is ignoring the fact he is with Serena, but bringing her into this talk wouldn't help. Plus, I also helped Brock with his father and all of my Pokémon at some point or another. By the same logic, I would have also been leading them on if that was my intention. None of these changes the fact that you did lead me on. Misty barked back with anger before returning with a whisper for the second part. Even if you didn't know it. That is because I am an idiot. Ash admitted. I could have mentioned Serena when we first met, but I didn't really see a reason why. I am a person who lives in the moment, the here and now. Serena would only come to mind as someone to mention when making my calls back home, which is along to my mom and the professor I studied under. Since I have known them as my family for so long, that is what I always referred to them as. It never occurred to go into detail on them since they weren't here. It is the same with the other stuff like my aura. It was normal for me, so I only mentioned it when questioned after it came up as conversation. Ash noticed Misty got considerably angry when he mentioned Serena's name. He really hopes that they can move past this and continue to travel together, as despite this, they have become good friends, and he does wish to continue to help Misty with her bug fear. But despite all this, I would like us to keep traveling together. Ash suggested with a friendly smile in an attempt to lighten the move. You would? Misty asked with genuine shock. Of course. Ash replied with his typical toothy grin. I think you'd agree, putting this aside, we have become pretty good friends. I would hate to lose a good friend over a silly understanding. Besides, I promise to help you with your fear of bugs. You're making good progress with Butterfree and Volcarona, but you're far from cured, and it wouldn't feel right to leave a job half done. What do you say, friends? Ash held his hand out as he stood up. Misty looked at the open gesture. As much as she would like to blame Ash completely for leading her on and hurting her on purpose, she knows that isn't true. She is also partly to blame with all of the assumptions she made. Despite still hurting, hearing what Ash had to say has helped her feel a little better. It may take some time before she moves on completely, probably not before that girl, Serena, is meant to arrive, but does she want to lose not only Ash but potential Brock as a friend if the breeder decides to continue traveling with Ash? After about half a minute, her mind was made up. Friends. Misty replied as she accepted the hand. Kanto Chapter 5, Starter Set and Friends. We're lost. Misty shouted at the top of her voice. It has been about 3 days since the group left Cerulean City. It was a little awkward at first after Misty and Ash had their talk, but they are remaining good friends like they promised. While not completely overjoyed at the idea of this Serena girl joining them in Vermilion City, she is getting used to it. Both Misty and Brock have been asking questions about her, but right now they seem to be stuck in the middle of a route. Not exactly. Ash chuckled nervously. We were going the right way according to the holocaster, but that can't help us right now since we're not getting any reception, so we can't check we're still on the right path. But I am certain we are. Brock was quiet as he was studying the good old-fashioned map in the guild book. For as skilled as Ash is and how amazing that phone device is, he still prefers to travel with the old-fashioned paper map, but there was one problem. The shortcut Ash found on his holocaster took them right off the paper map he has. Well, that is no use. Brock sighed as he put the guild book into his backpack. Why don't we take a break? We've been walking all day and it would be crazy to try and make a decision while we're tired. Good idea, Brock. Ash replied. The group found a few logs on the side of the road set out like a campsite. These are common across the region as they are places different traveling trainers rest, and it makes finding a resting place pretty easy. Brock began to perform his daily breeding tasks on his 3 Pokémon, by releasing his Zubat first to give him a check over. Ash released Lucario and the two started to meditate. Misty realized that there wasn't a massive water source for her Pokémon, so she looked around after sitting down to see if there was anything she could do. Soon a little blue Pokémon with green grass on top hopped out of a brush near Misty. An Oddish? Misty pointed out as she moved closer to inspect the wild Pokémon. It's cute. But not a water type. The grass poison type got nervous as she felt trapped by the orange-haired girl. She was only trying to go out by herself since she has been feeling stronger these last few days, but she never imagined she would run into these people. She has been told horrible stories about how trainers treat their Pokémon. Get away. A new voice shouted, but to everyone who wasn't Ash, it sounded like Bulba. A small, quadruped Pokémon that has blue-green skin with darker green patches shot towards Misty with a tackle attack. It has red eyes with white pupils and scaras. It also has pointed, ear-like structures on top of its head. Its snout is short and blunt, and it has a wide mouth. A pair of small, pointed teeth are visible in the upper jaw when its mouth is open. Each of its thick legs ends with 3 sharp claws. On its back is a green plant bulb. It was a Bulbasaur who knocked Misty away from Oddish. A Bulbasaur? Ash questioned as he was knocked out of his meditation from the commotion. Normally he would scan the new Pokémon with his Pokédex, but the seed Pokémon has Oddish on his back and in an offensive stance, so now isn't the time. Hold on, Ash and Greninja. Lucario stopped the duo who were ready to attack. The fighting steel type began to do an aura scan which prompted Ash to copy him. The scan showed that Bulbasaur was angry but also protective. Bulbasaur saw that no one was attacking and didn't want to risk Oddish getting hurt. He can handle these people for sure, but his first priority is protecting those weaker than himself. With his mind made up, he shot off into a wooded area while using a vine whip keep Oddish on his back. I wonder what that Bulbasaur's problem is. Misty groaned as she stood after being knocked over. I don't know, but it is rare to find wild Bulbasaur. Brock replied. Maybe he shares the same trainer as that Oddish, and he was sent to find him. Did you sense it too? Lucario asked Ash. The raven-haired boy replied with a nod before approaching his 2 human traveling companions. We need to go and find that Bulbasaur. Ash informed with authority. How come? Misty asked. He may have tackled Misty, but do you really need to book him for that? Brock asked. I know you're a member of the G-Men but... No Brock, it has nothing to do with that. Even if I would arrest him, he would get a slap on the wrist. Ash explained. You can arrest Pokémon? Misty asked with confusion. They are sentient being, capable of understanding right from wrong. They can be held criminally responsible just like people can. Ash replied. But getting back to the point, we need to follow them for 2 reasons. First, Oddish is ill, not fatally from what I could tell, but my aura's medical abilities are less than perfect. Second, Bulbasaur is angry. He hates people, I want to know why. As an aura guardian, it is my responsibility to ensure all creatures live in harmony, and Bulbasaur isn't. Pikachu got to work and started to sniff the ground until he found what he was looking for. Signaling the humans about the discovery, they followed the electric type into the wooded area. As they walked along, Ash used his aura to identify different traps set along the path. A couple of holes were in the road and covered over with leaves, and a few nets which are designed to hold people in trees. Needless to say, Ash was getting concerned since these traps are typically used by poachers. It wasn't long until the group came to a bridge which had a sign right before, which had writing on it, "The bridge is out of order, do not cross under any circumstances." Misty wasn't convinced by the warning note and attempted to cross, but Ash had a bad feeling. He stopped the orange-haired girl and picked up a small stone. He skipped it across the wooden bridge and everything seemed fine at first, but by the time the pebble did the 3rd skip, the ropes on the bridge snapped and the whole thing fell into the rushing water below. Great, what are we meant to do now? Misty asked. Someone wanted to keep us out for one reason or another, and I am going to find out why. Ash replied as he took out a Pokeball, releasing his Gardevoir. The sisterly Pokémon took in their surroundings before looking at her trainer expectantly. Gardevoir, we are doing a little investigating. Could you help us over to the other side? Gardevoir nodded before she used a psychic attack on Ash, Misty, and Brock. As she flew them over the gap, Lucario and Greninja were able to get across themselves and even helped Pikachu get over. Once everyone was over, Gardevoir used teleport to make it across herself. Thank you, Gardevoir. Ash thanked before he took in her expression and sweat dropped as a result. You're not going to let me do this without you, are you? Gardevoir answered with a nod of the head to confirm Ash's suspicion. He is going into the possible hunting ground of a Pokémon poacher and she knows neither Greninja or Lucario will stop him acting recklessly, so she will be here to both protect him and chew him out if he does anything dangerous. The group continued down the path until they reached a sort of opening with an old cabin. This would be the perfect hideout for a poacher if it wasn't for one little detail. A bunch of Pokémon are hanging around it. Wild Pokémon are intelligent, and if there was a poacher operating then they would try and avoid it, not hang around the main base. Something is definitely not right. Excuse me, but who are you and why are you here? A female voice appeared behind the group. This is a protect area where trainers aren't allowed. The group turned around to find a female in her mid-20s who was dressed in a pink shirt with suspenders to a set of orange gardening clothes. She also had a familiar-looking Bulbasaur by her feet. Brock instantly got hearts in his eyes, but Greninja was quick to restrain the breeder. We came here because we had reason to believe a poacher was operating in the area. Ash explained as he showed her his ID from the G-Men. But now that we have found this place, I am not sure what to think. Why would you think there is a poacher in this area? The women asked. First, we ran into a Bulbasaur who had a deep hatred for people, which gave us reason to be concerned. Ash answered. But the main thing which made us believe it was a poacher was a number of traps set up typically used by poachers. Mainly holes in the road and nets in trees. Once hearing that, the women had a look of realization cross her face. Well, there isn't a poacher around here. I set those traps up to stop trainers from reaching this place, so you can just leave now. I'm afraid it isn't that easy. Ash replied. Now that you've admitted to setting those traps, I should arrest you for intent to endanger life with intent. What? The women asked with a hint of disbelief. And if you also rigged that bridge to break, then at best it is criminal damage. Ash replied. At worst it is attempted murder. But I put a sign up to warn them. The women argued. And it is common for signs to be either ignored or destroyed by wild Pokémon. At which point your defense goes away. Ash explained. So why don't you start by explaining what this place is and why you set those traps? Go away. A familiar grass poison type growled. The Bulbasaur from before was attempting to tackle Ash away, but unfortunately Ash wasn't budging. Ash put on a friendly smile for the seed Pokémon before kneeling down to its level. Ash held his hand out and created a weak aura sphere in his hand before placing it against Bulbasaur's forehead. After a few seconds, Bulbasaur stopped attacking Ash and instead stood by his side like one of his own Pokémon. What did you just do? The women asked. Doesn't matter. Ash replied strictly. Now, what this place is and why did you set those traps? It is a safety zone for injured or abandoned Pokémon. The women reluctantly explained. I set those traps to keep trainers out and to protect the Pokémon. Well, I hate to break it to you, but you aren't allowed to just decide what is and isn't a no-catch zone. Ash informed. If you'll excuse me, I need to make a couple of calls. Ash walked away from Misty and the women, picking up his poke gear before dialing in a number to make a call. To the girl's surprise, Bulbasaur seemed to follow Ash, but not in a threatening way, almost like a trainer going for a walk with his own Pokémon. The girl looked at Ash's back with a look of anger and confusion. How dare he tell her what he can and can't do? She became even angrier when she saw the look in Misty's eyes. You like him? The women questioned in a judging tone. Seems she isn't too fond of the raven-haired boy. What? No. Well, maybe, a little. Misty quickly replied as she couldn't find the right words. He is just so, kind, caring, helpful. How couldn't I? Well, he just seems like an uptight goody too from what I've seen. The women replied harshly. I'm Melanie, by the way. Melanie, what a beautiful name. Brock sang as Greninja dragged him away to a safe distance from the women. She may be running an illegal safety zone and endangering lives with her traps, but she deserves protection just like her possible victims. No doubt Ash will sort out something best for everyone. I'm Misty. Misty introduced herself as she shook Melanie's hand, both girls ignoring the Pokémon breeder. So, what's the story between you and him? Melanie asked as she gestured towards Ash. Is he just an idiot or what? Well. He already has a girlfriend. Misty admitted. I've told him that I am fine and that we can remain friends, but moving on is harder than I thought. Still sounds like a whatever to me. Melanie bit her tongue from using a bad word around these kids. He comes here and act like he owns the place, demanding answers, and he is clearly leading you on. Just wait. Misty replied defensively. Before this day is over, he will prove you wrong. He always does. Now the two females just stood in an awkward silence. It was about another 5 minutes before Ash finished on his poke gear. Putting the device away, he turned around and returned to the two girls, Bulbasaur still by his side, looking extremely happily. You're in luck. Ash told Melanie as a small smile grew on his face. None of your traps are linked to any unsolved injuries in the area, so you can get away with a criminal damage charge. Do you expect me to say thank you? Melanie asked with sass. As it is a criminal damage charge, I have been given permission to conduct the interviews here instead of taking you down a station. Your punishment also won't involve a custodial, probably around 180 hours community service. Ash explained. So? Melanie asked. My boss is also sending a college he's worked with in the past. Ash explained. This man is what is called a Pokémon Ranger and is able to set up a no-catch zone, but there can't be any more traps. What are you on about? Melanie asked with curiosity rather than sass. Community service can be served in no-catch zones, helping out. But the rules and regulations must be followed. Ash informed. Now sorry, but I am going to need to caution and interview you. Hopefully we will be done by the time the ranger arrives. Melanie's face lit up as she connected the dots. Ash has pulled a few strings, so she would be punished by doing what she already is. He is even helping her by turning this place into a legitimate no-catch zone. Misty was right, he proved her wrong in under 2 minutes since returning. Mama, I am arresting you for criminal damage. You do not need to say anything, but anything you do say will be taken down and used as evidence in a court of law. Do you understand? Ash told Melanie. Yes. Melanie replied. And thank you. Over the next few hours, Ash conducted an interview with Melanie in her cabin, recording it with his poke gear. She fully admitted to all charges and happily answered all the questions. Once that was done, he bailed her and wrote up the needed paperwork. While this was happening, Bulbasaur showed Lucario and Gardevoir where the traps were so they could dismantle them. Greninja was on Brock duty and Misty was spending time with some of the wild Pokémon. As the day was turning into evening, all the paperwork had been finished and Gardevoir teleported it over to save on DLVRY. Now all they had to do was wait for this colleague of Lance's to show up, so Ash could hand over the no-catch zone duties. Soon a big Pidgeot could be seen approaching and landed in front of the group. A young boy, around Ash's age, jumped off the bird Pokémon, dressed in ranger gear. Thank you, Pidgeot. The boy told the normal flying type. Pidgeot chirped gratefully before flapping its wings, taking off again. Ash approached the boy and held his hand out, which the boy accepted. I'm Ben Natsuya, a Pokémon Ranger in training. Ash Ketchum, Aura Guardian in training and G-Men foot soldier. Ash introduced himself as the handshake ended. So, you're Lance's sidekick. Ben laughed. It's not every day the Rangers get a call from an Elite Four member. I'm not so sure about the sidekick, but he is my superior officer. Ash replied. Not to sound rude, but aren't you a little young to be Pokémon Ranger? Misty asked. That's why I am a Ranger in training. Ben replied with cheek. I not long ago finished the Safety Zone course, which of course also covers no-catch zones, so when my boss got the call, he thought this would be a good first challenge for me. Well, good luck. Ash told the Ranger. He then gestured for Melanie to step forward, which she did. This is Melanie, she has community service as a result for a criminal damage charge. She will be here to help you with anything you need. Ben nodded in understand before he greeted his helper. Melanie was not happy about being made nothing more than a helper, but to be fair, she doesn't have much choice, and as long as the Pokémon are safe, that's all that matters. With Ben taking over the task of turning this place into a no-catch zone, the group prepared to leave. Ash returned both Lucario and Gardevoir as they could still get a couple more hours of traveling before nightfall. As they walked away, a certain grass poison type ran after them. Hold on a minute. Bulbasaur called out as he chased after them. What is it, Bulbasaur? Ash asked as he turned and kneeled to the grass type's level. Well. I have always been the protector here because I like to keep Pokémon safe and because other than Melanie, I thought all people were bad. But you showed me with that blue glow hand thing that you're not like that. Bulbasaur explained. With this place under a ranger's protection and becoming an official no-catch zone, they don't need me to protect it anymore, so I was wondering if I could join you. Ash smiled and took a spar Pokeball out before placing it on the floor in between himself and Bulbasaur. Of course, you're welcome to join us, but I will warn you, we work very hard and if we find trouble then we have to take action, regardless of who it is in danger, whether Pokémon or person. Bulbasaur smiled. He has been judging humans too long, even if it means he has helped them, he will. Ash has shown him that there are good people, so he won't judge them all by his ex-trainer's actions any longer. With no doubts in his mind, Bulbasaur tapped his head against the device. He was SCKED in and it instantly dinged. Welcome to the family. Ash smiled as he picked the Pokeball up. Clipping it to his belt, the group set off on their journey once more. As they walked, Ash used his Pokédex to scan his latest team member. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon. Bulbasaur can be seen napping in bright sunlight. There is a seed on its back. By soaking up the sun's rays, the seed grows progressively larger. Type, grass poison. Gender, male. Ability, overgrow. Hidden ability, chlorophyll, locked. Moves, tackle, growl, leech seed, vine whip, poison powder, sleep powder, take down, razor leaf, sweet scent, seed bomb. Held item, none. Egg moves, ingrain, leaf storm, locked. With Bulbasaur on the team, the group can continue on their way towards Vermilion City. They are just another step close to that third gym badge and reuniting with Serena, although one of the group was more excited about that last part when compared to the others. It's been about 3 days since Bulbasaur joined the team and things have been pretty simple, training, traveling and just having fun. Bulbasaur fitted right in with the team but seemed to have a little crush on Leafeon when first introduced. The little princess has had a lot of fun teasing the brave grass poison type. Ash knew she was just having fun, but he hopes Bulbasaur realizes sooner rather than later that she isn't serious with him. As for the training, Bulbasaur is proving to be a strong battler but he has been relying on his speed too much for Ash's liking. Knowing how a Bulbasaur's body changes when he evolves, Ash has been showing him a more defensive battle style. All the other Pokémon have been working hard as well and Ash has been challenging any trainers they passed to battles. Of course. This was mainly for his Kanto team since his other Pokémon wouldn't get much from the battles with fairly new trainers. In fact, they are just finishing up a battle right now. Now finish with quick attack. Ash hollered to his female bird Pokémon. Pidgeotto let out a mighty battle cry, for her size at least, and dived down towards a Rattata. The normal type wasn't able to move in time and her talon struck the rat, sending it flying. It landed in front of its trainer with swirls in his eyes. Pidgeotto landed on Ash's shoulder looking annoyed. I never get any good battles nowadays. Pidgeotto sighed. Sorry Pidgeotto, I could always ask Salamence or Hydreigon if they want a sparring match. Ash told the female bird with a hint of teasing. Remembering last time, she interrupted one of the dragon's sparring matches, she sweat dropped. Ash chuckled lightly as he recalled her. Take a nice long rest. Wow, you're really strong. The trainer who Ash just battled told the raven-haired boy. I bet you could even beat AJ. You're too kind, it took me a long time to get to where I am now. Ash replied sheepishly. Anyway, who is AJ? He is the strongest trainer around and is close to 100 straight victories. The trainer explained. He even runs his own gym, which specializes in savage Pokémon. Savage Pokémon? Ash questioned as he clenched his fist. Thanks for the info, but I think you should get your Rattata checked out. I will. The boy smiled. And thanks again for the battle. With that, the boy ran off towards the closest Pokémon. I think we need to make a detour to check out this AJ. Ash told his friend. Why? Misty asked. Because from my experience, there is no such thing as a savage Pokémon. Ash replied. So, if this kid claims to be specializing in them, I want to find out what he actually means. Without putting up any arguments, the group set off to find this AJ. Both Misty and Brock know when Ash is being serious, and his tone of voice tells them this is that time. Even if it turns out to be nothing, they don't want to argue with trainer who has 2 dragons and a dinosaur. AJ's gym, wins, losses. Note, this is not a legally certified gym by the Pokémon League. Ash read the sign above what seemed to be some sort of circus tent. So, is this AJ a clown or something? Greninja asked, in a laughing tone. I don't know, but I am guessing he has some sort of arrogance problem. Ash replied. Who even counts all the wins anyway? You learn so much more from a loss. Of course, you learn you're a pathetic trainer who can't make it. A snide arrogant voice spoke as a boy around Ash's age approached. I'm AJ, and I assume one of you is victim 99. Ash Ketchum, and we heard rumors about a strong trainer. Ash explained with an icy glare. We were hoping to see around the place, maybe have a battle. Sure. AJ smirked. We need to start the afternoon training session anyway. AJ led the way into the tent, and what the group saw made their skin crawl. Pokémon of all different species were strapped up to different trainer equipment which is meant for people to use. A Beedrill was being dragged down by lifting weights, but the way they were attached could easily break its wings. A Rattata has a sort of fishing rod strapped to his body along with cheese dangling in front of its face. The hungry Pokémon is chasing after it, it is just crawl. Overall, Ash counted about 20 different obscure training methods. The green-haired boy walked over to a pool and took out a Pokeball. He has already broken the carrier limit and has several charges of Pokémon abuse which the group has seen. Ash just has a bad feeling that this is only the beginning. To his dismay, Ash was right. A Sandshrew was released from the Pokeball. It looked bruised, beaten up and ready to pass out. Training time. AJ spat as he cracked a whip under Sandshrew's feet. Into the pool. Knowing he had no other choice, the abused ground type jumped out of the way of the whip and into the pool. Almost immediately, he began treading water as soon as he entered the water. Ash grunted as he saw enough and turned to Greninja. You get Sandshrew. Ash instructed. Not needing to be told twice, Greninja jumped into action, diving into the pool before coming up underneath the struggling ground type. He grabbed the poor Pokémon and jumped back out of the water with the ground type in hand. It took the ninja less than 5 seconds in all. While his partner saved the Pokémon, Ash tackled AJ against a post which was holding the tent up. He turned the green-haired trainer around, forcing the whip out of AJ's hands. With him unarmed, Ash pulled out a pair of HNDCFFS and had the criminal in them. It took him around 10 seconds. AJ, I am arresting you for several accounts of Pokémon abuse with intent to endanger life and exceeding the carry limit. You do not need to say anything, but anything you do say will be taken down and used as evidence in a court of law. Do you understand? Ash told AJ, with hidden aggression. What? You can't do this, I'm only a kid. AJ retorted. I understand brain cells are difficult to buy, so I'll give you an update. Ash informed with anger. Anyone old enough to hold a trainer's license is also old enough to be held criminally responsible for their crimes. With AJ handcuffed and cautioned, Ash left him against the post before turning around and taking out 2 Pokeballs. In a flash of light, Ash had released his Gardevoir and Hydreigon, who looked at him expectantly. Pokémon abuse case. Ash informed. Hydreigon, watch him until backup arrives. Gardevoir, I want you to check over all the Pokémon for their injuries and help heal them. Brock, can you make a note of all the injuries Gardevoir finds, please? Sure, Ash. Brock replied. What are you going to do, Ash? Misty asked. First, I am gonna call some people for help handling things here. Ash explained as he took his Pokegear out. Then Greninja and I will search to see if there are any more weapons like this whip. Don't touch anything as we need to keep things as are for forensics. Hydreigon smirked and landed dangerously close towards AJ and took a nap. The green-haired boy attempted to say something, but a threatening growl from the brutal dragon made him shut up and sit down. Hydreigon still has painful memories of being abused back in Unova, so he is hoping this brat resists arrest so he can deal out some of his own justice. Using appropriate force, of course. Ash and Greninja walked away, using the Pokegear to call for police and medical backup. Once done, the duo got to work looking for any other evidence linking to the crimes AJ has already been cautioned for, or evidence for any other crimes he could have committed. Since he made the note about not being a certified Pokemon gym, he can't be done for impersonating a government business. Meanwhile, Gardevoir was using a series of heal pulses to help re-energize AJ's Pokemon while Brock assisted and made a note of all of the injuries found. unfortunately they would need to proper medical supplies and equipment. The one with the worst injuries was Sandshrew, and to make matters worse, he wouldn't leave Brock so Gardevoir could treat him. He seemed to take a liking to the Pokémon breeder. Soon a police car and an ambulance appeared along with Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy respectively. Nurse Joy went over to Brock and Gardevoir, where she started work on healing the Pokémon. A massive surprise was Brock's ability to remain serious over the situation rather than flirt with Nurse Joy. While Ash briefed Officer Jenny on the case and handed over all the evidence he collected along with AJ himself, who had been incredibly quiet since Hydreigon appeared. "Sir." Officer Jenny saluted. "What about the victims? Do you know what will happen?" "Most of them should be allowed back into the wild once Nurse Joy has okayed their health," Ash replied. "But I need to check with my for a special case that has arose. Don't worry, I can handle them from here." "Understood." Officer Jenny saluted once more before she leads AJ into her police car. Even a foot soldier outranks up to the inspector rank in the police force, and Officer Jenny is only a sergeant. With that, Ash took out his poke gear and dialed an old friend. "Hey Ash." A red-haired man appeared on the screen. "I take this as a call on your Pokémon abuse case. Or is it for the no-catch zone from 3 days ago? It seems someone has been busy." Hey Lance. "I've just been doing my job," Ash told the dragon specialist. "It is about the abuse case. I've handed the guy over to Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy has almost finished with the victims." "Sounds good, but I don't know why you needed to call me in that case," Lance replied. "Everything seems under control." "Well, I need permission for a special case among one of the Pokémon saved," Ash replied. "I'm listening," Lance replied. "It's the Sandshrew, he seems to have worst injuries when compared to the others," Ash explained. "He has also taken a liking to someone whilst being treated. I haven't checked with him yet, but I don't think releasing him into the wild will be best for him or what he will want." "So, you want permission for someone to take over as his trainer?" Lance questioned. "And who is this person?" "His name is Brock. He's training as a Pokémon breeder and has been traveling with me for a little while," Ash explained. "Sandshrew would only let Gardevoir or Nurse Joy tend to his injuries if Brock was present, and I don't want to be the one to tell him he has to leave and have no one." "A breeder you say?" Lance replied thoughtfully. "And you say you're traveling with him?" "Yeah, his dad is the gym leader in Pewter City and wanted him to take over. But Brock didn't want to," Ash explained. "I battled his dad on his behalf and has been traveling with me ever since." Okay, I'll permit Brock to become Sandshrew's trainer, permitted that is what the ground type wants," Lance informed. "But I want you to keep an eye on him, at least until Sandshrew evolves. You know how abuse can affect Pokémon." Yeah. Ash chuckled nervously. "Aerodactyl is doing fine, by the way. Is he finally ready to forgive and forget?" Lance asked, in what sounded like a hopeful tone. "Not quite," Ash replied. "Hydreigon has been teaching him to savor the grudge." "Lucky me," Lance groaned. "Well, I should be going. As for the other Pokémon, Ben, the ranger sent to set up the no-catch zone, said we can take them there and he'll reintroduce them to the wild," Ash explained. "Good, I'll check in with him in a couple of weeks for an update on both projects you've sent his way," Lance replied. "You're really giving the kid a workload." "Just trying to do my job," Ash replied with a smile as the screen turned to black. With his permission, Ash made his way over to Brock, Nurse Joy and Sandshrew. Once he arrived, Nurse Joy stood to debrief him on the Pokémon's conditions while Brock remained on the floor, playing with Sandshrew. "How are they?" Ash asked. "All are fine, they will need supervision over the next few weeks for any signs of mental trauma, but that is normal in abuse cases," Nurse Joy explained. "Except for Sandshrew, I can't confirm this, but I think he is still young. In my personal opinion, releasing him without the proper tools he would need to survive would be hazardous for him. That makes sense, the guy's dad was an egg breeder, so I am assuming he was given Sandshrew not long after hatching. Ash explained. There is a new no-catch zone being set up nearby, so the others will go there. As for Sandshrew, I think we have something set up for him. Thank you. Nurse Joy replied. I need to get back to the center in Vermilion. That's where we're heading as well. It should take us a couple more weeks, but when we do, would you give Sandshrew another checkup? Ash requested. Of course. Nurse Joy smiled before taking her leave. With that issue over, he needs to put something towards Brock and Sandshrew. Hey guys. Ash smiled as he sat down in front of the duo, he even stroked Sandshrew's head but the ground type freezed up. Ash frowned before turning towards Brock. I am taking the other Pokémon to Ben in the new catch zone. He's going to help them adjust to the wild. At that, Sandshrew got a scared look on his face and clutched onto Brock. Today has been a massive roller coaster of emotions, first the tough training session, then coming back and almost going for a swim, then a bunch of people showed up, taking his trainer away, and he has grown really fond of this new friend. Now the guy that seems to be running everything wants to take him to some more strangers. Except we've ran into a little problem. Nurse Joy doesn't think it is safe to release this one into the wild, and I agree with her. Ash explained. So, what's going to happen to him? Brock asked as he hugged the ground type to try and give him some comfort. Well, it is best for the Pokémon to stay with someone they feel comfortable around. Ash explained. From what I've seen, Brock, you're the only one that Sandshrew feels comfortable around. What are you saying? Brock asked. I had to get permission from my SO to offer this. Ash wanted to make sure Brock knew. But I want you to become Sandshrew's trainer. Really? Brock asked with clear surprise. Of course. Ash smiled. But it comes with a couple extra rules. You need a profession to keep an eye on Sandshrew's progress, as is with any abused Pokémon. It just so happens I can do that job as my title junior professor barely qualifies me. You will also need to take Sandshrew to see a therapist at least once a fortnight. I don't qualify for this, but each Pokémon Center should be able to help. That's no problem, Ash. Brock replied. There's one more thing. Ash continued, as this is the hard part. Both myself and the therapist will be monitoring Sandshrew's development. If we have any concerns about his growth or feel he needs more help, then we can and will take him and put him somewhere else. I'm sorry. It's okay, Ash. I know it's just your job. Brock replied before he turned towards Sandshrew. What do you say, Sandshrew? Wanna join my team? Shrew Sandshrew. Sandshrew cheered as he hugged Brock even harder. I don't think that needs translating. Ash smiled as he handed a Pokeball belonging to Sandshrew over to Brock. Guess I just caught a Sandshrew. Brock chuckled as he hugged his new ground type. I am taking Aerodactyl for a flight to take the other Pokémon to the no-catch zone. It shouldn't take more than a couple hours. Ash informed. If any trouble shows up, Greninja is in charge. You'll only be gone for a couple hours, do you really think? Misty replied before she looked at the expression on Ash's face. Good point. Oh, and before I forget. Ash scanned Brock's new ground type with his Pokédex. Sandshrew, the mouse Pokémon. When its skin gets wrinkled from moisture, it heads for a volcano. It lies flat on a spot with a lot of geothermal heat and dries itself out. Type, ground. Aerodactyl set a new record and the trip only took them little over an hour. With still half a day left, the ground set off on their travels again. Sandshrew was staying out of his Pokémon like Greninja and Pikachu, but it has clearly been a big day for him, so no one could blame him for wanting to be close to Brock. With one more issue resolved and a new team member, the journey continues. It was a sunny afternoon as the group continued towards Vermilion City. Despite spending a couple days to do work as a G-men, which is when they met Sandshrew and Bulbasaur respectively. Speaking of, Bulbasaur has been proving to be a hard worker, even a peacekeeps, like when he tried to intervene between an argument between Hydreigon and Gyarados, despite being at a massive disadvantage. Sandshrew has been much timider, refusing to leave Brock's side whenever out of his Pokeball, although he has slowly been opening up to Onix and Graveler. Unfortunately the road to healing is a long and hard one for the young ground type. As they were traveling, Ash was thinking about that argument Gyarados had with Hydreigon. Pretty much everyone in the group knows no matter what, you don't want to make Hydreigon angry, so why would Gyarados provoke him? It wasn't even a serious argument from what he could make out. Even those who could defeat the Dark Dragon type don't make him angry because of the destruction he would cause during the battle. With his mind focused on the argument, he failed to notice the large scary shadow appear over them. Although his fellow traveling companions did notice it. Ash. A big dragon up front, please. Brock requested nervously. Or the dinosaur. Dinosaur's good. What are you on about, Brock? Ash asked with curiosity. The Pokémon breeder answered by pointing towards the shadow. Ash turned around and put up his guard, although he didn't reach for any sort of Pokeball since both Greninja were ready in case the creature attempted to fight them. Closing his eyes, Ash scanned the life form ahead with his aura to find out what they are dealing with. In all honesty, he would never outright attack a wild Pokémon simply because most of them just want to be left alone but will defend themselves if attacked. What Ash learned from his aura scan made him smile and signaled both his Pokémon to stand down, which they did. Ash walked closer to the hidden creature as Misty and Brock followed while hiding behind the raven-haired boy. Hey there, buddy. No need to be scared. Ash smiled as he kneeled down in front of a rock. This was the first time Misty and Brock looked at what the giant scary Pokémon was. It turned out to be a small Charmander on a rock as he looked very weak. Good thing they didn't send out the dragons or dinosaur. Ash, look at the flame on Charmander's tail. Misty pointed out. If it goes out, then he dies. Not quite, Misty, the flame goes out when he dies but the two aren't connected. Ash corrected. But you're right, Charmander isn't in a good way and needs healing right now. But, I can't leave. I promised my trainer I would stay here and wait for him. Charmander interjected. Ash didn't like the sound of that. At best there is a neglectful trainer around who is risking Charmander's well-being because of the big storm which is meant to hit this area today. At worst he is dealing with a conspiracy to murder. To check to see which one is happening, Ash did a little test with his aura to check to see if Charmander has an active Pokeball linked up to him. Unfortunately, he doesn't, which suggests the trainer has no intention of coming back to get him. As if to make matters worse, a light rain started to fall. Due to the big storm which is meant to be covering this whole area, it is understandable that this is only the beginning. Not seeing any choice as they can't leave Charmander in the rain, even while arguing it out with him, Ash brought out Bulbasaur's Pokeball. Use sleep powder. Ash commanded as he released his grass poison type. Upon appearing out of the Pokeball, Bulbasaur released a cloud of green powder over Charmander who was too weak to try and dodge or fight back. Soon the fire type was fast asleep, while Bulbasaur just looked confused. Anyone want to mention what is happening? Bulbasaur asked. Long story, I'll explain later. Ash promised as he scooped Charmander up while creating an umbrella with his aura. Right now, we need to get Charmander to a Pokémon Center, fast. Knowing the urgency of the situation, Bulbasaur didn't try to argue and soon Ash was running towards the nearby Pokémon Center with his Pokémon by his side. The duo of Misty and Brock were confused about what made Ash act so quickly when considering that hardly any talking was done on his part. Ash charged through the Pokémon Center and towards the back emergency room, not even bothering to see who was in the center. In the back he found Nurse Joy sat at her desk, drinking a coffee. She was clearly startled by the sudden entrance. What are you doing here? This is for staff and officials only. Nurse Joy exclaimed. Sorry Nurse Joy, but this is an emergency. Ash replied as he used his holocaster to show her his ID. Being a member of the G-Men, he is classed as an official and allowed in here. This Charmander has been abandoned and is in a bad way. He is also stubborn, so my Bulbazure had to use sleep powder. Oh my, this is Damien's Charmander. Nurse Joy gasped as she took the fire type. I treated him a few days ago and thought he had been abused, but Damien claimed he got the injuries from a battle and I couldn't disprove him. Well, I have enough evidence with both what Charmander told me and your statement. Ash replied. Where is this Damien? He's been staying here for about a week. I would guess he would be in the lobby since the storm started. Nurse Joy explained. Okay, if you're fine to take care of Charmander, then I will go and deal with this Damien. Ash told the nurse before walking out towards the lobby. Once there, he noticed both Misty and Brock had arrived and were dripping wet. He ignored them as he looked around the lobby until he noticed a group of boys sat around a table. Ash overheard one of them being called Damien and said boy brag about getting rid of weak Charmander. Not happy with that, he made his way over to the group and stood over the boy who was revealed to be Damien. You Damien? Ash asked in a monotone voice. Yeah, what do you want? He asked in an arrogant tone. Ash grabbed his arm and pulled him to his feet before putting his hand behind his back, quickly pulling his second hand behind and putting the cuffs on him. Damien, I am arresting you on suspicion of Pokémon abuse with intent to endanger life and exceeding the carry limit. You do not need to say anything, but anything you do say will be taken down and used as evidence in a court of law. Do you understand? Ash cautioned Damien with hidden aggression. Get off me. Damien growled. What's going on here? Nurse Joy asked. Ash pulled out his G-Men badge before answering. He's my prisoner. I need somewhere to keep him, away from others until a car can pick him up. Ash explained. Nurse Joy led him to an empty hospital room where Ash put Damien before calling the local police station for a car to pick him up. Ash interviewed Damien's friends, which led to a few of them getting charged with conspiracy charges. Soon, all the evidence was bagged up along with all paperwork ready for filing. With the criminals off to the station, Ash prepared for the hard part of his job. Breaking the news to Charmander. Charmander. I need to tell you something. Ash spoke slowly as he sat in the hospital room he was put in. Charmander looked at Ash with an innocent expression. Yes. Charmander asked with curiosity. There is no easy way to say this. Charmander, Damien has been arrested for abuse with intent. Ash broke the news. Charmander's shocked expression soon had tears in his eyes. It is no surprise, seeing as the flame Pokémon has been protective of his trainer. Who arrested him? Charmander asked. I'm not going to lie, Charmander. Ash replied. I'm the arresting officer. Why? Charmander asked in a quiet tone. He never hit me. The evidence against him is strong. Just because he didn't use his fists, doesn't mean he didn't verbally abuse or even get his other Pokémon to abuse you. Nurse Joy mentioned you having some old scars which weren't treated properly. Plus, he confessed to leaving you to die on a rock, knowing of the storm on its way. He was even laughing about it. I'm sorry. Charmander just had tears fall from his cheeks, he was so happy to finally have a trainer. He even forgave and forgot everything, which many would think is off by a trainer, but looking back, maybe he has been abused. It is just hard to take it all in. As for what happens next, it is up to you. Ash continued his conversation. I have a safety zone lined up for you, which will help reintroduce you to the wild, or there is a professor who could give you to a new trainer and allow you to start again. Take your time to decide. I would like to stay with you. Charmander stuttered. Please. You would? Ash asked, shocked seeing as he just arrested his trainer. Charmander replied by nodding his head. Ash has shown him more kindness by getting him out of the abusive relationship. Well, if you're sure, then I'd be happy to have you on the team. Ash smiled. I just need to check with my superior. How come? Charmander asked. I arrested your trainer, Charmander. When the case goes to court, he could argue I only did it to take you for myself. Ash replied. Even though it isn't true, without the paperwork to prove it. He might get off. I don't want to risk it. Understanding the issue Ash is currently facing, Charmander didn't mind. Ash called Lance and after a bit of convincing, he agreed to allow Charmander to join Ash's team, provided Charmander gives a video statement that this is his choice. Once the statement was made, Charmander claimed his own Pokeball from Ash and officially joined the team. Ash scanned his new family member with his Pokédex. Charmander, the lizard Pokémon. The flame that burns at the tip of its tail is an indication of its emotions. The flame wavers when Charmander is enjoying itself. If the Pokémon becomes enraged, the flame burns fiercely. Type, fire. Gender, male. Ability, blaze. Hidden ability, solar power, locked. Moves, scratch, growl, ember, smokescreen. Held item, none. Egg moves, dragon dance, dragon rush, ancient power, locked. The next morning, with everything taken care of, the group set off once more from Vermilion City and meeting back up with Serena. It was a bright sunny day and despite wanting to be in a rush to get to Vermilion, so he can reunite with Serena, they are ahead of schedule and they plan so they can arrive in the city on the same day. This means the group is able to use today as a training day, so they can arrive on the same day as Serena. Ash wasted no time in sending out all his Pokémon, Greninja, Lucario, Gardevoir, Aerodactyl, Salamence, Volcarona, Hydreigon, Leafeon, Pikachu, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, Bulbasaur and Charmander. All the Pokémon looked towards him expectantly. Okay guys, today will be a training day. Ash told his Pokémon. Almost instantly, the two dragons' eyes lit up as they wanted to get in another battle but unfortunately for them, Ash has a different idea. Hold on you two, I don't want to risk you destroying this lake, so I am pairing you up with some others. Salamence, I want you to work with Charmander. Help him increase his fire power. Ash instructed. The Hoenn native nodded in understanding and turned towards the timid fire type. He gets on fine with Ash's fellow Kanto team so far, but he has tried to avoid the other Pokémon because they are very scary. Still, if Ash says they are nice then he trusts Ash. The two Pokémon made their way over to the lake as Salamence started to explain how to use Flamethrower. He is a very serious battler and wants to just get down to business. Next up is Pidgeotto and Hydreigon. Ash called out as the two Pokémon floated forward. Hydreigon, I want you to help Pidgeotto work on her aerial dodging skills, which means this is not an actual battle. Understand? It may sound like a silly thing to point out to Hydreigon but the brutal Pokémon is known for having a love to battle and literally using any excuse to partake in one and Ash doesn't want Pidgeotto to get hurt too much. Next is, Leafeon and Bulbasaur. Ash instructed as the two grass types stepped forward. Leafeon, Bulbasaur is developing a more defensive battle style so could you show him ways to take some super effective hits, please? Leafeon smiled at her daddy and turned towards the grass poison type. She knows the seed Pokémon is quickly becoming infatuated with her and she is going to have fun teasing him. She walked off to go and find a good spot for their training session. Next up is Volcarona and Butterfree. Ash instructed, and the two bug types floated over to him. Volcarona, I want you to help Butterfree understand how to manipulate his bug-type energy and increase his power as well. The two bugs nodded in understanding. Volcarona was more composed while Butterfree was flying around in excitement. He is still hyperactive and full of energy even after all the training he has done with Ash and his family but that doesn't matter as it is part of who he is. Gardevoir and Pikachu, you're next. Ash instructed, with the two Pokémon stepping forward. Gardevoir, I want you to get to work on teaching Pikachu Focus Blast, we should be able to have it usable in battle for the 7th gym. Pikachu took offense at that comment, but Ash went on to explain how Focus Blast is a difficult move to master, especially for a still young Pokémon and especially for a non-fighting type. That was why he was having Gardevoir teach him, since she knows that struggle better than Lucario. As for the final pair, Greninja and Aerodactyl, Ash called out with both Pokémon turning towards him. Unlike the younger team members who like to get close for their instructions, the older members are fine listening where they are from. Do what you were doing yesterday. Aerodactyl roared before shooting up into the air. Greninja smirked as the dinosaur has proven multiple times that he is a strong opponent. He jumped from his spot before chasing the dinosaur down while trying to hit him with water shurikens. I take it that we will be practicing some aura combat. Lucario addressed Ash. Of course. Ash smirked, taking up a battle stance against his fighting steel type, with some sort of aura armor surrounding him. Misty went down to the lake before releasing her team of Staryu, Goldeen and Gyarados. She set Staryu and Goldeen up in a practice battle before turning towards Gyarados. She wanted to try and train alongside the atrocious Pokémon, but before she could say another word, she broke down into tears. Since learning about Serena and leaving Cerulean, she has been trying to put on a brave face and keep her emotions bottled up, but now that she is alone, apart from her Pokémon, her dam finally broke and her broken heart is showing. Gyarados growled softly before rubbing his head against her. He is trying his best to comfort her, but it is far from his expertise. Maybe if he destroys the raven-haired boy, it will help her. Growling threateningly, he looked around for said boy. No, Gyarados. Don't hurt Ash. He didn't do it on purpose. Misty stuttered. While he broke her heart, he never did it on purpose, and once he learnt that he did, he sorted it best he could, but she still has things she needs to work out herself. Just go and do a bit of training, Gyarados. Please. Not putting up any arguments against his trainer, Gyarados swam around to the deeper part of the lake to do some training by himself. Misty stopped crying but was still in a depressed mood. Sitting on the edge next to the lake, she looked at her sad expression. What has this crush done to her? Due to him being the first person to show her kindness, she jumped on Ash without even realizing it, and now she is suffering for it. As she was self-reflecting on how she made it to this point, a little water-type Pokémon shaped like a seahorse. It had a bright smile on its face as it looked at the girl in front of it. Seeing the girl as upset, the water Pokémon swam around excitedly. Misty understood the silent message and agreed to play with the Pokémon. The two spent quite a bit of time just playing. It was refreshing for Misty to actually be able to break free and relax. While not longing meeting this little water type, they have grown quite close. Eventually, the sun started to set. Not wanting to leave this new friend, Horsia asked, and Misty caught the water type before collecting her team together and going back to meet her friends. She might not be fully over him, but today has been the best she has felt since learning about Serena. Once making it back to the group, Misty introduced her new team member to the group. Horsia was very much a hyperactive and energized Pokémon, almost like Butterfree in terms of personality. Ash used his Pokédex to scan Misty's new team member. Horsia, the dragon Pokémon. If Horsia senses danger, it will reflexively spray a dense black ink from its mouth and try to escape. This Pokémon swims by cleverly flapping the fin on its back. Type: Water. The night was pretty simple, with them having a nice barbecue for tea and just getting to know Horsia. Ash noticed that Gyarados seemed rather hostile towards him, which is a little weird all things considered. Although the two dragons were enough to make him not act on his hostile actions. A few days after Misty caught Horsia, the group were on the road again, close towards a small town. As they were walking, they noticed a small turtle-like Pokémon on the road looking depressed. It was a Squirtle and it looked in bad shape. Ash muttered under his breath at what this looked like. In his opinion, it looks like Squirtle hasn't long been abandoned by his trainer. Ash came to this conclusion due to Squirtle not being found around here commonly, the closest gym being Vermilion City, which is an electric-type gym which Squirtle wouldn't do too well in based on type advantage, giving the abandoner motive, and finally Squirtle looks like someone abandoned would look, depressed. Not being able to let the sad Pokémon go, at least not without trying to help, Ash made his way over to Water type. While Ash's aura confirmed Squirtle was clearly upset, it couldn't tell him why, and Ash's assumption was only partly right. Squirtle has been abandoned, but that was over a year ago. He has passed over the depressed session for that and is currently in a grudge against mankind. So, you're probably wondering why he is sad. Well, that is simple. The police got involved with his gang's attempt to take down humanity, so now he is all alone again. Arceus, he hates humans. Hey there, Squirtle. Ash called out as he walked up to him. Greninja, Pikachu, Misty, and Brock just stood back as they watched. Greninja isn't the touchy-feely type, and the others have learnt it is best to leave situations like this to Ash. Squirtle looked up in shock at the voice before his eyes landed on the raven-haired boy with a stupid smile on his face, slowly walking towards him. How dare this human talk to him? Squirtle inwardly smirked as the idiot didn't seem ready for an attack. Taking his sunglasses out of his shell with surprising speed, he jumped up as he put the accessory on his face before firing a water gun at Ash's face. Ash had very quick reactions and was in very good condition due to training with his Pokémon. He was able to jump back, doing a backflip to dodge the water gun previously aimed for his face. The water gun went on to hit Brock's face. Squirtle was shocked he missed as he prided himself on having perfect accuracy, which led to him canceling his attack. Ash landed in near enough the same spot before looking at the now aggressive Squirtle while on high alert. Why did you attack me, Squirtle? Ash asked. I only said hello. Instead of answering the question, Squirtle grumbled something which Ash couldn't make out before he launched another water gun at the raven-haired boy. Ash was able to duck out of the way, causing it to hit Misty this time. Greninja and Pikachu looked at each other. He doesn't look that tough, you take this one, yellow. Greninja told Pikachu. Pikachu wasn't so convinced. He may have a type advantage, but he has no clue how strong this Squirtle is, and even though he has the type advantage Aerodactyl, he wouldn't take him on. Relax. If he turns out to be stronger than he looks, I'll tag in to show him what a true water type can do. While not happy about the ultimatum, he has learnt that despite seeming cold on the surface, Greninja does care almost as much as Ash does and wouldn't send him into a battle he couldn't win, at least not willingly. Taking a deep breath, Pikachu used Quick Attack and appeared between Ash and Squirtle in a battle stance. Start off with a Thunder Shock. Ash instructed his yellow partner. He was planning to give Bulbasaur the chance to battle, but this Squirtle looks to have a similar level of strength, along with impressive speed for his species, and without a bright sun to help him, Bulbasaur would be at a bigger disadvantage compared to Pikachu. Pikachu let out his mightiest battle cry as electric sparks jumped out of his cheeks. Electricity surrounded the electric mouse before a smallish electric bolt shot off towards Squirtle. The water type withdrew into his shell, which took the shock and didn't really do anything. Be careful, Pikachu, Squirtle's shell has been made resistant to electrical attacks. Ash informed. Smirking as he has an advantage thanks to keeping his shell covered in earth as a way to defend against electric types after his first friend was arrested, Squirtle's shell started spinning before it shot off towards Pikachu. Ash waited until the moment was right, expecting to have to deal with a rapid spin attack, although this was where Squirtle went in for another sneaky move. Once close enough, he stuck his head out of his shell, taking both Ash and Pikachu by surprise. Squirtle bit down on Pikachu's neck, causing the electric type to cry out in pain. Ash realized Squirtle finally left himself wide open. Thunder Shock! Ash shouted. Trying his best not to focus on the pain from the bite attack, Pikachu once again charged up for a Thunder Shock. Hearing the sound of Ash's voice, Squirtle quickly let go and covered himself with a Protect Shield. Although it saved him from the electric shock, Squirtle knew it would be a while before he could use it again, as it grows weaker the more he uses it, and thus doesn't want to risk it failing at a crucial moment. Looks like Squirtle is well-trained, Pikachu. That means we don't need to keep holding back. Ash informed his starter. He has been playing it safe so far, only telling Pikachu to use his weakest attacks as he wanted to see Squirtle's skill to evaluate the best course of action. Squirtle didn't like being told that they have just been messing with him so far and responded by firing a water gun towards Pikachu, but this one was bigger, and more power compared to the others. Pikachu braced himself for the hit. Iron Tail and hit it from underneath. Ash instructed. Pikachu coated his tail in metal as the water gun closed in. Swinging the appendage around, it struck the water gun and redirected it into the air. This might seem like a weird strategy, but Ash smirked as a sort of rain fell over Squirtle. Wouldn't that only help Squirtle, with him being a water type and all? Misty asked to no one in particular. Thunderbolt. Ash hollered. He heard what Misty said and smirked. It may give Squirtle a slight advantage, but the turtle would also be put at a disadvantage after something Ash noticed earlier. Pikachu jumped into the air and launched a massive electrical bolt. Off his body, it was much bigger than the ones he previously used, but Ash was using Thunder Shock on purpose as he didn't know how much power Squirtle could handle. Squirtle attempted to avoid this electric move like he did previous by withdrawing into his shell. Unfortunately for Squirtle, the water that washed over him also washed of the dirt which previously helped his shell resist electric moves. The water also helped the electricity conduct through the shell. Squirtle was slightly lifted into the air as he took the full force of Pikachu's attack. After about 10 seconds, Pikachu ended the attack and Squirtle fell on the ground with soot over him. He growled threateningly as he pushed himself up. Ash muttered to himself, normally he would be proud to see such determination in a young Pokémon, but he can also sense pure hatred in the water type's aura. He wants to help Squirtle, which he can only do by talking. He doesn't want to hurt him or catch a Pokémon unless they ask, but sometimes things like this can't be avoided. It isn't nice, but it is the truth. A police siren sounded as a police car appeared to be driving towards them. Without any other choice, Ash took out a spare Pokeball before throwing it at Squirtle. He hates to do this, only wanting to catch Pokémon who want to join his team, but he will need to help the police in a moment more than likely, and he doesn't want to risk Squirtle hurting himself in battle anymore or escaping when he sees what the police are up to. The Pokeball hit Squirtle and sucked him inside. Landing on the ground, it shook back and forth violently. Squirtle clearly was trying his hardest to escape, but eventually it stopped shaking and dinged. Ash picked it up as the police car arrived and Officer Jenny climbed out. Officer Jenny. Ash greeted as he walked up to her, putting the Pokeball in his pocket. Have any of you seen a Squirtle around here? I have a warrant for its arrest. Officer Jenny informed, showing the warrant which Ash read carefully. This Squirtle wears sunglasses. I just caught him. Ash informed. I'll be taking him off you. Officer Jenny informed as she held her hand out to take the Pokeball. Hold on. Ash replied, taking his poke gear. Officer Jenny was mad at his refusal to follow her orders, but Ash made a quick glance at his ID to show that he is her superior in terms of rank, so she couldn't fight back. With that sorted, Ash called Lance, who was the person who authorized the warrant. The screen lit up with the Dragon-type Elite Four specialist who smiled upon seeing Ash. Officer Jenny was shocked Ash had Lance's phone number, even she doesn't have that. Hey Ash, what's it this time? A no-catch zone, another abusive trainer, Team Rocket grunts needing arresting? Lance asked in a joking tone. More like an arrest warrant with your signature on. Ash replied. One for a Squirtle with sunglasses. Oh, you're around there already? I guess you're excited to meet Serena again. I thought you wouldn't pass through for another week or so. Well, not only are we passing through, but I happen to have that Squirtle inside a Pokeball. Ash informed. Cutting to the chase, we both know what is going to happen to Squirtle. He will be sent to a responsible trainer to help him get over his issues. I want to get to be that trainer. I'm listening. Lance replied. I already caught Squirtle in the Pokeball and we both know how long it can take to find a suitable trainer for him. Ash explained. I have proven on a number of occasions already to be able to help him. If you don't think so, I could always fly over on Aerodactyl and we talk it out in person. You realize this will cause me more paperwork. And that the other 4 Squirtles on the warrant have already been arrested and sent away. Lance replied. I know I can't help them now, so let me help this little guy. Please. Ash responded. Okay Ash, I trust you and will register you as his trainer, but I want updates. Lance replied. Now if you excuse me, I have somewhere to be. Bye Lance and thank you. Ash replied as the screen faded to black. Ash turned towards Officer Jenny with a smirk. Well now, it looks like the warrant isn't worth the paper it's written on. Thank you for your assistance. I am warning you, this Squirtle was the leader of a dangerous gang which has endangered many lives. Officer Jenny warned. If you don't take the threat it poses seriously, it will harm others. Sounds like you have a history with him. Ash raised his eyebrow. Officer Jenny didn't reply, which was fine as any history she has with Squirtle is just that, history, and it won't affect Ash's relationship with the tiny turtle Pokémon. With Officer Jenny on her way, Ash scanned the new family member. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokémon. Squirtle's shell is not merely used for protection. The shell's rounded shape and the grooves on its surface help minimize resistance in water, enabling this Pokémon to swim at high speeds. Type, water. Gender, male. Ability, torrent. Hidden ability, rain dish, locked. Moves, tackle, tail whip, water gun, withdraw, bubble, bite, rapid spin, protect, fake out. Held item, black glasses. Egg moves, aqua jet, aura sphere, aqua ring, dragon pulse, mirror coat, locked. Alright, come on out Squirtle. Ash called out his new team member. The water type appeared, looking exhausted but soon took up another battle stance against Ash. The boy sighed as he knew this would take a long time to get through to him. Ash kneeled down as both Greninja stood beside him, to put the tiny turtle of attacking Ash, again. Look Squirtle, I am going to be honest. You are trouble, I don't know why but I do know nobody puts pain on others without good reason. Ash explained. But that doesn't matter. What does matter is, you need to change not just for those you might come across but also for yourself. Squirtle gave Ash a hard glare, so what if he is trouble? He only causes trouble for humans, those which hurt him and have taken all his friends away. Sure, he might have battled a few Pokémon, but they decided to partner with the humans, so they are just as bad. This is going to be a long journey, Squirtle, but I am here to help you through any problems you have. Ash continued. I am not stupid, and I know it will take a while for you to open up, but this is your best option. My boss gave a warrant for your arrest and the officer who came for you wanted to lock you up and throw away the key. This is your last chance, I won't give up on you, but I can only meet you halfway. What do you say? Squirtle let the words sink in and he can honestly say, he has never heard more Tauros S come out of one person's mouth in one go. So, what if he has that blue ninja thing or anything else? Just to answer the boy's question, Squirtle stuck his tongue out before withdrawing into his shell. Ash chuckled lightly as he returned his new family member. While Pokémon with issues are difficult, it also leads to some of the best friendships when handled well. This will be fun. Kanto 6, Reunion in Vermilion City. After a few weeks on the road, the group finally made it to Vermilion City and on the day Serena was due to arrive in Vermilion, no less. She told them her boat was due to dock in the morning, so the first call of order was to make it to the docks. As if it was any surprise, Ash was running well ahead of the group to make it to the docks. After nearly 2 months apart, he is truly missing Serena. Pikachu was struggling to keep on his shoulder, while Greninja, Misty, and Brock all decided to walk at a slower pace. Soon the boat was docked and people began to depart. Ash was looking around desperately before he finally spotted the honey blonde girl with a fire fox Pokémon stood next to her. Unable to contain his excitement, Ash shot forward and engulfed her in a hug. Taken by surprise at his sudden appearance, she squealed loudly as he spun her around. It was only when they stopped spinning as she registered it was Ash. The two embraced each other in a long hug, only focusing on each other, whispering sweet nothings to each other. They didn't even notice the others approaching them. "It's so beautiful." Brock cried streams of tears as he bit on a towel. He is a hopeless romantic, plus it hurts to see that a boy much younger than himself was able to get himself true love. "Man up, Brock, you'll embarrass us." Misty whacked the breeder over the head with a mallet. Greninja made a mental note to try and get such a dangerous weapon away from someone with clear temper problems. Although do it when she isn't looking so he doesn't have it used on himself. "Nice to meet you, I'm Serena." Serena greeted the orange-haired girl. "I guess you must be Misty." Yeah." Misty blushed in embarrassment, both for meeting this girl by whacking Brock over the head and for meeting the girl who just so happens to be dating her crush. So many thoughts rushed through her head. Did Ash tell Serena about her crush? Does she hate her? "Ash has told me so much about you." Serena smiled. "Really?" Misty nervously asked with a light chuckle. "Like what?" "He said you come from the Cerulean Gym, and that you specialize in water Pokémon." Serena replied thoughtfully. "He also told me about your phobia of bug Pokémon, and how he's been helping you with it." Honestly, I was nervous about why he would travel with some random girl, but upon learning that, I knew why. "How come?" Misty asked. "Because I know Ash, and that he couldn't just leave someone in need of help, even if he couldn't realistically do anything, he always had to try." Serena explained before taking a longing look back at him, eventually turning to Misty to finish. "It is one of the reasons why I love him. And I love you." Ash whispered in her ear, giving her a hug from behind before ending with a peck on the cheek. "Anyway, what do you say we go to the Pokémon Center? I am sure you're tired from your journey and I want to introduce you to the Kanto team." "That sounds like a great idea, besides I have someone I want to introduce you to." Serena replied, winking at her boyfriend. With everyone else in agreement, they made their way towards the Pokémon Center. Brock was interested in Delphox, who like Greninja likes to stay out of her Pokeball, which gave Misty the chance to speak with Ash in somewhat private way. "So you didn't tell Serena?" Misty asked in a hushed voice. "No." Ash replied, also in a quiet voice. "I was going to, after our talk in Cerulean City, but our call that night was cut short, and thinking over the next day, I realized I didn't have any right to tell her." "How come?" Misty asked. "If my boyfriend kept something like that from me, I know I would be angry. If Serena finds out and gets mad, then I will take any punishment she thinks is needed." Ash replied. "But I didn't tell her because that is your secret, only you have a right to tell those that you want to know. I wouldn't like it if someone spoke about my feeling behind my back." With that last part, he shot some daggers at Greninja, remembering how his brother in everything but blood conspired with his other team members and Serena's team members a while ago to create a plan to make him confess, although everything did turn out fine in the end. Greninja's sweat dropped in response. Soon the group had made it to the Pokémon Center. Getting a late breakfast at the cafeteria, Brock and Misty properly introduced themselves to Serena, now that the couple have been reunited. Although Ash already told her about them, only revealing things both were happy to be common knowledge, of course, it was nice for her to actually meet them. Plus, she embarrassed Ash with a few of the pre-journey stories he would have rather kept secret. Soon it was time to meet the Pokémon. "Come on out, everyone!" Ash shouted as he used his aura to lift all his Pokeballs into the air. In a massive red flash, all his Pokémon appeared on the battlefield out the back of the Pokémon Center. Greninja joined the pre-journey team in one group and Pikachu joined the Kanto team, all looking at the honey blonde girl. Gardevoir was the first to walk over and greet her, shortly followed by Volcarona and Leafeon. Although Serena knew both Gardevoir and Leafeon were interested to find out how their siblings were doing, so she was happy to let Gallade and Sylveon out. Lucario and Aerodactyl were the next to approach her, Lucario remaining formal the entire greeting and Aerodactyl gave her hug, but not an affectionate lick, he saves those especially for Ash. With those Pokémon greeted, although she already greeted Greninja back at the dock, she made her way over to reintroduce herself to the two dragons, knowing they wouldn't show any sort of eagerness despite also missing her, as they wouldn't want to ruin their big bad dragon image. "Now time for you to meet the new guys," Ash told his girlfriend as they turned to the Kanto team, remembering Serena also met Pikachu back at the dock, like with Greninja. "First up, is Butterfree. I met him as a Caterpie and was the first Pokémon to join the family in Kanto. Other than Pikachu, of course." Butterfree happily flew over and gave Serena a hug. He has heard a lot about her from Aerodactyl and Volcarona and is honestly a sucker for a good romantic story, so meeting his best friend's mate is one thing he has been really looking forward to. "I'm happy to meet you too, Butterfree," Serena told the bug type, happily returning the hug. Soon the embrace ended so she could meet the other Pokémon who were waiting patiently. Next we have Pidgeotto. Funny story, we met when she tried to turn Butterfree, who was still a Caterpie at the time, into her breakfast. Ash told his girlfriend, as Pidgeotto glided over, landing on Ash's arm. "It was actually because I mentioned you that she decided to join." Pidgeotto held her wing out and gladly did the same with her opposing hand for some sort of hand-wing shake. Pidgeotto also did a little bow of her head, as she has been excited to meet Ash's mate ever since she heard the story of him moving to Kalos for her. "Is that so?" Serena smiled at her boyfriend before turning to the normal flying type. "Well, I am pleased to finally meet you as well." With the greetings over, Pidgeotto flew over to a tree to roost for the other introductions. Now we have Bulbasaur, Charmander and Squirtle. It seems these three have created a sort of brotherly bond. Ash introduced as the three Pokémon walked over to her. Squirtle turned to the side, with his sunglasses covering his eyes, trying to act as cool as possible, like he doesn't even care. Charmander, on the other hand, looked down at the ground, sort of scared Serena will judge him and make Ash release him, she is his mate after all. Finally, Bulbasaur took the lead and used a vine whip to shake her hand. All three have had bad experiences with trainers but are all at different stages as well, so their different reactions are understandable. After ending the hand vine shake with Bulbasaur and a word of hello to the seed Pokémon, Serena smiled down at the fire type and scratched his head with a word of reassurance. While she doesn't know his full backstory, as Ash wouldn't tell her without Charmander's permission, she can tell he is very timid. Charmander looked up in surprise at her gesture, just to see her give a warm smile. Realizing his fears were unfounded, Charmander jumped into a hug with the honey blonde girl. Happy to return the hug, it lasted a short while before Serena put the fire type down. Turning to Squirtle, in hopes he will give her some sort of greeting, it seemed that the water type wouldn't until Bulbasaur whacked him with a vine whip. Not wanting that again, he gave a short hello to the honey blonde girl. "Well, guess now it is my turn," Serena replied before throwing 5 Pokeballs into the air. In a flash of light, Primarina, Bellossom, Dragonite, Absol and Braviary appeared, with Delphox, Gallade and Sylveon joining their teammates. While Ash went to reintroduce himself to Serena's group, with Misty, Brock and his own Pokémon following his lead, Serena stood back and took out another Pokeball, containing her newest team member, the one who only goes in her Pokeball to nap and she needs to wake her up before she gets crowded. The interactions with Serena's Pokémon came and went. Misty was speechless to discover another amazing water type in Primarina, with both her and Brock scared at the sight of another powerful dragon, one which they could recognize. Most of Ash's reintroductions were plain, except for Absol, who instantly sensed something was off with the raven-haired boy. Ash is a danger magnet after all, and Absols are able to sense danger. Although that means Absol is always off with him. "Well, Ash, everyone, there is one more Pokémon you need to meet," Serena told the group as she walked up behind them. Turning around, the group noticed a small egg-like Pokémon with a sort of child drawing design on its shell, with 2 stubby little arms and feet and a little spiked head popping out the top of the egg. Ash pulled out his Pokédex first of all to scan this new Pokémon. Togepi, the Spike Ball Pokémon. As its energy, Togepi uses the positive emotions of compassion and pleasure exuded by people and Pokémon. This Pokémon then stores up feelings of happiness inside its shell, then shares them with others. Type, Fairy. Gender, Female. Ability, Serene Grace. Hidden ability, Super Luck, unlocked. Moves, Growl, Charm, Metronome, Sweet Kiss. Held item, none. Egg moves, Extrasensory, Dazzling Gleam, Attract, locked. A Togepi? Ash questioned. Where did you find a Togepi? Remember that egg I showed you, back when you were in Cerulean? Serena questioned, to which Ash nodded his head to give his answer. Well, Togepi hatched from that egg, but she doesn't seem to like her Pokeball, only going in there for her naps. Well, hello Togepi, Ash smiled at the fairy type, crouching down so they were at eye level. It's very nice to meet you. Mummy? Togepi questioned as she turned toward Serena, hoping to see if she could trust this boy. Ash smiled as he heard what Togepi called Serena. It seems like the Spike Ball Pokemon has imprinted on Serena. It's okay, Togepi, this is Ash. He is my boyfriend and really nice. Serena reassured. Ash smiled at the fairy type before creating a ball of aura in his hand. Although he struggles to fully manipulate due to the limits of his young body, he is able to create a ball not one capable of fighting but able to allow those that touch it to fully explore his aura, as a way of earning trust. The aura flowed around Togepi, which allowed the young Pokemon to get to know the boy better than any words. Once the aura faded, Togepi gave a happy chirp to the raven-haired boy. Wow, Togepi is really cute. Misty gushed as she pushed her way into Togepi's face. This proved to be a pretty big mistake as Togepi burst into tears. Wah! What happened? Togepi is very young, Misty, sudden moves can be very scary from her perspective. Brock explained. Not to mention, you did enter her personal space. But so did Ash and Serena. Misty retorted. Except you was rather forceful, in your execution, thus scaring Togepi. Ash explained. Not to mention, she is already used to Serena, actually imprinting upon her and my aura sped up so she warmed up to me quicker as a result. Well then use your aura to warm her up to me. Misty commanded. I can't. Ash replied, shrinking under the glare from Misty. Like I've said before, my aura is limited. I am currently only able to show my own aura to others or scan others' aura to inform myself. I can't create a link between two other beings right now. Misty couldn't reply to that and mumbled something under her breath. Serena took this chance to settle the fairy type down by bouncing her in her arms. It seems like Togepi is like a human baby, needing similar sort of care. Once Togepi was calmed down, Ash had one more thing he had to do. Here you go, Serena. Ash handed her the DVD he got from Misty's sisters along with a pink casebox thing. Just a little, welcome to the journey gift I got you. Serena looked at the two items with her mouth slightly open. She maybe expected the case as that was similar to the badge case she gave Ash before he left for Kanto, except she wasn't expecting the DVD. This isn't even out in Kalos yet. Thank you, Ash. Serena thanked, before setting the two items down on the table, along with Togepi, and engulfed him in a hug, with a peck on his cheek. It's nothing, really, Serena. Ash sheepishly replied, with a light blush. Once the embrace ended he reached into his pocket. I also got you this as a late birthday present. Serena looked at the item in Ash's hand and her eyes widened as she read what it was. It was a ticket for a daily cruise on the Saint Anne. Despite only just getting off a boat, this is very different. The Saint Anne is a luxury liner and one of the major tourist attractions for the Kanto region. And I've checked, tomorrow when this ticket is for is special, as tomorrow will be when the Saint Anne is hosting a Pokemon contest and I figured you'd be all ready to start working towards the grand festival. Ash informed with a smirk. But how could you afford this? And, what about you guys? Serena asked. How I afforded it, is simple. Lance gave me a little bonus on my G-Men paycheck for what I've done in Kanto. It was enough to make this possible. Ash informed with a happy smile. As for the rest of us, I brought myself a ticket for tomorrow. The Pokémon are fine as they are covered with the tickets, and a coordinator competing in the contest is allowed to bring 2 special guests along with them, which will cover Misty and Brock. But this ticket says we will be disembarking at Acapulco, tomorrow evening. Serena replied. That means we won't have long in Vermilion, we only have today. That is the downside, I couldn't find a way around. Ash replied. I know you only just got here, Serena, but would you mind if we visit the Vermilion gym? It will save us having to retrace our steps later on. Of course, it's fine, Ash, you went through all this trouble for me to be able to compete in my first contest tomorrow. Serena replied. I still can't believe you was able to do this, these tickets must be like gold dust. She isn't wrong, Ash, how exactly were you able to get these? People normally book them years in advance. Brock added to the statement. Having an Elite Four member on speed dial does have its perks, you know. Ash replied with a smirk. With only today left in Vermilion City, the group left for the gym. With everyone except for Greninja, Delphox, Pikachu and Togepi being returned, the group made their way through the Pokémon Center to see a long line of trainers holding seriously injured Pokémon. Nurse Joy, what's going on? Serena asked. All these trainers challenged Surge this morning. Nurse Joy informed sadly. He may be the city's gym leader, but his methods are so brutal that he could be mistaken as part of Team Rocket. I hope the league stopped this soon as it is getting ridiculous. As Ash heard this, he frowned. A battle is meant to be fun and bring both people and Pokémon together, this is more like bullying. With his mind made up, Ash gripped one Pokeball in particular. If this gym leader wants to use brutal tactics, then Ash will show him the definition of brutal. Making his way out of the building with a serious expression, the others followed in silence. They know something is about to go down at the Vermilion gym. The group stood outside the Vermilion gym after making it all the way there. Ash had just been holding onto the one Pokeball, the one he plans to use in this battle with the brute. Although no one could tell, he was using his aura to relay his plan to Pokémon in question. Of course, out every else around him, both Greninja and Serena could make a very good guess about who he is going to use. Suddenly, the doors flung open and a boy cradling a Rattata ran out crying. That was the final straw. Any thoughts he might have had about going with an equal matchup was washed away. Walking into the gym, they noticed it was like some sort of abandoned military base, with a regular battlefield in the center. 3 people were stood on the field, dressed in camouflage clothing. The one of interest was Surge, who Ash identified by the name badge on his military gear. Well, more victims. Surge laughed. Which one of yuz is next? Maybe it's one of you cuties. Surge smiled almost creepily as he walked up to both Misty and Serena, making both of them nervous, which was easy for Ash to sense. Acting fast, he grabbed one of Surge's arms and forced it behind his back in a restraint, overpowering the 6-foot man. I am your next challenger, so I suggest you leave them alone and get on with your job as gym leader. Ash told the unruly man. He hates anyone being imposing or intimidating anyone else, especially when his girlfriend is involved. Memories of a certain boy from Kalos is still fresh in his mind. Gah! Surge cried out in pain, which allowed Ash to let go of his arm. I'm gonna make you regret that, baby. I heard from Nurse Joy, she said your battle techniques are brutal. Ash replied, seriously. Guilty as charged, now it is time for our battle. Surge laughed. It'll be a full battle. Ash cut the gym leader off. I only want to face your best, the team you reserve for those trainers with 7 gym badges. How come? Surge asked, shocked by the baby's request. Like I said, your methods were called brutal. Ash replied as a smirk formed on his face. I'm gonna show you the definition of brutal. Ha ha ha, if that's how you want it, baby. Surge laughed. It's your funereal. Soon the 2 trainers were stood in their respective trainer boxes. One of the two people who was stood with Surge took the role of the referee while the rest of the group went behind the ref to some benches, except for Pikachu and Greninja. I've never seen Ash this worked up before. Brock mentioned. Well, except when on his G-Men business. He always was a bit of a show-off. Serena smiled to herself. She can tell straight away the two reasons he is acting like this. He hates bullies, which is exactly what Surge is, and she just arrived, so he is showing off for her, which she doesn't mind in the slightest. I wonder who he is gonna use. Misty commented out loud, although Serena already figured it out. After all, he has one Pokémon more brutal than any other. This will be a 6-on-6 Pokémon battle between the Vermilion Gym leader, Lieutenant Surge, and Ash Ketchum. The ref announced. Only the challenger is allowed substitutions, while there is no time limit. In addition, Surge shall reveal his Pokémon first. To the front line, Raichu. Surge shouted as he threw his first Pokeball into the air. In a flash of light, a floating Raichu stood on his tail like some sort surfboard. The electric psychic type appeared floating above the battlefield. Ash raised an eyebrow as he scanned his opponent. Raichu, the mouse Pokémon. The final evolved form of Piku. Alolan variant. When you rub its cheeks, a sweet fragrance comes wafting out. However, you'll also get a light shock. Type, electric psychic. Ash smiled as he put his Pokédex away and looked at his Pokeball. This is gonna be the only Pokémon he will use in this battle, and by the looks of Raichu it should be a strong team if this is who Surge is starting with, which is good as the Pokémon has been the most vocal about getting a good battle. I choose you, Hydreigon. Ash shouted as he lobbed his Pokeball into the air. The pseudo-legendary appeared floating above and narrowed his eyes towards his two opponents. He has been looking forward to a good battle, so hopefully this will fill that need of his. Hydreigon. Don't hold back. That one sentence brought a sinister smile to the Dragon Dark type's face. And hands. Needless to say, Surge, Raichu and the two people who were also in the gym were speechless to see a pseudo-legendary, let alone a powerful dragon. If the way Ash restrained Surge before was any indication, this will be tough for the Electric American. Raichu vs Hydreigon. Begin. The ref declared. Dark Pulse. Ash instructed with the flick of the wrist. One of Hydreigon's hand opened and a powerful beam of dark-type energy shot out of his mouth towards the electric psychic type. Surge smirked as his Raichu flew out of the way, with great speed. The dark pulse shot straight past Surge, with the power creating a storm wind around it. Hydreigon opened his second mouth and shot another dark pulse out, this time hitting Raichu directly despite its fast speed. The powerful beam struck Raichu and sent him flying into the wall. Ash counted to 5 after Raichu struck the wall. Enough. Ash instructed, and just like that, Hydreigon ended his attack. Raichu fell on the floor, next to the wall he was being pushed into, completely unable to battle. Needless to say, that display of power left the Surge and his two employees speechless. Ref, I believe you have a call to make. Right. The ref blushed at being caught off guard, but he has never seen someone beat one of Surge's Pokémon so easily, especially not one of Surge's aces. They rarely see challengers and it is even rarer for them to lose. Raichu is unable to battle, please select your next Pokémon, Surge. Surge silently returned his Raichu, still in disbelief that it was taken out so easily. After only one hit, sure Alolan Raichu aren't known for their defense, but how could they so easily target and hit Raichu with all his speed? They are clearly much tougher than anticipated. Surge quickly switched Pokeballs. To the front line, Magnezone. Surge shouted, angry at the previous easy loss. In a flash of light, the electric steel type appeared floating above the battlefield. Ash raised an eyebrow as he scanned his opponent. Magnezone, the magnet area Pokémon. The final evolved form of Magnemite. There are still people who believe that this Pokémon came from outer space. It emanates a powerful magnetic field. Type, electric steel. Ash put his Pokédex away with a powerful smirk. Magnezone is clearly stronger than Raichu, just based on looks. Not to mention Hydreigon likely won't be able to one-shot Magnezone simply because of the sturdy ability. Still, that's good, as otherwise Hydreigon would complain about not getting a good battle in. I'm sticking with Hydreigon. Ash informed. Magnezone vs Hydreigon. Begin. The ref declared. Flash Cannon. Surge shouted, wanting to do to Hydreigon what he previously did to Raichu. Ash made no comment or move as the electric steel type powered up its attack. A beam of silver-gray steel-type energy shot out of the magnet area Pokémon straight towards Hydreigon, but still neither Ash or Hydreigon made any attempt to dodge it. The flash cannon hit Hydreigon dead on and exploded in his face. Smoke hid the results of what that attack did. Surge smirked as he expected the dragon to be close to falling. It wouldn't be the powerful dragon his Magnezone has one-shotted after all, but the smirk which formed on Ash's face made Surge re-question that theory. I don't know why you're so happy, all that attack would have done is make Hydreigon angry. Ash informed. Trust me, you wouldn't like him when he's angry. Suddenly two streams of flamethrowers shot out of the smoke, hitting Magnezone directly. A split second after the flames stopped shooting out of the flames, came Hydreigon, who quite frankly looked more set off than hurt. Getting up in Magnezone's personal space, he grabbed either side of the electric steel type with his two-hand mouths, forcing it down as he loomed over the top, with a threatening glare. Despite Magnezone being made of steel, it looked like a predator about to devour its prey. Thunder Wave, before it can escape. Surge shouted, as panic entered his voice against his will. He hates to sound scared in front of anyone, but this dragon already went through one of his team like it was nothing. Now it looks like he will take down a second one. Plus, who wouldn't be panicked at seeing a powerful dragon in a brutal assault like that? Earth Power. Ash shouted. Several sparks shot out of the antenna on top of Magnezone and they jumped towards Hydreigon, but before they could make contact, a spout of lava shot out of the ground and engulfed both Pokémon. The ground-type energy blocked the Thunder Wave, destroying it. Hydreigon let go of Magnezone once he was sure it couldn't escape the Earth Power now. Turning his attention to Surge, he let out a powerful roar, as his eyes glowed red while surrounded by the lava. The sight was one straight out of a horror story. The Earth Power came to an end and Magnezone crashed into the ground with swirls in its eyes. Hydreigon smirked at his handwork, 1/3 of the team down, 2/3 to go. As a sign of celebration, he let out a victory roar before returning to his original starting position, not looking injured in the slightest despite being covered in soot. Magnezone is unable to battle. The ref declared. Please select your next Pokémon, Surge. Once again, Surge silently returned his Magnezone with a grim expression. He isn't going to give up, not by a long shot, but what can he do to beat this dragon? Even if he could, what else is this kid hiding? He may have a little Pikachu with him, but if that blue ninja frog behind him and this pseudo-legendary are anything to go by, he is anything but a normal trainer. Making his decision, he quickly switched Pokeballs. To the front line, Galvantula. Surge shouted as he released his third Pokémon. In a flash of light, the electric bug type appeared on the battlefield with a serious expression on his face. Ash pulled out his Pokédex and scanned his next opponent. Galvantula, the electric spider Pokémon. The final evolved for of Joltik. They employ an electrically charged web to trap their prey. While it is immobilized by shock, they leisurely consume it. Type, electric bug. Ash put his Pokédex away. It seems like Surge is now hoping to go on the offense along and is going with a possible type advantage, seeing as Bug is strong against dark types, but Hydreigon wouldn't let something like this make him lose a battle. I'm sticking with Hydreigon. Ash informed. Galvantula vs Hydreigon. Begin. The ref declared. Try attack. Ash instructed, with a flick of the wrist. Hydreigon opened his left mouth hand and launched a beam of ice out it. Galvantula shot a string shot at the ceiling and used it to swing out of the way of the attack. Hydreigon opened his right mouth hand and shot out a thunderbolt, but due to Galvantula's superior speed and agility, it yet again missed. Building up a flame in his head, Hydreigon breathed out a flamethrower out of his main head. It burnt the string shot, but Galvantula had some great reflexes and landed right in front of the dragon. Hydreigon attempted to move his flamethrower towards his opponent, but Surge had another idea. Signal beam! Surge shouted. Galvantula opened his mouth and launched a powerful beam of bug-type energy. It struck Hydreigon and caused the dragon dark-type to cancel his tri-attack, also knocking him back. While he was stunned by the surprisingly powerful move, Galvantula crawled under Hydreigon and jumped onto his back. Out of Hydreigon's reach, Galvantula unleashed a series of bug bites. Hydreigon began to lash out because of the pain Galvantula was causing. For the first time in the battle, it seemed like Surge was in the advantage. Attempting to reach the bug, Hydreigon couldn't and seemed helpless against Galvantula. Calm down. Ash instructed, and taking a deep breath, Hydreigon did while trying to ignore Galvantula, who continued to use Bug Bite. Good. Now use Dragon Rage against that wall. Hydreigon continued his best to ignore the bug on his back and launched a powerful blue flame filled with dragon-type energy at the wall Ash pointed out. The blast sent Hydreigon flying backwards, slamming his back into the opposite wall, crushing Galvantula as a result. A hole was also left where the Dragon Rush hit the wall. The Dragon Dark turned around to the bug electric type on the floor with a threatening glare, so it liked to bite, did it? Grabbing one of the bug's arms in his hand-mouth, he lifted the bug high above his head before spinning around so Surge could watch. With Galvantula being held directly in front of his main head, Hydreigon powered up another Dragon Rage and it hit Galvantula head-on with the powerful move. Letting go of its arm, Galvantula was sent into the ceiling where he was at the heart of an explosion. As the Dragon Rage came to an end, Galvantula fell from the ceiling, which also had a hole left with the sun bursting through. Galvantula was left on the floor covered in soot, looking terrible. It was clearly unable to continue. Galvantula is unable to battle. The ref sighed. Please select your next Pokémon, Surge. Once again, Surge silently returned his Galvantula with a grim expression. To the front line, Heliolisk. Surge shouted as he released his fourth Pokémon. In a flash of light, the electric normal type appeared on the battlefield and hissed threateningly at Hydreigon. It appears each of Surge's Pokémon are getting more aggressive as they go along. Ash pulled out his Pokédex and scanned his next opponent. Heliolisk, the generator Pokémon. The final evolved form of Helioptile. It stimulates its muscles with electricity, boosting the strength in its legs and enabling it to run 100 yards in 5 seconds. Type, Electric Normal. Ash put his Pokédex away. It seems like Surge is now hoping to go on the offense along and is going with a possible type advantage, seeing as Bug is strong against dark types, but Hydreigon wouldn't let something like this make him lose a battle. I'm sticking with Hydreigon. Ash informed. Heliolisk vs Hydreigon. Begin. The ref declared. Starting off the match, Heliolisk began to run around at speed difficult to keep track of. It was so fast that Hydreigon quickly lost track of it. Ash could sort of sense its aura, but before he had chance to relay the information to Hydreigon, it had moved to several other places. Suddenly, the dragon was struck by a thunderbolt. That's it, this gym is full of annoying critters and it isn't even a bug type. Hydreigon declared. Opening one of his mouths, he released a smaller electric bolt. It locked onto Heliolisk, informing Hydreigon of where it was and also compelled the normal electric type to continue. With his location revealed, Hydreigon opened his other hand mouth, releasing a mini ice beam whilst also shooting a weakened flame thrower out of his mouth. The flames and ice collided, creating a steam cloud around Heliolisk. The ice was slightly more powerful, so the flames melted it first instead of straight evaporating it, so it was like dropping an endless amount of water onto a continuous fire. Due to Heliolisk still be drawn to use Thunderbolt, the electricity was conducted in the heavy water vapor air. Hydreigon was out of the cloud, thus unaffected, but it was like Heliolisk's electricity was conducted back onto himself, stopping him from moving. Finally, Hydreigon muttered in a dark tone. With the cloud no longer being conducted by an powerful thunderbolt, Hydreigon made his way to his prey. Grabbing him with his two-hand mouths, Hydreigon lifted him high above his body. The sinister smirk on his face scared most onlookers, all of them except for Ash and Greninja. "Now, let's see if you can see this." Hydreigon growled as he powered up a dragon pulse in his mouth. The blast quickly engulfed the generator Pokémon and shot him into the ceiling. Despite Heliolisk being at the center of the blast as he was held in the center of the attack, the dragon pulse shot past him and seemed to spread out as it reached the ceiling. Once Hydreigon decided the normal electric type had enough, he ended the attack, which revealed to have dissolved the gym's roof. Surge gasped as he saw the damage done to his gym. Heliolisk is unable to battle. The ref declared, easily spotting the pattern at this point. "Please select your next Pokémon, Surge." Once again, Surge silently returned his Pokémon with a grim expression. Before he stared down the dragon type, he still has one Pokémon able to sweep the rest of this brat's team, and he has a surefire way to take down this brute before that one even comes out. This kid is annoying him now that his gym has been damaged. "To the front line, Golem!" Surge shouted as he released his fifth Pokémon. In a flash of light, the electric rock type appeared on the battlefield and shook the ground. Brock was surprised to see a different version of his dad's ace. Ash pulled out his Pokédex and scanned his next opponent. Golem, the Megaton Pokémon. The final evolved form of Geodude. Alolan variant. It fires rocks charged with electricity. Even if the rock isn't fired that accurately, just grazing an opponent will cause numbness and fainting. Type, Rock Electric. Ash put his Pokédex away, seeing the smirk on Surge's face showed he was planning something big, something he thinks will finally take down Hydreigon. Ash began to rattle his brain to think of what he could possibly be going for, as the ref prepared to make his call. "I'm sticking with Hydreigon," Ash informed. "Golem vs. Hydreigon. Begin," the ref declared. Explosion. Surge shouted the moment the battle began. Ash gasped as he heard the word. The rock electric type began to glow white, so Ash made his move as well. Energy Shield. Opening his three mouths, Hydreigon released three different dark pulses, as those are some of his easiest moves to build up, considering he is dark type and they don't have the sheer power a lot of dragon attacks need. Firing all three of them at the ground, an explosion of dark type energy appeared and hurt him as Golem released a second bigger explosion, with himself at the heart of it. Hydreigon may have been hit by both explosions, but his own one didn't do much to him considering it was filled with dark type energy. It also absorbed a lot of the blast from Golem's explosion, meaning that one wasn't nearly as devastating. As the smoke cleared, Golem was on his back covered in soot, unable to battle, as Hydreigon was still up but looked like he had finally taken damage, although still able to battle. Surge gulped as he realized his surefire way to defeat Hydreigon just failed. Golem is unable to battle. The ref declared, easily spotting the pattern at this point. Please select your next Pokémon, Surge. Although terrified about having his 5 previous Pokémon taken down by just one, Surge knew his last one is his strongest one of all. Gripping his Pokeball, this partner has beaten entire teams by just himself, and that dragon has taken damage, so it is clearly beatable. To the front line, Electivire. Surge shouted as he released his final Pokémon. In a flash of light, the electric type appeared on the battlefield and banged his fists together as electricity sparked over his body. Ash smirked to see a powerful finisher for his Hydreigon. Ash pulled out his Pokédex and scanned his next opponent. Electivire, the Thunderbolt Pokémon. The final evolved form of Elekid. It pushes the tips of its tails against its foes and then lets loose a high-voltage current. Its foes are burnt to a crisp in an instant. Type, Electric. Ash put his Pokédex away, seeing the look on Surge's face told Ash one thing: the Lightning American isn't cocky or arrogant anymore. He may believe that his Electivire is capable of sweeping Ash's team, but that would also mean he has made the assumption Hydreigon is Ash's strongest Pokémon. No, the look on Surge's face told Ash that this man is angry. He has been made to look like a fool in his own gym. Obviously his Electivire is his strongest Pokémon, but if it is strong enough to take down Hydreigon and 5 other of Ash's Pokémon, especially the pre-journey team, since this challenge would be too much for his Kanto Pokémon currently. I'm sticking with Hydreigon. Ash informed. Electivire vs Hydreigon. Begin. The ref declared. Knowing exactly how to start the battle, Electivire bent down slightly as his 2 tails shot into the air. They quickly wrapped around Hydreigon's handmouths, since Electivire is a much quicker Pokémon than Hydreigon, let alone Hydreigon finally feeling tired after his previous 5 battles. Not giving the Dark Dragon-type chance to escape, Electivire unleashed a massive thunder attack. Unlike most electric types who can't generate that much electrical power internally, thus summoning it from static within the air, hence thunder working better in rainstorms, Electivire was able to deliver that attack straight through his 2 tails. The Thunderbolt Pokémon expected this to take down the dragon, as it was always his way to both take down a weakened opponent when he first came out and also strike fear into his opponent at the same time. After the thunder ended, however, and Electivire retracted his tails to expecting to see Hydreigon slump on the floor, he was surprised to see the brutal Pokémon still floating, while clearly tired, was also smirking. This is gonna be a good battle. Earthquake. Ash instructed with a flick of the wrist. Roaring loudly, he slammed his body down onto the ground, causing it to shake violently. Unlike a Pokémon like Pikachu, who is light enough to jump high into the air to outlast and avoid the earthquake, Electivire is stuck on the ground to take the powerful attack head-on. So did the gym walls, which began to crack as a result. The people standing in the gym fell to their feet, including Surge, Misty, Brock and Serena were sat down, but they still had to steady themselves. Although both Greninja and Ash were able to stay standing as they are used to Hydreigon's power. Pikachu, on the other hand, jumped onto Greninja's head to avoid taking damage himself. With Electivire off balance and knowing his earthquake is about to end, Hydreigon roared once more as dark blue dragon-type energy surrounded his body. He used a powerful Dragon Rush. Slamming into Electivire, they went flying towards the cracked wall. Electivire grunted at the painful burn from the attack as he clenched his fist, covering it in ice. He slammed it into the Hydreigon's back. The ice allowed his fist to move through the outer layer of the Dragon Rush and hit Hydreigon directly. The Dark Dragon type gasped in surprise at being hit by the attack. Hardly any opponent has ever took his Dragon Rush head-on and been able to attack in the middle of the attack. Having lost a lot of his momentum and power, they slammed into the wall as Electivire coated his second fist in ice before striking Hydreigon once again. Although Electivire took some heavy damage from the earthquake, Dragon Rush combo, the electric type has taken on heavy hitters before. Hydreigon cried out in pain as he took the super effective attacks, but he wasn't going to back down. Taking a risky move, he clamped his hand-mouths onto Electivire's fists. Grunting in pain, he unleashed a flamethrower out of each hand which cancelled the ice punches. Electivire cried out in pain, like how eating something cold than something hot can cause toothache. He currently has fist ache. But not wanting to leaving himself open, his tails shot over his head and wrapped around Hydreigon's body, unleashing a second powerful thunder. Despite resisting the electric attack, Hydreigon took some damage, which showed just how powerful this Electivire is. Soon he began to fight back by biting Electivire with all 3 of his mouths in a vicious attack. It looked more like a blood battle between 2 predator, rather than a gym battle. Ash knew this couldn't continue. Take to the sky, Dragon Pulse to take off. Ash instructed. Although Hydreigon hates to back away from a head-on assault, he trusts Ash completely and can only guess he has some sort of plan. Opening all 3 of his mouths, the Dark Dragon type unleashed a powerful blast of dark blue dragon type energy onto Electivire. As the Thunderbolt Pokémon cried out in pain, retracting his tails and ending his thunder attack, Hydreigon's attack pushed Hydreigon away from his opponent and high into the air. A while ago, Ash discovered Hydreigon isn't a skilled flyer, so they came up with the Dragon Pulse method to somewhat neutralize that issue. Gur, use Wild Charge and bring it down. Surge growled in anger, this stupid dragon just won't fall. Electivire growled angrily as he coated his body in electricity. Hydreigon already finished his Dragon Pulse as to not blast himself into the sky too much. Going too high would put him at a disadvantage as he wouldn't be able to propel himself in any direction due to nothing being around him. Still, that doesn't mean Hydreigon will just let Electivire attack him. The electric type jumped up and crashed into the brutal Pokémon as he also took some recoil damage from the powerful attack. Although it was painful, Hydreigon grunted and wrapped his arms around Electivire, coating both himself in dark blue dragon-type energy and the Thunderbolt Pokémon as well. Doing a backwards loop with Electivire in the middle of the Dragon Rush, they two Pokémon came falling back down at a fast speed. Crashing into the ground, a massive cloud of dust and smoke covered the results of the battle. For the first time in the battle, Ash became worried for his dragon as he didn't do his signature victorious roar. This Electivire has also been much tougher than he anticipated in the fight. This was the sort of strength he could expect to see from an Elite Four members Pokémon. After an agonizing minute, the cloud finally faded and both Pokémon were on the floor, clearly unable to battle. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. Since the challenger still has 5 Pokémon left, he is declared the victor. The ref declared. Surge was speechless. It just took his A-team to take down one Pokémon that a 10-year-old has. He has been considering going for the Elite Four position in Johto, which is rumored to be opening up, but now. Well done, my friend. Ash told Hydreigon as he kneeled next to his dark dragon type. Take a nice long rest. To make matters worse, not only did this kid have a Pokémon way above the power level normal for his age, but it wasn't even like Hydreigon was full of himself or disobedient. Sure, Ash let him do what he wanted until he came across a problem, but whenever Ash gave him a direction, Hydreigon followed it without question. Surge was brought out of his thoughts by Ash standing in front of him. Despite the lightning American towering over him, Ash seemed a lot more intimidating after the brutal assault of the battle. Not to mention how he restricted Surge before the battle even started. How? Surge asked, in a broken voice. You underestimated me, and that left to you being overconfident. Ash explained. Once I took that overconfidence away, it hit your pride, which also led to you making a number of mistakes, like how you sacked your golem with his first attack. Why? Surge asked, seeming to have absorbed Ash's explanation. He can't really deny that happened. A Pokémon battle between trainers is also about a battle between the trainers, not a physical battle but a mental one, and in a lot of cases that battle can be more important. To teach you a lesson. Ash replied simply. You've been making your challengers' lives hell, disrespecting them by calling them baby, making them feel worthless, then completely humiliating them by overpowering them in an unfair battle. Rest assured, I'll insist your Pokémon are retested for the level of badges they can be used to battle. And just who will you insist to? The female gym member asked. Lance. Ash replied, matter-of-factly, leaving the women speechless. You see, Surge, we both have one thing in common. He is both of our boss. You're not a gym leader. The women accused. You're right. Ash replied, calmly. He could tell by her aura that she felt protective of the lieutenant, probably for hidden feelings she has. I am a member of the G-Men, a foot soldier to be precise. I am Lance's eyes and ears while traveling Kanto. Why should we believe that? The women asked. Don't, it doesn't make a difference to me, and it won't stop me from reporting it either. Ash replied honestly as his friends appeared behind him, so he turned towards Surge one last time. Now, I am going to get Hydreigon healed up. And I suggest you do the same. If nothing else, it will show you at least care when the reassessment comes around. Without another word, Ash turned around and started to walk towards the door. His friends and Pokémon were following swiftly behind, but as they did they realized practically nothing but rubble was left of the gym. The roof was destroyed and the walls had crumbled. Just a testament to Hydreigon's destructive power. Soon they were on the path towards the Pokémon Center. and Pikachu took his usual spot on Ash's shoulder rather than Greninja's head. Note to self, never agree to be Hydreigon's sparring partner. Pikachu told himself. Come on Yellow, I am sure the big guy could always do with a new chew toy. Greninja joked. Seeing as they broke the silence but no one other than Ash could understand them, the others took it as a cue to also start talking. Ash, that was one of the most amazing things I have ever seen. Not only was Hydreigon dominating through most of the battle but just standing up to Surge. Brock spoke first, truly impressed. I can honestly say, I have never seen anyone speak to him like you did. Even at gym leader meetings I've been to. Well, I am not surprised at all. Ash will stand up to anyone who is bullying someone, whether bullying a person or a Pokémon. Serena replied as she took his hand in hers, quickly pecking his cheek. Although part of me does think you also used Hydreigon just to show off. Am I right? Well, he has been hassling me about getting a proper battle. Ash attempted to reason. But yeah, I guess I did want to teach Surge a lesson and so I thought the best thing to do would be to show him what it's like to have an opponent destroy him in a brutal battle. I meant you was showing off to try and impress me. Serena giggled, seeing Ash blush in response. Don't worry, I've been impressed with you for a long time. Well, Ash stuttered in embarrassment. I kinda think we should take a break so I can fix Hydreigon up, if that's okay with you guys. Why not let Nurse Joy do that, Ash? Misty asked, in an annoyed tone, although she knows they have been together for a while, seeing them flirt is making her mad. It is her job, after all. Well, for one thing, I think Nurse Joy will be busy with Surge's team. Ash explained. There is also the fact Hydreigon isn't happy with just anyone getting close, even if it is for his best interest. Back in Kalos, he wouldn't even let Sycamore give him a checkup. Plus, I don't want my medical training to go to waste. Would you mind if I watch you, Ash? Brock asked. I think learning the proper way to take care of a Pokémon, medically, is important for a breeder to learn. With no other arguments put up, the group found an opening where the boys could work on Hydreigon in peace. Of course, once he is healed, Ash will have Nurse Joy give him a checkup just in case he missed something, but doing his own medical work is just one thing Ash likes to do to bring himself closer to his team. Thanks Nurse Joy. Ash thanked the nurse as he handed over Hydreigon's Pokeball. He might also want feeding, if he is grumpy. He tends to eat a lot. Especially after a battle. I should be the one to thank you, it seems like Surge is ready to change his ways. Nurse Joy informed as they looked over to the bay which contained the electric-type gym leader and his 6 Pokémon all in hospital beds. This was his A-team and a kid went through them like they were nothing. I guess I just don't like bullies. Ash chuckled nervously before he made his way over to his friends. So what should we do now? Misty asked. That gym battle took 2 hours? We still have most of the day left. Why don't we head to the beach? Serena suggested. Vermilion is meant to have some of the best beaches in the whole of Kanto. Second only to Cinnabar. How do you know so much about Kanto? Brock asked. Serena took up geography at the lab, while I took up history. Ash explained. After the professor felt like he taught us all he could, we wanted to learn some other subjects as well. Any particular reason you took on different subjects? Brock asked. Well, it wasn't just these extra lessons we were taught, we did a bunch of them. Serena explained. Ash wanted to do history because of his links with Aura users in the past, and I thought geography would be good for when traveling and everything. A lot of our subjects seem to mix well together. So let's head to the beach. Misty grunted as she crunched her fist in anger. She didn't need reminding about how long these two have spent together. It wasn't long before the group reached the beach. Using the 2 shacks, they boys changed into their swimwear in one of them while the girls used the second one, although beforehand they let their Pokémon out to enjoy the beach straight away. Luckily it was pretty empty. The boys were changed first and were surprised by what they saw. The girls exited the changing room, laughing. It seems like they have found some common ground. Part of Ash was relieved as he did feel bad about turning Misty down, even though he couldn't return her feelings. Although part of him was also scared. He was also mesmerized by Serena, who was wearing a pink one-piece swimsuit. Misty was wearing a white two-piece. Serena giggled seeing his reaction. "Close your mouth, Ash, or you'll catch venomoths in it," Serena told her boyfriend. She then bolted towards the water after shouting, "Last one in the water is a rotten execute." Ash acted quickly and chased after his girlfriend. Despite how mature they are for their age, they are still kids at heart and love to have fun and play games. Misty, again, grunted and clenched her fist as she saw those two run off together. "What's wrong, Misty?" Brock asked, being like a pseudo-older brother figure. "You and Serena were laughing not that long ago." "I don't know, Brock." Misty sighed. "When we were alone, and Ash wasn't around. We got on really well, and I even discovered we have a lot in common. Like, you know how my sisters used to bully me, well she also used to have a bully. She also knows loads about water types. I know Ash does as well, but it felt easier asking her rather than him. But seeing them together, I get it, Misty." Brock reassured her. "You're hurting, and when you don't have what you missed out on to remind you, it's easier to put it to the back of your mind." Brock explained it for her. "Although this is good, as even if it takes time, it shows that you two can be great friends regardless of Ash." Misty nodded in understanding before looking towards another part of the water where her Pokémon were at. At first, it seemed pretty normal until they noticed Gyarados lift a small purple shell-like Pokémon onto the beach. Both trainers gasped and ran to help. Brock looked for either Ash or Serena, but neither could be seen and they don't have time to stop and look for them. "Guys, what happened?" Misty asked, as she inspected the water type which she easily identified as a Shelder. "This isn't good, Misty. Shelder are meant to live in cold waters," Brock explained. "I can only think this little one ended up here because of some underwater currents, and look at it. This heat is doing terrible things for its health." "What should we do, Brock?" Misty asked. "I have some medicine to help keep its body temperature down, but I would say we need to catch it," Brock explained. "Even if only temporary. Pokeballs are designed to maintain a Pokémon's health whilst it's inside regardless of the outside. It would be the safest place for it around here. Then we can let it go tonight, when it will be much cooler, so it has a chance to get somewhere safe for it." "Okay then, I have an empty Pokeball on me right now," Misty replied as she took it out, holding it over the bivalve Pokémon. "Shelder, I am going to catch you, so you are safe from this sun. If, once you are well again, you want releasing and it is safe, I will." With that, Shelder closed her eyes and waiting for the next part. Misty tapped the Pokeball against her head and Shelder was sked inside. The ball didn't even wiggle. Whether that's because Shelder trusts her or she didn't have the strength to resist, Misty wasn't sure. "Okay, Shelder should be safe in the Pokeball 4, what is Pidgeotto doing?" Brock cut himself off, as he saw the normal flying type carry a Pokeball out to the water. She reached the couple and Ash thanked her for the item as he took it off her. They were too far away for either Misty or Brock to make out what was happening. Ash mentally cursed as he realized just how bad things went after entering the water together. Originally, they had a fun splashing match which turned into them holding each other in their arms. They were about to kiss in the romantic atmosphere, when Serena yelled out in pain. It turns out a Krabby used his pincer to pinch her behind. Despite the embarrassing location of it, Serena yelled at Ash to do something as it was causing her some great pain. So Ash did the only thing he could think of, he sent out a message through his aura to ask one of his Pokémon to bring him a Pokeball. Squirtle originally came to see what was up, and started laughing hysterically when he discovered what happened. So it came down to Pidgeotto to deliver the item. "Thank you, Pidgeotto." Ash thanked the female bird Pokémon. Now hurry up and get this thing off of me, Serena demanded. Ash gulped at Serena's tone, not that he can blame her given her current situation. Being extremely careful, he moved the Pokeball under the water and carefully tapped the Krabby. Although he only wanted to catch Pokémon who wants to come with him, that isn't always the case and sometimes situations mean he would have to catch someone. Serena sighed as the pain in her behind disappeared. The Pokeball shook a couple of times before it dinged. With that over, Serena wanted to get out of the embarrassing situation. I am going back to shore. Like a smart man, Ash didn't try to stop her as she is very clearly in a mood after that ordeal. Instead, Ash waited until she was out of the water and released the Krabby he just caught. The water type appeared in front of him and smiled before bubbles escaped his mouth. Hi Krabby, my name is Ash. Ash introduced himself. Hello Ash. Krabby greeted in a jolly tone. So Krabby, I wanted to ask you, before anything else, why did you pinch my girlfriend? Ash asked, struggling to find a good way to word what the river crab Pokémon did. Oh, I wanted to say hey but you were too busy looking at each other to pay me any attention. Krabby explained. It is pretty rude not to look at someone when they are speaking to you. That is very true. Ash conceded. But did you consider the fact that you was underwater, so we wouldn't have been able to hear you? And for that matter, not everyone can understand what Pokémon say, it is very rare thing that one can. I did not consider those things. Krabby admitted. So how come you can, if you don't mind my asking? I am an aura user, and I am being trained into a guardian. Ash explained. Although most of my abilities are locked until my body matures. Cool, so my trainer is an aura guardian like from the legends. Krabby replied with a bright smile. That was another thing I wanted to speak with you about. Ash replied. You see, I didn't want to catch any Pokémon unless A, they wanted to join my family or B, I had no choice but to catch them, like if they were about to hurt someone or something. So if you wanted to remain in the wild, you'd only need to say the word and I will release you. Nah, you good. Krabby replied. Being the Pokémon of an aura person sounds like fun. Besides, I need friend. Well then, welcome to the family Krabby. Ash smiled. Why don't we return to the shore so I can introduce you to the others? Sounds good to me. Krabby replied before jumping onto Ash's head. Lead the way. Ash smiled at his new water type before swimming back to the shore. Once he was there, he went to his bag and got a towel to dry himself off. He then brought out his Pokédex and scanned his latest family member. Krabby, the river crab Pokémon. Krabby live on beaches, burrowed inside holes dug into the sand. On sandy beaches with little in the way of food, these Pokémon can be seen squabbling with each other over territory. Type, water. Gender, male. Ability, Hyper Cutter. Hidden ability, Sheer Force, locked. Moves, Mud Sport, Bubble, Vice Grip, Leer, Harden, Bubble Beam, Chip Away, Knock Off. Held item, none. Egg moves, Brick Break, Excisor, locked. Awesome Krabby, you already have a strong move set. Ash praised. How are you in actual battle? Well. My father preferred close in combat, so I imagine I would as well. Krabby explained. Still not had the chance to test that theory though. That's okay Krabby, once you've trained and we both know a comfortable style for you, you will get some battles in before long. Ash replied. For now, let's go and show you around the others. Deciding to only introduce his team members for now since those will be his teammates, Ash went around them all. First he came across Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Charmander and Squirtle, who were playing some sort of ball game. They were all happy to meet Krabby. Pidgeotto, who was roosting on top of the changing shack, glided down once she saw the new team member and introduced herself. Next Ash spotted Greninja and Lucario in some sort of sparring match. Ash chuckled to himself, of course even on a beach these two can't relax and must do some sort of training. Going over, the two Pokémon greeted Krabby, while not ending the battle to officially greet the water type. Ash's sweat dropped as he realized he would probably do the same in a sparring match. Next the trainer and river crab went over to see Aerodactyl, Salamence and Hydreigon. The three of them were sunbathing in the sand, despite being very different in personality, with Aerodactyl being like Ash's energetic younger brother, Salamence being like a military leader and Hydreigon being a brute. The three of them get on very well as the big bad beasts of the team. Ash was first greeted by one of Aerodactyl's affectionate licks, but once that was over, all three greeted Krabby in a friendly manner. Next up, Ash found Gardevoir, Volcarona and Leafeon in their own group. Being the only females on his team, other than Pidgeotto, they believe they have to work together to keep the others or Ash himself out of trouble. Or try to, at least. Gardevoir and Volcarona smiled down to the little water type, like smiling on a small child. Leafeon, on the other hand, decided to act proud in front of it, boasting herself up like the little princess she is. Now Krabby, the only one left, is Butterfree. I wonder where he went to though. Ash spoke aloud to the water type as he walked away from the three female Pokémon. It's not like him to wander away like Dash. Ash. 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 Butterfree's voice echoed in an excited manner as the young bug zoomed towards him, clearly either frightened or excited. Once he reached Ash's side, he noticed the Krabby on Ash's head. Oh, hello there. Hi. Krabby waved his claw with a friendly smile. Butterfree, this is Krabby, the new family member. Krabby, this is Butterfree. One of the first Pokémon I caught in Kanto. Ash introduced the two Pokémon. So Butterfree, want to tell me what has you so excited? Oh, sure. Butterfree stuttered before regaining his composure. You see, I just found this billboard on the edge of the beach and one of the posters on it was for the Butterfree mating season. It takes place on the cliff overlooking Vermilion tonight. I was hoping we could visit, you know, since I'm a Butterfree and all. Sounds good to me, plus I bet a cliffside overlooking the sea would be pretty romantic for Serena and I. Ash replied thoughtfully. Why would you need a romantic spot? Butterfree asked. I thought you already gave her your presents. I did, but I don't think she is too happy at the minute because of what happened in the sea. Ash explained, being caught off by his latest capture. That would be my fault. Krabby interjected. Don't worry Krabby, you didn't mean to hurt anyone and I am sure once she is over the embarrassment you will be great friends. Ash reassured. But romantic things always cheers her up, so it's a win-win situation. Ash and Serena now stood over the top of the cliffside overlooking both Vermilion and the sea. They left their Pokémon at the Pokémon Center for a check-up, as they wanted to be alone for the date. The only exceptions being Butterfree, who wanted to take part in the Butterfree mating season, and Togepi, who is napping in Serena's backpack. While not easy to convince Greninja at first, he learned quickly into the couple's relationship that he didn't want to around on these dates. Misty and Brock also opted to not go with them, not only because they didn't want to intrude on the date but also so they could release Shelter safely back into the sea once the sun went down. As the couple looked over the cliffside, they noticed a bunch of Butterfree appearing in the sky, one by one. Some of them appeared to be wild, while other trainers showed up and released their Butterfree out of their Pokeballs. Soon nearly 200 Butterfree were mingling, so Ash took out his own bug flying type. Well Butterfree, here we are. Why don't you go off and see if there is any Butterfree which catch your eye? Ash informed the bug type. Butterfree nodded eagerly and flew away. Serena was going to suggest something like giving him a scarf or something so they could easily tell which one was Ash's from a distance, but then she remembered Ash would be able to easily identify him through his aura signature, so it wasn't needed. Since they are now alone, apart from the napping fairy type, Serena leaned her head on Ash's shoulder as he put his arm around her, pulling her into a hug. While he will do his best not to be too affectionate toward Serena when Misty is around to spare her feelings, Ash couldn't really help himself today, he has really missed her. Neither were sure how long they were in the embrace, but after a while the peace was interrupted by a man being hurled away, along with a Rhyhorn, by some sort of psychic attack. What was Dash? Serena went to ask. I don't know. Ash admitted. Suddenly then, Ash's Butterfree appeared, looked extremely excited, with a nice-looking pink Butterfree behind him who looked more shy. Ash was about to ask Butterfree if he knew anything about the man and the Rhyhorn, but Butterfree didn't give him the chance. Ash, this is Butterfree. She is really nice and sweet, and a bunch of other Butterfree tried to win her over, but she turned them down. Then this poacher with a Rhyhorn tried to attack her and I stopped them. Butterfree paused here to take a deep breath, because he was speaking so fast. She said she would love to go with me but didn't feel safe as poachers are always after her because of her rare color. I told her about how you're my trainer and an aura guardian and how we are going to protect the world and how you also have 2 dragons to protect her with. He took another break for a breath. She also said she isn't much of a battler, so I told her about Serena, who is more of a performer, and how you two will stay together forever no matter what, so could Serena please catch her so we can stay together forever too? Ash replied, hearing about 1 in every 6 words Butterfree just told him. Could you repeat that please, slower? After Butterfree retold the story in a more calm and understandable way, Ash explained it to Serena, who was more than happy to welcome the pink Butterfree to her team, so taking out an empty Pokeball she tapped it against the pink one, and it instantly dinged. She used her Pokédex to scan her new team member. Butterfree, the butterfly Pokémon. The final evolved form of Caterpie. When attacked by other Pokémon, it defends itself by scattering its poisonous scales and fluttering its wings. Note, this particular Butterfree is pink, not the normal shiny color for this species. Type, bug flying. Gender, female. Ability, compound eyes. Hidden ability, tinted lens, locked. Moves, gust, confusion, poison powder, stun spore, sleep powder, Psybeam, silver wind, string shot, tackle, harden. Held item, none. Egg moves, Giga Drain, Psychic, Acrobatics, Shadow Ball, locked. With a new Pokemon added to the team, the couple started to walk back to the Pokemon Center, while the 2 Butterfree floated around them in some sort of dance. Of course, if it came to it, Ash would have let Butterfree follow his mate, but part of him is glad it didn't come to that decision. With everything in Vermilion taken care of, tomorrow they will be setting sail on the St. Anna and Serena's first Pokemon contest.